Suddenly, there was a heavy slap on the man's forehead, waking him up from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Wasn't this his high school classroom? He suddenly realized that he seemed to have traveled back to high school, but this world was full of different dimensions of time and space, and the creatures in each time and space were eager to invade this world through the time and space gate. To deal with these threats, humans have developed a countermeasure, the Lord. The Lord's talent allows humans to have the power to compete with creatures from other dimensions. Everyone will undergo an awakening ceremony when they are 15 to 16 years old. If they can awaken the Lord's talent, they can open the soul space in their body and become a qualified Lord. The bell rang, and the magic circle in the center of the playground was completed. Zhang Yi and his classmates walked towards the magic circle. With a flash of light, the scene in front of him changed instantly. When he came to his senses, he found himself on a battlefield. An old man in a yellow robe, holding a 9-section staff, shouted enthusiastically, "The blue sky is dead. The yellow sky shall be established." The man kicked the old man without hesitation and quickly snatched the 9-section staff and the book from his waist. At this moment, the 9-section staff and the book turned into 2 balls of yellow light and flew into Zhang Ye's heart. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through Zhang Ye's spiritual space. When he came to his senses, he was already in the spiritual space. Below him, a small piece of land emerged, and on it stood a simple thatched hut. The door of the thatched hut opened, and 5 thin, ragged men walked out. "Greetings, Lord." They saluted in unison. Zhang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he checked their information. Yellow turban starving people strength, 0.7 speed, 0.5 willpower, 3 constitution, 0.8. The attributes of these famine victims were far below the average adult population. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for awakening the Lord's talent. The summoning system is now activated." A flash of light appeared, and a small altar appeared before Zhang Yi, surrounded by long yellow banners. Zhang Ye's mind flashed with information about the Huang Tian altar. Effect: Destiny summoning. Conditions met. Usable. As a newbie gift, Zhang Yi received a free fate summoning opportunity. He clicked Use with great anticipation, and suddenly a burly man appeared on the altar. "General Guanhai, I pay my respects to my lord." Zhang Yi checked Guanhai's attributes. Guanhai strength. Level 1 creature, strength, 15, speed, 12, willpower, 18, constitution, 13, special skills, plunder, demand for food. Guanhai is a level 1 creature, and his combat power far exceeds that of the yellow turbans. Zhang Yi received strong support at the start, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 2. Zhang Yi came back to his senses and looked around. He saw his familiar classmates around him, but the situation at this moment made him feel astonished. Apart from myself, there were only 7 people in the class with smiles on their faces. The other students were dejected, and a few mentally fragile girls even began to wipe away their tears secretly. Clearly, their awakening had failed. The Lord's talent awakening had only a 1 in 5 chance of success, and for any student, this meant a major turning point in their life. Those who successfully awaken will embark on a path to power and glory, becoming the top forces of the military or police. Zhang Ye's gaze couldn't help but stay on himself. He looked at the secret report in his hand, and he knew in his heart that at this moment, he was not only in a completely new world, but he had even experienced a rebirth personally. This world had changed drastically from the Earth he once knew. Zhu Gang excitedly ran up to him, gesticulating and boasting. "Brother Yi, I did it." Zhu Gang's expression was filled with pride. Zhang Yi looked at his best friend, who was as lucky as ever, and couldn't help but shake his head. This big guy was still so lucky. The moment he awakened his Lord talent, he must have been the envy of countless people. "You succeeded too, didn't you, Brother Yi?" Zhu Gang asked impatiently. "I succeeded too." Zhang Yi nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Zhu Gang opened his hands in front of everyone, and suddenly a white light flashed, and a green man wearing fur appeared in front of them, looking extremely strong. "A pervert." The female classmates beside them screamed and covered their eyes. Even so, their slightly loosened fingers revealed that they were not as pure as they appeared. Zhang Yi looked at the green naked man and couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he could only sigh silently. This green beastman's hard laborer is actually quite good. Then, Zhang Yi summoned his subjects. A classmate behind him couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other students who hadn't awakened their Lord talents didn't understand and asked, "What the hell is this? How come his strength, speed, and physique aren't any better? He's just useless." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yi immediately became the focus of attention. I thought being a lord was so impressive, but it turns out I'm just a loser. A scathing voice came from the side. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was He Miaoyan, who had just failed to awaken. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears secretly. Zhang Yi did not show any weakness and directly hit back. I will not argue with a stupid woman who is not even a lord. This is beneath my status as a lord. He Miaoyan was stunned for a moment, and her eyes began to turn red again. Zhang Yi, how can you say that? Apologize now. A boy came over and comforted He Miaoyan. He was the class's sports committee member, Luo Mingqing. Oh, you can run into people like this anywhere. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly, feeling a little irritated. Chapter 3. Before Zhang Yi could speak, Zhu Gang beside him could no longer hold back and retorted sharply. Hey, isn't this our green grassland boiling sheep? Class 1 sports committee member, the bootlicker Luo Mingqing. Zhu Gang's strange tone immediately caused a burst of laughter. Everyone knew that the fact that the sports committee member Luo Mingqing had a crush on He Miaoyan had long been an open secret in the class. However, He Miaoyan was not interested in this enthusiastic suitor. Instead, she often showed contempt and indifference. She pretended to have a sister-brother relationship with him, but secretly wanted to keep Luo Mingqing hanging. Seeing his passionate pursuit come to nothing, Luo Mingqing's face turned red and white, as if it was dyed. He Miaoyan didn't care. She lightly kicked Luo Mingqing next to her, a smug smile on her face. The goddess kicked me, she's shy. Luo Mingqing shouted excitedly, as if he had received some honor. Zhang Yi was speechless. He thought to himself, no wonder He Miaoyan looks down on you. There are so many reasons. Then, Luo Mingqing suddenly said like a middle school boy, Zhang Yi, what you said is wrong. Let's duel for the glory of the Lord. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself, for a woman, it's really not worth it. Despite this, Zhang Yi did not avoid the challenge. After thinking about it, he casually said, we can fight, but there has to be some stakes, right? Stakes? Luo Mingqing was a little stunned. Obviously, he was not prepared for this question. At this moment, He Miaoyan took out a round bead that was shining green from her bag and said with a smug look on her face, you should know what this is, right? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. This is a grain stone. How do you have something like this? Food and grass stone is a rare resource in the Lord's combat power. It can directly act on the territory bound to the Lord to quickly replenish food and resources. This kind of precious material is not cheap in the market, and Zhang Yi knows that the seemingly high-quality grain stone in He Miaoyan's hand is of extremely high value. This was specially bought for me by my father, He Miaoyan explained proudly. Zhang Yi immediately understood that this food stone was originally supposed to be used by He Miaoyan after she awakened her Lord talent, but now that she had failed, she had to use it to humiliate Zhang Yi. I originally thought Luo Mingqing was just a bootlicker, but I didn't expect this guy to be so ambitious and actually want to be a gigolo. Zhang Yi thought with a sneer in his heart. The value of the grain and grass stones was very high, which made Zhang Yi feel even more disdainful, but it also made him see an opportunity. Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you scared? He Miaoyan was even more pleased when she saw Zhang Yi was silent. Zhang Yi sneered, scared? Whoever sent it to my door, how could I be scared? Come on, Zhang Yi said without hesitation. Then, Zhang Yi and Luo Mingqing entered the gymnasium. Everyone followed them, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense and lively. Luo Mingqing first summoned 5 civilians, all sturdy and armed with axes. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Civilians? Their strength, speed, and physique are barely up to par. They're no match for Zhu Gang's beastmen. What do you think, Zhang Yi? Summon your subjects and fight me to the death. Luo Mingqing looked like a master and challenged him proudly. Zhang Yi sneered. He was already prepared and no longer pretended to be low-key. He directly summoned his subject, Guan Hai. I am Guan Hai, the humble general, and I am here to pay my respects to my lord. Guan Hai knelt on one knee, and a powerful aura came over him. The students around were all stunned. When they saw that Guan Hai's strength was a level 1 creature, they were instantly in an uproar and everyone was shocked. Zhang Yi actually has a first-level creature as his subject. This is impossible. How did he do that? How could he have such a strong subject? Is he cheating? Luo Mingqing on the opposite side had already started to panic. Chapter 4. Luo Mingqing widened his eyes and looked at Guan Hai, who was kneeling in front of Zhang Yi with disbelief. It's not impossible, but you are too ignorant and don't understand the difference between mediocrity and genius. Zhang Yi said indifferently, then pointed to the 5 civilians in front of him. Kill them. Guan Hai stood up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was unimaginably faster than that of an ordinary person. In an instant, Guan Hai appeared in front of one of the civilians, grabbed his neck with both hands, and lifted him up. The other 4 civilians hurriedly picked up iron axes and rushed towards Guanhai, but he did not hesitate to use the civilians in his hands as weapons and swung them at them. Boom! Without a scream, the 4 men vomited blood and fell to the ground. They fell heavily and could not stand up again. The 5 civilians were completely defeated. Zhang Yi walked towards He Miaoyan, said nothing, and stretched out his hand. Although He Miaoyan was reluctant, under the threat of Guanhai, she handed the grain stone to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Next time something good like this happens, remember to call me, rich woman." However, He Miaoyan did not give Zhang Yi any good look. She was full of worry at this time. The awakening ceremony ended quickly, taking only 3 hours for all 5 classes to complete. Those who successfully awakened were overjoyed, while those who failed looked disappointed, envious of their lucky classmates. After school, Zhang Yi returned home happily. Seeing his excited face, his mother asked, "Son, why are you so happy?" "Mom, I became a lord." "Really? My son is really promising." Zhang Yi's mother responded excitedly. "What? You little brat, you have this ability." Zhang Yi's father also came out and gave encouragement. Zhang Yi entered the room and rubbed his temples. He felt that today's events were too much for him to digest. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly took out the grain stone from his school bag. Zhang Yi placed the grain stone in his palm. With a thought, the grain stone began to melt and be absorbed. In an instant, he appeared in his own territory. At this time, a large amount of food and fodder was piled up in the territory. 5 hungry yellow turbans stared at the food and fodder with longing. Seeing Zhang Yi coming, they immediately knelt and said, "My lord, this food. These are for you." The 5 starving yellow turbans ran to the food pile in surprise and devoured the bags of food ravenously. Zhang Yi watched all this without much dissatisfaction in his heart, because these starving yellow turbans were really starving. After the 5 of them had eaten their fill, they all knelt down to thank Zhang Yi. "Thank you, Lord, for giving us a hearty meal. We are willing to go through fire and water for you without complaint." At this moment, Zhang Yi felt that these 5 people were completely different from the yellow turban famine victims before. Their eyes became firm and their faces serious. Zhang Yi opened their information panel. Yellow turban followers, strength, 2 speed, 1 willpower, for constitution, 3 skills, Phanasis. Under the call of faith, yellow turban followers can burst out with the effect of doubling all attributes, which lasts for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all attributes are halved. Zhang Yi was surprised to find that after eating their fill, the hungry yellow turbans had transformed into yellow turban believers and gained special abilities. A seemingly simple meal had brought about such a dramatic change in the territory. That rich young woman is truly my benefactor, Zhang Yi thought to himself. With sufficient food and fodder, Zhang Yi didn't have to worry about the survival of his subjects in the short term. In the Lord's world, the Lord not only needs to care about the growth of his subjects, but also needs to solve their basic survival problems. In Zhang Yi's territory, apart from the Huangtian altar, the only other building is a dilapidated, thatched hut. Rubbish shack, daily energy points plus 10. The location where the yellow turbans are starving is produced. Lords can purchase it with energy, 10 points, /peace. The energy of the territory is automatically generated every day. However, Zhang Yi's territory is still very low level and only produces 10 points of energy per day, which means that only 1 yellow turban starving person can be produced every day. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi felt the task on his shoulders became even heavier. "Son, come out for dinner." His mother's call brought Zhang Yi back to his senses. He left the territory and came to the dinner table. During dinner, his parents shared a happy moment with him. His father said at the table, "By the way, son, work hard. I'll make a few more weapons for you in the next few days." Zhang Yi's father was a rare swordsmith, specializing in forging weapons for the Lord's generals. Zhang Yi's mind raced, thinking about the future expansion of his territory, and perhaps he would really need some powerful weapons to protect it. Chapter 5. In this world, although some people fail to awaken their Lord talents, they can still comprehend some unnatural powers during the awakening process. Such individuals cannot become lords, but with their special abilities, they can still play an important role in the world. The strength of a lord is largely determined by the size of his territory and the number of his troops. However, the emergence of top generals can greatly enhance the lord's combat power. Therefore, training generals became a lord's primary task. As time progressed, weapons, armor, mounts, and elixirs became popular commodities among lords. Swordsmiths and alchemists also held a high status in this world. As a qualified swordsmith and owner of a weapons shop, Zhang Yi's father obviously has a certain status in society, which also enables Zhang Ye's family to afford a house in the city center where land is extremely expensive. As a swordsmith, Zhang Yi didn't need to worry about his general's equipment. With this in mind, Zhang Yi summoned Guan Hai. Guan Hai, greet my lord." Guan Hai's burly figure appeared before Zhang Ye's parents. Seeing Guan Hai's arrival, Zhang Ye's father frowned. "Son, you are no ordinary general. You should have the strength of a first-level creature, right? Didn't you just awaken your lord talent? How come you have a general so quickly?" Zhang Ye's father was puzzled. His name is Guan Hai, and he was given a gift package. A gift package? Zhang Ye's father was still puzzled, but then he said with relief, "You'll have a level 1 biology right from the start, which will put you ahead of others by a huge margin. You'll definitely get into a key university on the college entrance exam." His mother smiled happily upon hearing this. "It's fantastic that you can get into a key university." Zhang Ye's father had come to the table, took out a piece of white paper, and asked Guan Hai, "Mr. This warrior, I wonder what kind of weapon you like." Guan Hai did not answer immediately, but looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi explained with a smile, "He's my father, and he's skilled in swordsmithing." Guan Hai's eyes flashed with respect. After all, in their time, excellent swordsmiths were highly respected. As a military commander, owning a magic weapon is the dream of every general, and the swordsmith is the one who can make this dream come true. Guan Hai clasped his fists and saluted Zhang Ye's father. "Master, I am accustomed to using a long sword." Zhang Ye's father seemed to have encountered such a situation before, and nodded calmly. "Then follow me, strong man." Then he began to test Guan Hai's strength, arm size, and other data. Zhang Yi walked up and asked, "Dad, what material do you think would be best for Guan Hai's sword?" Zhang Ye's father smiled and replied, "A few days ago, a fool gave me 100 pounds of black iron. I made a giant axe with it, and the rest was just enough for a long sword." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that his father was even more ruthless than himself. He had only used 20 kilograms of the 100 kilograms of black iron, and pocketed the rest. "Dad, you're not going to get beaten, are you?" Zhang Yi asked cautiously. Zhang Ye's father didn't care. "What's there to be afraid of? I told him that the black iron had too many impurities. After I refined it, only 20 kilograms of essence remained. As a result, when he left, he gave me 50,000 yuan as a thank you fee." The next day, Zhang Yi hurried to Nanshire High School. Today was the day for class division, and students who had awakened their lord talents would be separated from other students. When he arrived at school, he saw his deskmate Zhu Gang, who excitedly asked Zhang Yi to sit down quickly. There are 7 classes in the first grade of Nanshire High School, with a total of 280 students, and there are 56 students who have awakened the Lord's talent, which just happens to form a special class. The new class is not in the original teaching building, but in a remote building. This building is specially set up for students who have awakened the Lord talent. The space is very spacious and can easily seat 56 people. In the classroom, everyone was talking enthusiastically, getting to know each other, and the atmosphere was lively. Just as everyone was talking enthusiastically, a tall, handsome man walked up to the podium. "Classmates, please be quiet. My name is Lin Wenfu, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the students stood up in unison. "Hello, teacher." Lin Wenfu nodded, his expression showing satisfaction. "I don't know you all well enough yet. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other." Then, the students sitting in the first row near the door began to introduce themselves one by one. "Hello everyone. My name is Chun Xiao, from class 1 to 2 of senior high school." "Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Linghua, from class 4, grade 1. When it was Zhang Ye's turn, he stood up and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Yi." Lin Wenfu was stunned for a moment. Then after hearing Zhang Ye's name, he said, "Master Zhang? Classmate, your name is quite unique." Zhang Ye's mouth twitched as he responded, "Teacher, my name is Zhang Yi. Yi as in Yeezy. If you like, you can call me Grandpa." After a round of self-introductions, everyone had a basic understanding of the students in the new class. Lin Wenfu continued, "All right, everyone, the high school entrance exam will be in 3 months. Although the exam for the Lord class is different from that for regular classes, the competition is still fierce. I hope everyone will take it seriously." Then he said, "Today I will teach you the first lesson. Not only can a Lord summon warriors from his territory to fight for him, but if he encounters an assassin or a powerful general, how should he save himself?" Chapter 6. Teacher, I know this. A qualified Lord also needs to practice. A boy raised his hand to answer. Very good. It seems that this student has done his homework. Lin Wenfu nodded with satisfaction. He then asked, "Do you know why the Lord can practice like the characters in the cultivation novels?" The students didn't answer immediately, So Lin Wenfu explained directly. Although your territory is small now, it will continue to evolve over time. Your subjects generate luck every day, similar to the spiritual energy in novels, to aid your cultivation. Of course, your subjects are currently too few in number, so the luck is almost unnoticeable. For example, Wang Hao, the commander-in-chief of the garrison in Jiang province where I am stationed, owns a territory equivalent to a country, with nearly 10 million people under his command. The luck generated by such a large number of people is what supports his combat power as a level 10 creature. Lin Wenfu's tone was filled with longing. Teacher, what is your current combat power? Zhu Gang raised his hand and asked. The whole class stared at Lin Wenfu, anticipating his answer. Lin Wenfu didn't disappoint them. According to Yin Nation standards, my territory has a general who is a level 5 creature, so I should be a level 5 lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wenfu waved his hand and summoned a burly man in heavy khaki armor. Boom! The aura of the level 5 creature instantly filled the entire classroom, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn. The students in the class felt suffocated, as if someone was strangling them, and breathing became difficult. Lin Wenfu clapped his hands, and the strong man withdrew his aura. The students breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just emerged from the water. How about it? Do you feel the difference between the 5th level creatures now? Lin Wenfu looked at the embarrassed students below with pride. Zhang Yi also came back to his senses from the shock and thought to himself, this is a level 5 creature. How terrifying. Zhu Gang's face was still pale, as if he had not yet recovered from the fear just now. Okay, without further ado, give each of you a copy of the Basic Cultivation Manual for middle school students and study it carefully when you go back. Lin Wenfu took the book out from under the podium and distributed it to each student. Suddenly, Lin Wenfu seemed to think of something. Oh, by the way, this class doesn't have a class monitor yet. Let's select a class monitor today. Everyone, please sign up enthusiastically. Teacher, what are the benefits of being a class monitor? Chen Xiao asked. Every month, the class monitor will receive double the reward, Lin Wenfu explained. Students who enter the Lord Sprint class will receive a yellow-grade fertile stone and a yellow-grade grain stone every month. The class monitor will receive double the reward. I object. Choosing a squad leader should be based on ability. Luo Mingqing suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was Luo Mingqing, the man he had beaten up before. It seemed that he was not willing to be outdone. You want to have a showdown? Chen Xiao scoffed. When it comes to strength, who's stronger than me, brother Yi? At this moment, a voice broke the tense atmosphere, and Zhang Yi stood up. Of course, to be a squad leader, you not only need to have the ability, but also make everyone convinced. Zhang Yi said with a smile. A class monitor must be capable and have the whole class convinced, otherwise he will become a school bully. Luo Mingqing responded with a sneer. Zhang Yi summoned Guanhai at this time. Although Guanhai was a level 1 creature and not as powerful as a level 5 creature, it was still enough to make the students feel daunted. I'm running for class monitor. Who's in favor and who's against? Zhang Yi glanced around the class. No one moved. Everyone knew that Guanhai's presence had already demonstrated Zhang Ye's power. I object. This is coercion. Luo Mingqing jumped in again. There are 55 of us. We're not afraid of him at all. Luo Mingqing tried to provoke a reaction from the class. Zhang Yi sneered, and Guanhai stepped forward, staring straight at Luo Mingqing. The 2.5-meter-tall man pressed down on Luo Mingqing like a mountain, causing him to have difficulty breathing and swallow. Zhang Yi said with a smile, if anyone objects, please speak up. I, Zhang Yi, have always convinced others with my integrity and respect everyone's opinions. To win people over with virtue. The students scoffed, thinking to themselves, your subordinates are the ones who are virtuous. Zhang Yi waited for a moment, but still no one stepped forward. He turned to look at Lin Wenfu and said, Teacher, it seems everyone has made their choice. Lin Wenfu had been observing the argument and finally nodded. Since everyone has no objection, Zhang Yi will be the monitor of our Lord Sprint class. Zhang Yi, as squad leader, you must set a good example. Lin Wenfu said with a smile. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, and the position of squad leader was finally confirmed. Chapter 7. Lin Wenfu gave a few instructions and then left the classroom. After the teacher left, Luo Mingqing returned to his seat with a gloomy face. However, Zhang Yi walked up to Luo Mingqing slowly and asked sincerely, Student Luo, you look worried. Is there something wrong? It doesn't matter. You can talk to me, the class monitor. He deliberately emphasized the word class monitor. Luo Mingqing's expression twisted after hearing this. These words were like rubbing salt into a wound. Thinking of Zhang Ye's powerful fighting ability, He felt discouraged and felt that he was no match for Zhang Yi. However, he also secretly vowed in his heart, wait, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't look down on the young and poor. The first day after the class division wasn't very eventful. After Lin Wenfu left, the dean of Nanshi High School arrived and gave everyone an hour-long lecture before announcing the 3-month class schedule. As soon as the class schedule appeared, the entire class began to wail. After entering the Lord Sprint class, although the number of academic courses had been reduced, the number of courses on physical training, marching formations, and tactical arrangements had increased, with half of the class time being devoted to physical training. For us scholars, the sudden change made it difficult for them to adapt for a while, but we dared not violate the school rules. Zhang Yi didn't react much to this. He had anticipated this situation when Lin Wenfu distributed the primary cultivation manual for middle school students. The school bell rang, and Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang grabbed their backpacks and rushed out of the classroom. At this moment, any extra second would be a loss. When he got home, Zhang Yi's mother greeted him warmly. After a few words of greeting, Zhang Yi went straight back to his room. As soon as he closed the door, he entered his own territory. At this time, Guanhai was training 5 yellow turban followers. Due to the small territory, these followers did not know what to do, so Guanhai acted as an instructor to help them pass the time. Zhang Yi did not disturb them, but walked to the Huangtian altar, sat cross-legged, and began to practice according to the method taught in the book. He closed his eyes and began to feel the weak luck in the territory. However, just as he closed his eyes, the long banner on the Huangtian altar suddenly released an ochre light, as if attracted by something, and came straight towards Zhang Yi and wrapped him in it. Following the instructions in the book, Zhang Yi began to think freely, waiting for the induction of cultivation. However, he waited for a moment, but felt nothing, until a sudden roar came from his mind, and then a large amount of information flooded into his mind. The information came so fast that Zhang Yi couldn't adapt for a moment. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression was grim. However, this information flow didn't last long, ending after only 5 or 6 minutes. Zhang Yi opened his eyes. Although his face was exhausted, his eyes were filled with excitement. Wow, could this young master be the legendary protagonist? I'm going to make a killing. It turned out that the huge amount of information that just poured in was actually the content of Taiping Yaoshu. Taiping Yaoshu contains 3 chapters: Heaven Escape, Earth Escape, and Human Escape. Zhang Yi excitedly flipped through the contents and found that Tian Dun recorded the control of weather and thunder magic, while Di Dun recorded the control of ghosts, gathering spirits, and sending generals. The Human Escape contains a variety of unique spells, the most coveted of which is the Sao Beans into Soldiers spell. Zhang Yi knows that due to his small territory, sparse population, and almost zero luck, he cannot practice these powerful spells now. After a long search, Zhang Yi finally chose the initial spell Palm Thunder as his starting spell. A day passed quickly, and Zhang Yi's territory increased by 10 energy points. He walked to the rubbish shack, summoned a starving yellow turban, and after feeding him, the starving man turned into a yellow turban believer. Zhang Yi's territory now had 7 yellow turban followers. While still a small number, it finally offered some hope. As for the Yellow Heaven altar, despite Zhang Yi winning a prize after receiving the novice gift pack, the progress bar remained empty. It was written on the altar that a large amount of soul energy was required to summon it. Zhang Yi understood that he could not obtain such a powerful energy at this stage. He thought that if he wanted to kill living beings and extract their energy, he could only go to another dimension. However, he couldn't enter another dimension at all now, and he had to wait until college at least. Therefore, Zhang Yi set his sights on the college entrance exam 3 years later, aiming to enroll in a key university in Yin country. Key universities possessed Lord resources, and each had a portal to another dimension, a major difference from ordinary universities. However, Zhang Yi also knew that he faced enormous competitive pressure to stand out among 14,000 candidates and enter a key university. The college entrance examination not only examines the Lord's military prowess, but also includes on-the-spot command ability, personal physique, and academic performance. Fortunately, academic performance did not play a large role in the Lord's college entrance examination, which gave Zhang Yi considerable confidence. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi became restless and decided to go find his father to see if the weapon he had made for Guanhai was finished. Since it was still early, he ran to his father's shop. Chapter 8. Zhang Yi's father runs a shop called Zhang's Knife Shop in the south of the city. The shop's name is full of ancient style and attracts many customers. Zhang Yi's home was not far from the shop, and 10 minutes later, he arrived at the shop. After entering the knife shop, Zhang Yi saw that there was only one waiter in the shop, playing with his mobile phone. Seeing Zhang Yi come in, the waiter quickly stood up. "Is my dad in there?" Zhang Yi asked. "Yes, the boss is busy inside," the waiter replied. Zhang Yi was about to enter the backyard of the shop when a resentful voice suddenly rang out. "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi turned around and saw He Miaoyan looking at him with a sad face and a handsome man standing next to her. Zhang Yi thought of Luo Mingqing's appearance, but at this moment, a hat with a flashing green light appeared in his mind. "Oh, isn't this my bodhisattva who brings wealth? But why are you here? The things here are only useful to the Lord," He Miaoyan said sarcastically. Being unable to become a lord has always been a pain point in He Miaoyan's heart, and this sentence seemed to hit her sore spot. He Miaoyan's expression changed, and she glared at Zhang Yi fiercely. "Oh, the things here are quite expensive. Do you have money? You'd better just go away." Zhang Yi had always kept a low profile in the class. Apart from Zhu Gang, no one knew his family background, and his father was a swordsmith. He Miaoyan naturally assumed he was just a child from an ordinary family. At this moment, the waitress wanted to speak, but Zhang Yi signaled her to shut up with her eyes, and the waitress immediately fell silent. Zhang Yi's face flushed slightly, as if He Miaoyan's words touched a sore spot. "Humph. What does it have to do with you whether I can afford it or not? Why did you come here? You can't use it." He looked guilty. He Miaoyan saw Zhang Yi's performance and was somewhat certain in her heart. She smiled disdainfully and said, "I'm useless, but my boyfriend is. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Kale, the monitor of the Lord's sprint class of Eastlake High School, and my boyfriend." He Miaoyan turned to Zhou Kale beside her, her face full of shyness. Zhang Yi couldn't help but observe this handsome man. He was tall, with fair skin and deep features. It was obvious that he was a very capable man. However, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel that the man in front of him looked like a duck. "He looks like another gigolo who sells his body for money," Zhang Yi thought to himself. Zhou Kale didn't seem to notice Zhang Yi's gaze. He lowered his head to look at He Miaoyan and said softly, "Woman, do you think I'm with you just because I care about your money?" He Miaoyan lowered her head shyly, her tone apologetic. "No, I was wrong." Zhang Yi almost clapped his hands. This man was simply the epitome of living off a gigolo, a role model for our generation. He Miaoyan looked at Zhang Yi's strange expression and immediately became furious. She said in a cold voice, "What are you looking at, poor bastard? Come on, if you have money, buy one and let me see it." He Miaoyan snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Yi provocatively. This was Zhang Yi's shop, so Zhang Yi was certainly eager for her to buy something. At this moment, He Miaoyan turned to Zhou Kale and said, "Honey, what do you like?" Zhou Kale glanced at Zhang Yi coldly, then began to browse the knife shop. Before long, he stopped in front of a shelf and saw an ornate bronze sword. "How much is this sword?" Zhou Kale asked. The waiter hurried forward and said, "This gentleman has a unique eye. This top-grade, yellow-grade shadow sword is our boss's masterpiece. The price is 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan, so expensive," He Miaoyan said in surprise. Although her family was wealthy, their monthly allowance was only 200,000 yuan, and this sword accounted for half of it. Zhang Yi said quietly at this time, "If you think it's expensive, just change it. There's no need to force yourself. This is the one we'll take. Wrap it up." He Miaoyan said nothing more and made the decision coldly. Not long after, Zhou Kale continued to browse the store and stopped in front of a set of armor. The waiter immediately walked over and said, "Sir, you have a good eye. This set of Shanwen Swallowing Moon armor is a top-quality piece from our store. The full set is priced at 530,000. He Miaoyan immediately turned to look at Zhou Kale, expecting him to react. However, Zhou Kale only frowned slightly, clearly not intending to buy. "Honey, this armor is so expensive. I'll buy it for you next time, okay?" He Miaoyan said in a soft voice. Zhou Kale slowly pulled He Miaoyan's hand away and said coldly, "Woman, do you think I'm with you because I'm supported by you?" Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately came over and said, "It seems that Miss He's family's wealth is just like that. It turns out that it's not as you believed." He Miaoyan couldn't help but get angry when she heard this, and she yelled at Zhang Yi, "Shut up." Zhang Yi was unmoved. He turned to Zhou Kale and said, "Brother, why don't you just forget it? This woman won't even give you this little money, and she still says she loves you. It's obvious that she just wants to waste your youth." At this moment, Zhou Kale's eyes became a little unfamiliar, and when he looked at He Miaoyan, he was no longer as enthusiastic as before. He Miaoyan was obviously embarrassed and took out a black card. "Come on, swipe the card." The moment Zhang Yi saw the black card, he finally smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Yi's father's store had already completed its sales for the month ahead of schedule. At this time, Zhang Yi's father came out from the backyard, wrapped in a leather apron. Son, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Hey, son, this is your classmate? What did you like today? Uncle will give you a discount. Zhang Yi quickly denied. Dad, we are not very familiar. He Miaoyan's face froze instantly. Your dad, this is your family's store. She didn't expect that she would be the one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 9. Zhang Ye's father was busy in the knife shop, and he said proudly, Hey, didn't this kid tell you that I've been running this shop for 10 years? As he spoke, he took off his apron and casually tossed a long knife to Zhang Yi. Stinky boy, how about calling your Guan Hai out to try this knife? Zhang Yi hurriedly caught the long knife, but the next moment, the long knife dragged Zhang Ye's hand and fell heavily to the ground, making a hole. Wow, you wasteful thing. This is solid wood flooring. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly, realizing that the weight of the knife was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, He Miaoyan's expression turned very ugly, and Zhou Kale also looked a little surprised. Originally, he thought Zhang Yi was just an ordinary boy, but he didn't expect that his father was actually a swordsmith and owned his own shop. He Miaoyan felt a pang of regret in her heart. She didn't expect that she would become the scapegoat of Zhang Ye's family. She was the clown who was fooled. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yi was worried that she might want to return the product. Mr. He, you think it's too expensive and you want to return it now, right? He said half-jokingly, then turned to look at Zhou Kale. Brother, be discerning when looking for a girlfriend. A man's youth can't stand being tormented. Zhang Yi, shut up. Whoever wants to return the goods, let's go. He Miaoyan's face darkened, and she pulled Zhou Kale out of the store. She was very annoyed and didn't want to stay in front of Zhang Yi anymore. Son, you don't have a good relationship with this classmate. Zhang Ye's father observed the scene and jokingly said, Well, Dad, next time she comes, the price will be doubled. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. He Miaoyan pulled Zhou Kale along the road, and Zhou Kale asked calmly, What's wrong? Do you have such a big grudge against him? He Miaoyan stopped and turned to look at Zhou Kale, tears in her eyes and aggrieved in her tone. Dear, I've been bullied. Don't you care? Zhou Kale touched He Miaoyan's head and gently held her in his arms. Fool! Anyone who dares to touch my woman will end up in trouble, no matter who he is. He Miaoyan's heart warmed, and her eyes were full of gratitude. Well, my dear, I am so lucky to have you. But at this moment, Zhou Kale's eyes revealed a hint of contempt and disgust. That's right. He Miaoyan suddenly loosened her hands and looked up at Zhou Kale. Zhou Kale still had the doting expression on his face and asked, What's wrong? That Zhang Yi has a general who is a first-level creature. My dear, it seems that you are no match for him. He Miaoyan said softly. Zhou Kale's expression changed. How is that possible? How long has he only been using his lord talent? Afterwards, Zhou Kale quickly regained his confidence. It doesn't matter. Although he has a level 1 creature commander, he's just awakened his talent and certainly doesn't have much strength. A knockout blow will still knock him down. I'll show him what happens if he dares to touch my woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had returned home, examining the long sword his father had just crafted. The sword resembled a Han Dynasty ring-handled sword, with an iron ring at the back of the handle. Although its appearance was ordinary, its weight far exceeded that of other swords of the same type. Zhang Yi mentally checked the properties of the sword. Black iron ring-headed sword, yellow grade top grade. Effect 1. Cut. Weapons lower than the black iron ring sword will be easily cut. 2. Solid. Weapons lower than the black iron ring sword will be easily blocked. This top-grade yellow-level weapon actually has 2 effects. Zhang Yi compared it and found that most of these weapons only have 1 effect. The difference between these 2 effects means that the value and rarity of this knife far exceeds that of ordinary weapons. Zhang Yi decided to summon Guan Hai to test the sword. He summoned Guan Hai, pointed at the long sword, and said, Here, try it and see if it fits. Guan Hai easily lifted the sword with one hand and danced it in the air a few times, his face full of joy. Ha ha ha, it really is a magic weapon. Thank you, my lord, for this reward. Seeing Guan Hai so happy, Zhang Yi finally felt relieved and felt that this knife met his expectations. After returning to his room, Zhang Yi re-entered his territory, consuming the 10 energy points he had gained today. A yellow turban follower appeared in his territory. Since there were no buildings for converting troops, these followers could only receive training from Guan Hai, armed with hoes and sticks. Zhang Yi did not pay attention to the believers, but went to the Huangtian altar and began to practice the palm thunder he had just learned. After a period of training, he finally mastered this skill. Thunder. Zhang Yi aimed his palms at the open ground, and then a bolt of lightning shot out from his palms, hitting the ground, instantly creating a fist-sized crater with green smoke curling up. Although he had never used it in actual combat, Zhang Yi was confident in the power of palm thunder. Looks like I should try this new skill out on someone unlucky enough to try it out. The first person he thought of was Luo Mingcheng, but he immediately shook his head. No, no, that weakling will probably die if he gets hit. Then I'll go to jail. Meanwhile, somewhere in Weiyuan City, Luo Mingcheng suddenly sneezed at home. Fuck, who's thinking about me? Could it be Miaoyan? A happy smile appeared on his face. Chapter 10. Zhang Yi hurried to school early in the morning. Training for the Lord Sprint class officially began. Led by Lin Wenfu, everyone began a 5-kilometer warm-up run. Having never experienced such intense training, many students complained bitterly. However, Lin Wenfu changed his previous kind face, holding a thin bamboo stick, and beat anyone who fell behind with it. Everyone could only run hard under his tyranny. After a short rest after the 5-kilometer run, he then began strength training at Lin Wenfu's insistence. Lin Wenfu's face was stern as he shouted, "Humph, you think you can become a lord just because you've awakened your talent? You don't even meet the standards of a first-level creature right now. You're nothing but consumables. The country doesn't need waste like you. Damn, this smiling tiger is so fierce." He was just like that yesterday. Zhu Gang quietly walked up to Zhang Yi and complained. Clearly, he had coined a new nickname. "Zhu Gang, what are you doing?" Lin Wenfu turned his gaze to Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang. Meeting Lin Wenfu's cold eyes, Zhu Gang's hair stood on end, and he quickly said, "It's nothing, teacher. If it's nothing, come here and do 100 push-ups for me. I'm watching you. Hurry up," Lin Wenfu ordered. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Gang's bitter expression, feeling helpless. Zhu Gang had no choice but to walk over to Lin Wenfu and start doing push-ups. Listen up, everyone. On the high school entrance exam, the physical fitness test accounts for 1/5 of your total score. If you want to get into a good university, you must give it your all. Lin Wenfu's voice made everyone nervous. Anyone who can't handle it, get out. Everyone's heart tightened at the thought of this. Becoming a lord was his parents' greatest hope. Withdrawing would not only disappoint him, but his parents would be incredibly angry if they found out. After a grueling morning of training, the afternoon was filled with academic classes and a lecture on the fundamentals of lordship. Throughout the day, everyone barely paused, exhaustion washing over them. The relentless pace made it impossible to breathe. Only then did Zhang Yi understand the true intensity of the so-called lordship sprint class, a daily high-intensity effort. Finally, the school bell rang, and everyone walked out of the school gate with a sense of relief. Zhang Yi said goodbye to Zhu Gang and walked alone on the path home. Just as he reached a corner, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Is this the person?" Looking back, I saw a man with dyed blonde hair and tattoos on his arms looking behind him. "That's right. Hurry up," another voice said. "Don't worry, we'll take him down, and you just come over and take the picture," the blonde man agreed excitedly. "Well, don't worry, the money will be yours." Another man handed over a stack of banknotes. Huang Mao took it and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yi was humming a song and walking happily at this time. Suddenly, he felt something strange behind him. Ever since he practiced the Taiping essential technique, his perception had become much sharper than before, and he instantly realized the danger behind him. He subconsciously bent down. Swish! A baseball bat suddenly passed over Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi quickly turned around and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair staring at him. The young man also looked a little confused. His precise stun technique had failed for the first time. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Yi shouted angrily. "I almost got killed by your sudden attack. What are you doing, brother?" "I'm just helping someone get rid of a disaster," the yellow-haired man said with a hint of disdain. "I'm sorry." Just as the yellow-haired man was speaking, Zhang Yi felt another wave of danger coming from behind him. Without a second thought, he dodged to the side, instantly avoiding the snakeskin bag that was about to fall on him. Holy crap! A gang! Zhang Yi was shocked. Fuck! Don't let this guy summon his subjects. Fight him! The yellow-haired man led 3 other young men in tattered clothes and quickly pounced on Zhang Yi. Huang Mao and another man each held a baseball bat, and the other 2 dragged snakeskin bags, quickly approaching Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi knew that these people came to prevent him from summoning his subjects, because the summons of the Lord required a time interval, and this period of time was the best time to attack. Zhang Yi's mouth showed a sinister smile, and with a thought, he released a bolt of lightning. Swish! A thumb-thick lightning bolt quickly shot out from Zhang Yi's hand, aiming directly at the yellow-haired man rushing in front. Before Huang Mao could react, he was struck in the chest by lightning. His screams of pain echoed in the air. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down, emitting smoke. The remaining 2 watched in stunned silence. In an instant, the situation reversed. Zhang Yi wore a sinister smile and slowly approached them. "Brother, we've been blinded by our ability. Please, spare us," the young man with the baseball bat pleaded in a trembling voice. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, instead turning his gaze to the other guy holding the snakeskin bag. The next moment, swish. Another bolt of lightning shot out, striking the man directly in the chest, sending him falling to the ground. Don't shock me. The last young man was so frightened he nearly peed his pants, his legs trembling. Tell me, who sent you here? Zhang Yi asked coldly. It was a student from Donghu High School. He gave us 8,000 yuan to beat you up. The young man didn't dare to hide it and quickly answered. Where is he? Zhang Yi continued to ask. Over there. The young man pointed. Just then, Zhang Yi saw Zhou Kale standing at the entrance of a nearby alley, anxiously waiting for a signal. Why isn't this over yet? Is that guy any good? Zhou Kale looked at his phone while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, 2 screams were heard in the alley. Zhou Kale was delighted, but then he started to worry. They're screaming so miserably. Are those yellow-haired guys going to kill someone? Just as he was filled with doubts, footsteps were heard in the alley. Zhou Kale looked inside happily, but was instantly stunned. Wow, you're quite the daredevil kid. You dare to go after Master Zhang. Zhang Yi carried a baseball bat on his shoulder, followed by a trembling young man. The moment he saw Zhang Yi, the young man immediately bent down and humbly looked back at Zhang Yi. Master Zhang. He was the one who ordered us to do this. Well, get out of here, Zhang Yi replied calmly. Hey, I'll get out of here. The young man hurried out. Seeing Zhou Kale turning around and preparing to leave, Zhang Yi felt a surge of contempt in his heart. He shouted, Classmate Zhou, we finally met. Why are you leaving without chatting? Chapter 11. Zhou Kale froze for a moment, then turned around and gave a forced smile. Student Zhang, this is a misunderstanding. Zhang Yi impatiently reached out his hand to stop Zhou Kale. This is blatant school bullying. How are you going to compensate me for my mental loss? Zhou Kale felt angry, but when he thought of the biological general He Miaoyan mentioned, he suppressed his anger and took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Zhang Yi. Student Zhang, do you think this is enough? Zhang Yi glanced at the stack of bills and put them in his pocket with satisfaction. I appreciate your sincerity. He knew that the stack of money was at least 15,000 yuan. The easy money made him secretly happy. I'll come back next time. Zhou Kale left in a hurry. Zhang Yi looked at his back and felt secretly happy. He thought about using the money to buy some items to expand his territory. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the sound of an ambulance in the distance and saw the fleeing gangster anxiously dragging the doctor into the alley. Wow, it seems this guy is quite loyal. Zhang Yi shook his head and turned to leave. After returning home, Zhang Yi opened the shopping mall and searched for territory expansion. After some searching, he finally chose the level 2 expansion stone, which was one of the items he could afford. He added it to the shopping cart and prepared to buy it. After all, the money he had on hand hadn't yet been deposited into the bank. The next day, Zhang Yi walked into the campus and saw He Miaoyan's surprised face. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yi walked straight up to her and said jokingly, Why? You seem disappointed that I'm fine? He Miaoyan quickly pushed Zhang Yi away and said guiltily, No, why are you standing so close to me? Zhang Yi smiled and said, You haven't thanked Miss He for the pile of cash she gave you yet? Suddenly, a burst of angry shouting was heard. Luo Mingcheng ran over angrily, grabbed He Miaoyan, and stared at Zhang Yi intently. What did you do to Miaoyan? Zhang Yi recalled his actions with He Miaoyan just now and thought to himself, It's over. Luo Mingcheng saw it. Now I'm going to get mud in my crotch. It's going to be shit. Luo Mingcheng grabbed Zhang Yi by the collar and roared, Miaoyan is mine. Put away your dirty thoughts, or I will never let you go. Zhang Yi was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Just as he was confused, Zhu Gang suddenly appeared beside him and pushed Luo Mingcheng away. Hey, you lick dog Chung. You are so bold. You dare to hit my brother. Luo Mingcheng was stunned, but still glared at him and asked, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. Zhu Gang was about to teach Luo Mingcheng a lesson, but Zhang Yi stopped him. I'm not interested in what you care about. Oh, by the way, your goddess already has a boyfriend. He's the monitor of the Lord Sprint class at East Lake High School. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him yourself. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Luo Mingcheng was stunned for a moment and turned to look at He Miaoyan. Is what they said true? He Miaoyan nodded coldly and shook off his hand. Yes. Luo Mingcheng felt hopeless. Why? Am I not good enough for you? Chapter 12. Hearing Luo Mingcheng's sad words, He Miaoyan couldn't help laughing. Just because you're nice to me, I have to be with you? Look at him, the monitor of the Lord Sprint class, with a bright future. And then look at you. She looked Luo Mingcheng up and down, a hint of disdain on her face. How long have you two been together? Luo Mingcheng whispered back. It's been a week. I wanted to tell you this before, but you never gave me a chance. He Miaoyan shook her head, her words tinged with sarcasm. The tree-lined path you long for is actually covered with frost every morning and evening. Zhang Yi stood aside and heard Zhu Gang interrupt again. What you thought was pink has long been tarnished by time. Luo Mingchen glared at Zhu Gang, the veins on his neck bulging. Shut up. Zhu Gang did not back down. Go to hell. Luo Mingcheng, enraged, summoned 9 initial subjects, apparently using all his initial energy to produce them. Seeing this, Zhang Yi realized he couldn't stand this farce any longer and decided to intervene. Bang! Guanhai suddenly appeared in front of Luo Mingcheng's subjects, holding a ring-handled sword, and said sternly, "How long are you going to act like a mad dog?" Luo Mingcheng felt the pressure from the first-level creature and gradually regained consciousness. He reluctantly put away his subjects and left with his head lowered. Zhang Yi looked at Luo Mingcheng's back and laughed inwardly. This farce ended here. After returning to the classroom, training began as usual. However, Zhang Yi found that Luo Mingcheng was like an emotionless robot. There was no trace of fatigue on his face. He just ran hard and coldly, as if he was caught in a whirlpool of emotions. Zhang Yi muttered in his heart, "This is a poor guy caught in an emotional whirlpool." He witnessed Luo Mingcheng training hard and felt a little sympathy in his heart. After the training, Lin Xingbin led everyone to a remote building. This building was guarded by security personnel every day and ordinary students could not approach it. Today, everyone finally had the opportunity to enter it. Inside was a vast and complex training ground, filled with various obstacles. Lin Xingbin began explaining the training content. As lords, you will enter different time and space. The situation in these places is often unpredictable and attacks from the natives can occur at any time. Therefore, improving your personal reaction ability is crucial. He emphasized that today's training would focus on agility, requiring everyone to hold their breath for 5 minutes. Are you ready? Remember, the college entrance exam standard requires you to hold your breath for 5 minutes to pass. Lin Xingbin's voice was filled with intimidation. At the start of the training session, colorful balls flew in from all directions. Several students were hit by the first wave, leaving large colored stains. The students left the training ground in frustration. As the attacks continued to escalate, the second, third, and even fourth waves of attacks became increasingly complex, and the shooting angles became increasingly tricky. Many students were eliminated in less than a minute. Although Zhang Yi was hit by the bouncy ball in the end, he secretly felt lucky that at least he had held on for 3 minutes, while many of his classmates were eliminated in the first wave. Lin Xingbin looked at the eliminated students and shook his head in disappointment. With your current level, you can't get into any good high school. Keep training. By the end of the training, the students were exhausted and dragged their tired bodies out of the school. Friday finally arrived, and the long-awaited weekend was about to begin. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. After returning home, Zhang Yi saw that his father had come back early, which surprised him. "Dad, why are you back so early today?" His father looked at him with a serious expression. "I came back for something, and you happen to be here too." After he said that, he motioned Zhang Yi to come over. "What's going on?" Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. "Son, do you want to go to an alternate dimension?" Zhang Yi was shocked by the question. He knew that alternate dimensions were strictly controlled, and ordinary people had no right to enter, not even many lords. Zhang Yi assumed he would have to wait until college to enter an alternate dimension. "Dad, do you have connections?" Zhang Yi asked cautiously. His father smiled and patted him. "Of course your dad has connections. It's your Uncle Yang. He came back to see you and told you that you have a level 1 creature commander and asked if you're interested. Oh, and Sister Yang Mei will be there too. Do you want to go?" Zhang Yi suddenly raised his head and said, "Of course I'll go." Zhang Yi immediately understood that this was an opportunity to expand his territory. He was also worried about how to increase the energy of the altar. The Uncle Yang his father mentioned was named Yang Xiangming, a level 5 lord with extensive resources and connections. He was also the deputy chief of the police department in Zhangye's city. Yang Mei, Yang Xiangming's daughter, had grown up with Zhang Yi and had been accepted into Zhejiang University, a top university in the province. Chapter 13. Zhang Yi learned from his father that Yang Mei had recently successfully trained a general with the strength of a 3rd-level creature and promoted him to a 3rd-level lord. After reaching the 3rd level, Yang Mei needed a new type of soldier to cooperate with the general, so Yang Xiangming decided to let them explore the other dimensional space in Wuyuan City. According to Yang Xiangming, the indigenous soldiers in that alternate dimension were called Yu Bu, a 2nd-tier infantry unit. Although they were a 2nd-tier unit, they possessed a remarkable legion skill, perseverance. When this skill is activated, the Yuebu's movement speed will be slightly reduced, but its defense will be greatly increased. Someone once obtained the Yuabu troop building and achieved the feat of 100 men against 10,000. However, obtaining the Yu infantry camp is no easy task. First, one must defeat Lingu Fu, the leader of the Yu infantry in the dimensional space. This general, possessing the power of a level 5 creature, has eliminated most of the lords. Even if Lingu Fu is slain, there's only a limited chance of obtaining the Yu infantry camp. Once inside, they would face attacks from a large number of Yu infantry. The difficulty of obtaining a Yu infantry camp was approaching the standard of a bronze dimension, requiring a lord to reach level 4. As the deputy director of the police station, Yang Xiangming, with his authority and strength, was able to take Zhang Yi and Yang Mei into this dangerous dimension. Zhang Yi's heart was filled with anticipation, as this mission might allow him to meet even more powerful generals and military branches. The next morning, Zhang Yi happily packed his luggage. As he reached the gate of the residential complex, an SUV pulled up. In the car sat Yang Xiangming, and Zhang Yi politely greeted him, "Uncle Yang." Yang Xiangming looked Zhang Yi up and down, then smiled amiably. "You're quite good, Yi. Your dad told me you'll have a level 1 creature commander upon awakening. You've made it big." He then extended his massive hand and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. Zhang Yi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, nearly numb from the pat. Then, Yang Xiangming said with a smile, "Zhang Deidi, you gave birth to a good son, but he is too weak." At this moment, Zhang Yi heard a soft voice. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Yang Mei appeared behind Yang Xiangming. Zhang Yi's father looked at her gently. Little Yang Mei has really changed a lot since she grew up. Uncle almost didn't recognize her. After saying goodbye to his parents, Zhang Yi got into the car with Yang Xiangming and Yang Mei and drove towards the entrance to the other dimensional space in Wuyuan City. On the way, Yang Mei seemed to change her attitude suddenly. She grabbed Zhang Yi's neck playfully and shook him. "Little Yi, you are so brave. You didn't call me for so long." Zhang Yi lowered his head helplessly and admitted his mistake. "Sister Yang Mei, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Yang Xiangming looked at the two people in the back seat, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance to the alternate dimension. It was surrounded by a large army and castle. Yang Xiangming briefly explained the background of these armies and buildings. These armies and buildings were summoned by the Lord. When your mental power becomes stronger, you will be able to summon them as well. After passing through the film-like barrier, the three entered an alternate dimension. The scene in that alternate dimension instantly changed, and a vast expanse of land appeared before them. Yang Xiangming waved his hand, and a large group of armored soldiers appeared before him. Among the soldiers, a commander standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a dark complexion, broad shoulders, and a broad waist, stood out. Yang Xiangming said in a steady voice, "Greetings, my lord." The soldiers saluted in unison. Zhang Yi used his mental power to check the general's attributes. Ji Jin strength. Level 5 creature, strength. 57, speed. 47, willpower. 51, constitution. 56. Skills, tyranny. Reduces willpower by 50%. Increases all other attributes by 100%. Lasts for half an hour. Fear. Has a certain chance of rendering creatures with willpower lower than Ji Jin incapable of resistance. After Zhang Yi saw Ji Jin's attributes, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This general is too strong. He is simply a humanoid self-propelled artillery." At the same time, Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to the soldiers behind Ji Jin, the Iron Tiger Army. These third-tier infantry soldiers possessed the following legion skills: Sever, a chance to sever obstacles ahead; Iron Armor, immune to arrow damage; and Cavalry Nemesis, doubled their attack against cavalry. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart. As expected of a 5th-level lord, even his army is so powerful. Yang Xiangming warned Zhang Yi and Yang Mei, "It's dangerous here. Stay close to me and don't run around." With that, he shone with a golden light, instantly donning a layer of bronze armor. Then, an armored monster appeared before the three of them. Zhang Yi and Yang Mei immediately summoned their respective generals for precaution. Zhang Yi did not hesitate and quickly summoned Guan Hai to prepare for the upcoming challenge. 14. Unexpected energy points. As a 3rd-level lord, Yang Mei naturally had many more generals under her command than Zhang Yi. With a wave of her hand, 2 generals in black armor and 1 in silver armor appeared around her. Zhang Yi took a closer look and found that the 2 black-armored generals were both at the level of 2nd-level creatures, while the silver-armored general was at the level of 3rd-level general. Good boy, Sister Yang Mei is planning to achieve balanced development. Zhang Yi was shocked again by Yang Mei's generosity. You should know that there are generally only 2 ways to obtain generals under the Lord. One is to subdue the native generals from another space and use them for your own purposes, and the other is to train them from among the people. The success rate of the first type is extremely low. Indigenous generals are generally extremely arrogant, and most of them will not surrender even if they die. The resources consumed in the process of training an ordinary citizen into a general are unimaginable. Therefore, many lords would only select the most outstanding generals from among many generals and focus on training them. Any remaining items will be left to other generals. Therefore, you will see that many lords are at level 3 or level 4. But he only has one general who is a level 3 or 4 creature, and the other generals may only be 1 or 2 levels. So when this lord encounters an accident and his strongest general dies unexpectedly, his strength will plummet and he can only train new generals from scratch. However, the strength of Yang Mei's 3 generals is very similar, and if nothing unexpected happens, the other 2 black-armored generals will soon be promoted to level 3 creatures. While Zhang Yi was observing the 3 generals under Yang Mei was also observing Guan Hai. I heard from my father that Zhang Yi had a first-level biological general as soon as he woke up. When Yang Mei heard this, her first reaction was disbelief. Just kidding. You should know that Yang Mei got her first general in the second half of her sophomore year in high school, the silver-armored general. It took Yang Mei 3 full years, from her junior year of high school to her sophomore year, to raise the silver-armored general from level 1 to level 3. Even at this speed, Yang Mei is still at the forefront among her classmates at Zhejiang University. When Yang Mei saw Guan Hai, all her doubts disappeared, and what followed was a surge of jealousy. Her method of releasing her jealousy was very simple. She just ravaged Zhang Yi severely. Xiao Yizi, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Why didn't I encounter such a good thing before? Zhang Yi tidied up her messy hair and looked at Yang Mei helplessly. It's very simple. I have a cheat. Tisk, you're cheating, but I still have the aura of a protagonist. Yang Mei sneered at Zhang Ye's words. Zhang Yi shrugged at this. With such great momentum, Yang Xiangming quickly attracted the attention of the natives of this alien space. Soon a large number of Yu infantry came charging over. Set up the formation. As Yang Xiangming's order was issued, the entire Iron Tiger army began to gather together, and soon an armored battle formation was formed. Oh, the entire military formation suddenly released a metallic color. Zhang Yi understood that the Legion skills had been generated at this time. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a large dark cloud rose. Zhang Yi looked up and found that it was not dark clouds, but a large number of arrows rising into the sky. Wow! The Iron Tiger army raised their shields above their heads in unison, instantly turning them into an iron wall. At this time, Yang Xiangming and the other 2 had already taken advantage of the situation and sneaked in. The next moment, there was a crackling sound from above, and all the arrows were blocked by the shield. At this time, the fastest rushing Yuebu was about to approach the military formation. The next moment, the front row suddenly changed, and a group of Iron Tiger soldiers holding long swords rushed out from the queue and slashed at the Yuebu group frantically. Yuebu also has the Legion skill Hold On, but this skill is obviously not suitable for attacking. Moreover, Zhang Yi clearly discovered that the Tiehu army seemed to have many similarities with the Yuebu army, but was obviously superior to the Yuebu army. Soon, the Tiehu army who had just rushed out started hacking at Yuebu. Yuebu had no way to deal with the Tiehu army. After being hacked like melons and vegetables by the Tiehu army, Yuebu, who was at the front, began to collapse immediately. When Yang Xiangming saw the time was right, he stood up and waved his hand. Attack! The next moment, the entire army formation suddenly disintegrated, and all the Iron Tiger soldiers rushed towards the defeated army with weapons in hand. Although the Iron Tiger army was wearing heavy armor, their speed was not as bloated as imagined, but rather very fast. It didn't take long for the Tiehu army to catch up with the Yu infantry army. Then a massacre began. In less than half an hour, the first batch of Yu infantry troops were wiped out. At this time, all the Iron Tiger army began to clean up the battlefield, and Zhang Yi was standing blankly on the battlefield. Because he was horrified to find that the energy bar above the Huangtian altar in his territory was actually rising slowly. It turns out that this energy can be obtained without my personal effort. The next moment, Zhang Yi was suddenly surprised. Doesn't this mean that as long as you hold on to someone powerful, you will never have to worry about energy in the future? After the battle with Yang Xiangming, Zhang Yi discovered that the energy bar on his Huangtian altar had increased by 1/3. Because Yang Xiangming's strength has reached the level of a 5th-level lord, the benefits in the bronze dimension will be greatly reduced. Originally, killing any native of the dimension could yield a trophy light ball, but at this time an entire Yu infantry army was destroyed, and Zhang Yi did not find a single light ball on the entire battlefield. Uncle Yang, There's only a certain chance that killing Ling Gufu will give you the Yuebu army's production camp. What if we don't get it this time? But unexpectedly, Yang Xiangming's face looked very calm. 2 days is enough time for me to kill Ling Gufu dozens of times. We can't be so unlucky that we can't get it even once. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the black market and buy one. Although Yang Xiangming said it lightly, Zhang Yi could still hear a hint of heartache in his tone. Zhang Yi had done some special research on Taoduo before and found that all kinds of military buildings were priced sky-high, with the lower-end ones starting at 500,000. A building that can train you infantry, a second-tier military unit with the ability to stick to such a skill, would definitely cost more than $1 million. And basically, there is no demand for it, and it will be bought up immediately as soon as it appears. If you want to get it immediately, there is only one possibility: go to the black market. As long as you can afford the money, people there will do everything they can to help you get what you want, but the price is at least twice as much as official stores like Taoduo. Although Yang Xiangming is the deputy director of the Wuyuan City Public Security Bureau, he still has a headache when he is asked to come up with millions of cash at once. Moreover, many times, such precious things may require more than just cash. 15. Witchcraft. Many things can no longer be simply measured by money. So in the black market, many transactions are carried out using resource stones as the currency between lords. For example, the food stone that Zhang Yi had obtained from Him Yayan before was a type of resource stone. After dealing with this vanguard of the Yubu army, Yang Xiangming not only harvested a bunch of useless corpses, but the body of the dead Yubu army general actually turned into a burst of white light in the end. After the white light dissipated, a ball of light was left on the ground. After Yang Xiangming opened the light ball, a bottle of body-tempering pills appeared inside. The moment he saw the body-tempering pill, a smile immediately appeared on Yang Xiangming's face. As the name suggests, the body-tempering pill can temper the body's strength to a certain extent and increase its power attributes after taking it. The most important thing is that this kind of elixir can not only be taken by generals, but also has a certain effect on lords. Yang Xiangming took the bottle of body-tempering pills from the soldier, poured out 2 pills without saying a word, and threw them to Zhang Yi and Yang Mei respectively. Xiaoya, you must not have tried this yet. Try it. Zhang Yi took the body-tempering pill and put it into his mouth without saying a word. As soon as the body-tempering pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a stream of boiling hot water and slid into his stomach. Boom! Zhang Yi felt as if he had swallowed a ball of fire, and his entire stomach began to burn. At the same time, the blood in his body seemed to boil, and the heat instantly swept through Zhang Yi's internal organs and limbs. When the heat flow passed through the meridians of his whole body, Zhang Yi clearly felt the increase in the toughness of his meridians. At the same time, the heat flow also removed the impurities accumulated in his body. But this heat flow came and went quickly. Zhang Yi only felt that less than 5 minutes had passed before the heat flow in his body disappeared immediately. After opening his eyes, Zhang Yi clearly felt the increase in his whole body strength. Uncle Yang, gurgle, gurgle. Before Zhang Yi could even utter his thanks, he felt his stomach churning. Yang Xiangming obviously already knew the result and just smiled mockingly. Hurry up, do you have paper? At this moment, Zhang Yi had no time to answer him. He just jumped and turned into the bushes beside him. Then I heard a crackling sound of soup and water coming from inside. Wow, young people just have big appetites. Yang Xiangming looked at Zhang Yi's embarrassed expression and obviously thought of his own past. Then he looked nostalgic, but the next moment, a foul smell mixed with fermented food came with the breeze. Yang Xiangming's nose twitched unconsciously a few times, and the next moment, he covered his nose and quickly distanced himself from the bushes. Holy crap, did you eat shit before you came here? Why does it still smell like fermented methane? After struggling for a long time, Zhang Yi finally expelled all the impurities accumulated in his body. At this time, Zhang Yi walked out of the grass with a refreshed look on his face. The changes that the body-tempering pill brought to Zhang Yi were enormous. At this moment, when Zhang Yi waved his hands, he felt that his strength had increased by at least twice. Look at you. You are such a loser. Go away. Yang Mei looked at Zhang Yi's conceited look with disdain. It was obvious that Yang Mei had taken the body-tempering pill many times before, so after taking it this time, she did not look as embarrassed as Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard Yang Mei's urging, he quickly put away his arrogant look and followed Yang Xiangming with a flattering look on his face. Zhang Yi was extremely grateful to Yang Xiangming for this. The body-tempering pill was not cheap, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars per pill. If it were Zhang Yi himself, he didn't know when he would be able to afford it. After finishing the cleaning, everyone continued on their way. It's good to have a strong thigh. Zhang Yi and Yang Mei don't have to do anything at all. They just need to follow Yang Xiangming's Iron Tiger army. Along the way, they encountered another attack from the Yu infantry, but those Yu infantry were no match for the Tiehu army. When encountering the Yu infantry, Yang Xiangming recruited the fierce General Ji Jin, who directly used a giant axe to tear open the line among the Yu infantry. The Tiehu army then broke through the gap, torn open by Ji Jin, and expanded the victory. Although the Yu infantry army has the ability to hold on to the group, Ji Jin's presence seems to specifically restrain the Yu infantry army. With the existence of Korn's skills, the morale of the Yu infantry dropped sharply when facing Ji Jin, and they did not dare to fight him at all. Zhang Yi followed behind the Tiehu army to take advantage. The energy in the energy column above the Huangtian altar increased rapidly. It was only one step away from filling the entire energy column and starting the next summoning. With Ji Jin leading the way, everyone quickly arrived outside the main tent of the Vietnamese army. At this time, the boss of this alien space, the fifth-level creature Lingu Fu, had already assembled his army and was waiting for everyone. At this time, the careful Zhang Yi discovered that a new type of soldier had appeared behind the large number of Yu infantry outside the main tent. These newly emerged soldiers were not wearing armor like the surrounding Yu infantry, but were wearing simple animal skins, with strange totems painted all over their bodies, including their faces. Witchcraft. Spell sequence level 1. Strength, 13. Speed, 15. Willpower, 25. Constitution, 10. Legion skills. 1. Ancestral blessing. Can restore the injuries of surrounding friendly forces. The 4 attributes of Wu Zhu are very average, but that does not prevent his skills from being awesome. Recovering the injuries of surrounding friendly troops. Isn't this a perfect nurse? If we can get the witch's military building, won't our army have an extra trump card in the future? As if he could see what was in Zhang Ye's mind, Yang Xiangming looked at Zhang Yi. Xiao Yi, are you attracted by the effects of that witch's skills? Zhang Yi nodded honestly. Xiao Yi, you have to understand one thing. If something you can easily see is not widely available on the market, there is only one reason for it, and that is that it is definitely not useful. Before Zhang Yi could ask about his doubts, Yang Xiangming started to explain. Don't underestimate this witch's ability to heal friendly forces, but actual testing has proven its effectiveness to be quite ineffective. It can only treat minor injuries, and after using it once, you won't be able to use it again for half an hour. Most importantly, this type of soldier doesn't have much potential. When Zhang Yi heard that it would be used once every half an hour, the only excitement in his heart had subsided. Half an hour, with such a long CD time, what's the use? By the time his cooldown is over, the battle on the opposite side will be over. The most important thing is that Yang Xiangming said that this type of troops has little potential. In other words, even if this type of soldier advances to the 2nd or 3rd level, its strength will not be greatly enhanced, which means that people will not want to train it. Don't ask how this knowledge was known, and don't know which unlucky person came across it and then posted it online. Since the emergence of the profession of Lord in Yen State, various knowledge has flourished after the reign, which is inseparable from the contributions of a large number of lords who are seeking death. 16. The chief general conferred the first title. Who are you to dare to invade the border of Yu State? Lingu Fu held a bronze sword in his hand and pointed at everyone and shouted. Yang Xiangming had no intention of wasting time arguing with him, so he directly ordered the entire army to attack. The Iron Tiger army marched in neat steps towards the Yu infantry army in front. The Yu infantry also belonged to the heavy armored infantry in the infantry sequence, and then they also marched forward in a neat formation. During the march, Zhang Yi clearly discovered that the overall speed of the Yu infantry army suddenly dropped when it was about to come into contact with the Tiehu army. He immediately understood that this was the legion skill of the Yu infantry army, and the defense had been activated. At the cost of a slight decrease in speed, it greatly increases defense. At this moment, a faint metallic luster emerged from the Yu infantry's formation. But the Iron Tiger army is not a pushover, and the legion skill, Iron Armor, is activated. Boom! The sound of orderly footsteps was heard, and the Iron Tiger army's formation also shone with a metallic luster. Suddenly, the 2 heavily armored infantry units came into direct contact. Boom! The shields of both sides collided fiercely, making a harsh metal collision sound. After all, this different time and space is Lingu Fu's home ground, and his men also have the advantage in numbers. In addition to a large number of Yu infantry, there are also archers in the formation. At this time, the sky was the same as before, with a large number of dark clouds rising into the sky. Ding ding dang dang. A large number of arrows fell into the Iron Tiger army's formation, but were all blocked by the iron armor. At this time, The heavy armored infantry of both sides were entangled with each other. Although the Tiehu army was relatively stronger than the Yu infantry army, the number of the Yu infantry army made up for its disadvantage in strength. The war suddenly became stalemate. But Yang Xiangming did not have the patience to get entangled with the other party at this time. Ji Jin, do you see that leader up ahead? Take his head off for me. Ji Jin took the order and left. Ji Jin broke away from the front line and rushed towards Lingu Fu like a tank out of control. Seeing this, the surrounding Yu infantry rushed forward without thinking and tried to stop Ji Jin. Boom! Several Yu infantry soldiers who were blocking Ji Jin were immediately knocked into the air. At this time, the giant axe in Ji Jin's hand flew like a meat grinder, killing all the soldiers in front of him who blocked his advance. Is this the power of a fierce general? Zhang Yi stared blankly at Ji Jin, who was charging through the enemy lines in front of him. At this moment, he truly realized the terrifying power of the fifth-level creature. Similarly, Lingu Fu, who was standing in the formation commanding the army, also noticed the extremely ferocious enemy general. He knew very well that he could not allow the enemy to continue charging like this, as it would be a heavy blow to his own morale. Thinking of this, Lingu Fu held a long spear and rushed towards Ji Jin. Lingu Fu, who is also a level 5 creature, had his fierce aura sensed immediately by Ji Jin the moment he moved. The next moment, on the chaotic battlefield, the eyes of both sides collided. Lingu Fu's undisguised murderous intent made Ji Jin eager to fight. It was really boring to kill these rookies. Only strong people of the same level could excite him. Ha! Finally, someone worth looking at has arrived. Take this axe from me. As he spoke, Ji Jin strode forward, then leaped forward and landed above Lingu Fu, raising the giant axe in his hand high. The next moment, he was about to split Lingu Fu into two. Ji Jin's fierce momentum made Lingu Fu's eyes narrow slightly, and then he raised the long spear in his hand. Block! Changgu immediately blocked Ji Jin's giant axe, but the next moment, crack! The spearhead that was holding up the giant axe was immediately chopped off by the axe. Even Lingu Fu's long spear could not withstand Ji Jin's tremendous strength. This scene was beyond Lingu Fu's expectations, and the long spear in his hand was forced to turn into a spear. As soon as he started, Ji Jin had already arrived in front of Lingu Fu. At this time, the disadvantages of the spear were also clearly revealed. In close combat, the spear became inconvenient due to its length, and the axe in Ji Jin's hand was just right. Because of a lack of reaction, Lingu Fu's breastplate was chopped off by Ji Jin's axe. If Lingu Fu had not turned sideways at the critical moment, that blow would have directly cut Lingu Fu in half. After escaping from danger, Lingu Fu threw away the spear in his hand, drew the bronze sword at his waist, and rushed forward again. Zhang Yi saw the whole scene that happened between them, but what puzzled him was that Ji Jin and Lingu Fu were both level 5 creatures, but Lingu Fu was obviously no match for Ji Jin. After just a few rounds, Ji Jin forced him to retreat again and again, becoming extremely embarrassed. Then, Zhang Yi turned and looked at Yang Xiaoming. Uncle Yang, is the gap between level 5 creatures really that big? But Yang Xiaoming seemed to have guessed that Zhang Yi would ask this question. A level 5 creature is one that only needs one of its 4 attributes to be over 50, so there's still a huge gap between level 5 creatures. Lingu Fu is clearly a wise commander, and his military strategy is definitely top-notch. However, his combat capabilities are relatively weakened. And my Ji Jin is obviously a fierce warrior who charges into battle. So even though they are both level 5 creatures, in terms of combat strength alone, Ji Jin is miles ahead of him. Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Xiangming had enough confidence in whether he could kill Lingu Fu before. His army was obviously a level higher than the Yu infantry under Lingu Fu, and Ji Jin's combat effectiveness crushed him. Regardless of what is said, Yang Xiangming's Iron Tiger army plus Ji Jin are suppressing Lingu Fu in all aspects. At this time, the Tiehu army had gradually gained the upper hand. Without Lingu Fu's on-the-spot command, the Tiehu army was much stronger than the Yuebu army. What is important is that Yang Xiangming, who was behind the Iron Tiger army, was able to command the Iron Tiger army very well. As long as he discovered any loopholes in the Yu infantry army's defense line ahead, Yang Xiangming would immediately command the Tiehu army to seize the opportunity and expand the gap in the Yu infantry army. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the Yu infantry began to be at a disadvantage overall. At this time, Lingu Fu had been beaten back by Ji Jin, and his bronze sword was covered with dents. His bronze sword should not be made of simple bronze, otherwise it would have broken long ago. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Lingu Fu was exhausted and Ji Jin chopped off his right arm with an axe. Then, while he was wailing, he raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Before Lingu Fu could get up, Ji Jin stepped forward and chopped off his head with an axe. Your commander is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Ji Jin held Lingu Fu's head high up, blood dripping on his cheeks. At this time, Ji Jin looked like a mad tiger. 17. Suishuang. The commander was killed on the spot, which was a huge blow to the morale of his own side. Ji Jin's loud voice directly covered every corner of the battlefield. When many Yu infantry soldiers saw the head of their commander, chaos arose. A large number of Yu infantry began to flee in all directions, and some of them rushed towards Ji Jin even more frantically, attempting to avenge their commander. But there was still a small number who simply threw away their weapons and then knelt on their knees to beg for mercy. Yang Xiangming did not care about the group that gave up resistance and surrendered, but asked Yang Mei to summon his soldiers and gather them together. There were only a few Yu infantry soldiers who surrendered, probably only 100 or 200 people, and the 3 generals under Yang Mei quickly gathered them together. Since then, the first Yu infantry army under Yang Mei has been formed, but this number of people alone cannot be of any great use. The key still depends on Lingu Fu. After Lingu Fu died, her body gradually turned into a white light and dissipated in the air, but after the white light, 3 light balls were left on the ground. Yang Xiangming picked up the 3 light balls one by one, but he did not open them directly to check the spoils. Instead, he handed them to Yang Mei. As a 5th-level lord, Yang Xiangming's chance of getting spoils of war by killing ordinary bronze-level soldiers in the other dimensional space is close to 0. Only by killing general-level characters will there be a certain chance of producing light balls. So Yang Xiangming massacred the entire other dimensional space, but in the end he gained nothing except finding 3 light balls on Lingu Fu and a bottle of body-tempering pills from the previous general. TSK, what a pity, this is such a waste. Zhang Yi felt extremely regretful. If he had killed all these animals himself, the profits would have been huge. But he was just thinking about it. He had to know that apart from Guan Hai, a 1st-level creature, the rest of the Yellow Turban believers had only reached 10. Yang Mei took the 3 light balls, and after opening the first one, she found that there was a tiger talisman inside. Yue Infantry Talisman 5/5. Use it once to summon 100 Yu infantrymen to your command. The Yu infantrymen will appear for 1 hour. There was an obvious disappointment on Yang Mei's face. She was already a 3rd-level lord. What use would 100 Yu infantry soldiers be to her, not to mention that there was a time limit? Suddenly, Yang Mei's eyes turned, and she looked at Zhang Yi beside her. Here, I'll give you a reward. Yang Mei threw the Yu infantry talisman directly to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly stretched out his hands to catch it, and put it away with excitement on his face. You don't want it, but I do. Then, Zhang Yi, with a servile face, bowed deeply to Yang Mei. Thank you, Madam Queen, for your reward. Ha 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 ha. No need to be polite, little Yi Zi. Yang Mei felt very happy about Zhang Yi's pretentious behavior. The second ball of light opened, revealing a simple bronze sword. Xiaoshu sword. Yellow grade middle grade. Effect. 1. Edge. Increases damage to cloth armor by 30%. 2. Luxurious. Increases the wearer's prestige. Seeing this effect, Yang Mei's face turned ugly, and then she looked at Zhang Yi beside her. Sister Yang Mei, my Guan Hai already has a weapon. I don't want this. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. Just kidding. The effect of this weapon can't be said to be rubbish. It's simply useless. It doesn't seem to be used by generals on the battlefield at all, but rather as an ornament for nobles. Moreover, Zhang Yi also disliked the name of this sword. Xiaoshu? Who are you scolding? At this time, Yang Mei's eyes had become anxious. There was only 1 ball of light left in her hand. If she didn't have it, her first journey to the alien space would be completely in vain. Open the ball of light, and a token will appear immediately. Shuashui order. After using it in the territory, you can directly generate the building. Shushuing. Suishuang can train you infantry. As expected, the military building she had been longing for finally came into her hands. Yang Mei's previous worries were swept away, and she couldn't help but show joy on her face. Hee, I knew it. I'm the protagonist's protector, so whatever I want will come true. As she spoke, Yang Mei proudly tossed the Suishuang token in her hand. Okay, now that we have the things, you can spend the rest of the time wandering around inside. I'm going to work. As the deputy chief of the Weiyuan City Police Department, Yang Xiangming is naturally very busy with official duties. If his daughter had not asked him to do so, he might not have been able to spare the time. Now that he was lucky enough to get the Suishuang token, his mission was over. At this time, the biggest threat to the entire alien space had been eliminated by him. The only thing left was the 1 level 3 and 2 level 2 subordinates under Yang Mei, so there would be absolutely no danger. It just so happened that this was Zhang Ye's first time in a different time and space, allowing him to broaden his horizons and gain some training. After hearing Yang Xiangming's words, Yang Mei got what she wanted and waved her hand indifferently. All right, there's nothing for you to do here. Let's go, old man. Yang Mei's tone was full of disgust. Seeing his daughter being abandoned after her time had served, Yang Xiangming could only shake his head helplessly. Watching her father leave the alternate dimension, Yang Mei immediately became excited. Come on, little leaf, sister will take you flying. At this time, after Yang Xiangming left the other dimensional space, he drove an off-road vehicle towards the city. Sudden, boom, an arrow as thick as a forearm flew from a distance and hit the off-road vehicle hard. After hitting the off-road vehicle, the arrow exploded with the power of an RPG, blowing the off-road vehicle into pieces in an instant. The moment the off-road vehicle disintegrated, Yang Xiangming broke away directly and then stood steadily on the ground. How dare you attack a public official? Pa pa pa. There was a burst of applause, and then a large number of soldiers wearing black armor and golden Shura masks appeared and surrounded Yang Xiangming. Deputy Director Yang, we've been waiting for a long time to finally get the chance to see you alone. When Yang Xiangming heard this, he frowned, then looked at the man who suddenly appeared with sarcasm. The man's face was pale, and the smile on his face looked extremely creepy. Yang Xiangming glanced at the man and suddenly caught a glimpse of a golden eye embroidered on his chest. You guys from the Chosen Society are really good at hiding. The Yin Nation officials have been suppressing you for so many years, yet there are still remnants. You're tougher than sewer rats. The man paused, then looked at Yang Xiangming with murderous eyes. I originally wanted to attract you to join my Chosen Society, but it seems that won't work. So I can only send Deputy Director Yang on his way. At this time, Ji Jin and the Iron Tiger Army appeared beside Yang Xiangming. Let me see how strong you rats are. As he spoke, Ji Jin had already raised the giant axe in his hand and was ready to rush forward. But at this time, the man opposite actually summoned a general. The general's aura was comparable to Ji Jin's. At the same time, the general, like the soldiers, was covered in armor, so his full appearance could not be seen at all. 18. Gongsun Shu. But for some reason, Yang Xiangming felt that the general had a familiar feeling. The next moment, Yang Xiangming seemed to remember something, and his pupils suddenly shrank into a point. Pu Wu, aren't you already dead? At this time, in the entire different time and space, although Ling Gufu was still dead, there were still a large number of indigenous legions in the entire different time and space, which was a perfect opportunity for Zhang Yi to practice. Puff. A soldier of the Yu infantry was beheaded directly by a ring-handled sword. Guan Hai retracted his ring-handled sword without changing his expression, turned around, and slashed at another Yu infantry soldier behind him. The Yu infantry soldier raised the shield in his hand, but the next moment, the black iron ring-headed knife started to cut off. Boom! Guan Hai split the iron shield into two, directly splitting the Yu infantry soldiers under the shield into two. At the same time, Yang Mei's 3 generals also killed the remaining 10 Yu infantry soldiers around them. The next moment, all the Yu infantry soldiers turned into white light. But at this moment, Guan Hai actually squatted down and groped for something on the 2 soldiers who were about to disappear. A moment later, 3 more light balls appeared in Guan Hai's hands. The 3 generals under Yang Mei only got 4 light balls. Something's wrong. Yang Mei stared at the 3 light balls in Guan Hai's hands with suspicion. If someone gained more than her occasionally, Yang Mei would accept it, but if he gained obviously more than her every time, then there would be a problem. Guan Hai is only a general with the strength of a first-level creature, while the ones under his command are 1 at the 3rd level and 2 at the 2nd level. If they killed 10 Yu infantry soldiers, while Guan Hai killed 2, the gain would be almost the same as theirs. Zhang Yi had no choice but to share Guan Hai's information panel with Yang Mei. Before, Yang Mei only took a quick look at Guan Hai's strength and then put it behind her. After all, it was only the strength of a first-level creature, and Yang Mei had no interest in understanding it properly. Yang Mei's eyes widened when she saw Guan Hai's 2 skills. Xiao Yizi, your general is very extreme. Neither of the 2 skills is related to combat. Both are related to post-battle benefits. Who cares? At least this skill is suitable for me now. Zhang Yi opened the 4 light balls with satisfaction. Yellow level grain stone. Yellow level grain stone. Xuanjia food stone. Holy crap, did we rob a grain transport team? Zhang Yi couldn't help but complain. Because the majority of the profits so far have come from food and stone. How obsessed are these yellow turbans with food? Although he was extremely complaining in his heart, Zhang Yi still honestly put all the food, fodder and stones into his territory. If you have food in hand, you will not be worried. Of course, the more food, the better. Chang Gaoan just told me there's a Vietnamese camp ahead. Let's go over there and see if we can find anything. Chang Gaoan is Yang Mei's silver-armored general. Everyone followed Chang Gaoan's guidance and walked forward. After climbing over a hill, several tents came into view below. The Vietnamese army down here has a lot of money. Sister Yang Mei, are you confident? Zhang Yu was a little nervous at this time. Among the tents below, the tent in the center is obviously much more gorgeous than the ones on the side, and there are a large number of Vietnamese soldiers patrolling around the entire tent area, as if they are there to protect the gorgeous tent in the center. Anyone can see that the person living in that tent is definitely not ordinary. Zhang Yi roughly estimated that there were at least 1,500 to 1,600 Vietnamese troops around. Among this group of Yu troops, there are not many Yu infantrymen, and the majority are just ordinary lightly armored Yu troops, but they have a large number of shamans. But Yang Mei is full of confidence about this. Little Yi, it's time for me to show you my strength. As she spoke, an army appeared behind Yang Mei. This army wore light armor, held long swords, and had leggings on their calves, dressed like light infantry. Light armored soldier. Infantry sequence level 1. Legion skills. 1. Feather step. Increased dodge ability by 30%. There were nearly 5,000 light armored soldiers. No wonder Yang Mei was so confident about this. Xiao Yizi, today I'll let you see my strength. As they were talking, 3 generals under Yang Mei had already sneaked towards the camp below with 5,000 light armored soldiers. Following Zhang Ye's signal, Guan Hai also followed. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. The other side. Ji Jin had already started fighting with the tightly wrapped general on the opposite side. The Tiehu army also engaged in battle with a mysterious group of soldiers wearing Shura masks on the opposite side. The two sides fought fiercely. Judging from their attire, those soldiers wearing Shura masks were just lightly armored infantry, while the Iron Tiger army was purely heavy armored infantry. Logically, those soldiers wearing Shura masks should have been completely restrained by the Iron Tiger army. But the strange thing is that those soldiers wearing Shura masks seemed to be completely unafraid of pain, and their bodies were as hard as metal. When the long swords of the Iron Tiger army chopped on those soldiers wearing Shura masks, it actually made a metallic knocking sound. Not only that group of soldiers, but also the general called Pu Wu by Yang Xiangming was the same. Ji Jin swung with great force, hitting Pu Wu's left shoulder. Logically, after taking such a strong blow from Ji Jin, Pu Wu's shoulder should have been broken off from his body by now. But Ji Jin's giant axe got stuck just halfway through the chop. At this time, Pu Wu's long sword slashed towards Ji Jin's neck. Ji Jin was also decisive. He let go of the axe handle with both hands, took a step forward, entered Pu Wu's arms, and punched him directly in the face. The enormous force directly caused Pu Wu's visor to shatter and collapse in all directions, revealing Pu Wu's face behind him. But at this time, Pu Wu's face was not only dry and pale, but also his eyes were dull. Looks like this, you're an infantry. After Yang Xiangming saw Pu Wu's appearance, he directly scolded the man in front of him. Deputy Director Yang has actually heard of my name. What an honor. As he spoke, the man named Inshur lowered his head slightly towards Yang Xiangming. But who would have thought that the next moment, Yang Xiangming's face showed an indescribable surprise. I'm so lucky that I actually ran into the Yin corpse on the wanted poster. I deserve to get rich. When the Yin corpse heard this, he frowned and was about to say something sarcastic, but he didn't expect that Yang Xiangming would once again summon out a silver-armored general holding a spear from the territory. What's more important is that when the silver-armored general appeared, there was actually a group of snow-white horses under him. If you look closely, you can see that the horse has a layer of fine scales on its neck. The moment the general appeared, a fierce aura emanated from his body. That aura was actually a few points higher than Ji Jin's. Gongsun Shu, bring that man back to me, dead or alive. I obey your command. 19. Usage of Wuzhu. At this moment, Inshur's face changed immediately. He never thought that a deputy chief of the Wuyuan City Police Department would have 2 level 5 generals. This is trouble. After receiving Yang Xiangming's order, Gongsun Shu leaped on his white horse and flew directly over the heads of the many Iron Tiger soldiers, rushing towards the direction of the Yin corpse. Inshur didn't have 2 level 5 generals. Pu Wu alone was given to him at a huge cost by the higher-ups. At this time, 2 more figures appeared behind the corpse. The 2 generals are 1 level 4 and 1 level 3. They were just as gloomy as Pu Wu, without a trace of life in their bodies. Stop him. The 2 generals rushed towards Gongsun Shu. Seeing this, Gong Sun Shu raised his spear and charged towards the two generals. The spear in his hand was like a flash of lightning, and in an instant Gong Sun Shu had stabbed out hundreds of times. The figures above crossed each other, and the fourth-level general was stabbed in the chest by Gong Sun Shu and then lifted up high. The next moment, Gong Sun Shu threw it hard behind him. Another third-level general turned around and tried to catch up with Gong Sun Shu, but the next moment a black shadow enveloped him. Boom! The two generals collided violently. The white horse under Gong Sun Shu was extremely fast and arrived in front of the corpse in the blink of an eye. A silver streak pierced towards the chest of the Yin corpse. The Yin corpse jumped sideways and avoided the attack directly, but the next moment Gong Sun Shu swept across with his gun. He hit the corpse beside him like a baseball and sent it flying. The Yin corpse fell heavily among the Shura masked soldiers, and the huge force knocked many soldiers away on the spot. The Yin corpse just struggled to stand up, but the next moment, Gong Sun Shu was already in front of him. Puff! A sound of piercing wood was heard, and Gong Sun Shu's spear had already pierced into the chest of the Yin corpse. Then Gong Sun Shu's spear turned violently. Boom! A big hole immediately exploded in the corpse's chest. Despite being seriously injured, the corpse stood up as if nothing had happened, and not a drop of blood was flowing from his chest. The flesh around the big hole has become fibrous, which doesn't look like a normal person. Yang Xiangming glanced at the corpse's chest, then looked disdainful. Who is your father god? He actually turned you into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. Humph, the might of Father God is beyond the imagination of a mortal like you. Yang Xiangming, I admit that your strength has greatly exceeded our expectations, but you are still too naive to think that you can capture me alone. The Yin corpse looked at Yang Xiangming's face, and then revealed a smug smile. At the same time, a trace of Yin energy emerged from his body, and his momentum began to slowly rise. Yang Xiangming felt something was wrong, and immediately ordered Gong Sun Shu. Kill him. In fact, Yang Xiangming didn't need to say much. Gong Sun Shu had already raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it at the head of the corpse. The Yin corpse dodged Gong Sun Shu's fatal blow by leaning sideways, but Gong Sun Shu fired another shot in return and then raised his arm, lifting the Yin corpse's left arm directly into the sky. Boom! The moment the corpse's left arm was detached, a large amount of black smoke suddenly came out of the bowl-sized wound. 100 Demons Night Parade. A large amount of black smoke directly formed various ghosts and monsters that roared and rushed towards Gong Sun Shu. Humph! Crooked Ways, White Dragon. The white horse standing behind Gong Sun Shu suddenly let out a dragon roar, and at the same time, the scales on its neck released a burst of silver light. A loud dragon roar sounded, and in an instant, the demons and monsters made of black air disappeared into thin air. As the black smoke that enveloped the entire space dissipated, the figure of the Yin corpse also disappeared from the spot, along with Pu Wu and the group of mysterious soldiers. At this time, Yang Xiangming's face became very ugly. The cooked duck flew away. At this moment in the alien space, the three generals under Yang Mei and the 5,000 light-armored soldiers had already charged directly into the camp. With 4 times the number of people in that camp, there was no need for any strategy. As the three generals acted as the spearhead and fiercely tore through the defense line of the Yu infantry in the front line, the light-helmeted soldiers behind them followed up to widen the gap. Although the light-helmeted soldiers were only light infantrymen in the infantry sequence, their ghostly speed allowed them to easily avoid the attacks of the Yu infantry. At the same time, because the three generals had eliminated most of the Yu infantrymen, the light-helmeted soldiers only had to deal with the ordinary Yu troops in the formation. Although the light-armored soldiers were a little weak against the heavily armored Yu infantry, it was extremely easy for them to kill the ordinary Yu soldiers who were only wearing light armor. A green light suddenly appeared behind the Vietnamese army, covering all of them. Under the cover of green light, the injuries of the Vietnamese soldiers healed quickly. It was the witch at the back who activated the healing skill. Because there are a large number of witches and wizards in the entire camp, only 1/5 of them released their skills this time. The moment the green light disappeared, another 1/5 of the witches took over. In this way, the therapeutic green light can last for a long time. Oh my, this witch can be used like this. Zhang Yi was greatly shocked. This was the same linear formation used by Deng back then. But after a while, Zhang Yi suddenly discovered something unusual. Sister, have you noticed that the range of these witches' skills is quite wide? That group of witches and wizards only had about 400 people, divided into 5 teams, which means there were only 80 people each time, but the treatment range of these 80 people actually directly covered the 1,000 Vietnamese soldiers. At this time, thanks to the witch's healing ability, The Vietnamese army's combat effectiveness increased greatly, while the light armor soldiers had already felt the pressure and had gradually begun to slow down their pace. Yang Mei looked solemnly at the ornately decorated tent behind the Vietnamese army. The weird behavior of those witches must be related to the people in this tent. It's okay, sister. Did you forget something? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei immediately turned around and looked at Wei Jiang. What did I forget? My Guan Hai is a first-class general. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hai rushed out from the jungle on the left side of the witch doctor and rushed towards the witch doctor like a tiger descending from the mountain. Die! Guan Hai swung his ring-handled sword, and the Yu army guarding the group of witches and priests was immediately split into two. The sudden appearance of Guan Hai made the witches and priests panic. They began to retreat one after another and didn't even have time to control the green healing light they had been maintaining. The healing green light disappeared, and the Vietnamese army lost the healing bonus and immediately died under the long swords of the light helmet soldiers. At this time, Guan Hai had already rushed into the witch array. Wherever the ring-handled sword passed, a large amount of blood rained down. At this time, the three generals under Yang Mei took advantage of this good opportunity and began to rush frantically into the rear of the Vietnamese army. At this time, the entire Vietnamese army formation had begun to fall into chaos. 20. Unlucky sacrifice. The Vietnamese troops in the entire camp had begun to fall into chaos and had completely lost their organization. The three generals under Yang Mei and 5,000 light-armored soldiers have already pressed forward. The Vietnamese troops had begun to gradually collapse, and a small number of them in the rear had begun to flee. The camp's defenders were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the ornately decorated tent suddenly released a dazzling green light. The green light directly enveloped the entire camp, and the defeated soldiers looked like they were bathing in nectar, with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. The green light was much more powerful than the healing green light of the witches. Zhang Yi watched helplessly as a Vietnamese soldier with his intestines spilled out on the ground actually recovered directly under the illumination of the green light. Upon seeing this, Guan Hai and the three generals immediately rushed towards the tent. But the next moment, boom, 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 the ground was covered with dirt, and several thick thorny vines sprouted out from it. Those vines were as flexible as tentacles, wrapping around the four generals. Guan Hai suddenly rushed to the side, and just as he left his original position, a vine hit the ground hard. Just as the vine was about to be pulled back, Guan Hai seized the opportunity and cut the vine with a knife. When the ring-handled sword slashed down, a faint golden light was released from the blade. Cut effect activated. Bang! The thigh-thick vine was directly cut off by Guan Hai's ring-handled knife. The severed vines immediately lost their vitality. Seeing that the vines were so easy to deal with, Guan Hai immediately waved at the surrounding vines. Soon, many vines were cut off on the spot. Guan Hai handled it easily, but the other three generals seemed to be struggling. First, those three generals were the strongest, and most of the vines were rushing towards them. Second, these three generals also have to protect the soldiers behind them. The vines were swung with incredible force. The generals could withstand it, but the soldiers behind them couldn't. Just like that, the three people who were obviously very powerful were actually made very embarrassed by those vines. At this time, the three people also saw Guan Hai killing people in the distance. Those vines could not even last a single round in his hands, and a large number of lifeless vine fragments were lying on the ground. At this time, the silver-armored general came up with a plan. General Guan Hai. At this moment, Guan Hai, who was killing with all his heart, suddenly heard someone calling his name in the distance. He turned around and found that it was the silver-armored general. Without thinking, Guan Hai swung his sword to form an impenetrable sword wall in front of him, and soon opened up a path among a large group of vines. Seeing Guan Hai approaching him, the silver-armored general said without further ado, General Guan Hai, only by eliminating the mastermind behind the scenes in that tent can those vines be eliminated. So what do I need to do? Guan Hai agreed readily. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on the handsome face of the silver-armored general. General Silver Armor suddenly grabbed Guan Hai's belt, then lifted him up high and threw him towards the tent. Guan Hai was like a missile, drawing a beautiful parabola in the sky. Boom! The moment Guan Hai landed on the ground, he swung the long sword in his hand. He swept away the vines that were surrounding him and then dived into the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, an arrow flew towards him. Guan Hai turned his wrist and placed the blade horizontally in front of him. Clang! The arrow created a few sparks on the blade of the ring-handled sword and then fell to the ground. Guan Hai looked carefully and saw an old man with a face full of patterns painted on his face, holding a crossbow. Seeing that his carefully planned attack was easily blocked by Guanhai, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Guanhai didn't care about all this and rushed forward with a knife. Oh. When the old man saw Guanhai rushing towards him with a ferocious look, he hurriedly dodged in all directions. But how could his old arms and legs escape Guanhai's pursuit? In just a few seconds, the old man was held in Guanhai's hands like a chicken. Carrying the old man out of the tent, Guanhai looked at the vines still raging outside and immediately raised the ring-handled knife in his hand and placed it on the old man's neck. Stop your magic, or I can't guarantee that the knife won't fall. As the long knife just touched the old man's neck, the cold blade made the old man tremble all over. Then he took out a green jade pendant from his neck. After a few operations, the original fluorescence on the jade pendant immediately dimmed. In an instant, all the vines withered quickly. Seeing all the vines disappear, the three generals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guanhai brought the old man directly in front of Zhang Yi, and then threw him heavily to the ground. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the man who controls the magic. Hearing this, Zhang Yi and Yang Mei both looked at the old man with a slightly vulgar temperament. Jizhai. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Willpower, 18. Constitution, 7. Skill, 1. Healing light. Heal injuries of surrounding friendly forces in a large area. 2. With spirit, summon multiple emu green vines to fight the enemy. To be honest, this was the first time Zhang Yi had seen a level 1 creature with such a serious imbalance in certain subjects. Among the 4 attributes, the other 3 did not reach the standards of a first-level creature, but the willpower almost reached the first-level ceiling. This is a very standard mage attribute template. Who are you? Zhang Yi stood in front of Ji Zhai at this time and asked coldly. The man looked at the unfriendly eyes around him and immediately understood the situation he was in. So he answered Zhang Yi's question sensibly. My name is Ji Zhai. I am the priest hired by General Lingafu to perform the witch ceremony at the camp. Isn't this a coincidence? They had just dealt with Lingu Fu, and Ji Zhai was now in the crossfire. Zhang Yi and Yang Mei exchanged a glance, and Yang Mei glanced at the wretched old man at her feet. You caught this man, he's yours. After Yang Mei finished speaking, she immediately went to check the gains of this battle. She was not interested in this unattractive old man at all. Zhang Yi glanced at Guanhai and then raised his eyebrows. Guanhai immediately understood and raised his knife to chop it down fiercely. Before Ji Zhai could even react, his head was chopped off. After chopping off Ji Zhai's head, Guanhai immediately squatted down and began to feel around his body. Soon, a white light flashed, leaving 4 balls of light on the ground. Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown after seeing this. According to Guanhai's previous skill effects, since this old man is a small boss, shouldn't he only have 4 light balls? Zhang Yi took the ball of light handed to him by Guanhai and opened it directly. The next moment, the corners of Zhang Yi's eyes curved. This first one gave him a surprise. 21. Taoist Priest of Peace. First class fertile land stone. Effect. After use, it will add 10 acres of fertile farmland. 10 acres of fertile land were added. These fertile lands were added out of thin air. For Zhang Yi's territory today, the area of the territory was directly increased by 10 acres. Moreover, with fertile land, the yellow turban followers under his command will have something to do. Without thinking, Zhang Yi used it directly. Soon the fertile land stone melted into Zhang Yi's palm, and at this time the area of fertile land in the territory also increased by 10 acres. After using his divine sense to direct these yellow turban believers to take good care of the 10 acres of fertile land, Zhang Yi looked at the other 3 light balls in his hand. He opened one of them again, and inside appeared a green jade pendant. As soon as he picked up the jade pendant, Zhang Yi felt a cool breath spread throughout his body. Afterwards, Zhang Yi clearly felt that with this jade pendant, he became refreshed, and even the spiritual power circulating in his body became faster. With Spirit Pendant. Effect. 1. The wearer's spellcasting effect plus 10%, with spells plus 30%. 2. 5 spells per day, healing green light. Without saying much about this good thing, Zhang Yi immediately put it around his neck. Spirit Gathering Pill. Function. Increase the user's cultivation. Keep this away and give it to Guanhai when the time comes. When Zhang Yi opened the last ball of light, he was surprised by what was inside. It was a strange-looking wooden house. This wooden house is only the size of a palm, but its shape is extremely delicate, with a large number of bright red runes on it, giving it an overall eerie feeling. Witch Altar Temple. Effect. After use, a Witch Altar Temple will automatically appear in the territory. Witch Altar Temple, a building that can train shamans. This is a military building. An adventure in another time and space can actually directly drop two military buildings. Zhang Yi was completely stunned. Did I travel through time and space and change my fate? I went from being a nobody to a European king. Although he was confused, Zhang Yi was not slow and directly took the Witch Altar Temple into the territory. Zhang Yi chose a location close to the Huangtian altar in the territory and placed the Witch Altar Temple. The next moment, the witch hut released a faint green light, and then the faint green light gradually expanded. Soon the ball of light expanded to 6 meters high, but at this moment, the Huangtian altar on the side suddenly released a dazzling yellow light at the same time, shooting towards the Witch Altar Temple next to it. Oh no, these two things belong to two different beliefs. They won't directly conflict with each other, right? Zhang Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he was filled with a bad premonition. If the Witch Altar Temple he had just acquired was damaged due to a problem with his faith, then Zhang Yi would have no place to cry. Witch Altar Temple. This type of military building will cost at least 800,000 to 900,000. A sudden loss of 8 or 900,000 would be the end of Zhang Ye's life. At this time, hit by the yellow light released by the Huangtian altar, the original dark green light ball of the Witch Altar Temple began to gradually fade and then turn to yellow. Could it be? Zhang Yi stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes and had a guess in his mind. Soon, the dark green light of the Witch Altar Temple turned into the same khaki light as the Huangtian altar next to it. Then the light dissipated, and the eerie wooden house turned into a solemn and dignified Taoist temple, with the entire temple's walls painted in khaki. Taiping Taoist Temple. Function: 1. Can cultivate Taoist priests of peace in the territory. 2. Spend 100 energy points to directly create a Taoist priest. Taiping Taoist. Mage Sequence Level 1. Strength: 5. Speed: 6. Willpower: 15. Constitution: 8. Skill: 1. Yellow Turban Talisman Water. Taoist priests of the Taiping period can make 3 paper talismans every day. Dissolving the talismans in water and taking them can slightly heal injuries. 2. Preaching. There is a 5% chance that the other party will believe in Taiping Tao and become a subject under the Lord. How should I put it? This type of soldier's basic attributes are only average. Since its willpower has reached 15, it can barely be considered a first-level creature. But compared with Guan Hai, although both are first-level creatures, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. If a real fight breaks out, Guan Hai can completely crush the opponent. But the good thing is that as long as this Taoist priest has enough energy points, he can be mass-produced. And what's even more powerful is his skills. That's simply a blue medicine making machine. Now there is only one problem facing Zhang Yi. That's 100 energy points, which he doesn't have. The shabby shack generates 10 energy points per day, which is enough to make a Taoist priest of peace. It takes him 10 days to accumulate enough energy. It takes 10 days to create a Taoist priest of the Taiping sect. This accumulation speed is really too slow. Just when Zhang Yi was worried, several yellow turban believers discovered that there was a new Taiping Taoist temple here, and a group of people walked in excitedly. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Zhang Ye's mind. The first function of the Taiping Taoist temple was written before, which was to train Taiping Taoist priests. Could it be that they can train directly from a group of people? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi followed him in. After the yellow turban believers entered the Taiping Taoist temple, they knelt down in front of a statue in the hall, muttering something with a pious look on their faces. Zhang Yi looked at the statue and was speechless after seeing the face clearly. The statue was wearing a khaki Taoist robe and a 9-beam scarf on its head, with a solemn expression, but the statue's face was exactly the same as Zhang Ye's. Isn't it unlucky to offer a living person as a sacrifice? Zhang Yi was feeling uneasy. But the next moment, a ray of light suddenly came out from the hand of the statue of Zhang Yi and shot directly at one of the yellow turban believers. The yellow turban believer was enveloped by the ochre-colored light, and he felt as if he had received something. He immediately closed his eyes and looked relaxed. Seeing this, the other yellow turban believers on the side showed disappointment on their faces, but their eyes revealed a hint of envy and jealousy when they looked at that person. Soon the light disappeared, and the yellow turban believer's appearance had changed drastically. His originally slightly tattered clothes had been replaced by a khaki Taoist robe, and he also had a whisk in his hand. The yellow turban follower has become a Taiping Taoist priest. At this time, the other yellow turban believers around him still looked at the Taoist priest of Taiping with a trace of awe in their eyes. The status of both parties was different at this moment. The statue released a ray of light and then fell silent. No matter how the other yellow turban believers knelt and worshipped, it did not respond. It seems that the training of the Taoist priests of the Great Peace still has certain limitations. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. After resolving the matter of Taiping Taoist Temple, Zhang Yi left the territory directly and returned to the real world. At this time, Guan Hai and Yang Mei's men were collecting spoils on the battlefield. At this time, because the entire Vietnamese army in the camp was killed, the energy tank above the Huangtian altar in Zhang Ye's territory increased a little, and the energy tank was almost half full. 22. Tiger Head Golden Armor. Since he has finally come to the different space, Zhang Yi must fill up the energy tank. If he wants to fill up the energy bar, he can rely on Sister Yang Mei. So whenever Yang Mei wants to leave the alien space, Zhang Yi always uses all his tricks to persuade Yang Mei to stay here. Relying on Guan Hai's plundering skills, Zhang Yi could get good benefits every time. This made Yang Mei's eyes very jealous. Then I'll let the three of them spare those natives' lives, and let your Guan Hai deal the final blow to them. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was Yang Mei asking Guan Hai to finish off the enemy. Okay, thank you, Sister Yang Mei. You are my breadwinner. Wait, let's make a deal beforehand. We'll split the money 50-50. Yang Mei proudly extended 5 fingers towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and felt that there was something to gain, so he immediately stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Mei's palm. Make a deal. Unknowingly, the two of them had spent 2 days in a different time and space, and Zhang Yi finally filled the energy tank above the Huangtian altar. With the addition of a large amount of spoils of war, Zhang Yi was eager to return home, but Yang Mei seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of huge profits and was reluctant to leave. Should we go back, sis? What? With such an exaggerated profit and such a great opportunity, you actually want to go home? Yang Mei looked at Zhang Yi with a look of disappointment. Sis, today is already Sunday, and I have to go to school tomorrow. Zhang Yi said speechlessly. Oh yeah, I forgot you're still a little brat in high school. What a hassle it is to get to and from school on time. Sister, don't you college students need to go to school? Zhang Yi looked at Yang Mei with confusion. Could it be that Yang Mei is actually a master at skipping classes? TSK, you don't understand, right? Zhejiang University has very lenient management for lords. As long as you can complete the tasks assigned to you by the school well, you'll be fine. As she spoke, Yang Mei patted Zhang Ye's shoulder. So, Xiaoye, work hard. Sister is your role model. Zhang Yi ruthlessly slapped Yang Mei's hand away. My ambition, Zhang Yi, cannot be satisfied by a small Zhejiang University. Looking across the entire Yin country, I estimate that only a few special institutions like Kyoto University can accommodate a genius like me. Yang Mei stared at Zhang Yi blankly. Xiao Yi, you have to understand that dreams and wishful thinking are two completely different things. Kyoto University only enrolls 550 students each year. With a population of 20 million in Yin country, can you possibly have that? It wasn't that Yang Mei looked down on Zhang Yi, but Yang Mei herself, such a talented and extraordinary woman, could only barely be admitted to Zhejiang University. Although Zhejiang University is also one of the key universities, there is still an essential gap between it and Kyoto University. But at this time, Zhang Yi simply scoffed at Yang Mei's question. Oh, you foolish woman with long hair and little knowledge, how could you possibly understand my great ambitions? I want to be the man of the Supreme Lord. At this moment, Zhang Ye's whole body was radiating light. Yang Mei also looked at the little boy in front of her with complicated eyes. The boy was obviously half a head younger than her, but in a trance, she seemed to feel the greatness of his inner world. But the next moment, oh, sister, let go? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Zhang Yi bent over and screamed in pain. At this time, Yang Mei had already stretched out her claws and tightly grabbed Zhang Ye's ear. I'll make you wake up first. After a moment, Zhang Yi hid aside aggrievedly, covering his delicate ears, and cursed in his heart. This woman is so ruthless. Xiao Yi, if you're really capable, then go apply to the National Defense University. What? Yin country's National Security University. Everyone who graduates from there is a military elite. Half of the highest-ranking generals in our Yin country's 34 regions graduated from that university. It's the cradle of our Yin country's generals. Since you are so awesome, why didn't you go there in the first place? Zhang Yi was very confused. Shouldn't a violent girl like Yang Mei be more suitable for a school where status is determined by fists? Hearing this, Zhang Yi was unsurprisingly hit on the head by Yang Mei again. Nonsense. If I had passed the entrance exam, would I have gone to Zhejiang University? After saying this, a trace of melancholy appeared on Yang Mei's face again. The National Defense University is very mysterious. It doesn't directly admit students who take the college entrance examination every year. As a military academy that trains senior officers and commanders for the Yin state, The National Defense University has very strict requirements for its students. The National Defense University only has students who are actively sought out each year, and they can't get in just by relying on the college entrance examination. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately raised his eyebrows. Since they're not accepting applicants, why bother? In comparison, I still find Kyoto University more attractive. Zhang Yi's words, as expected, earned him another beating from Yang Mei. After a lot of talking, Zhang Yi finally persuaded Yang Mei to leave the alien space. Because Yang Xiangming had already driven back, Zhang Yi and the others had no choice but to take a nearby military vehicle back to Wuyuan City. As soon as he returned to Wuyuan City, Zhang Yi felt something unusual. It seemed that something happened in Wuyuan City today. Not only were there few pedestrians on the streets, but there were also police patrols every few meters. Fortunately, he had a safe journey. After returning to his community and saying goodbye to Yang Mei, Zhang Yi went straight home. Mom, what's going on outside? Why are there so many police officers on the street? Hey, son, you're finally back. The news said a group of thugs on the wanted list have taken refuge in Wuyuan City, and now the people of Wuyuan are in a panic. When my mother saw Zhang Yi coming back, she finally felt relieved. After figuring out the truth and comforting his mother a little, Zhang Yi hid directly in the room and entered the territory. At this time, above the Huangtian altar, the yellow energy slot was shining. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands and chose to start summoning. The next moment, a dazzling yellow light filled Zhang Yi's vision. As the light faded, a ball of ochre light remained above the altar. Zhang Yi walked forward and took the ball of light into his hand. Tiger Head, Soap, Golden Armor. Low-grade Xian level. Effect. 1. Tiger Roar. You can use the Tiger Roar sound wave attack 3 times a day to cause dizziness and unconsciousness damage to the opponent. 2. Golden Bell. It can form a defensive stance outside the body that can resist the 3rd-level biological attack and last for 1 hour. Xian level armor. This is the highest level of armor Zhang Yi has ever seen. Even in the Zhang's knife shop run by my father, the highest grade items would not exceed the top grade yellow grade. This is equipment exclusively for the Lord. After using it, the Tiger Head golden helmet directly turned into a ball of yellow light and merged into Zhang Yi's chest. 23. Black Market Awakening Ceremony. After the Tiger Head golden armor turned into a ball of light and merged into Zhang Yi's body, from then on, as long as he thought about it, the armor would automatically be worn on Zhang Yi's body. This thing is much better than the Gold Saint's armor. At least the tiger-headed golden armor doesn't require you to carry a box with you. As soon as Zhang Yi thought about it, the brass-colored tiger head golden armor appeared directly on his body and fit his body perfectly. Zhang Yi then came to the dilapidated shack and used all his 20 points of energy from the past 2 days to summon the hungry yellow turbans and let them eat as much as they wanted, turning them into yellow turban believers. I don't know why, but these yellow turban believers might have been afraid of hunger before. Even though there is enough food now, they still look like starving ghosts when they eat every day. The daily food consumption is simply astonishing. The daily food consumption of a yellow turban follower is twice as much as that of the subjects of other lords. Fortunately, the number of subjects is relatively small now, and Guanhai has the looting skills to collect a large amount of food, grass, and stones. Otherwise, Zhang Yi might not be able to hold on. Moreover, this group of yellow turbans actually had an obsessive love for land. After the 10 acres of fertile land were added to the territory, as soon as Zhang Yi entered the territory today, he found that the 10 acres of fertile land had all been turned over, and it was obvious that seeds had been planted. The land around the 10 acres of fertile farmland was also turned over. Seeing this, Zhang Yi left the territory in silence, returned to his room, and turned on the computer. After logging into Duo, I decisively deleted this 2nd-level territory expansion stone that I had previously added to the shopping cart and replaced it with 2 1st-level fertile farm stones. There is no way to go. Fertile farm stone is much more expensive than ordinary territory expansion stone. After everything was resolved, Zhang Yi returned to the Huangtian altar, sat cross-legged, and then practiced the cultivation method mentioned in Taiping Yaoshu. After many experiments, Zhang Yi discovered that practicing next to the Huangtian altar was at least 30% faster than practicing in other places. Zhang Yi just closed his eyes when the inscription on the Huangtian altar began to emit a golden light. The next day, perhaps because he was too excited yesterday, Zhang Yi woke up from his practice early in the morning. When he returned to reality, he found that he was already an hour late. Without thinking too much, he picked up his school bag and rushed to school. As soon as Zhang Yi arrived at the school, he saw a group of people running towards the gymnasium, with a hint of excitement in their expressions. Hey, what are you running over there for? Zhang Yi directly grabbed a student passing by and asked. The student was suddenly pulled over. He was angry and was about to curse, but when he looked up, he saw Zhang Ye's face. As the monitor of the Lord's Sprint class of Nanshire High School, Zhang Ye's name has long been known throughout Nanshire High School. The man immediately changed his attitude and looked at Zhang Yi enthusiastically. Team leader Zhang, hurry to the gym. He Miaoyan from Class 1 is going to challenge the entire Overlord Sprint class. What? Did this crazy woman take the wrong medicine again? Zhang Ye's face was full of disbelief. Don't say you don't believe it. We don't believe it either, but we just heard that he Miaoyan has awakened the talent of a lord and is now a lord. The student's face was full of surprise. Hearing this, Zhang Yi let go of the man's clothes and hurried towards the gymnasium. This matter sounded a bit strange, so Zhang Yi decided to go and see it with his own eyes. As soon as I entered the gymnasium, I heard a scream. Pushing aside the crowded crowd of onlookers, the scene inside came into view. On a wide football field, Chen Xiaojing and He Miaoyan were playing against each other. In front of Chen Xiao were 10 civilians holding axes and a leader holding a long sword. It is obvious that this citizen holding a long sword is the one with the best attributes. He was selected by Chen Xiao and is ready to be trained as a general. Opposite him, in front of He Miaoyan stood a dull-faced man holding a long knife. What's wrong with this woman? Didn't she fail to awaken before? Zhang Yi saw Lin Wenbin in the crowd and quietly walked to his side. Lin Wenbin was already watching the challenge in the crowd from the beginning. When he heard Zhang Ye's familiar voice, he didn't even turn his head. Each person can only have one awakening ceremony at the school's expense, but on the black market, as long as you can afford it, you can do it multiple times. After hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that although the awakening ceremony in the black market was expensive, it could be performed as long as one had money and there were no restrictions. It is recognized by the whole school that He Miaoyan's family is rich. The cost of the black market awakening ceremony is not a big deal for her family. Does that mean He Miaoyan will also be admitted to the Lord Sprint class in the future? Zhang Yi felt a headache when he thought that this crazy woman would be in the same class with him. This woman had never gotten along with him in the first place, and if she was in the same class with him, who knows what trouble she would cause. Hearing Zhang Ye's question, Lin Wenbin showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Although there are no restrictions on the awakening rituals in the black market, they will more or less have certain side effects, which will definitely erupt in the future. If her first awakening fails, even if the subsequent awakenings succeed, her potential will be basically set. No university will want her. As he spoke, Lin Wenbin shook his head. In his mind, he had already labeled this girl as unqualified. Teacher, you are lying with your eyes open. Zhang Yi pointed forward speechlessly. Lin Wenbin looked in the direction Zhang Yi pointed with confusion. Wow, what's going on? At this time, Lin Wenbin's eyes were wide open. In front of them, all 11 of Chun Zhao's subjects had fallen to the ground in a bloody mess, and the one who killed them was the dull-faced man under He Miaoyan's command. But at this moment, the man had bloodthirsty eyes and a ferocious face, completely different from his previous dull look. Zhang Yi looked at the man and thought, Injiao, strength, level 1 creature. This man is actually also a level 1 creature. How is that possible? He Miaoyan had just awakened and actually possessed a first-level creature. You should know that in the entire Lord Sprint class, Zhang Yi is the only lord who now possesses a first-level creature. Hara, is this all you have? I'm so disappointed. He Miaoyan said this and looked towards the members of the Lord Sprint class in front of her. Where is your squad leader Zhang Yi? What? Are you too scared to come? Hara. As she spoke, He Miaoyan couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The Lord Sprint class that she once envied now seemed so vulnerable in front of her. Damn it, where's the squad leader? This woman actually has a general who is a first-level creature. It seems that only the squad leader can deal with it. The squad leader was once known as the two King Kongs, along with Zhu Gang in Class 1. He was often late, and if nothing unexpected happened, today would be one of them too. What about Zhu Gang? Not here yet. 24. The power of talisman water. At this moment, the members of the Lord's Sprint class felt extremely aggrieved. They had lost face because of He Miaoyan, but they couldn't beat her. Didn't you see that Chen Xiao, who just went up, had his head shaved off? At this moment, Chen Xiao was staring blankly at the dead people on the ground. All his hard work in the past few days had gone to waste. He was in tears. Where's Luo Mingqing? Didn't you keep licking this girl before? Now she's right in front of you. Why don't you go up and conquer her? A group of people looked straight at Luo Mingqing behind them. At this time, Luo Mingqing, with a haggard face, stared at He Miaoyan in a daze. Zhang Yi, where have you been? If you're scared, come and admit your mistake to me, and I'll let you go, ha. What's the fuss? A faint voice came from the crowd, and Zhang Yi walked out of the crowd with a relaxed look on his face. When he saw He Miaoyan, his expression turned to disgust. Why are there crazy women like you everywhere? You're as sticky as candy, and I can't get rid of you. At this moment, Luo Mingqing's face turned pale in the crowd. He Miaoyan's expression also turned ugly. Your mouth still stinks. Today I'll let you know what happens if you offend me. Zhang Yi glanced at the general in front of He Miaoyan. Relying on this general of a first-level creature? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Oh, what if we add them? As she spoke, He Miaoyan waved her hand, and another team of soldiers in black appeared. There are only 10 people in this team, but each of them holds a scimitar and a round shield. Although there are only 10 people, the murderous intent of these 10 people standing together makes the temperature around them drop suddenly. The moment this group of people appeared, Lin Xingbin's face in the distance immediately became solemn. At this moment, Zhang Yi really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why do you have to be so mean with your mouth? Although he thought so in his heart, he looked at the group of people at the same time and had a thought. The obsessed one. Because He Miaoyan did not turn on information sharing, Zhang Yi knew nothing except seeing a name. But the name of this type of soldier is very strange, and it doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Zhang Yi also waved his hand, and 11 yellow turban believers and a Taiping Taoist priest appeared on the scene. Guanhai, kill him. Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time talking to He Miaoyan, so he went straight to the point. I obey your orders. As he spoke, Guanhai, holding a ring-handled knife, rushed towards the opposing General Ingio. The long sword in Ingio's hand was not as thick as the ring-handled sword in Guanhai's hand. Instead, it was as slender and slightly curved as a Japanese sword. Ingio's knife was very fast. When the two were about to get close, Ingio had already taken the lead and swung the knife. But the next moment, bite! After a crisp sound, the Japanese sword in Ingio's hand was directly split into two by the ring-handled sword. The cutting effect of the black iron ring-headed sword is fatal to this type of slender weapon. This situation was obviously not what Ingio had expected. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, he was completely stunned. Taking advantage of Ingio's distraction, Guanhai raised his leg and kicked Ingio in the chest. Bang! Caught off guard, Ingio flew 5 or 6 meters backwards and then fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, the 10 lost ones had also engaged in battle with the yellow turban believers, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the lost ones were clearly one level higher than the yellow turban believers in terms of both equipment and combat effectiveness. But Wei Jiang in the back opened his arms directly upwards when the two sides were about to make contact. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall be established. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall be established. When the yellow turban believers in front heard this, they shouted in unison, and then their expressions became fanatical. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall be established. The tone of the cry was filled with endless despair and grief, followed by an incomparable powerful will. As the slogans continued to ring out, the momentum of this group of yellow turban believers had changed. If the original yellow turban believers gave people the image of just honest farmers, the yellow turban believers at this time had already become fanatical believers fighting for their beliefs. Puff! The lost one's scimitar chopped fiercely on the shoulder of a yellow turban believer in the front, but the next moment, the yellow turban believer with bloodshot eyes directly grasped the scimitar with both hands. Even though his hands were bleeding from the blade's cuts, the yellow turban believer seemed to be completely unaware of the pain. Just as the lost man was wrestling with the yellow turban believer in front of him, a host suddenly appeared behind the yellow turban believer and hit the lost man hard in the face. Puff! In an instant, the lost man began to bleed, and even the hand that was holding the hilt of the knife subconsciously loosened. The yellow turban believer took the opportunity to grab the scimitar and slashed at the lost man. Puff! The lost person immediately received a box lunch. The same was true for several other lost ones. Under the fearless and crazy attacks of the yellow turban believers, the lost ones who were better equipped were actually at a disadvantage. 5 lost ones have died directly due to the relentless pursuit of the yellow turban believers. At this time, He Miaoyan's face had become ugly and unbelievable. She didn't understand why. Even though her men were so much stronger than Zhang Ye's, she was at a disadvantage as time went by. At this moment, the two generals had already achieved results. Puff! Guanhai stabbed Ingio's abdomen directly with a knife, then kicked him away. At the same time, he turned his wrist and a streak of chain flashed by. Ingio's head immediately separated from his body. After dealing with Ingio, Guanhai turned around and killed the remaining 5 lost ones. Although there were 5 lost ones, how could they be a match for the first-level creatures? It only took 5 minutes, and the last 5 lost ones died. At this time, the Yellow Turban Believers also suffered heavy casualties. Of the original 11 Yellow Turban Believers, 3 had died, another 3 were seriously injured and dying, and the rest were also injured. At this time, the Taoist priest Taiping took out 6 yellow blessing scrolls from his arms, and took out a wooden bowl, put one of the blessing scrolls into the bowl, and lit it. Then add a little water, dissolve it, and pour it directly into one of the 3 dying Yellow Turban Believers. Then a miraculous thing happened. The wounds on the dying Yellow Turban Believer's body began to heal slowly, and his originally pale face began to turn slightly red. After repeating this operation, all the wounded were given a portion of the talisman water. Soon the slightly injured Yellow Turban Believers recovered directly, and the 3 dying ones also began to recover. 25. The reappearance of the infernal corpse. The powerful healing ability of the Taoist priest Taiping opened the eyes of the members of the Lord's sprint class behind him. How about it? Are you coming again? Zhang Yi looked at He Miaoyan with indifference. At this moment, He Miaoyan's face turned pale and her eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible. After listening to this, Zhang Yi turned around and left. He decided to let other people deal with this crazy woman. He had no interest in her at all. Wait a moment. At this time, He Miaoyan suddenly called out to Lin Wenbin, who was about to turn around and leave. I've already awakened my Lord talent, so should I also join the Lord sprint class? As he finished speaking, his eyes were full of provocation as he looked at Zhang Yi. But Lin Wenbin just glanced at He Miaoyan coldly. The number of members in the Lord sprint class is limited. Since you failed your first awakening, you cannot enter the Lord sprint class. Why? How are these losers any better than me? You're using your power to settle a personal grudge. I'm going to complain to the school committee. At this time, He Miaoyan became hysterical. Hearing this, Lin Wenbin stopped, turned around, and looked at He Miaoyan coldly. Oh, then go and file a complaint. But listen carefully, as long as I, Lin Xingbin, am here, you will never be able to join the Lord's sprint class. I don't care how you got your talent as a lord, but don't forget, don't treat everyone else as fools. As he spoke, Lin Xingbin looked at He Miaoyan with a look that was like a knife, making her feel cold all over, and she froze there. Lin Xingbin ignored her and led the entire Lord sprint class directly to the training ground. When everyone saw this scene, they knew what to do and didn't say anything. They followed Lin Wenbin silently. He Miaoyan had just slapped the faces of the others. If Zhang Yi hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Why? I've never suffered such a great injustice since I was a child. Lin Wenbin, let's wait and see. He Miaoyan fiercely stared at the backs of Lin Wenbin and the other members of the Lord sprint class. Her face was almost distorted, but a hint of determination began to reveal itself in her eyes. When they arrived at the training ground, everyone started the same physical training as before. For some reason, Lin Wenbin must have been dissatisfied with everyone's performance just now, so the amount of training today increased a lot, and Lin Wenbin also became more strict. At this moment, Zhu Gang was about to sneak into the team, but was caught red-handed by Lin Wenbin. Afterwards, until school was over, Zhu Gang's screams could still be heard throughout the training ground, which made everyone shudder and resolve not to be late in the future. At the same time, when everyone was leaving school, Lin Wenbin announced an important notice that next week the entire Lord Sprint class would enter a black iron spacetime for adaptive training. This made everyone, who were just exhausted, excited. The lords who have just awakened their talents are still very weak. Only when they grow to a certain level, the school will take them to another time and space for tempering. Of course, they can only go to the weak black iron level space. In the existing black iron level alien time and space, the highest level indigenous people will not exceed the strength of a third level creature. This kind of different time and space is just right for this group of rookies who have just awakened their talents to undergo trials. And because the natives there are not strong, it is convenient for Lin Wenbin to take care of them. But Zhang Yi had already experienced a bronze level adventure in another time and space, so he didn't feel much after hearing the news. After returning home, I found that the 2 pieces of grade 1 Leontian stone I bought from Taoguo had been delivered to my home. After getting them, Zhang Yi directly integrated the 2 pieces of fertile land stone into his territory. Soon, another 20 acres of fertile land were added to the territory, and the Yellow Turban Believers in the territory began to work even harder with their hoes. At the same time, in a high-end villa area in Wuyuan City, He Miaoyan was smashing everything crazily in her room. Thinking of how Zhang Yi easily defeated her today, the contemptuous look that Lin Wenbin gave her, the teasing expressions of her classmates all day long, and the whispers behind her back, He Miaoyan felt very uneasy. Lin Wenbin, Zhang Yi, We'll see. After saying that, Kim Yaoyan turned on the computer, logged into the Togo official website, and started buying everything that could make her stronger. Kim Yaoyan comes from a wealthy family, so these things that are very expensive in the eyes of other people of her age are not worth mentioning at all to her. Although Tododuo is rich in supplies, only things with high production volumes can be displayed there, such as various resource stones and some buildings that can be obtained in ordinary alien spaces. But these things are completely different from what Kim Yaoyan wants now. All the people in Kim Yaoyan's territory have been massacred by Zhang Yi. If she wants to make a comeback in a short period of time, it is not possible with these ordinary resource stones. Things on the next level cannot be purchased at her current level. She needs to reach a certain level of strength after real name authentication to purchase them. TSK. Miss He, why are you going to such great lengths? Isn't it easy to get your face back? A teasing voice came from behind Kim Yaoyan. How did you get in? Get out. Kim Yaoyan seemed extremely resistant to the man who had just spoken and asked him to leave with a gloomy face. The man in front of him was wearing a large hood and his face could not be seen clearly, but when he heard Kim Yaoyan's words, he just shook his head jokingly. Miss He, why are you so hostile? It's not like we haven't worked together before. Isn't the power my God gave you useful? Hearing this, Kim Yaoyan immediately laughed out loud. Humph, what a piece of crap your God gave me. He couldn't even beat the monitor of a mere Lord Sprint class. He killed all those people and made me lose face in school. I don't think your God is that great. What? That's impossible. Hearing this, the man immediately pulled down his hood, revealing his pale face underneath. My God granted you a first-level general when you unlocked your talent. At this stage, no one of the same level can deal with a first-level general. What are you doing? When the corpse turned around, he saw Kim Yaoyan staring at him blankly. Although Inshur is a cult member wanted by Yin country, his sinister temperament and fair skin add a lot of points to him. All in all, Inshur is not ugly, but according to the aesthetic standards of little girls, he looks quite handsome. At this moment, when the corpse pulled down its hood to reveal its true face, Kim Yaoyan's eyes lit up. Unconsciously, she compared him with her current boyfriend Zhou Kale. Then he realized that Zhou Kale, who he had always thought was extremely outstanding, was far inferior to the person in front of him. 26. Black Iron level different time and space. In terms of appearance, Zhou Kale is just a little handsome, but the corpse in front of him, with its handsome face and a hint of evil on its body, gives people a kind of weird beauty. Speaking of identity, Zhou Kale is just the monitor of an ordinary class in an ordinary school, while this Yin corpse is the leader of the chosen society, not to mention that he is also a person on the wanted list of Yin country. This handsome man with an evil background can cause astonishing damage to a girl like Kim Yaoyan. Seeing the lust beginning to emanate from Kim Yaoyan's eyes, a hint of disbelief appeared on the Yin corpse's face. Have all the little girls in today's society become like this? Bang! The corpse slapped her directly. The sudden blow threw Kim Yaoyan onto the bed. But the corpse didn't seem to understand what it meant to be gentle and considerate. It sat directly on her waist and then pinched her neck fiercely. Tell me everything that happened to you at school. Kim Yaoyan seemed frightened. She had always been pampered by others since she was a child. When had she ever been treated so rudely? Looking at the eyes of the Yin corpse that were devoid of any human emotion, Kim Yaoyan felt a chill in her heart, and then she recounted in detail what had happened to her at school. Half an hour later. Lin Wenbin, I didn't expect that after that incident, this guy would actually come to this small place and become a teacher. Really interesting. And that little fellow, he actually became a first-level general right after awakening without any help. It's a shame for him not to join our chosen society with such talent. After listening to Kim Yaoyan's story, the Yin corpse showed an expression of great interest on his face. The next day, Zhang Yi got up early, which was rare for him, and went to the classroom. Like Zhang Yi, other students also gathered in the classroom early, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. For this trip to a different time and space, the school specially rented 6 buses. Hey, why do we need so many buses when there are only 56 of us? Zhu Gang asked around with a puzzled look on his face. It is said that we, the first-year students, are not the only ones going on this trip to another time and space. The second-year students and the Lord Sprint class are also coming with us. One of the well-informed students quickly told everyone this important news. It is so hard to go to a different time and space, so the school will definitely not bring only one class of students. I heard the school leaders are planning to conduct an interview inside and rank the students based on their performance. The top 3 will get rewards. That's bullshit. How could we possibly be a match for those sophomores and juniors? Come on, the ones who ranked the rankings were the seniors. We were just dropping in to see the world. Not long after, The members of the Lord's sprint class of the second and third years of high school gathered downstairs and entered the bus. At this time, Lin Wenbin walked in with a pile of cards in his hand. All right, each of you will have one of these cards. If you encounter any danger, just ask for help from the cards you hold, and the teachers nearby will come to support you as soon as possible. As he spoke, Lin Wenbin handed a string of cards to Zhang Yi. After going around and distributing them, he took a last look at his hand, 818. Wow, this number is the same as the bathing hand card in my previous life. In a trance, Zhang Yi heard a familiar voice in his mind. Sir, welcome to Honglingmen. The bus to the different time and space is also specially made. The outer edge of the body is wrapped with a circle of anti-collision railings, and even the windows are specially made bulletproof glass. 9 o'clock in the morning. Under the leadership of Lin Wenbin, everyone finally entered the black iron-level alien space and time. Many people showed nervousness on their faces, but a small number of people had excitement in their eyes, including Zhu Gang. He has always been simple-minded and strong-limbed, and the word fear does not exist in his dictionary. Afterwards, the two classes of high school sophomores and senior high school juniors disbanded on the spot after entering the different time and space, and went deeper into the different time and space. They came here to participate in the competition, and time is precious, and there is no time to waste. After they all left, only Zhang Yi and his group of rookies were left in the entire venue. Okay, you have 3 days in this alternate time and space. Enjoy your first trip to another time and space, and don't forget what I told you before you came. Lin Wenbin didn't seem to want to say anything more to everyone, and after he finished speaking, he walked away to the side. Everyone looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was the strongest among them, so their purpose was self-evident. What are you looking at? Do you still intend to hide under the protection of others for the rest of your life? You must learn how to move from here to the battlefield. After saying that, Zhang Yi moved forward towards the depths without hesitation. Are you kidding? You want me to be their bodyguard? Are you kidding? I'm not a wet nurse. After Zhang Yi left, a group of people still stayed where they were, feeling uneasy. Only Zhu Gang directly summoned his dozen beastman laborers and walked excitedly towards the depths. With Zhu Gang taking the lead, others also walked in one after another, but it was obvious that most people gathered in 2s and 3s, forming their own small groups. In a corner that no one could see, several teachers were observing the front, and the performance of Zhang Yi and others caught their eyes directly. Teacher Lin, this is the first time for these kids to enter a different time and space. Are you really willing to let them face it alone? A female teacher looked at Lin Wenbin, who was standing at the back, with a worried look on her face. In her eyes, these kids had just awakened their talents not long ago, and probably had never even killed a chicken before. They were not used to the bloody scenes in battle when they saw it for the first time. But Lin Wenbin didn't care about it. They will all be joining the battlefield in the future. They must learn to adapt to this situation on their own. If they can't even pass this level, they should just quit the Lord Sprint class and not waste resources. The other teachers looked at each other. Some of them were about to refute, but subconsciously thought of Li Wenbin's identity and swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. At this time, Zhang Yi summoned Guanhai out. It was better to be safe in such a desolate place. As soon as I turned a corner, I saw several men holding long knives. The men also discovered Zhang Yi. Ha 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 ha, I planted this tree. Guanhai kills them all and leaves one alive. It was a cliched line, and as soon as the other party said it, Zhang Yi knew their identities. Guanhai faithfully carried out Zhang Ye's orders. How could those guys be Guanhai's match? In just 1 minute, the 8 bandits were left with only one man trembling all over. 27. Black Tiger Village. I ask you questions and you answer them. If you're even a second slower, I'll chop off one of your fingers. Do you understand? Zhang Yi looked at the trembling man and said coldly. The man seemed frightened and didn't react for a while. Brush. A cold light flashed, and a bloody dagger appeared in Zhang Ye's hand. The next moment, the man covered the wound with one hand and wailed continuously. Zhang Yi didn't care about all this, but gave Guanhai a look, and Guanhai immediately understood and pressed the man's hand with a missing finger back to the ground. I ask questions and you answer them, understand? Zhang Yi continued to repeat this sentence. This time, the man finally reacted and nodded hurriedly. Understood, understood. Your name? Chen Ergu. Where is this? Black Tiger Village. Who is your leader? What's his strength? How many people are there in the village? Our boss is called Hu Sandao, and his strength is level 1. The second and third bosses are also level 1, but their strength is not as good as the boss. I don't know the exact number of people in the village, but there are at least 500 people. After Chen Ergu realized the current situation, He sold out all the Black Tiger Village without hesitation. But at this time, after listening to what Chen Erga said, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. There were at least 500 people in the village, but there were only 9 yellow turban believers and 1 Taiping Taoist priest on his side. Their strength is totally not on the same level. No wonder the school won't let us participate in the trials. After all this time, we're just a bunch of newbies and can't beat anyone. Zhang Yi was speechless. That was right. It was just a small village at the beginning, and he was already at a loss. It seems that the school just wants us to come here for the first time to broaden our horizons and has no expectations of us being able to do anything. But even though I can't beat him, since I'm already here, I have to go and take a look. Take me to your Black Tiger camp. If you dare to play tricks, see that big guy behind you? If you try to run, I will definitely chop off your head the first time. Chen Ergu looked behind him tremblingly. Guan Hai just glanced at him, and then picked up the ring-handled knife that was still stained with his companion's intestines. In an instant, a chill swept through my body. Don't worry, sir. I have no second thoughts. Chen Ergu immediately swore with a serious expression. The mountain road leading to the Black Tiger Village is extremely steep and overgrown with weeds all the way, as if the Black Tiger Village deliberately built it in such a place. The purpose is to be hidden and easy to defend and difficult to attack. After passing 3 forks in the road and climbing 2 cliffs, Zhang Yi and others finally saw a group of buildings vaguely in front of them. Zhang Yi and others hurried forward, but they found a large number of corpses lying along the way. Among these corpses, only a part were members of the Black Tiger Village, and a small part were equipped with equipment that was obviously more neat and elite than this group of bandits. Zhang Yi even saw some corpses of foreign races. For example, there are 5 or 6 short but strange green creatures lying here, which are obviously goblins. This thing doesn't exist in this different time and space, so there can only be one explanation. That is, some senior lords are also planning to attack the Black Tiger Village. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi stood up and stopped walking on the main road, but strolled in the grass. After walking for a while, we finally heard shouts and screams from the front. Zhang Yi asked Guan Hai to carry Chen Ergu and move forward cautiously. I saw 3 armies with different uniforms joining forces to attack the Black Tiger Village. Zhang Yi looked carefully and finally found 3 lords in armor standing together at the end of the 3 armies. Zhang Yi's guess was correct. The people who were planning to attack the Black Tiger Village were indeed senior students. Wrong. Just as Zhang Yi was about to shift his attention away, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a person lying in the pile of rocks behind the 3 people. Zhang Yi, noticing this, quickly lowered his body again. Holy crap, it turns out that old 6 isn't me. Zhang Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that someone would actually try to take advantage of the situation while the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is waiting behind. Huh? I was discovered. Tu Yutian lay in the pile of rocks and muttered to himself. She followed these 3 people from the beginning, and she was the first to discover Zhang Yi when he first arrived. But when he saw Zhang Yi's face, he realized that he didn't even know this person. There are only 3 students in the Lord class of Nanshire High School. Tu Yutian has memorized all of them in the past 3 years, but she is unfamiliar with Zhang Yi's face. There can only be one explanation. That is, the person opposite her is a freshman who has just unlocked his talent. This class of freshmen is really brave. Tu Yutian smiled and didn't take Zhang Yi to heart. He is just a freshman. How much ability can he have? He probably just ran in by accident. His main target now is the 3 people in front of him, and he has no time to tease the junior. The location of the Black Tiger Village is very clever. There is no other way in or out around the gate, and there is only a narrow mountain road in front. The soldiers of the 3 lords can't deploy many people at a time. However, the bandits at the gate of the village could easily attack them from a high position with bows and arrows in hand. During the period of fighting between the 2 sides, the village gate had not been breached, but several of the 3 lords had already died. Soon, one of the 3 lords couldn't help it, and one of his generals rushed out immediately. The general rushed towards the village gate, holding a ghost head sword. The unique temperament and the cool weapon immediately attracted the attention of all the bandits above, and then a large number of arrows flew towards the general. The general did not dodge when he saw the arrows, but simply held the ghost head sword in his hand horizontally in front of him to protect his head. Ding, ding, ding. A large number of arrows hit the blade, causing sparks. Some arrows hit other parts of the general, but as soon as the arrows penetrated his body, the general used his muscles to hold them back. So a moment later, the general was riddled with arrows, but still rushed forward fiercely. Oh my god, so fierce! Zhang Yi was stunned from the distance. When the bandits in the stronghold saw such a fierce man, their morale immediately dropped. Soon, The general approached the village gate and swung the ghost head sword in his hand vigorously. Boom! A gap was immediately cut into the solid wooden door. How dare you! Just as the general raised the sword in his hand and was about to strike the gate again, there was a loud roar from above the gate. Then a figure rushed down from above. Boom! As soon as the man landed on the ground, he kicked the general with the ghost-headed sword in the chest. With his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to come, the general immediately took 3 steps back. 28. God-given opportunity. The general finally managed to steady his pace and looked up. He saw that the person who had just kicked him was a burly man with a big beard. He was only wearing a deep V linen shirt, revealing a tuft of black hair on his chest. The big man also held a slightly curved saber and looked at him with murderous intent. Who is coming? I'm Husandao. You guys are blind. How dare you come and attack my village? As Husandao was speaking, the village gate opened wide, and the second and third in command led a group of bandits out of the village gate and confronted the 3 lords from a distance. What do you say, brothers? Wang Tianrui asked the 2 classmates beside him. Zhuang Yuanjie, who was standing by, had a calm expression. As usual, my generals will deal with that big boss, and they'll get an extra 10% of the profits after the job is done. Qi Haoqiang on the other side nodded. Make a deal. After the deal was done, the generals under Wang Tianrui and Qi Haoqiang walked out of the formation at the same time and came to the side of the general who had been there before. When Husandao saw that the opposite side had the same number of masters as his side, his face suddenly became solemn. After the 2 sides confronted each other for a few minutes, the third in command of the Black Tiger camp lost his patience and immediately picked up the big knife in his hand and rushed out first. As if it was a starting gun, 6 first-level generals began to fight fiercely together. 6 first-level generals fought each other. It was the first time Zhang Yi had seen that scene. The air at the scene was surging, and the general's shouts were as deafening as thunder. The bandits nearby and the 3 soldiers under the senior officers couldn't get close to him at all. The battle lasted only about 15 minutes. The third in command, the weakest one on the Black Tiger camp side, made a mistake first. His opponent seized the opportunity and beheaded him with 1 blow. The death of the third in command immediately caused the second in command to be in great panic. The next moment, the second in command followed suit. The 2 generals, now free, stared at the chief with eager eyes. It was agreed before that Zhuang Yuanjie would get an additional 10% of the profits if he fought against the boss, so the other 2 lords specifically instructed their generals not to take action. A general was pressing forward in front, and 2 generals were watching him covetously from behind. At this time, Husandao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. My dear friends, we can discuss something. I have several treasures in my Black Tiger stronghold, and I am willing to offer them to you. How about we call it a day? Hearing this, the other 3 all sneered. It's foolish, isn't it? If we kill you, those things will belong to us, so why should we let you go? Just as Husandao was about to speak, the swordsman on the opposite side saw the opportunity, turned his wrist, and slashed upwards. Puff! Husandao's right arm was immediately separated from his body. Husandao staggered and fell to the ground, covering his wound. Just as the general was about to step forward and finish him off. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a large number of arrows flew out from the pile of rocks behind them and flew directly towards the 3 generals. Enemy attack. A shrill scream was heard. The 3 generals quickly swung their weapons to block the arrows. Who? Wang Tianrui, Zhuang Yuanjie, and Qi Haoqiang shouted in shock and anger. Long time no see, you 3. As he spoke, a female figure walked out from the pile of rocks behind him. Tu Yutian. It's you again, bitch. You're still haunting me, aren't you? The 3 men obviously hated this woman who suddenly appeared. After seeing her face, their expressions turned ugly. Humph. I told you all at the beginning. Either you kill me once and for all, or I will repay you double. Humph. Killing you would be too much trouble, but if I cripple you in another time and space, even the teacher won't say anything. As they spoke, the faces of the 3 of them became gloomy. Cut off both of her legs. Kill all the soldiers that woman brought with her. That woman has pretty fair skin, don't waste it. The 3 generals had all suffered minor injuries in the rain of arrows just now. When they heard the orders from their respective lords, they immediately swung their weapons and attacked. But Tu Yutian smiled coldly at this. The next moment, 2 generals in red armor suddenly emerged from behind Tu Yutian and rushed towards the 3 generals. Shit, since when did she have 2 generals? At this moment, the 3 people's faces changed drastically when they saw the 2 first-level generals appear. Quick, go and provide support. The 3 of them gave orders to the army behind them. At this time, The three of their generals were more or less injured, and facing two enemy generals in their prime, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. To be on the safe side, the three of them simply sent their teams forward at the same time. A team of three is definitely more powerful than that woman's team of one, right? Men, avenge the two masters. Kill them. Suddenly, Husandao, who had been forgotten by them, gave an order. A large number of bandits rushed towards the team of three. Mad, forget about this guy. When the three heard Husandao's voice, they immediately became confused. A large number of bandits rushed into the team of three, directly filling the gap in Tu Yutian's troops. Hurrah! Today really is my lucky day. Tu Yutian couldn't help but burst out laughing after seeing this. Zhang Yi was not interested in the grudges between the four of them. He was staring at Husandao, who only had one arm left. Husandao looked really miserable at this time. Not only was his right arm missing, but although Tu Yutian's previous rain of arrows was all concentrated on the three generals, the fire at the city gate affected innocent people as well. Hu Hansen was also pierced by 2 arrows in the chest and thigh. At this time, seeing the melee in the distance, he struggled to stand up, but did not join the battle directly to avenge his 2 brothers as Zhang Yi expected. Instead, he took advantage of the opponent's inattention and returned directly to the Black Tiger village. Zhang Yi turned and looked at the battlefield. At this time, the woman named Tu Yutian and 3 other senior students were fighting directly. Although Tu Yutian was a girl, she was wearing armor and dancing with the big guandao in her hand with great power. The 3 senior students were unable to get close to her for a while. Hey look, this is God feeding me. Zhang Yi looked at Husandao's embarrassed appearance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, Zhang Yi took Guan Hai and sneaked towards the gate of Black Tiger Village. He walked through the weeds and bushes, stopping from time to time to see if the people on the field had noticed him. Fortunately, the 3 men and 1 woman on the field had no idea what had happened. They were all so bloodthirsty that they had no energy to observe their surroundings except for each other. Seeing the right moment, Zhang Yi rushed directly into the gate of the Black Tiger Village. 29. Bronze order to stop the war. At this time, all the bandits had been summoned to join the bloody battle between the 4 lords, and the Black Tiger Village seemed empty. Husandao entered the village and ran straight towards his Black Tiger Hall. Judging from the current situation, the Black Tiger Village is definitely not going to be able to be defended. While the 2 gangs are fighting, he will take away all the leaders of the Black Tiger Village. As long as I am still alive, it won't be long before the Black Tiger Village will be revived again. But just as Husandao walked into the bedroom and took out the treasures he had accumulated over the years as a bandit leader, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Who? Husanhan was holding a ghost head knife and looking at the door with horror on his face. At this moment, my strength is only 1/10 of what it was before, and anyone can easily kill me. Wow, I never thought I'd get such a windfall just by visiting someone casually. God really is blessing me. Zhang Yi walked in with shining eyes. Behind him was Guan Hai, holding a ring-handled knife. He was looking greedily at the bulging package in Husandao's hand. Husandao's face was full of despair at this time. He felt the same aura from Guan Hai as his own. That guy was actually also a first-level general. Oh my god, what bad luck did Husandao have today? So many first-class generals who are rarely seen in normal times came to his small Black Tiger village. Good man, I, Husandao, am unlucky to have met you all today. Can these things buy my life? Seeing this, Husandao immediately handed over the package in his hand. Zhang Yi stared at Husandao for a while before summoning a yellow turban believer to take the package from Husandao's hand. Husandao's eye twitched when he saw it. He was just planning to wait until the boy in front of him walked up to him and then threaten him to make the big man behind him afraid to act rashly. But unexpectedly, this kid didn't buy it at all and was so cunning. The yellow turban believer walked up to Zhang Yi, opened the package, and a dazzling golden light flashed. Wow, it really is the gold belt for murder and arson, Zhang Yi then said with emotion. In addition to several pieces of gold, the package also contained many pills and some other miscellaneous items. I can't believe that a small bandit leader is so rich. No wonder he doesn't have to worry about money after becoming a lord. Those few pieces of gold alone are worth nearly 4 or 500,000, not to mention those more valuable elixirs. You think you can buy your life with just this little thing? You're making it very difficult for me. Although he was secretly delighted, he still had a disappointed expression on his face. Zhang Ye's intuition told him that the other party might still have some benefits that he hadn't squeezed out yet. Blackmail is about squeezing out every last bit of usefulness from the other party. As expected, when Husandao heard what Zhang Yi said, his face turned pale. He was about to launch a desperate counterattack, but the next moment, he saw Guan Hai holding the knife in one hand and gently scratching the blade of the ring-handled knife with the thumb of the other hand. In an instant, Hu Sandao's courage, which had just risen up, fell again. Better to live a miserable life than to die? People are like this. Once you compromise for the first time, there will be a second time, a third time. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Sandao took out a token-like object covered with copper rust from his arms. This is a token I accidentally obtained in my early years. By chance, I realized that it was a key to open a different dimension. As he spoke, Hu Sandao handed the rusty token in his hand to the yellow turban believer. Bronze order to stop the war. The key to entering the unknown space-time of the main world, the Xuanwu plane. Effect. 1. Perception. The bronze order can sense the opening time of the Xuanwu plane. 2. Teleport. When the alternate time and space arrive at the opening time, the bronze order can automatically teleport the Lord to Xuanwu plane, and after the end, the Lord will be teleported back to the original place. 3. Restrictions. Only Lords below level 3 are allowed to go to Xuanwu plane. It's actually an unknown space-time. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. As we all know, the various different time and space in the main world can be divided into black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Applicable to Lords at levels 1 to 3, 4 to 5, 6 to 7, and 8 to 10 respectively. But there is also an extremely special kind of alien time and space called the unknown level. The requirements for entering it are strange and weird, and it will not be open all year round like the above 4 kinds of alien time and space. The opening hours and locations of the unknown level are not fixed. Every time the channel is closed, the entire space-time will disappear and cannot be found by any means. Therefore, this unknown level of space and time is also called a secret realm. The degree of danger in the secret realms varies. Some are simply resource mazes, and the lords who are lucky enough to enter them will become rich overnight. Some secret realms are extremely dangerous places where there is no chance of survival. Of course, no matter what kind of maze it is, they all have one thing in common. That is, they have benefits far exceeding those of other different time and space. Of course, the premise is that you can come back. The bronze order to stop the war in front of you is one of the keys to enter the maze. No matter what this maze is like, one thing is certain. It is absolutely precious. Without thinking, Zhang Yi directly took it into his territory. When I get home, I'm going to find out what the hell this Xuanwu plane is. I don't know if it's dangerous or not. Good man, look. At this time, Hu Sandao asked cautiously. Just now, when he saw Zhang Yi put the token into his pocket, Hu Sandao felt relieved. It seemed that the young man in front of him was very satisfied with the thing he had given him. Zhang Yi put away the token, a look of satisfaction on his face. Very good, I am very satisfied with your thing. You can leave now. I swear I will not attack you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi waved his hands impatiently, as if telling him to get out of here quickly. Hu Sandao was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately ran out the door. Humph, things change over time. This isn't over yet, kid. Let's wait and see. Hu Sandao felt secretly resentful. But what he didn't expect was that the moment he and Zhang Yi passed each other, Guanhai on the side suddenly attacked, following a flash of cold knife light. Phew! The knife flashed, and blood splattered. Before Hu Sandao could react, a bloody mark appeared on his neck. You. Hu Sandao turned around with difficulty and stared at Zhang Yi. I said I wouldn't attack you, but I didn't say he couldn't attack you. Bang! Hu Sandao fell heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with a look of frustration that he would not be able to close until he died. Seeing this, Guanhai hurriedly reached out to Hu Sandao. A moment later, 3 white light balls appeared in Guanhai's hands. 30 wolves. At the moment of Hu Sandao's death, Zhang Yi clearly felt that the energy tank above the Lus altar in his territory had increased by 1/3. It seems that if we want to start summoning quickly, we need the help of the mini-boss. Zhang Yi then looked at the 3 light balls that Guanhai handed to him. Refugee camp. Daily energy plus 50. The location where refugees are produced can be purchased by the Lord using energy points, 5 points per item. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up instantly. He finally found something that could produce energy. He had long been fed up with the miserable days of only being able to add 1 yellow turban believer every day. After getting this thing, Zhang Yi entered the territory without any hesitation and placed the refugee camp next to the dilapidated shack. With a flash of white light, a dilapidated camp appeared in front of Zhang Yi. With the formation of the refugee camp, Zhang Ye's territory will gain 60 energy points every day from now on. At this time, the energy points in the territory had not been used up today, so Zhang Yi decisively used them to buy 2 refugees. The next moment, 2 disheveled, skinny humanoid creatures walked out of the camp. Refugees. Strength, 0.5. Speed, 0.3. Belief, 1. Constitution, 0.7. TSK. This damn thing is even worse than the starving people of the yellow turbans back then. Look at these 4 attributes. It's even weaker than a chicken. Zhang Yi was filled with emotion. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange attribute in his lifetime. It really proves the old saying that you get what you pay for. The 2 refugees seemed to finally realize that there was a figure standing before them, and they staggered towards Zhang Yi. "We, the humble servants, greet the Lord and ask that you be kind enough to give us something to eat." The 2 refugees immediately knelt down at Zhang Yi's feet. This was the kind of scene Zhang Yi hated the most in his life. Without saying a word, he immediately called 2 yellow turban believers to help them to the dining area. Thanks to Guan Hai's skills, there was never a shortage of food in Zhang Yi's camp. Soon, a pile of food including rice and steamed buns were placed in front of the 2 men. The 2 refugees, who were only half alive, suddenly had bloodshot eyes when they saw the food and immediately pounced on it. Then, under Zhang Yi's horrified eyes, the 2 refugees ate nearly the rations of 4 people. "Oh my God, I found a bunch of good-for-nothings." Now in Zhang Yi's territory, the yellow turban believers have an appetite of 2 as much as 1, and now there are also these refugees. After eating and drinking their fill, the 2 refugees knelt in front of Zhang Yi with a look of satisfaction, thanking the Lord for saving their lives. After seeing that the 2 had eaten their fill, Zhang Yi had an idea and opened their information panel again. But unfortunately, they did not transform into yellow turban believers like the starving yellow turban people before. But Zhang Yi did not have many regrets in his heart. Since the basic strength was weak, they would all become producers such as farmers in the future. After all, this territory had just started, and they would be useful one day. At this time, the only Taoist priest of Taiping Dao in the territory came over. After seeing the 2 refugees, he approached them directly and began to introduce the philosophy of Taiping Dao to them. The Taiping Dao's teachings opposed exploitation and money-making and advocated equality and universal love, which was extremely attractive to the common people. When the 2 heard the Taoist Taiping's introduction, their eyes lit up and they knelt on the ground begging for his shelter. Soon, the 2 refugees began to emit a faint yellow light. As the light disappeared, their tattered clothes turned into the same clothes as the yellow turban believers. The 2 refugees actually became yellow turban believers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's eyes widened. "That's all fine. You have to know that the selling price of a refugee is only half of that of a yellow turban believer." This round trip directly helped him save half of his energy points. After leaving the territory and returning to the main world, Zhang Yi heard the deafening shouts of killing outside. After searching the Black Tiger village for a while, he found a back door leading to the foot of the mountain. Without a second thought, he slipped out through this back door. Half an hour later, the 3 senior lords finally collapsed under the attack of 2 Yutian and many bandits from the Black Tiger village. The 3 fled in panic with their men, and 2 Yutian finally eliminated all the bandits in the Black Tiger village after another round of fierce fighting. Just as she was happily entering the Black Tiger village to find Hu Sandao and prepare for the final wave of harvest, she suddenly froze. Her soldiers searched the entire mountain stronghold but did not find Hu Sandao. Instead, they discovered a small door leading to the foot of the mountain during the search. "Damn it, he got away." 2 Yutian was secretly resentful, but after leaving the small door, there were only mountains and dense forests outside, and finding someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After looking for a distance and not finding any clues, 2 Yutian had no choice but to return. At this time, Zhang Yi was happily wandering through the dense forest, checking the things left by Hu Sandao. Because these things were given voluntarily by Hu Sandao, they did not disappear with him in the form of white light after his death. At this time, in the entire package, in addition to the few pieces of gold and some useless clothes, there were also 5 porcelain bottles containing elixirs. After inspection, 3 of the bottles were body-tempering pills, and 1 bottle was a healing medicine called rejuvenation powder. The last bottle is special. Guanyin takes off her clothes. Effect: the desire of the person who takes it will reach the peak in a short period of time. Bah, I thought it was something good, but it's disgraceful and a scum. As he spoke, Zhang Yi threw it into his territory. The mountain at the foot of the Black Tiger village is quite large, and not only is the terrain rugged but also covered with dense jungle. Soon, Zhang Yi got lost. After searching for a long time, Zhang Yi didn't know where he was now. Seeing that it was getting late, he simply made a fire and cooked in the dense forest. Of course, he summoned a yellow turban believer to do the cooking. Zhang Yi is a lord after all, and he will never do it himself if he asks his subordinates to do it. At the same time, Guan Hai was also summoned out. It was late at night, and if there was any danger, Zhang Yi would not have time to cry. After eating and drinking, Zhang Yi summoned a few yellow turban believers to help him make a simple tent. At this time, Zhang Yi was lying on the wooden bed, watching the bright night sky. It's better to be a lord. You don't have to do anything yourself. After sighing, Zhang Yi's eyelids gradually began to feel heavy. After an unknown amount of time, the howling of wolves began to be heard in the distance, and the sound became louder and louder. Guan Hai shook Zhang Yi awake directly. Master, don't sleep. The wolf howling is getting closer. It looks like those beasts are targeting us. Zhang Yi opened his confused eyes, and what came into view was Guan Hai's solemn face. Hearing his words, Zhang Yi suddenly came to his senses. 31. Mountain Work. You have to know that the wolves in this different time and space are not like the wolves in the world before Zhang Yi traveled through time. Today's wolves are like the spiritual beasts in fantasy novels. Not only are there many strange species, but their strength is also exaggerated one after another. More importantly, wolves in the wild are all social animals. Just when Zhang Yi was worried, several wolf-like creatures appeared within his field of vision. But at this moment, the moment those wolves appeared, Zhang Yi's face turned pale. This is still a wolf. Zhang Yi saw 3 wild wolves appearing in his field of vision. Their fur appeared black and gray under the illumination of the flames. Their bodies were similar in size to ordinary horses, or even a little bigger. At this time, compared to the thin Zhang Yi, the burly and muscular Guan Hai seemed to be more to their liking. The 3 wolves stared at Guan Hai with bloodthirsty eyes. At the same time, Guan Hai also held a ring-handled knife and looked at the wild wolves with a serious face. Zhang Yi looked at the 3 wild wolves of exaggerated size and had an idea. Mountain Wolf. Strength, 8. Speed, 9. Willpower, 7. Constitution, 10. Skill, 1. Intimidate. There is a greater chance of causing a creature with lower willpower to fall into a state of fear. 2. Sense of smell. The sense of smell far exceeds that of ordinary creatures, allowing it to easily chase down enemies. Let me put it this way. If these 4 attributes are taken individually, they can only belong to the peak of level 0 creatures, but they can't stop living in groups. The 3 wargs are already enough to threaten Guan Hai, and it is still unknown when the other wargs will arrive. The 3 wolves were obviously extremely eager for creatures with strong blood and energy. At this moment, Guan Hai was the most delicious food in their eyes. Guan Hai, is there a problem? My lord, please do not disturb me. These are just 3 evil beasts. I can easily deal with them. Hearing the confidence in Guan Hai's tone, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Guan Hai was his trump card. If even he didn't have the confidence to deal with these 3, then Zhang Yi would have to use the human wave tactic to pull out all the yellow turban believers. But needless to say, the result at that time will be absolutely tragic. After a long standoff, one of the wolves obviously could no longer bear it and pounced forward. Seeing this, the other 2 followed immediately. Guan Hai's eyes moved, and he also rushed forward, but when he was about to come into contact with the first wolf, Guan Hai knelt down on both knees and raised his knife with both hands. Puff! The first wolf passed directly over the tip of Guan Hai's knife. In an instant, its abdomen was cut open, and its intestines and kidneys all flowed out along with blood. After dealing with the first wolf, Guan Hai immediately twisted his waist and jumped up, while holding the knife with both hands and swinging it forward with force. The 2 wolves at the back just jumped up and slashed towards them with their ring-handled swords. A cold light flashed. Puff! Blood immediately splattered out, and 2 huge wolf heads were immediately separated from the body. The 3-headed wolf left 3 balls of light for Zhang Yi, but they were filled with wolf teeth, wolf skins, and other worthless materials. My lord, there are such giant wolves here. This means that this is the hunting territory of that wolf pack. We cannot stay here for long. As Guan Hai spoke, he kept scanning the surroundings with a look of vigilance on his face. The number of these wolf packs was unknown, and it was very dangerous to stay there. Zhang Yi was not an ungrateful person, so he nodded immediately and asked Guan Hai to escort him away. Not long after they left, they heard the shrill howling of wolves from the previous camp. It was obvious that the other wolves had discovered the bodies of their companions. Wolves are extremely vengeful creatures. Zhang Yi and others stayed there for so long, so the scent of Zhang Yi and Guan Hai must be lingering there. Zhang Yi has not forgotten the skills of the wolf. They will definitely chase Zhang Yi and others next. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but quicken his pace of leaving. But the group of wargs came faster than expected. Soon, a warg jumped out from the grass on the side and pounced towards Zhang Yi. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately released the palm thunder. The strong electric shock paralyzed the wolf's entire body. Guan Hai took the opportunity to move forward and beheaded it directly. But on the way, Zhang Yi kept encountering wolves that came to pursue him. If Guan Hai had not risked his life to save him several times and used the tiger head golden armor, Zhang Yi might have been killed by the wolves. Speaking of this, we have to mention this tiger head black gold armor. Although it is only a low-grade Xian level armor, it has withstood multiple attacks from the wolf, and its appearance has not been damaged at all. But at this time, after experiencing many attacks by the wolf, Zhang Yi was also furious. It's not over yet. Guan Hai, let's go. Let's turn around and find that wolf den and destroy it right away. How to find the wolf den? This is very simple. Zhang Yi first found a few uneaten wild animal corpses from his territory and threw them on the ground. Then they took out 2 wolf skins from the previous spoils, and Zhang Yi and Guan Hai curled up their bodies in the wolf skins and hid in the corner. The bloody smell of the beast's corpse immediately attracted 3 wolves. After seeing the corpses, the 3 wolves did not go forward directly, but looked around vigilantly. After a moment, the hatred for food overcame its reason, and the 3 wolves began to devour the corpse. Of course, the 3 wolves did not forget their purpose. After eating, they picked up the remaining corpses and started moving in one direction. Zhang Yi and Guan Hai immediately followed, wearing wolf skins. The 3 wolves passed through a dense forest and came to a cave. As if they had smelled a familiar smell, 2 little wolf cubs ran out of the cave and ran and played freely under the feet of the 3 wolves. Huh! A heavy breathing sound came from the cave, and the 3 wolves quickly lowered their heads in submission. A moment later, a giant wolf with snow-white fur appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Mountain Wolf King. Except for the name, everything else is ellipsis. It is obvious that this Wolf King is definitely above level 1. A Wolf King of level 1 creature, plus a pack of wolves that could return at any time. It's a bit difficult. I got it. Zhang Yi, who was still worried, suddenly had an idea. 10 minutes later, 2 more wolves entered the cave carrying the corpses of several wild animals. Zhang Yi's face began to show a trace of a smile of success. The fun is about to begin. A moment later, a sound of animals coming into the spring came from the cave. The sound lasted for a long time, and the lingering sound was full of anticipation for life and joy in the spiritual world. After a full hour, the sound gradually stopped. Zhang Yi saw the opportunity and took Guan Hai directly to touch him. As soon as I entered the cave, a heavy breathing sound was heard, accompanied by a faint smell of life. 32. Wolf Cavalry Battalion. Damn, the effect of this, Guanyin taking off clothes, is really powerful. Zhang Yi sighed, covering his nose. Zhang Yi only poured half of the bottle, and then a first-level creature, the Wolf King, turned into a ruthless pile driver. I really don't know what would have happened if I had poured the entire bottle on those corpses. By then, I'm afraid this cave will take a beating. Zhang Yi thought sinisterly in his heart. After turning a corner, the Snow-White Wolf King was now lying in the middle with his eyes closed, resting, and the 5 petite female wolves around him were already limp on the ground. I was too lazy to come out. The previous battle was very intense, and both sides had entered sage mode at this time. Seeing that the souls of both parties have ascended to heaven at this moment, when will we take action, if not now? Rush. Guan Hai immediately rushed forward, and a cold light shot out, aiming directly at the Wolf King in the center. Although the Wolf King had been squeezed dry of his last essence, he was still very vigilant as a Wolf King. The moment Guan Hai appeared, a dangerous aura made the hair on the back of his neck explode. Without thinking, he lifted his sore limbs and dodged to the side. Boom. The sharp blade still scraped across its right ribs, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone, and blood splattered out of the wound. Roar. The Wolf King turned his head, opened his huge wolf mouth, and bit Guan Hai's neck. Seeing this, Guan Hai turned his wrist, and the ring-handled knife immediately appeared horizontally in front of the Wolf King, blocking its way. Clang. The Wolf King's hard head slammed hard against the blade, making a metallic sound. The huge force forced Guan Hai to take 2 steps back before he could stabilize his body. At this time, the Wolf King was about to pounce, and Zhang Yi took the opportunity to hit it with a palm thunder. Just as the Wolf King leaped up, a lightning snake instantly hit its side. In an instant, the powerful electric current caused the Wolf King's hair to stand on end, and his body went into a state of stiffness. Guan Hai saw the opportunity and swung his knife. The black iron ring-headed sword gives the blade unparalleled sharpness, coupled with Guan Hai's enormous strength. Puff! The Wolf King's huge head flew up immediately. The 5 female wolves on the side also died in disgrace under the effects of Zhang Yi's palm thunder and Guan Hai's ring-handled sword. After the battle, Guan Hai's occupational disease immediately kicked in. He began to search the corpse of the Wolf King and the corpses of the 5 female wolves beside him. A moment later, 5 light balls from the 5 female wolves and 4 light balls from the Wolf King appeared directly in Guanhai's hands. Among the 5 light balls from the mother wolf, 4 were made of a material called exquisite wolf skin, and the last one was actually a blue light ball containing a small wolf. Wolf essence. Effect can be integrated with weapons, giving the weapon a wolf spirit. It's a very good little thing that can make a weapon possess a weapon spirit at the fastest speed, but Zhang Yi can't use it. Fortunately, his father runs a sword shop, so giving this kind of thing to his father is the best choice. The Wolf King left behind 4 balls of light, the first 2 of which were made of the materials Wolf King's Fang and Wolf King's skin. After the 3rd light ball was opened, it turned out to be a blood-red crystal. The crystal was only the size of a fingernail and remained translucent all day long. Hematospermia. Yellow. Effect. After taking it, it will greatly improve the user's whole body qi and blood. After reading the introduction, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. It can actually improve qi and blood. You know, for a military general, increasing qi and blood means increasing his own strength. Don't be fooled by the fact that the blood essence in front of you is as big as a fingernail. It is definitely a rare treasure for a military general. Guanhai, it's yours. As he spoke, Zhang Yi threw the blood essence to Guanhai. Guanhai quickly caught it with both hands. Thank you very much, my lord, for your gift. After saying that, he put it into his mouth without hesitation. The next moment, surging energy and blood exploded from Guanhai's stomach. Guanhai immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot, then closed his eyes and began to digest the blood essence. Zhang Yi took a look at Guanhai's condition and realized that it would not be over in a short time, so he directly opened the last light ball. The ball of light dissipated, and a copper token appeared in Zhang Ye's hand. On the token was an image of greedy wolf howling at the moon. Looking at this token, Zhang Yi immediately thought of Sister Yangmei's Suoshui token. Could it be my luck won't be so good? At this moment, Zhang Ye's heart couldn't help but tremble. Greedy wolf order. After use, you can directly generate buildings. Wolf Rider Camp. Wolf Cavalry Battalion. Trainable troops. Wolf Cavalry. I told you I'm the son of destiny. With just a little effort, I can easily capture this type of military structure. Looking at the golden token in his hand, Zhang Yi became more confident in his European talent. At this time, Guanhai still hadn't woken up. Zhang Yi went straight into the territory, chose a location, and used the greedy wolf order directly. A dazzling golden light flashed, and a huge military camp was immediately formed. In front of the camp gate, there was a huge wolf head hanging with its mouth open towards the sky, as if roaring. Wolf Cavalry Camp. Currently trainable troops. 1. Warg, 100 energy points, /head. 2. Iron Wolf Guard, 1000 energy points, /position. The troops looked terrifying, but Zhang Yi could only sigh at the camp. No money. So poor. Now Zhang Ye's daily energy point output is only 60 points. There are only 2 ways to increase your daily energy point output. One is to once again look for buildings like shabby shacks or refugee camps that can produce energy points every day. The second is to buy sublimation stone. As the name suggests, sublimation stone is a stone that can sublimate items. As long as it is used on a building, its quality can be forcibly upgraded to a higher level. Once the shabby shack and refugee camp are upgraded once, their quality will be improved and the daily energy points produced will increase. But Zhang Yi can only think of these 2 methods now. The buildings that can increase energy points are basically as valuable as military buildings, and they cannot be obtained without spending over $1 million. Ask Dad for money. The next moment, Zhang Yi shook his head and threw the idea out of his mind. You're useless. You have to fight for your own happiness. It's shameful to rely on your parents. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi decided to accumulate energy points and try to train the soldiers to see how effective it would be. At this time, Guanhai finally absorbed all the energy in the blood essence, opened his eyes, and stood up. After Zhang Yi sensed Guanhai's aura, he immediately withdrew from the territory and returned to the main world. At this moment, Guanhai's aura was a bit more powerful than before. Similarly, his body had obviously grown a lot larger. It is obvious that this blood essence is of great help to him. 33. Gunkuan Fruit. Looking at Guanhai's arms, which had obviously grown bigger, Zhang Yi had an idea. Guanhai. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 18. Speed, 15. Willpower, 18. Constitution, 15. Skill. Plunder. Each time you defeat an enemy, you will gain 50% more from plunder. Demand for food. For every enemy city captured, the income from food and grass stones will increase by 100%. After taking 1 blood essence, except for the will, The other 3 items have been more or less enhanced. Now Guanhai has basically reached the threshold of the second-level creature. After collecting the spoils, Zhang Yi and Guanhai continued to move forward. Lin Wenbin had said before that they could only stay in the different time and space for 3 days. Now that the first day was almost over, he had to speed up if he wanted to gain something again. The sky was already slightly bright at this time, and the sun was about to come out. It may be that the Black Tiger village was originally built on this mountain, and the common ferocious beasts here were regularly cleared out by the members of the Black Tiger village. Zhang Yi and Guanhai walked in the mountains for a long time without encountering any ferocious beasts. After walking for 2 hours, the two encountered 2 wild boars. With the help of Guanhai, they provided Zhang Yi with 2 yellow-grade food stones. Just when Zhang Yi was about to leave the mountains and try his luck somewhere else, Guanhai, who was walking half behind Zhang Yi, suddenly stopped. "My lord, there is a smell of blood. A battle is happening nearby." Zhang Ye's eyes immediately lit up. "Take me there quickly." At this time, Zhang Linghua was hiding behind a huge rock in a mess. She was really unlucky. An hour ago, she found a strange little tree on a rock. There were 5 bright yellow fruits on the tree. When I got closer, I found that the 5 fruits were actually emitting an indescribable heavy aura. Zhang Linghua's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that he was really lucky. He could find 5 Ginkuan fruits just by walking around. As long as the Ginkuan fruit is given to the people, it can not only improve the attributes, but also has a certain chance of awakening an earth attribute skill. Of course, whether or not one can awaken earth attribute skills depends on the character of the person who takes it and their affinity for the earth attribute. Zhang Linghua happily put away the 5 Ginkuan fruits and was secretly delighted that there was no guardian beast nearby for such a precious thing. But what she didn't know was that not far away, a battle had just ended and a giant pangolin was lying in a pool of blood. A minotaur holding a huge axe, covered in wounds, was standing by and gasping for breath. Ling Zhishang was looking at the scene in front of him with a smug look on his face. This pangolin was the guardian beast of the Gunkuan fruit. When Ling Zhishang brought the scarred minotaur back to the fruit tree and prepared to harvest the spoils, he was dumbfounded. The fruit trees are now empty. Damn it, which shameless guy did this? Ling Zhishang immediately roared around with red eyes. After going through so much hardship, even his generals were seriously injured. When it was time to harvest, he found that his peaches had been picked. No one could bear this. What's more, Ling Zhishang's subordinates are minotaurs, who are born with a strong ability to perceive the earth attribute. The 5 Ginkuan fruits are of great significance to him. Otherwise, he would not risk seriously injuring his generals to kill the guardian beast. At this time, the seriously injured minotaur general under Ling Zhishang kept shaking his huge nose towards the direction of the Gunkuan fruit tree. Suddenly, it smelled a faint fragrance that did not belong to fruit trees beside this fruit tree. "My lord, has Lao Niu found the thief?" Ling Zhishang immediately turned his head, a cruel smile on his face. "Find him. I'm going to let him know the consequences of angering me." Zhang Linghua didn't realize how much trouble the perfume she often sprayed would bring her. At this moment, she was excitedly leading her 5 subjects down the mountain. Suddenly a cold light flashed. Boom. A double-sided axe flew past Zhang Linghua, splitting a tree in front of him into 2 halves. At the same time, the people following him were smashed into pieces by the huge force of the double-sided axe. The blood and flesh of the people splashed directly on half of Zhang Linghua's body, making her stunned for a moment. Hee, I thought it was some bold thief who dared to take Ling Zhishang's things, but it turned out to be a junior high school girl. At this moment, Ling Zhishang was looking at the junior schoolmate in front of him who was so scared that she dared not move with great interest. Looking at Zhang Linghua's pretty face, Ling Zhishang couldn't help but reveal a smile that all men understand. "Senior, I didn't know that thing was yours. I'm returning it to you now. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." At this moment, Zhang Linghua took out 5 Gunkuan fruits from his territory and threw them to Ling Zhishang with trembling body. But at this moment Ling Zhishang reached out to catch it, but the next moment the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Humph, you took my things and it took me half a day to find you. Do you think you can just return them to me? How are you going to compensate me for the mental damages?" Seeing the wicked smile on Ling Zhishang's face, Zhang Linghua's face turned pale immediately. "My lord, go." At this time, the other 4 subjects behind him rushed towards Ling Zhishang frantically. Ling Zhishang's eyes immediately turned fierce. "Court death." As soon as he finished speaking, the minotaur rushed forward and punched a citizen so hard that his chest collapsed, making him deader than dead. Ling Zhishang also had a sharp sword in his hand and beheaded the other leader. The 4 subjects were all killed very quickly, but Ling Zhishang, who had just come to attack, discovered that the junior schoolgirl had actually escaped. Zhang Linghua was hiding behind a big rock at this time, not daring to even breathe, and looked at the figure gradually approaching with a look of horror. The Minotaur's nose was very useful. He just moved his nose slightly and easily found Zhang Linghua behind the stone in front of him. Following the instructions of his Minotaur, Ling Zhishang also understood that the junior schoolgirl was hiding behind the big rock. "Junior sister, there's no need to hide. I've already discovered you. Don't worry, I won't blame you. I just want to make friends with you." When Zhang Linghua heard this, the fear in his eyes became more obvious. At this time, in front of a huge screen, Lin Wenbin and several other teachers who taught the Lord Sprint half class were standing in front of it. Ling Zhishang's performance was displayed on it, and his previous action was clearly seen by these teachers. Humph. I originally thought Ling Zhishang was a rough diamond, but I didn't expect him to reveal his true face today. It's really disgusting. A teacher looked at the scene with disdain. 34. Oh no, it's a honey trap. Hey, the Minotaurs under Ling Zhishang have amazing combat power. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll at least be admitted to a top-tier university in the future. But his character isn't up to par right now, so it's still a question whether any university will accept him in the future. Those universities have been requiring character assessments for new students in recent years. Another teacher shook his head and spoke in a tone of disappointment. "Teacher Lin, Zhang Linghua is a student in your class. Should we take action?" All the teachers turned to look at Lin Wenbin standing beside them. It was obvious that they had an inexplicable awe for Lin Wenbin. But Lin Wenbin remained indifferent. "No rush. This is a good opportunity to test the character of the next student." Several teachers followed Lin Wenbin's gaze and saw two figures sneaking up on them. "Fuck, this is exciting. I can watch this without paying." Zhang Yi and Guan Hai quietly came to a bush, pulled aside the grass that blocked their view, and saw the scene before them. At this time, Zhang Linghua had been pulled up from behind the rock by Ling Zhishang. Looking at Zhang Linghua's chest rising and falling rapidly because of fear. It's true that small branches bear great fruit. Ling Zhishang's blood was flowing rapidly at this time. He didn't know that his every move was being broadcast live. Instead, he was still immersed in the excitement that was on the edge of violating morality. Is Guan Hai sure? Zhang Yi is a good citizen who abides by the law. He can't stand such despicable people with distorted humanity and corrupt morals. What's more, the victim is his classmate. Guan Hai looked at the burly Minotaur with wounds all over his body and blood flowing from his chest, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, my lord. They are just a bunch of idiots." At this moment, Zhang Linghua looked at Ling Zhishang in front of him with undisguised greed and could not help but shout to the people around him. "Help, help!" Seeing the beauty in his hands screaming in fear, Ling Zhishang was not afraid but became even more excited. "Scream, scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Brush. A cold light flashed first, and Ling Zhishang, who had just been immersed in the joy of harvest, suddenly had the hairs on his back stand up and his scalp exploded instantly. The younger brother who had just been high-spirited was also frightened and became listless. "Who is it?" Fortunately, the Minotaur next to him reacted quickly and immediately threw a punch towards the place where the cold light flashed. There was no other way. The double-sided axe in his hand was thrown out by it, and he hadn't picked it up yet. The moment the Minotaur swung his fist, the khaki energy in his body instantly gathered towards his fist, forming a pair of khaki boxing gloves. But the sharpness of the black iron ring-headed knife is no joke. The blade flashed white light, and the cutting effect was activated. Puff! A huge forearm was directly cut off by Guan Hai. Blood splattered in an instant. The Minotaur screamed and retreated, but the next moment, a lightning snake flashed from the grass and hit the Minotaur's chest accurately. Sizzle snap. A fist-sized charred spot appeared on the Minotaur's chest, accompanied by the smell of roasted beef. Under the influence of the strong electric current, the Minotaur instantly became stiff, and Guan Hai took the opportunity to swing his sword upwards. Puff! A huge bullhead immediately flew up. A moment later, the Minotaur's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. All this happened in just a moment. By the time Ling Zhishang reacted, his general had already died. Seeing that the biggest threat was easily resolved, Zhang Yi crawled out from the bushes, came to Guan Hai, and looked at Ling Zhishang with a smile on his face. Who are you?" Ling Zhishang's voice began to tremble unconsciously. "It doesn't matter who I am. The key is that you're in big trouble today. You molested a classmate. Even if you didn't succeed, at least you have a criminal record. Tell me, which university would accept a high school student with a criminal record?" While speaking, Zhang Yi shook the phone in his hand. He didn't just look at it just now. Of course, this kind of criminal evidence had to be kept. Ling Zhishang, who was about to refute, suddenly changed his expression when he looked at Zhang Ye's phone. You're so mean. Humph, despicable? How dare you, a lowly pervert like you, call others despicable? Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either let my men beat you to a pulp. I believe that with this evidence, the school won't punish me at all. As for the other one, it depends on what you can do to shut us both up. Ling Zhishang glanced at the complacent Zhang Yi and at the same time glanced at Zhang Linghua, who had run behind Zhang Yi. Somehow, he suddenly felt like he was being set up. But at this time, he was at the mercy of others and Ling Zhishang had no choice but to give in. Okay, junior sister, I was the senior who lost my mind before. This little bit is my apology to you. As he spoke, Ling Zhishang reluctantly took out several grain stones and several bottles of elixir from his territory. Zhang Linghua did not step forward immediately, but looked at Zhang Yi in front of her. At this time, Zhang Yi was her only support. Seeing Zhang Yi nodded, Zhang Linghua walked forward and collected everything Ling Zhishang took out. Looking at Zhang Linghua who was right in front of him, Ling Zhi still had an urge to hold him hostage. But when he saw Guanhai holding a knife and looking at him fiercely, he wisely gave up. Seeing that Zhang Linghua's problem was solved, Ling Zhishang turned his head to look at Zhang Yi beside him. This guy was the one who gave him a headache. At this time, Zhang Linghua ran to Zhang Ye's ear and said something. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up in an instant, and then he looked at Ling Zhishang with ill intention. That look seemed to want to strip him naked, making Ling Zhishang's scalp tighten. I heard that the senior even snatched 5 Ginkuan fruits from my classmate. That's not good. Really? Ling Zhishang's heart sank. The thing he was most worried about just now happened. Then he took out 5 Ginkuan fruits unwillingly. Guanhai walked forward, took it, and handed it to Zhang Yi. As soon as the 5 Ginkuan fruits were obtained, a heavy aura immediately hit him in the face. Gen-Kuan fruit. Effect. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's strength and physique, and there is a certain chance of awakening earth-related skills. Note, the success rate of skill comprehension is related to the user's adaptability to the earth attribute. Looking at the introduction, it is just as Zhang Linghua said, that it can greatly improve strength. But what makes Zhang Yi even more excited is that Guanhai and other people in the Yellow Turban camp are naturally very adaptable to the earth attribute. Giving the Gunkuan fruit to Yellow Turban generals will greatly increase their success rate in comprehending earth attribute skills. My classmate, you took the things too. Those photos you took. 35. The burden. Is this what you were talking about? Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ling Zhishang's eyes, but the next moment, Zhang Yi put the phone back. If you want this, there's another price. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Zhishang with a smile, his eyes as if he was looking at a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Thirds of a time, don't go too far. Ling Zhishang's face was extremely gloomy. How could he fleece someone like this? Seeing that the prey was still trying to resist, Zhang Yi immediately withdrew his good expression and looked at Ling Zhishang with indifference. Oh, that's great. I'll send these short videos to teacher Lin Wenbin right now and let him see how to deal with it. After saying that, he lowered his head and started pressing on the phone screen. Ling Zhishang's expression suddenly changed. Hey, Junior, I said the wrong thing. This is all I have here. Do you think it's enough to buy your phone? As he spoke, Ling Zhishang quickly took out a small thing from his territory. Looking at the thing in his hand, a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yi looked at what Ling Zhishang took out with great interest. It was a small sculpture. Thinking of his reluctant look as if his father had died, he suddenly had an idea and quickly asked Guanhai to take it. Farmhouse. Effect. 1. Daily energy plus 20. 2. The location where farmers are produced. The Lord can use energy points for production, 20/each. As expected, Zhang Yi guessed right. This is indeed a building that increases energy points. Zhang Yi took it into his territory without saying a word. At the same time, he was still wondering why Ling Zhishang didn't use it as soon as possible, but kept it instead. Little did he know that Ling Zhishang was also regretting it this time. This farmhouse was left behind by his Minotaur general after he killed the guardian beast. He had not had time to use it because he was in a hurry to pick the Gunkuan fruit. I just took out this treasure in a hurry. At the same time, Zhang Yi did not make things difficult for Ling Zhishang anymore. Instead, he formatted everything in front of him and then threw the phone to him. Here you go. Be a good person from now on, and don't ruin your life for a few seconds of pleasure. Faced with Zhang Ye's earnest advice, Ling Zhishang turned a deaf ear, took the phone, and turned around. If he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but want to punch Zhang Yi in the face. Zhang Yi, wait for me. Turning around, a trace of gloom suddenly appeared on Ling Zhishang's face. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a big loss. If he didn't get revenge, he, Ling Zhishang, would not be able to sleep. TSK. If this young man doesn't have enough willpower, he'll die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Zhishang's departing back and muttered to himself. He knew that this guy would most likely find a way to retaliate against him, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just kill him right here, could he? Do you really think the police are fools? There is no need for Zhang Yi to ruin his bright future because of such a waste. At this moment, in a hidden corner somewhere, Zhang Yi's actions also appeared on the screen. This is the guy from the previous class who just awakened his Lord Talent and got a first-level general. It's really surprising. When his companions were in trouble, he dared to attack the strong first. Although it was a sneak attack, his character was excellent. He was completely different from that Ling Zhishang. He just released a bolt of lightning. It looks like he's practicing some kind of lightning technique. How did he get it? You probably don't know this, but his father is a swordsmith and owns a sword shop in the city. Oh, no wonder. Several teachers were discussing the matter, and Lin Wenbin was also very impressed by Zhang Yi's performance. He never thought that his class monitor had learned thunder magic without any notice. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt a headache when he looked at Zhang Linghua with tearful eyes behind him. A girl was almost raped. If Zhang Yi had not arrived in time, this scene today would have become a shadow on her life. But Zhang Yi doesn't quite understand how to comfort people. Here, this is for you. Stop crying. Zhang Yi took out a Jin Kuan fruit from his hand and handed it to Zhang Linghua. Zhang Linghua stared blankly at the Gun Kuan fruit in front of him, then raised his head, and what caught his eye was Zhang Yi's heartbroken face. Puff. Somehow, I burst into laughter. It was comforting, but Zhang Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart when he thought of the Gun Kuan fruit he had just lost. How could I be so careless as to give it away? That is a Jin Kuan fruit. Forget it, we're all classmates, it's not a loss. Zhang Yi could only comfort himself in this way. After resolving this matter, Zhang Yi went straight into the territory with a thought. The farmhouse was placed directly next to the dilapidated shack and the refugee camp. After a flash of white light, a simple small farmyard appeared directly in front of Zhang Yi. From now on, the daily energy in Zhang Yi's territory will increase to 80 points, but it is still a little short of 100 points per day. I wish there was one more farmhouse. Zhang Yi was extremely excited. As long as his daily energy can be increased to 100 points, he can produce a wolf in the Wolf Rider camp every day. With the existence of the wolf, Zhang Yi's territory now has real combat troops. Although the Yellow Turban believers have the fanatical skill, their 4 attributes are too low after all, and the Taiping Taoist priests can only serve as auxiliary troops. Now Zhang Yi lacks a powerful type of soldier that can be used specifically for combat. This strange time and space is almost entirely made up of mountains. After walking for a while, I found that apart from bandits, there were only a large number of wild beasts and uncivilized barbarians. In half a day, Zhang Yi had experienced 3 attacks by barbarians. What the hell? This place is like a primeval forest. How did the Black Tiger village make a living? By robbing barbarians. Zhang Yi cursed all the way while a tender little white hand handed a kettle to him. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Linghua beside him speechlessly. Ever since he saved Zhang Linghua, she has been following Zhang Yi. Wherever Zhang Yi goes, she follows him, like a piece of taffy that cannot be shaken off. There's nothing we can do. They only have a few people who have no fighting ability and can only farm. Moreover, more than half of them were killed before. How can you bear not to fight you? As she spoke, Zhang Linghua looked at her with her big tearful eyes. This left Zhang Yi speechless. What should he do? I can only let her follow. Carrying a burden, Zhang Yi continued walking towards the depths of the mountains. Oh, a monkey-like scream was heard. Puff. Wow. Guan Hai swung his sword and killed 2 barbarians whose vital parts were covered with only a few leaves on the spot. 36. Times have changed. After some searching, Guan Hai found 2 more yellow-grade food stones in his hand. There was no way around it. These barbarians were the poorest creatures Zhang Yi had seen in such a long time. Not only were they weak and poorly equipped, they didn't have many valuable things on their bodies. We've walked into a barbarian den. Why are there barbarians everywhere? Zhang Linghua on the side nodded in agreement. She also didn't have much good feelings towards these barbarians. Especially at the beginning, seeing a group of naked men wearing only a piece of cool clothes, the impact on a good girl like Zhang Linghua was quite strong. This area should be their hunting grounds. There must be a tribe nearby. Zhang Linghua reminded Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. In fact, even without her saying it, Zhang Yi had guessed that the tribe of indigenous barbarians must be here, otherwise they would not have been attacked so frequently. Even a clay man would have some temper. After being disturbed again and again, Zhang Yi was already furious. So in the next attack, Zhang Yi deliberately asked Guan Hai to let the two injured barbarians go. After the two barbarians escaped, Zhang Yi and the other two hurriedly followed their footprints and quietly followed them. Since Zhang Yi and Zhang Linghua awakened their lord talents, their physical fitness has also greatly improved, especially after Lin Wenbin's series of devilish training and the influence of the junior high school students' primary training manual. Their strength has been greatly improved. So the three of them were hanging behind the two injured barbarians and were not discovered at all. After running for a while, the two natives finally couldn't withstand the injuries on their bodies and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi and others hurriedly hid where they were. Not long after, a group of barbarians also appeared here and found their two injured companions. After helping the two men up and gently waking them up, after some communication in a language that Zhang Yi and others could not understand at all, a group of people lifted up their two injured companions and hurried in one direction. Zhang Yi and others hurriedly followed. After following the group of barbarians through the jungle for a long time, the view ahead finally became clear. A large number of thatched houses appeared in an open space, and several barbarian guards stood outside the fence, observing vigilantly. It was obvious that Zhang Yi and others found the tribal base of the barbarians. At this time, Zhang Linghua was looking at Zhang Yi with an incredible look. He actually found the other party's lair in such a simple way. Feeling Zhang Linghua's surprised look, Zhang Yi shook his head in his heart. Stupid, ignorant girl. Zhang Yi looked around in the grass, then looked at Guan Hai. Guan Hai felt his master's gaze, turned around as well, and then nodded slightly. So what are you waiting for? Zhang Yi rushed out with Guan Hai. Oh well. The alert barbarians immediately sounded the alarm, and in an instant, a group of naked barbarians ran out of the thatched hut. Pooh! Zhang Linghua blushed and spat secretly. You stay here. As he spoke, Zhang Yi rushed out with Guan Hai. Sizzle snap. Two lightning bolts shot out from Zhang Yi's hands and directly hit the chests of the two barbarians. The two barbarians immediately collapsed to the ground, and the aroma of barbecue emanated from their bodies. Zhang Yi's sudden move shocked the barbarians so much that they stood still and dared not move. At this moment, an old barbarian with feathers on his head, who looked like a priest, walked out of the most gorgeously decorated thatched house in the center. As soon as the priest appeared, he started talking incessantly, which made the eyes of the surrounding barbarians become determined, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent when they looked at Zhang Yi. Guan Hai just killed that old guy. After hearing the order, Guan Hai drew his sword and stepped forward. The barbarians around were about to step forward to stop them, but a cold light flashed, and all the barbarians around were bleeding to death on the spot. Just as Guan Hai was about to approach the sacrifice, bang! A huge stone stick flew towards Guan Hai's face. In a hurry, Guan Hai placed the ring-handled knife in front of him. A dull sound was heard, and Guan Hai couldn't help but take 2 steps back before he could steady himself. I saw a burly, ferocious-looking barbarian appearing in front of me. Looking at the way this barbarian appeared, Zhang Yi knew his identity without even thinking. Barbarian King. Strength, 19. Speed, 11. Willpower, 17. Physical fitness, 18.5. Skill, 1. King of the Jungle, plus 5% to all attributes in the woodland environment. 2. King's Deterrence. There is a certain chance that the opponent's total attributes will be reduced by 10%. Just as Zhang Yi guessed, this barbarian who looked like an orangutan was the king of this tribe. The strength directly reached the peak of a first-level creature. No wonder he was able to repel Guan Hai with one stick. The power gap between the two sides reached 1 point. At this time, Guan Hai's eyes also began to become serious. But the next moment, sizzle. A flash of lightning flashed across the barbarian king's chest, and at the same time, a wisp of green smoke emerged along with the aroma of barbecue. The barbarian king looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief, then became stiff and slowly fell down. Guan Hai seized the opportunity, and a cold light flashed in his hand. The next moment, the barbarian king's head was thrown into the air. The whole process happened in an instant. By the time the old priest and the barbarians reacted, their king was already dead. Humph, who still plays one-on-one these days. Times have changed. Zhang Yi proudly blew on the finger that had just released the palm thunder. Quack, quack, at percent times equals. As the priest danced, a scarlet light suddenly flashed. Their own king was killed by the opponent in a despicable way in the sacred duel. After passing the red light of the sacrifice, all the barbarians rushed towards Guan Hai and Zhang Yi with red eyes. Fuck! Zhang Yi hurriedly summoned out the only 10 remaining yellow turban believers and a few refugees in the territory. Although the yellow turban believers and refugees have very low attributes in all 4 aspects, and can only serve as logistical troops. The strength of the barbarians on the opposite side is also average, so they can serve as human shields for Zhang Yi. On the other side, Guan Hai went straight towards the direction of the sacrifice. Sizzle snap. At this time, Zhang Yi transformed into the King of Thunder and Lightning and launched lightning bolts at the barbarians rushing towards him. On the other side, Guan Hai rushed towards the direction of the sacrifice, and the barbarians around him were no match for him. As the cold light flashed in Guan Hai's hand, the bodies of the barbarians were immediately separated. Facing Guan Hai's relentless pressure, the priest didn't show any panic on his face. Somehow, Guan Hai felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, 3 dark shadows flashed behind the priest. 37. Blood Barbarian. Fortunately, Guan Hai had been alert beforehand. The moment the 3 black shadows appeared, Guan Hai immediately retreated. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, Guan Hai looked and saw that 3 terrifying humanoid creatures suddenly appeared at the place he had just left. The 3 men were naked, their muscles bulging, their veins tangled, and their eyes were like those of wild beasts. As the 3 humanoid creatures appeared, murderous intent spread all around. Zhang Linghua, who was hiding in the bushes in the distance, covered his mouth in fear and looked at the figure in front of him with worried eyes. At this moment, Zhang Ye's heart also sank when he saw the 3 monsters. Blood Savage. Strength, 23. Speed, 15. Willpower, 9. Constitution, 12. Skill, 1. Giant Strength. After use, Blood Barbarian Strength plus 50%. Duration is 1 minute, after which all attributes minus 50%. Hit the wall. This was the first sentence that flashed through Zhang Ye's mind after seeing Xue Man's information. Unexpectedly, the small barbarian tribe that Zhang Yi and Guan Hai had previously thought to be harmless actually hid such a killer weapon. Those 3 blood barbarians were very strange. Their strength reached the standard of a second-level creature, but their willpower was only 9 points, and their speed only barely reached the standard of a first-level creature. There is only one explanation for such underdeveloped attributes, and that is that these 3 blood barbarians must have relied on unconventional means to possess such power. Combined with the strange appearance of those 3 people, it can be proved that which level 2 creature can look like this? 3 against 1, and the opponent's strength suppressed Guan Hai. This situation was extremely stressful for Guan Hai. Fuck, I almost forgot about this. Zhang Yi slapped his head and took out a token directly from his territory. Yue Infantry Talisman 5/5. Use it once to summon 100 Yu infantrymen to your command. The Yu infantrymen will appear for 1 hour. This thing has been placed for a long time since Yang Mei threw it to Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi hadn't just remembered it, he would have almost forgotten it. Without saying a word, he used it. A dazzling white light flashed, and a fully equipped Yu infantry appeared beside Zhang Yi. Kill them for me. Zhang Yi pointed at the 3 blood barbarians. Kill. The summoned Yu infantry troops charged forward without hesitation after hearing Zhang Ye's order. Roar. The bloody barbarian let out a terrifying roar and then rushed forward. Bang. With one contact, a Yu infantryman at the front was hit by Shuamon's fist and flew up on the spot. When the Yu infantry behind him saw this, they immediately formed a battle line and pressed forward towards the Shuamon. When Shuamon's iron fist hit the large shield of a Yu infantry soldier again, a white light flashed, but this time it had no effect. The unique holding skill of the Yu infantry has been activated. Seeing that hundreds of Yu infantry soldiers had surrounded them, the 3 blood barbarians directly used their great strength. Bang, bang, bang. After the strength increased by half, the Yu infantry could not hold on even with the skill of holding on. As long as a Yu infantry soldier experienced 3 blood barbarian bombardments, his iron shield would break directly and he would fly into the sky. Although the Yu infantry army was constantly weakening under the attack of the 3 blood barbarians, they still continued to compress the movement space of the 3 blood barbarians without haste due to their numerical advantage. At this time, while everyone's attention was on the battle between Xue Man and Yu Bujuan, Zhang Yi took Guan Hai and moved towards the direction of the sacrifice. The sudden appearance of the Yubu army surprised the barbarians present. At the same time, after forming a formation, the Yubu army actually entangled the group of bloody barbarians. How is that possible? This is the only question in the minds of all the barbarians. In their hearts, the blood barbarians were synonymous with invincibility. Even the barbarian king who had fallen to the ground could not withstand a few moves from these 3 blood barbarians. Shuamon has long become the spiritual sustenance of all the barbarians in this tribe. The priest was also extremely anxious. If the blood barbarians were defeated, their tribe would be in danger. Suddenly, the priest caught a glimpse of the two invaders who were madly moving towards him. Wow, quack, quack. The barbarians nearby were immediately awakened and rushed towards Zhang Yi and Guan Hai from all directions. You've come this far, and you still want to run away? As he spoke, Zhang Yi once again activated the Yu infantry talisman. A white light flashed, and another Yu infantry force of 100 people appeared, repelling the approaching barbarians. Die! Seeing the priest turning around and trying to run, Zhang Yi pointed at his back. Sizzle! A lightning snake flashed across and hit the priest's back accurately. The powerful electric current directly made him fall into a state of stiffness. Guan Hai took the opportunity to take a big step forward and came directly behind the priest, with a cold light flashing in his hand. Puff! The head of the priest was directly separated from his body. Without the blessing of the priest, the red light of the surrounding barbarians disappeared directly. The barbarians who woke up found that the barbarian king and the priest had died at the same time. The combat power of the three blood barbarians dropped rapidly after 1 minute, and they were suppressed by the remaining Yu infantry. After seeing the situation was so bad, the barbarians immediately lost their courage and fled in all directions. At this time, Guan Hai, who had his hands free, rushed towards the three bloody barbarians with a knife. After 1 minute, all the attributes of the three blood barbarians were halved, making them become weak and powerless in an instant, as if they had been drained after having sex 7 times in one night. At this time, there were only more than 30 Yu infantrymen left. 1 against 10, by the time Guan Hai rushed over, the three blood barbarians were already covered with wounds of varying sizes. Puff! A sneak attack from behind killed the blood barbarian at the back instantly. The two blood barbarians who reacted quickly rushed to resist. At this time, Zhang Yi was squatting on the ground picking up the things dropped by the priest. Because he was killed by Guan Hai, the plunder effect was also effective. At this time, the sacrificial corpse turned into white light and left 4 light balls on the ground. Open the first one. Xuanjia food stone. Really? Looks like I need to find a time to sell the extra grain and grass stones. Zhang Ye's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Because of Guan Hai, the food and grass in Zhang Ye's territory had reached the point where he could easily feed all his subjects without having to farm. Inside the second ball of light was a blood-red crystal that looked like glass. Zhang Yi was very familiar with this thing. He had used it before, but the previous one was only the size of a fingernail, while the current one was much larger than the previous one, about the size of a baby's fist. Hematospermia. Xuanjia. Effect. After taking it, it will greatly improve the user's whole body qi and blood. That shouldn't be the case. When Zhang Yi received the blood essence, his first reaction was not joy but confusion. The Wolf King was obviously much stronger than this priest, so why was there such a huge difference in the blood essence that was released? Could this be the reason why I first broke through the native camp? 38. Breakthrough Level 2. If you can't figure it out, then forget it. Zhang Yi directly put the blood essence into his territory. Guan Hai has now reached the peak of a first-level general. As long as he takes this pill, he will definitely break through to the second level. When I thought about the fact that the whole class didn't even have a level 1 creature, and I was about to have a level 2 creature, I couldn't help but feel the loneliness of a master. Is this the loneliness of invincibility? One of the other 2 light balls gave a yellow-grade bone-tempering powder that could enhance the general's physique. There was only a piece of brown paper in the last ball of light. Blood-quenching pool, building diagram. After use, buildings can be constructed in the territory. Blood-quenching pool. Blood-quenching pool generates blood essence regularly. Users can absorb blood essence to enhance their attributes after entering the blood pool. Note, it can only be used once within a year. Repeated use will cause blood poisoning into the body. Wow. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Although this construction ability seemed a bit weird, the effect was definitely one of the best. It seems that the current condition of the 3 blood barbarians is closely related to the blood poison in the blood-quenching pool. At this time, Guan Hai had also resolved the battle, and the 3 blood barbarians provided Zhang Yi with 18 light balls. 18 pieces of yellow-grade blood essence were actually found inside. Highly productive. Zhang Yi held the 18 pieces of blood and sperm in his hands with a look of excitement on his face. With these 18 pieces of blood essence, Zhang Yi will be able to train a general more quickly. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi hurriedly looked towards the Huangtian altar in his territory. I saw that the energy tank above the altar was almost full without me noticing, just a little bit left. It seems that a lot of energy was gained from breaking through this barbarian camp. I'm going deeper into the jungle. You've probably seen the dangers there. I might not be able to protect you. Do you still want to follow me? Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Linghua, who was walking towards him with a serious expression. Hearing this, Zhang Linghua's face began to show hesitation. even though Zhang Yi had rescued her before, making her feel an indescribable sense of security. But the bloody scene just now made her hesitate again. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Linghua's eyes showed a hint of determination. Zhang Yi, thank you for saving me before. My strength is limited, so I won't follow you any further. After saying this, he looked at his feet with a hint of shame. Zhang Yi looked reluctant. Ah, well, you'll have to be careful on your own. Oh, and take this. From now on, it's all on your own. As he spoke, Zhang Yi handed a blood essence to Zhang Linghua. Looking at the blood essence that suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhang Linghua couldn't help but recall the time when Zhang Yi handed her a gunkuan fruit, with reluctance on his face. Puff! Zhang Linghua couldn't help but laugh, her round face emitting an attractive luster like an unpicked apple. Looking at Zhang Linghua's receding back, Zhang Ye's original reluctant expression was immediately replaced by joy. Oh my god, I finally got rid of that annoying burden. I hate girls like this who have no sense of boundaries. Zhang Yi walked into the tribe with a relaxed look on his face and started searching. Since there are blood barbarians in this tribe, they must have built the blood-quenching pool. After searching for a while, Zhang Yi finally found the pond in a warehouse where the tribe stored food. The entire ruler is made of a large number of square stones. The surface of the pool is densely engraved with various inscriptions, which emit a glowing red light in the dim warehouse, making it look particularly strange. But Zhang Yi doesn't care about this. He is a pragmatist. As long as it is useful, it's fine. He doesn't care whether it is just or evil. At this time, there was only a shallow bottom of blood in the pool, and if someone went in, it would probably only reach up to their ankles. Go down and try it. Zhang Yi said to Guan Hai uncertainly, because he didn't know whether this amount of essence and blood would be useful. At the same time, he gave the Xian-level blood essence and a Jin Kuan fruit to Guan Hai. Guan Hai, you must succeed this time. You don't want me to look at you with disappointment on my face, do you? Don't worry, my lord. I will live up to your expectations. Guan Hai took the things Zhang Yi handed over with a solemn face, and then walked towards the blood pool solemnly. He walked into the blood pool and then sat down cross-legged. The blood and essence covered Guan Hai's body as if they had life. Guan Hai's expression remained unchanged. He simply opened his mouth and swallowed the blood essence and the Jin Kuan fruit into his stomach. Boom! A powerful wave of blood and heat suddenly rose from Guan Hai's body, accompanied by a feeling of heaviness like the earth. It seems that the Xian-level blood essence and the gunkuan fruit took effect at the same time. It is estimated that Guan Hai's process will not be over in a short time, so Zhang Yi directly entered the territory. After choosing a location in the territory, Zhang Yi directly used the blood-quenching pool construction drawings. A blood-red light directly enveloped Zhang Yi's vision. As the light dissipated, the same blood-quenching pool as before appeared in front of him. However, this blood-quenching pool had just been created, and the pool was still empty. It would probably take some time to fill it with all the essence and blood. After leaving the territory, Guan Hai still sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pool with his eyes closed. At this time, the essence and blood in the blood-quenching pool had been completely absorbed, and there was still a thin layer of blood scab on Guan Hai's body surface. Zhang Yi left the warehouse directly to avoid disturbing Guan Hai's breakthrough. Fortunately, the barbarians in the entire tribe ran fast, and the things were still there. Zhang Yi walked around and picked out a pheasant that had just been slaughtered not long ago, and then started a fire. A sleepless night. Guan Hai's breakthrough continued until morning, when Zhang Yi was still asleep. Boom. A loud noise woke him up, and he saw that the hot blood energy in the warehouse was rising into the sky. The next moment, a figure broke through the roof of the warehouse and soared into the sky. Seeing the familiar figure, Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. Guan Hai. Strength, level 2 creature. Strength, 23. Speed, 20. Willpower, 21. Constitution, 22. Skill, 1. Plunder. Each time you defeat an enemy, you will gain 50% more from plunder. 2. Demand for food. For every enemy city you capture, the income from food and stone will increase by 100%. 3. Earth Marquee. When Guan Hai stands on the ground, his strength increases by 30%, his defense increases by 40%, and his wound healing speed increases by 50%. At this time, Guan Hai not only successfully broke through to the second-level creature, but also directly comprehended an earth-related skill under the effect of the gunkuan fruit. And this skill seems to be very cool. As long as he stands on the ground, he can gain continuous bonuses. Guan Hai's original strength has reached 23, and an increase of 30% is 29.9, which is almost the strength of a third-level creature. Those who underestimate him will get a surprise after a fight. 39. It was Zhang Yan. At this time, the third day has arrived, and the energy points in the territory have been updated again. Without saying anything, Zhang Yi spent 100 energy points to train the wolf. The next moment, a wolf as big as a horse appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Work. Beast Sequence Level 1. Strength, 8. Speed, 9. Willpower, 7. Constitution, 10. Skill, 1. Intimidate. There is a greater chance of causing a creature with lower willpower to fall into a state of fear. 2. Sense of smell. The sense of smell far exceeds that of ordinary creatures, allowing it to easily chase down enemies. 3. Mounting. As a means of transportation, the wolf can be ridden. When mounted, the wolf's speed is increased by 10%. When Zhang Yi saw the last skill, his eyes lit up. No wonder there was a type of soldier called Iron Wolf Guard. It turned out that wolves really had the talent to be mounts. At this time, there were only 60 points of energy left in the territory, and Zhang Yi could only wait until the next day to continue training the wolf. Thinking of this, he had to leave the territory in advance. At this time, Guanhai in the outside world had already begun to master his own surging power. When Zhang Yi returned to the main world, he was able to retract all of his aura into his body. My lord, I will live up to your trust. Seeing Zhang Yi return, Guanhai knelt on one knee and bowed his head reverently to Zhang Yi. Well, General Guan, you've worked hard. There's only one day left. I hope to see General Guan's true strength. Zhang Yi did not forget that the energy tank above the Huangtian altar in his territory was almost full. Lin Wenbin had originally given everyone only 3 days to experience the experience, and now there was only 1 day left. To avoid being late, Zhang Yi decided to head straight for the exit. After all, he was sure to find a few unlucky indigenous creatures along the way. Boom. A huge tiger fell to the ground with a bang, killed by a simple ring-handled sword. Guanhai then wiped the blood off the knife onto the tiger's furry body. A moment later, the tiger's huge body suddenly turned into white light and disappeared. Finally, we have enough. Zhang Ye's words were full of excitement. He ordered Guanhai to wait on the side while he went straight into the territory. At this time, the energy tank on the Huangtian altar was completely full, and the entire energy tank was shining with golden light. Zhang Yi walked to the front of the altar, and with a thought, the entire energy tank was suddenly emptied, and the entire altar suddenly released a dazzling light. After a moment, the light disappeared, and a strange figure appeared in front of Zhang Yi. It appeared. Zhang Ye's heart tightened, and he looked at the figure in front of him with anticipation. Zhang Yan. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 16. Speed, 18. Willpower, 13. Constitution, 15. Skill, 1. No bridle. Can directly steal the opponent's enhanced status and apply it to one's own side. 2. Flying Swallow. Speed plus 100% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 day. 3. Black Mountain Bandit Chief. Can train Black Mountain troops among the Yellow Turban believers in his territory. At the same time, the morale of the Black Mountain troops led by Zhang Yan will be increased by 30%. Zhang Yan. It was actually Zhang Yan. As expected, he was another important figure in the Yellow Turban army. But what surprised Zhang Yi the most was Zhang Yan's skill of Black Mountain Thief Head. It was the first time that Zhang Yi saw a situation where new soldiers could be trained directly without the use of military buildings. General Zhang Yan pays homage to my lord. Zhang Yan walked down from the altar and knelt on one knee in front of Zhang Yi. General Zhang, please stand up. My name is Zhang Yi and yours is Zhang Yan. We are truly destined to meet. Since then, Zhang Yi has gained a first-class general again. He handed the extra yellow-grade blood essence on hand to Zhang Yan, and originally wanted to give Zhang Yan a Jinkuan fruit as well. However, Zhang Yan was good at speed and was not very compatible with the Gunkuan fruit. Taking it would only weaken his strength, so he directly rejected it. Let Zhang Yan stay in the territory to absorb the blood essence, and after that, let him try to train the Yellow Turban believers in the territory into Black Mountain bandits. At this time, there were 9 Yellow Turban believers in the territory. After spending 10 energy points to train a Yellow Turban believer in the dilapidated shack to make a total of 10, Zhang Yi left the territory. It was already noon on the 3rd day, and Zhang Yi quickened his pace to leave. At this time, in a remote abandoned factory building in the urban and suburban area of Weiyuan City, the corpse stood in place. Facing him were 3 strangers dressed in mysterious costumes. The leader of the 3 was a young woman in revealing clothes. The woman looked the corpse up and down, then showed a slight disdain at the corner of her mouth. Hey, isn't this the Een corpse of the Chosen Society? I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become so lame. The Een corpse's face did not change much in the face of the woman's undisguised ridicule. He had overestimated his own abilities and attacked Yang Xiangming, but almost fell into his hands. This incident has spread throughout the entire black market. Ding Lan, when did you start gossiping? Where's my stuff? Ding Lan signaled to the subordinate behind him with his eyes. The man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses took out a suitcase and opened it to reveal 3 white crystals. The Yin corpse couldn't help but frown when he saw it. It's too little. It's different from what we agreed on. Boss Yin, after you escaped with serious injuries, the Weiyuan City Police determined that you would definitely need a way to recover, so they mobilized a large force and shut down all energy stone trading locations. Now, to buy energy stones, you not only have to go to a designated location, but you also have to use your ID to buy them on demand. We had to go through special channels to buy this little bit of energy stone. Ding Lan explained nonchalantly, as if it was up to you to buy it or not. The Yin corpse's face turned ugly, and he already understood the purpose of Ding Lan and the other's actions. Just tell me how much you want. Great, 80 million, and the goods will arrive as soon as the money arrives. Boom. At this moment, the Yin corpse could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. 80 million. You should know that my bounty isn't that high. Ding Lan, however, looked confident. I don't care. I want 80 million, not a cent less. You have to know that energy stones are in short supply right now. If you don't want them, there will be others who want them. The Yin corpse looked at Ding Lan and then at the 2 men behind her. The 2 men did not change their expression at all under the influence of his murderous intent, which meant they were definitely not simple people. After weighing the pros and cons, Insher gave up the dangerous idea in his mind. Feeling that the murderous intent of the Yin corpse had subsided, Ding Lan's mouth corners slightly raised. I don't have 80 million right now. I have to wait 2 days. The Yin corpse said helplessly. Okay, but remember, it's only 2 days. If you don't gather 80 million in 2 days, you won't get what you want. As he spoke, Ding Lan waved his hand, took out 3 energy stones from the box, shook them in his hand, and then put them directly into his coat pocket. These 3 energy stones were just samples. What the Yin corpse really wanted was not just 3 pieces. Damn it, where am I going to get 80 million? When the corpse was feeling depressed, he suddenly remembered the face of that silly girl. 40. The duck flew again, just when both parties finished their discussion and were preparing to leave. Pa pa pa. A sound of applause caused both sides' expressions to change. We had a good chat. Why are you leaving so soon? Yang Xiangming slowly walked out from behind a pillar, and a lot of footsteps were heard outside the factory. Yang Xiangming. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At the same time, the corpse turns to look at Ding Lan. How dare you call the police over here, you stinky bitch. Although Ding Lan was shocked, he didn't hesitate to say anything after hearing what the corpse said. Bullshit. I still have some professional ethics in this world. Yang Xiaoming looked at both sides and couldn't help showing a surprised smile on his face. Wow, God is really blessing me. Last time you ran away, I got rid of that old director and was laughed at for a long time when I got back to the bureau. Then he turned to look at Ding Lan. I didn't expect that you would not only come back, but also bring me a big gift, the daughter of the Ding smuggling gang. This way, I can advance 2 more levels before I retire. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Yang Xiangming directly summoned Ji Jin and Gong Sun Shu. Kill the man and capture the woman alive. The 2 generals attacked towards the Yin corpse and Ding Lan respectively. At this time, listening to the orderly footsteps gradually approaching outside, both sides had no interest in continuing to entangle with Yang Xiangming. You 2 stop him. The 2 men in black behind Ding Lan summoned their own generals at the same time. Roar. The 2 men in black were actually beast lords. A wolf-headed general and a pig-headed general appeared in front of him. Although the 2 beast generals were only level 4 creatures, their racial bonus as beast men and the 2-to-1 advantage still allowed them to stop Ji Jin in a short time. As Yang Xiangming's #1 general, Ji Jin's strength is absolutely unquestionable. The 2 beast generals only took advantage of him at the beginning, and then they directly suppressed Ji Jin. Roar. The 2 men in black saw their general suffer a defeat and immediately released all the orc troops in the territory. At this time, Ding Lan also summoned his own army to join the battlefield. 3 against 1, Yang Xiangming showed no fear at all and directly pulled out the Tiehu army, along with the 4th and 3rd level reserve generals in the territory. On the other side, Gong Sun Shu was also beating up Yin Shi's men. Since Yin Shi was seriously injured by Yang Xiangming, his injuries had stabilized with the support of He Miaoyan. However, the generals and soldiers lost in the territory cannot be restored in a short time with this help. Otherwise, Yin Shi would not have risked going out to connect with the Ding family smuggling gang and then be ripped off by Ding Lan. At this time, There were only 2 or 3 kittens in the Een corpse's territory, and they were unable to stop Gong Sun Shu's attack. Gong Sun Shu still remembers clearly the last time he let Een Shi run away in front of him. It was a rare humiliation for him. Today he must kill him no matter what. Death, you monster! A white streak flew out from Gong Sun Shu's hand, aiming directly at the head of the Een corpse. The corpse quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A big hole was suddenly blasted out on the ground where the Een corpses were originally standing. On the other side, Ding Lan had been defeated, and the generals under his 3 men were directly chopped into 2 pieces by Ji Jin's giant axe, and the army of the 3 men became vulnerable to the array attack of the Iron Tiger army. The factory space is limited, so not too many Iron Tiger army members can be summoned at one time. If they were in an open area, Ding Lan would have been captured alive by Ji Jin long ago. At this time, the footsteps outside the factory had stopped. It seemed that the people from the police station outside had already set up their formation and were ready to take action. A trace of reluctance appeared in Ding Lan's eyes, and then he took out a jade pendant from his arms. Yang Xiangming had always focused his attention on Ding Lan. When he saw Ding Lan take out the jade pendant, his face changed immediately. A large bow with an ancient shape appeared in Yang Xiangming's hand. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at Ding Lan. At this time, Ding Lan had already activated the jade pendant, and his body gradually began to become illusory, but at this moment, the arrow shot by Yang Xiangming also arrived. Puff! The arrow hit Ding Lan right in the abdomen. He let out a scream and then disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Yang Xiangming threw the longbow in his hand hard to the ground, cursed with a gloomy face, and then turned his attention to the embarrassed corpse beside him. One has already escaped. This one must not be allowed to escape again. Feeling Yang Xiangming's naked gaze, the corpse felt his scalp tingling. We can't stay where we are anymore. The Een corpse forced the 2 generals he had just trained in his territory to directly entangle Gong Sun Shu. Then he ran straight out the window. Whoosh boom. The corpse had just taken 2 steps when a big hole suddenly exploded in front of it. Yang Xiangming picked up the longbow he had just discarded and looked at the corpse with a mocking look on his face. Little thing, whether I can make further progress before I retire depends on you. How can I let you get away? The corpse suddenly stopped where it was, and then 100 Demons Night Parade. As he spoke, the negative energy released from his body directly filled the entire factory. How dare you play this trick in front of me? As he spoke, Yang Xiaoming took out a talisman. Draw a circle on the ground to make a prison. The talisman immediately combusted, and then a golden light enveloped the entire factory. Bang! As soon as the cage was formed, a dull sound came from inside. It was obvious that the Een corpse suffered a loss this time. At this time, the army from the police station outside had rushed into the factory and surrounded the corpses. Ha! Old Yang, you won't have to worry about getting a promotion this time. A powerful voice was heard, and then the chief of the Wuyuan police station slowly walked out. Hara! Laozhou, don't miss me too much. The 2 immediately started joking with each other. The darkness dissipated, revealing the true form of the Een corpse in the cage. When the Een corpse saw this scene, his expression was surprisingly calm. Humph, you think you've caught me? What wishful thinking. The day when God the Father descends will be the day when you sinners will apologize. The Een corpse suddenly howled towards the sky, and then, boom. A large amount of minced meat and black blood were scattered throughout the cage. The Een corpse actually exploded at the last moment. At this time, the smile on Yang Xiangming's face was still there, but his heart was already cold. He felt like a cooked duck had flown away again. Director Laozhou also had an incredible look on his face, and then he looked at Yang Xiangming with a hint of gloating in his eyes. Hey, old Yang, it looks like you'll have to stay and keep me, an old man, company, haha. Yang Xiangming's face was filled with tears. Since the main culprits were 1 dead and 1 escaped, the police searched carefully and confirmed that there was no danger around. They left a few people to clean up the scene, and most people evacuated directly. But at this moment, in a crack 4 meters away from the infernal corpse's explosion, a piece of flesh was actually slowly wriggling. Its target was an ordinary police officer squatting on the ground in front of it, taking a photo. 41. Fateful encounter. The police officer was still squatting on the ground, carefully shoveling up the pieces of flesh that were splashed by the explosion of the Een corpse. At this time, he was concentrating on staring at the ground and didn't pay any attention to what was behind him. After the piece of meat slowly crawled to a position 1 meter behind him, the whole piece of meat stood up, and then the whole piece of meat bowed and shot straight towards the exposed back of the police officer's neck. At this moment, the police officer suddenly felt his scalp tingling, as if a great terror was about to strike, and he dodged to the side without thinking. Call out. A blood-red object flashed past his side. Before the police officer could calm down and see what attacked him, the piece of meat bounced after it hit the ground and hit the police officer's face at a faster speed. Before the police officer could react, a blood-red light flew past and hit his forehead directly, then merged into it. Grasp. The police officer only uttered this one word before his eyes went blank. After a moment, his eyes returned to normal, but at this time, the police officer's aura revealed a hint of weirdness. Yang Xiaoming, we're not done yet. Du Jiawei, have you found anything here? Another police officer looked at him from a distance. At this moment, the police officer named Du Jiawei's expression turned gloomy. Don't mention it, a stink bug just flew over and scared me. At this time, Zhang Yi and others had already taken the bus back to Nanshire High School. Today, Lin Wenbin was merciful and let everyone go back directly. It was still daylight, and there was still an hour before sunset. Zhang Yi did not go home immediately, but was invited by a classmate to attend a birthday party at his home. As the leader of the team, Zhang Yi certainly had no reason to refuse in this situation. What's more, he could eat and drink for free, so why not do it? The classmate's family background was considered prominent in Weiyuan City, and the party was held in a huge villa on the top of a mountain on the outskirts of the city. The whole mountain belongs to that classmate's family. For the first time, Zhang Yi had a preliminary understanding of the word rich. After a carnival, it was almost dawn when Zhang Yi and others took a special car back to the city. Passing by the intersection where Zhou Kale ambushed Zhang Yi, it was almost midnight, and there was no silence on the street. When passing by an alley, bang! The sound of something heavy falling came from deep in the alley. In the quiet street, the sound seemed particularly abrupt. Zhang Yi was walking happily when he was startled by the sudden sound. Looking at the dark alley, he began to feel a little scared. Could there be a ghost? It was late at night, and there was no one around. The plot of the horror movie in his previous life began to emerge in Zhang Ye's mind. Wait a minute, with my current status, why should I be afraid of ghosts? Ghosts should be afraid of me. After saying that, Zhang Yi directly summoned Guan Hai and Zhang Yan. At this time, Zhang Yan had already absorbed 3 pieces of blood essence, and the information panel directly changed to Zhang Yan. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 17. Speed, 19. Willpower, 15. Physical fitness, 18. Skill, 1. No bridle. Can directly steal the opponent's enhanced status and apply it to one's own side. 2. Flying Swallow. Speed plus 100% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 day. 3. Black Mountain Bandit Chief. Can train Black Mountain troops among the Yellow Turban believers in his territory. At the same time, the morale of the Black Mountain troops led by Zhang Yan will be increased by 30%. At this time, as long as Zhang Yan is given some time, he will also break through and become a second-level creature. With 2 generals by his side, Zhang Yi suddenly became more courageous. He stood in front of the 2 generals and walked in with a heroic and proud look. This area belongs to the old city area that is about to be demolished. The infrastructure is very simple. There is not a single street light installed in the entire alley. Once it gets dark, it is almost pitch dark. But since Zhang Yi started practicing Taiping Yaoshu, he has become clear-headed and his eyesight has improved. Even in such dim conditions, his vision is not greatly affected. When he reached the end of the alley, Zhang Yi still couldn't find anything unusual. That scared me. Maybe Night Owl knocked over someone's trash can or something. Zhang Yi thought so in his heart, but just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the pool of blood in the corner. Time goes back 5 minutes. After Ding Lan activated the jade pendant during the day, he was randomly teleported to a place 20 kilometers away. Although Ding Lan had escaped the fate of being captured by Yang Xiangming at this time, the arrow he shot before leaving hit him in the abdomen, leaving a hole as big as a fist in Ding Lan. Although that arrow was just a hasty attack by Yang Xiangming, the strength of a 5th-level lord, even if he did not use his full strength, was not something Ding Lan could withstand now. After successfully escaping from the factory, Ding Lan hurriedly took a large amount of healing medicine in an attempt to heal his wounds. But Ding Lan's wounds still retained the energy that Yang Xiangming had attached to the arrow. That energy was filled with the murderous aura of gold, and it remained on Ding Lan's wound, constantly preventing the wound from healing. Ding Lan is the daughter of Ding Dio, the head of the overseas Ding family smuggling group. Ding Lan has countless precious healing medicines on her. With the help of a large amount of precious medicine, the blood flow was barely stopped and the wound was barely healed. But at this time, nearly 2 hours had passed, and the golden energy had penetrated into various parts of Ding Lan's body through the wound. The powerful destructive force from the gold energy directly destroyed the meridians in Ding Lan's body. Ding Lan knew that if he couldn't find a way to separate the gold energy, he would be in great danger. Thinking of this, Ding Lan hurriedly forced himself to rush towards Wuyuan City. The Ding Smuggling Group, this illegal organization, has always been the main target of Yin State's crackdown. To be on the safe side, the Ding family has set up secret safe houses all over the world. The inconspicuous city of Wuyuan also has one. There are a large number of healing instruments and treatment methods in the safe house. As long as Ding Lan enters it, the wounds on his body can be suppressed. At the same time, he can use the special communicator in the safe house to contact the experts within the group to come and rescue him. But the reality is obvious. Yang Xiangming has been a veteran police officer for decades. How could he not be on guard against Ding Lan? The moment Ding Lan escaped, he immediately contacted the Wuyuan City Police Station and began a citywide manhunt for Ding Lan. Looking at the patrol police standing on every street, Ding Lan's heart was broken. After waiting until almost dawn, Ding Lan finally slipped into the city under the cover of darkness. But when he was less than 5 kilometers away from the safe house, the injuries in his body suddenly flared up. When he was climbing over a wall, his hands and feet stumbled and he fell directly from the wall. Hearing the footsteps coming from afar, Ding Lan hurriedly endured the severe pain and jumped directly onto the eaves of the house. 42. The favor of the goddess of luck. Seeing that it was just a boy who looked like a high school student running towards him, Ding Lan felt relieved. But the two generals behind him made Ding Lan's face serious. With Ding Lan's identity as a 4th-level lord, he could easily sense that the two generals were one 2nd level and one 1st level. Damn it, are high school students nowadays so scary? Looking at the young face below, Ding Lan couldn't help but miss what he looked like at that age. At this time back then, I had just awakened not long ago and did not have such strength at all. Just as Ding Lan was lamenting the ruthlessness of time and the strength of the young man in front of him. Hey! Zhang Yi was staring at the pool of blood that had dripped from the corner of the wall, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. My whereabouts must not be exposed, so the only option now is to silence the person. Although he was seriously injured at this time, the high school student in front of him was weak and the two generals were some distance away from him. A surprise attack by myself can easily solve it. Sorry, little one. Ding Lan raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it directly into the back of Zhang Yi. Ding Lan was still feeling sorry for having killed a future master of Yin country. Clang. Suddenly, a layer of khaki armor appeared behind Zhang Yi, easily blocking Ding Lan's dagger. What? Fuck. The sudden situation scared both parties. When Zhang Yi was bending down to check what the blood was, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking wind from above, and then he felt a heavy blow on his back. Zhang Yi quickly turned around and looked back. When their eyes met, what caught his eye was Ding Lan's face, which was pale due to excessive blood loss. Ghost, protect me. Zhang Yi squatted on the ground, then quickly moved his buttocks backwards, away from Ding Lan. Guan Hai and Zhang Yan behind him also reacted in time and pressed Ding Lan under them. How dare you attack my lord? You have the audacity to die. Guan Hai was furious. He held Ding Lan's neck with one hand and raised the ring-handled knife with the other hand, preparing to chop off Ding Lan's neck. Ding Lan secretly resented the situation. If it were a day ago, he could easily deal with 10 of these little trash riding on him with one hand. But now he was seriously injured, with only 1/10 of his strength left, and he was actually being pinned down by 2 little trash. Am I, Ding Lan, going to die in such an undignified way today? I really can't accept this. Ding Lan closed his eyes unwillingly. Wait a minute. Guan Hai's ring-handled sword stopped in midair when it was halfway through. At this time, Zhang Yi had recovered from his previous shock. Are you kidding? According to the laws of Yin country, killing people in the street is illegal. Zhang Yi is a law-abiding citizen. Zhang Yi walked up to Ding Lan, touched her face with his hand, and felt the warmth of her face. Oh, you are a human, not a ghost. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Ding Lan was furious. You. Ding Lan was about to curse back when his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Seeing the woman in front of him looking at him with anger in her eyes one second, and then falling down limply the next, Zhang Yi's face showed a nervous look. Shit, he's not dead, is he? Guan Hai, you hit him too hard. Hey, wake up. Zhang Yi nervously patted Ding Lan's face, then pinched her philtrum. Hurry up and see if she has anything to prove her identity, so I can help her contact her family. Oh. After hearing this, Guan Hai hurriedly helped Ding Lan up, etc. Zhang Yi waved Guan Hai to stop him and glanced at the graceful Ding Lan. Although there was still a lot of blood on her abdomen, she looked very sad and beautiful. You guys are clumsy, so let me do it. Guan Hai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Yan, who then showed a look that all men understand. Zhang Yi began to search every pocket on Ding Lan's body. Zhang Yi took out 3 white crystals from Ding Lan's left pocket. This is... Zhang Yi felt the surging energy from these 3 crystals. Energy Stone. Yellow grade mid-grade. Effect. Contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy is increased by 50-100. Just a few words made Zhang Yi's heart beat faster. Looking at Ding Lan, who had fallen into a coma again, Zhang Yi felt an unprecedented feeling. Is this the god of wealth? At this moment, Zhang Yi even had the urge to strip her naked. But the next moment, reason overcame greed, and Zhang Yi picked up his phone and called his Uncle Yang. Professional matters should be left to professionals. A woman, carrying a treasure in the middle of the night, alone and seriously injured. This kind of plot is most likely a scene of being chased by enemies. Zhang Yi didn't want to get involved, so the safest way was to hand it over to the police. The call to Uncle Yang was connected immediately. Hey, Xiaoya, why are you calling me so late? Fuck, Uncle Yang, why aren't you sleeping so late? Don't they say in commercials that people feel their bodies are hollowed out when they reach middle age? Stop talking nonsense. I'm in big trouble today. I've never felt so miserable since I was a child. By the way, why are you calling? I picked up a woman on the street. I really did. 15 minutes later, Yang Xiangming looked at Ding Lan in front of Zhang Yi with surprise. In an instant, in Yang Xiangming's eyes, Buddha's light flashed behind Zhang Yi. Haha, you really are Uncle's good nephew. Come on, let Uncle hug you. In Zhang Yi's terrified eyes, Yang Xiangming wrapped him up like a fat bear. Uncle, let me go. I can't breathe. After calming down, Yang Xiangming told Zhang Yi about Ding Lan's identity. Smuggling? Uncle Yang, is this very profitable? Smuggling was very profitable before Zhang Yi traveled through time, but in this world, the wilderness is not just about the deep mountains and old forests. Ever since this world expanded 100 times due to an unknown force, the owners of large tracts of land are no longer human. Various strange races appeared from different time and space and occupied large tracts of uninhabited land, as well as various powerful beasts and various dangerous places. It can be said that if you don't have some strength, it would be a blessing for you to survive a day outside. In such an environment, Zhang Yi really doubted whether he could make a profit from the smuggling business. Yang Xiangming seemed to see Zhang Yi's doubts and smiled. If the Ding family wasn't strong, how could they have existed peacefully for so many years? The Ding family's lair is located on the Golden Peninsula in the southernmost part of Yin country. The environment there is even more hostile, and unlike Yin country, they don't have a unified government. But the Golden Peninsula is rich in various precious resources. It is also located at the junction of Yin Kingdom, Siam, Chan Kingdom, and Nanzhong Kingdom. Therefore, the Ding family's people traded the materials of the 4 countries back and forth, making a lot of money. 43. Montenegro Army takes shape. Since the Yin nation officials have classified it as a criminal organization, then the Ding group should have done more than just this little bit of business in the 4 countries. Zhang Yi listened to Yang Xiangming's introduction and then asked. And Yang Xiangming's next words also confirmed his guess. That's right, if the Ding family only did this little thing, then the tower should be called Ding's Trading Company instead of a criminal organization. A plant called the Dark God Flower grows abundantly on this Golden Peninsula. Anyone who consumes the seeds of this Dark God Flower will experience a surge in mental strength and a rapid increase in their comprehension abilities within a short period of time. But the seeds of this Hades flower have a huge drawback. Once you take a certain amount, you'll become permanently addicted. If you don't continue taking them for a period of time, you'll become worse than death. And long-term use will cause your physical condition to deteriorate rapidly, until you become a vegetable. After hearing Yang Xiangming's words, Zhang Yi's mind immediately emerged with Andy Lau's classic scenes. Why can't it solidify? Then Zhang Yi turned his gaze to Ding Lan, who was standing under his feet. He never thought that such a nice-looking woman was actually a drug dealer. Zhang Yi felt so unlucky. At this time, Yang Xiangming had already taken out a pair of handcuffs engraved with inscriptions from somewhere and handcuffed Ding Lan directly. Xiao Yi, with her, I can make further progress before I retire. I owe you a favor. Carrying Ding Lan directly on his shoulders, Yang Xiangming looked at Zhang Yi with gratitude. Uncle Yang, what are you talking about? I didn't come here today. Zhang Yi immediately removed himself from the matter. Are you kidding? We must never let these drug dealers know of our existence. Hey, Xiaoya, don't worry. The reason why the Ding group is still at large is because they know Yin country's bottom line, so they have been living in peace for so many years. But they dare to come to Yin country and cause trouble for the residents. At this moment, Yang Xiangming had an inexplicable confidence on his face. Okay, it's late at night. You should go back quickly. As he spoke, Yang Xiangming carried Ding Lan and left in a hurry. From the sound of cheerful footsteps, one could hear the joy and excitement in Yang Xiangming's heart. Zhang Yi touched the 3 energy stones in his pocket, and his mood suddenly became equally wonderful. I helped Uncle Yang so much, he shouldn't blame me for taking a small piece of spoils. When he returned home, his parents had already fallen asleep. Zhang Yi tiptoed back to his room, took the 3 energy stones, and went directly into the territory. As Zhang Yi's mind moved, the 3 energy stones in his hands suddenly released dazzling light and then dissipated into the air. At this moment, in Zhang Yi's mind, territory energy 15130. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally understood that money is just a string of numbers. Zhang Yi had to struggle to make the most of his previous energy points, but this one made him rich overnight. Now, Zhang Yi felt like he was floating. Go directly to the Wolf Cavalry camp and choose to spend 1,000 energy points to train an Iron Wolf Guard. A white light flashed, and a steel monster appeared in front of Zhang Yi. A burly man, holding a giant machete, sat on a fully armored wolf. The man and the wolf were both wrapped in thick iron armor, and a fierce and murderous aura came from them. Iron Wolf Guard. Cavalry Sequence Level 1. Strength, 19. Speed, 18. Willpower, 13. Constitution, 17. Skill, 1. Iron Man. Defense against all ranged attacks below Level 2. 2. Charge. Speed plus 100%. Duration 5 minutes. 3. Intimidation. There is a certain chance that the opponent's morale will be reduced by 30%. At this point, he began to think. The total amount is only 15,000 energy points. If you buy all the wargs, you can buy 151, but the Iron Wolf Guard can only buy 15. The 15 Iron Wolf Guards are equivalent to 15 first-level generals. Is it strong? He is very strong. He could basically run rampant in high school. At this stage, not to mention the entire Nanshire High School, even among all the high schools in Wuyuan City, Zhang Yi dares to say that no one is his opponent. But Zhang Yeji is not here. His goal is to compete with all the outstanding high school students in the country for the 155 places in key universities. Of course, this includes the top of the 155 key universities, Yin State Shangjing University. Now that we have come to this world, how can we still accept mediocrity? First, set a small goal and get admitted to Shangjing University. Zhang Ye's eyes began to become firm. In this case, although the 15 Iron Wolf Guards are powerful, their numbers are still his weakness. No, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi finally remembered the effect of Zhang Yan's skill, Black Mountain Thief Head. Without saying a word, he called Zhang Yan over, and the 10 Black Mountain soldiers behind him came with him. Montenegro Army. Infantry, Order 0. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Willpower, 5. Constitution, 6. Skill, 1. Looting. The Montenegrin army gains plus 10% from the camps they capture. 2. Assault. After activation, speed plus 30%, strength plus 20%, and ignores mental attacks, lasting for half an hour. This attribute can only be said to be average, but it is very compatible with Zhang Yan's attributes. Zhang Yan's Flying Swallow skill increases the speed of his soldiers by 100%. Combined with this assault, it can be increased by 130%. Although the Flying Swallow skill can only last for 5 minutes, the Strike skill can last for half an hour. At the critical moment, the Flying Swallow skill can definitely give the opponent a surprise. Zhang Yan, is there any limit to your training of the Black Mountain Army? My lord, the more Black Mountain troops there are, the better for me. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Yi felt relieved. He was worried that Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army still had some restrictions. In this case, Zhang Yi came to the Wolf Cavalry camp and spent 4,000 energy points to train 4 more Iron Wolf Guards, making a total of 5 Iron Wolf Guards. Then he came to the Ruin Shack and used all the remaining 10,130 energy points to train them into Yellow Turban starving people. Having trained so many times, Zhang Yi immediately ordered that half of the food and stone be used up and immediately piled them into a small hill in front of the broken shack. Then a dazzling light flashed, and 1,013 starving Yellow Turbans rushed madly towards the mountain of food. An hour later, a hill of food was completely eaten up, leaving behind only more than 1,000 satisfied-looking Yellow Turban believers. Zhang Yan, these more than 1,000 Yellow Turban believers are all handed over to you. Train them all into the Black Mountain Army, and the 5 Iron Wolf Guards will also be under your command. I will definitely live up to my master's trust. 44. Hidden very deeply, Zhu Gang. The next morning, Zhang Yi arrived at the classroom and saw Luo Mingcheng, the liquor sitting in the corner with a haggard look on his phone, flipping through something. Zhang Yi hurriedly pulled Zhu Gang over. What's wrong with this guy? It's like his mother died. Zhu Gang glanced at Luo Mingqing. Brother Yi, you might not know this, but He Miaoyan transferred to Donghu High School and joined the Overlord Sprint class. Then, Zhu Gang looked at Luo Mingqing with a hint of pity in his eyes. Just today, He Miaoyan and Zhou Kale, the monitor of the East Lake High School Overlord Sprint class, officially announced their relationship. This guy completely collapsed and has been mumbling about it for a long time. After listening to this, Zhang Yi also looked at Luo Mingqing with pity. Licking a dog, until in the end there is nothing left. Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort him about this kind of thing. He just hoped that one day he could get over it on his own. Soon, Lin Wenbin walked up to the podium and the day's class officially began. But just as Lin Wenbin brought everyone to the playground, his phone rang. Less than a minute after picking up the phone, a smile appeared on his face. Okay guys, no more physical training today. I'm going to play a different game. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Lin Wenbin was thinking, and could only follow him obediently. Nanshur High School has two playgrounds. One is specially used for training of Zhang Yi and other members of the Lord class, and the other is a venue for ordinary students to carry out activities. The playground for Lord students such as Zhang Yi is not large, but the area of the other playground is extremely astonishing. But at this time, the venue for ordinary students' activities was already crowded with people, surrounded by students from Nanshur High School. In the center of the playground, a group of students dressed in clothes that were inconsistent with those of Nanshur High School stood proudly in the middle of the crowd, led by a teacher. When Zhang Yi arrived at the playground, he could tell at a glance that the group of students were from Donghu High School. At this point in time, with such a big fuss, their purpose of coming here is very clear. Just here to mess things up. Lu Yongkong, how dare you come to my Nanshur High School to cause trouble? Lin Wenbin obviously knew the teacher who led the team, and he was very blunt in his speech. When the teacher named Lu Yongkong saw Lin Wenbin, his eyes narrowed. It was obvious that he was very afraid of Lin Wenbin, but when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he suddenly felt courageous again. Teacher Lin, I see what you're saying. Our principal heard that your school has achieved remarkable results in training Overlord students, so he asked us, a bunch of unsuccessful students, to come to your school to learn from you. He also hopes that the students in Teacher Lin's class will teach them well. Although Lu Yongkong spoke politely, his expression was exactly the opposite. Even the group of students from Donghu High School behind him looked arrogant and domineering. Zhang Yi glanced at the group of students and immediately found He Miaoyan. At this time, He Miaoyan, wearing the school uniform of Donghu High School, stood closely with Zhou Kale, looking like a pair of fairy lovers. Then Zhang Yi looked behind him, and sure enough, Luo Mingqing looked deeply shocked. At this time, Lin Wenbin also saw He Miaoyan's figure, and then turned to look at Lu Yongkong. You guys should also make East Lake High School look like this kind of people. Lu Yongkong looked at He Miaoyan with a smug smile on his face. We have to thank Teacher Lin for rejecting us earlier. Otherwise, our East Lake High School wouldn't have been able to obtain such a precious gem. Lin Wenbin frowned. Alright, let's stop being hypocritical here. Since you're here to mess things up, let's make it clear that we're the ones taking over at Nanshur High School. At this time, Zhang Yi walked up to Zhu Gang and poked him on the shoulder. Gongzi, don't you find it strange? Donghu High School has nothing to do with us. Why would they come here to mess things up for no reason? Does He Miaoyan have such a talent? Zhu Gang looked at Zhang Yi in surprise at this moment. You don't even know this. Donghu High School has been at the bottom of the rankings for the past 2 years. I heard there were a few promising students this year, so they're confident and planning to build momentum before the college entrance exam. Zhang Yi nodded after listening, but felt something was wrong the next moment. Zhang Yi couldn't believe that such wise words came from the mouth of Zhu Gang, a big fool. Is that what you were thinking? Oh, I heard some teachers talking about this a few days ago. Besides, Brother Yi, you may not know that Donghu High School has already been to Xingji High School and Wentao High School before, and they are said to have won both times. Zhang Yi immediately understood. At this time, after hearing Lin Wenbin's words, Lu Yongkong did not hesitate. Old rules. Each of us sends one person out, and whoever is left standing at the end wins. Lin Wenbin also nodded. That's it. Okay, then we'll send someone out first. As he spoke, Lu Yongkong turned and looked at a fat boy behind him. Shi Xiaoming, you go first. After hearing this, Shi Xiaoming walked directly to the center of the playground without hesitation and summoned out 15 strong werewolves without saying a word. I've heard of Shi Xiaoming. He's quite famous in East Lake High School. His werewolf-like lord is really hard to stand up to. There were some well-informed people at Nanshur High School, and they started discussing after seeing Shi Xiaoming. Who will go first? Shi Xiangming looked at Zhang Yi and others arrogantly. Zhang Yi didn't move. He was the strongest person in the class. Who would throw a bomb in the first round of playing cards? Tisk, let me try. As he spoke, Zhu Gang rolled up his sleeves and walked out. As soon as he came on stage, 20 green-skinned orc laborers appeared behind Zhu Gang, but among them, a green-skinned orc who was much taller than the other laborers stood in the front, holding a rough machete. Grom. Level 1 organism. Strength, 10. Speed, 11. Willpower, 9. Constitution, 8. Skill, 1. Wind step, speed plus 30%, and enter stealth mode. 2. Critical strike. Give the opponent a full-strength blow with a stun effect. It can be seen that Zhu Gang, the sword master, has just broken through to the first-level general not long ago, and his 4 attributes have barely exceeded 10 points. But among his classmates, he is already far ahead. Grom's attributes also could not be hidden from the other students in the Lord's class around him. Damn, when did Zhu Gang develop this skill? He's really good at hiding it. I used to think he was just a big, stupid guy, but now I know he's an old jerk. He's playing this trick. Still envious, why don't I have it? The classmates behind Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Gang on the field with hatred. Before, everyone was at the same starting line, but the next moment, the gap between you and others was widened. This frustrating feeling made everyone look unhappy. But at this time, the little fat boy on the field looked even uglier. I thought the first game was just a warm-up, but I didn't expect it to be a complete failure. Do I have to kneel down at the start? 45. Grom's debut. Liu Yongkong's expression changed at this moment, and he looked at Lin Wenbin. Teacher Lin, your students are really good at hiding their abilities. I never thought that besides the class monitor having a first-class general, there is another student with the same strength. Lin Xingbin was also surprised by Zhu Gang at this moment, but his expression remained unchanged. He just looked down at the teacher of East Lake High School coldly. Don't you think that Donghu High School has a few talented students? Don't you think that Nanshire High School has any? Don't expect it to be too good. Liu Yongkong did not respond to this, but nodded and waved to the little fat man on the field. Shi Xiangming acted as if he had heard of an amnesty. He immediately put away the 15 werewolves and admitted defeat. He was not stupid. When Zhu Gang, the first-level general, showed up, he knew that he could not be a match for Zhu Gang with his 15 werewolves alone. If he continued to pretend to be strong, he would be the one in trouble. Teacher Lin, I admit that your Nanshire High School gave me a surprise, but if I didn't have enough confidence this time, how could I have come here? After saying that, Liu Yongkong looked at He Miaoyan. He Miaoyan, go ahead and show your progress to your former classmates. He Miaoyan heard this and walked forward with a smile. Only then did the students from Nanshire High School notice her presence. He Miaoyan, isn't she from our Nanshire High School? You've just found a new backer and you're already looking for trouble? That's not the case. After all, they're not allowed to join the Lord's Sprint class here. Humph. East Lake High School even wants things we don't want. It looks like they're really not doing well. He Miaoyan had caused quite a stir at Nanshire High School before, and her reputation had always been bad, so few of the comments about her were good. Nanshire High School reacted so strongly that even the people from Donghu High School began to look at He Miaoyan with inexplicable expressions. At this time, He Miaoyan's face turned very ugly. You all just wait. While cursing inwardly, He Miaoyan waved her hand to summon her troops. As the black smoke spread, nearly 30 black-armored soldiers emerged from it, led by a man wearing a golden mask and with his upper body bare. The man held a huge scimitar and looked at Grom with bloodthirsty eyes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown at this time. He Miaoyan's progress was too fast. She was easily defeated by him before, but now she can directly train a first-level general. Isn't it said that these black market awakened lords all have huge flaws? Why didn't He Miaoyan experience this kind of thing, and why did her strength grow faster than those of us who awakened through formal channels? Zhang Yi had a vague feeling that there must be something wrong here. At this time, on the playground, Zhu Gang looked ahead at Grom. Grom, are you confident? Don't worry, my lord. It's just a chicken or a dog. Grom waved the machete in his hand, his face still confident. Hearing Grom's words, Zhu Gang felt relieved and waved his hand. Then kill them all. Yes, sir. Brush. Grom disappeared from the spot, and the remaining green orcs roared and rushed towards the group of black-armored soldiers. The naked man with the golden mask did not say anything, but swung the scimitar in his hand forward fiercely. The more than 30 black-armored warriors went straight forward to meet them, but the naked man still stood there, observing his surroundings vigilantly. There was an abnormal turbulence in the air behind the naked man. Without thinking, the naked man turned around and chopped down with the scimitar in his hand. Clang! Sparks flew and the naked man's scimitar was directly blocked by Grom's machete. But the next moment, Grom pushed the scimitar away with force, then jumped up and chopped it down fiercely with both hands. Boom. The naked man raised his machete above his head to block it, but the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. The huge impact force directly caused the naked man to become dizzy. Snort. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Grom's ugly face. With a turn of his wrist, the machete slashed directly towards the naked man's head. At the critical moment, the naked man woke up and quickly tilted his head back. Although he avoided Grom's fatal blow, the machete still cut off half of the naked man's golden mask, revealing his true face. All I saw under the armor was a pale and numb face. Grom took the opportunity to raise his leg and kicked the naked man hard in the abdomen, which was bent backwards. Bang! The powerful physical strength from the green-skinned orcs directly caused the naked man to fly backwards, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Grom was beating the naked man, but the situation for the orc laborers on the other side was not optimistic. The black-armored soldiers on the opposite side were not only better equipped than them, but also more numerous. Not only did the laborers only have a pair of tattered animal leather shorts on their bodies, they also only had ordinary iron axes in their hands. The scimitars in the hands of the black-armored soldiers easily cut their bodies in half. In just a short while, only 9 of the 15 beastman laborers were left struggling to hold on. The black-armored soldiers on the opposite side only paid the price of 3 deaths. Grom also saw the embarrassment of his men, and then he attacked the naked man more quickly. Only by getting rid of the opponent's general as quickly as possible would he have a chance to rescue his men. But the opponent seemed to have seen through Grom's idea and immediately changed their tactics. Instead of confronting Grom head-on, they started to go around in circles in an attempt to delay time. Grom's eyes narrowed, and he stopped chasing the naked man. Instead, he turned around and attacked the black-armored soldiers. How could those black-armored soldiers be a match for Grom? Grom rushed into the group of black-armored soldiers, and a cold light flashed in his hand. In just one round, the 3 black-armored soldiers around him were directly split into 2. The naked man in the distance was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. After seeing Grom chop down 2 black-armored soldiers again, the naked man couldn't help it and rushed directly towards Grom. Grom caught a glimpse of the enemy general rushing towards him, and a sinister smile of success appeared on his face. When the naked man was only 5 steps away from Grom, Grom used his wind step again and disappeared from the spot. Seeing Grom disappear, the naked man immediately stopped and looked around alertly. The next moment, Grom appeared directly above the naked man's head and undoubtedly delivered a fatal blow. Boom. This time, after preparing, Grom attacked with all his strength, directly breaking the naked man's scimitar and chopping it down on his head with the machete. When the naked man was about to die on the spot, bite! A huge hand made of rock directly blocked the machete. Everyone looked in the direction of the hand and saw a huge rock man appear on the playground. 46. Zhou Kale's Revenge. Ugh, how shameless. A teacher would personally take action. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Exactly. Zhu Gang's general was almost killed. Is Donghu High School just too embarrassed to play around like that? A crappy school deserves crappy teachers. With that kind of mentality, it's only natural that Weiyuan High School should be at the bottom of the class. The aura released from the rock giant was astonishing, which was definitely not what a high school student should have. Everyone knew without using their mental power to investigate that it must have been the teacher on the opposite side who had done it. For a while, a lot of insults were heard everywhere, but now it was the territory of Nanshur High School, so people didn't have any psychological burden. Listening to the insults coming from the other side, the students in the East Lake High School overlord class looked a little ashamed. Lu Yongkong's move this time was somewhat embarrassing. Lin Wenbin looked at Lu Yongkong coldly. I need an explanation, otherwise it will be a showdown between the 2 of us teachers. Hearing Lin Wenbin's undisguised threat, Lu Yongkong's face suddenly turned ugly. Not to mention that what he did this time was indeed unkind. He felt a little guilty even when fighting Lin Wenbin head-on. Lu Yongkong had heard of Lin Wenbin's name. But as one of the main players in the 1st grade of Donghu High School, He Miaoyan's strength must not drop too much during this critical period. Lu Yongkong cannot bear the responsibility for the loss of a 1st-level general. Thinking of this, Lu Yongkong gritted his teeth and took out 2 white crystals from his arms. This time, it was Donghu High School that was at fault. I hope you'll be satisfied with this. Zhang Yi looked at the 2 white crystals in Lu Yongkong's hand and felt strangely familiar. Then he thought, Energy Stone. Huang Class Low Grade. Effect. Contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy is increased by 1,000. As expected, what Lu Yongkong took out was the Energy Stone, but its level was 1 level lower than the 3 that Zhang Yi had obtained. Zhu Gang also saw the effect of the two energy stones, and a hint of desire suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Lin Wenbin. Why are you looking at me? That's what you deserve, go get it back. After hearing this, Zhu Gang immediately stepped forward and took the two energy stones from Lu Yongkang. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your generosity. Zhu Gang walked back with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yongkang couldn't help but twitch his eyes. The direct defeat in the first game caused the morale of the members of Donghu High School to plummet. They came here to cause trouble, but ended up losing at the start. It was embarrassing to think about it. Who else? Zhu Gang stood in the center and looked around at everyone in Donghai High School. Looking at Grom's fierce aura, none of the members of Donghai High School stepped forward. This cowardly behavior immediately attracted the ridicule of Nanshire High School. That's it. You should just go back to where you came from. This is so embarrassing. That's right, if I were you, I would have left in disgrace a long time ago. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm going to post this on WeChat Moments. Lu Yongkang's face was very grim. He had made a promise with the principal of East Lake High School before coming here, but how would he explain himself when he got back after such a setback? Looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card. Lu Yongkang signaled to squad leader Zhou Kale with his eyes. At this time, Zhou Kale walked out with an expressionless face. When Zhang Yi saw Zhou Kale's face, he immediately became interested. I had extorted my first pot of gold from Zhou Kale before. Now he really wanted to see how far the monitor of the Lord class of Donghu High School had grown. Zhou Kale saw the leader Zhang Yi at the very beginning, and the humiliation of the past immediately flooded into his heart. When two sad people meet, they are extremely jealous. Zhou Kale now has only one idea, which is to avenge the blackmail he suffered that day. Zhang Yi, long time no see. Zhou Kale walked forward and did not look at Zhu Gang first, but looked at Zhang Yi with interest. Why? Are you so bold as to come and seek revenge? Zhang Yi was not moved at all, but looked at Zhou Kale with a cold expression. At this time, people around began to whisper. Hey, it looks like Zhou Kale and our squad leader have some grudge against each other. When did they start this feud? Don't you know this? Zhou Kale is He Miaoyan's public boyfriend, and our class monitor and He Miaoyan were at the school gate. After saying that, the member of the Lord class gave the other party a look that showed he understood. Oh Sigui, I understand. Is today our fateful duel? Not necessarily. Maybe he can't even stand up to Zhu Gang. That's right, Zhu Gang is a dark horse now. While everyone was talking, Luo Mingchen clenched his fists. Zhou Kale also heard the conversations of the people around him. When he heard that Zhang Yi in front of him seemed to have an unclear relationship with his girlfriend, he couldn't help but frown. But the next moment he suddenly remembered his appearance. He was still very confident about his looks. Thinking of this, Zhou Kale's face began to overflow with a confident smile. I'm different now. If you still look at me with the old eyes, you'll be shocked. But Zhang Yi remained indifferent. Oh really? Then why don't you show me? Just talking won't do. After hearing this, Zhou Kale immediately summoned his troops. His subjects are not ordinary humans either. There was a ripple in time and space, and a team of nearly 20 elven archers appeared, led by a nimble female elf holding a moonblade. Compared with Zhu Gang's group of rough-looking green-skinned orcs on the opposite side, Zhou Kale's elves immediately surpassed him. At this time, there were only 9 green-skinned orcs present. Compared with the numbers, Zhu Gang's side was indeed not at an advantage. Grom. Zhu Gang called out the name of his general. Grom certainly understood what Zhu Gang wanted to ask, and nodded immediately. Then kill them. Roar. After a burst of beast roars, the 9-headed orc laborers launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elven archers fired their arrows directly at the laborers. The laborers looked very experienced. They picked up axes to cover their heads, and then rushed forward quickly. The orcs' strong bodies began to show. When the arrows hit the orc laborers' bodies, they were directly clamped by the strong muscles and did not cause much damage to the laborers. The arrow shot at the head was hit by the axe. As soon as the battle started, Grom did not charge with the other orc laborers. His eyes were fixed on the elven general opposite. His intuition told him that the guy opposite was much stronger than the naked man in the mask before. Brush. Grom's body blurred for a moment, and then disappeared from the spot. The elven general opposite did not panic, but closed his eyes calmly. The next moment, the elven general turned sideways and swung the moon blade in his hand to the side. Clang. 47. Give him a little shock. The moon blade easily blocked Grom's machete, and then the elf turned his waist, and the moon blade slashed directly towards Grom's waist. Ding, ding, ding. Both generals were agile, and more than a dozen rounds had passed in the blink of an eye. But anyone with a discerning eye outside could see that Grom was slowly losing the pace of the elf. This is understandable. After all, Grom was only recently promoted to a first-level general, and his 4 basic attributes are just over 10 points. And that elf seemed to be better trained than Grom. After all, he was the monitor of the Lord class of Donghu High School and must have received more resources than Zhu Gang. What's more, Donghu High School is eager to get rid of the fate of being at the bottom of the list, so the materials will definitely be tilted towards the current class of the Lords. Soon, another 10 rounds passed, and Grom began to show wounds. Grom's eyes narrowed, and he delivered another fatal blow. But the elf seemed to have anticipated this. When Grom held the knife in both hands and prepared to strike with all his strength, his whole body retreated backwards. Boom. The enormous force directly cut a deep crack in the ground. At this time, the elf took advantage of the fact that Grom's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, and released a silver-white arc-shaped energy wave directly from the moon blade in his hand. At this critical moment, an orc laborer suddenly appeared between the two. Puff! Not surprisingly, the laborer was cut in half by the arc-shaped energy wave. But it provided Grom with a rare time to react. Seizing the opportunity, Grom immediately rolled forward and avoided the fatal blow. But the elven general would not let him go so easily. He instantly appeared in front of Grom. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out of Grom's chest. In the next few rounds of battle, the elven general was like a dancer, moving with grace. Grom seemed a little clumsy in comparison. Puff! Another stream of blood spurted out, and now Grom's body was covered with mouth-like knife wounds. And those beastman laborers had all been wiped out by the elves' rain of arrows. I give up. Although Zhu Gang is dumb, he is not stupid. If that group of laborers are gone, he can easily create one. But now that Grom is gone, it is impossible for him to train another first-level general in a short period of time. Zhu Gang admitted defeat decisively. Although Zhou Kale was somewhat unwilling, he could only watch Grom, who was only breathing his last breath, stumble back. Just a little bit. Zhou Kale sighed inwardly, then turned to look at Zhang Yi in the distance. It's your turn, Zhang. Zhu Gang put away Grom and came to Zhang Yi. Brother Yi, it's up to you. Don't worry, I'll help you vent your anger. Zhang Yi patted Zhu Gang on the shoulder and then walked out. When they arrived on the field, Zhang Yi waved his hand, and Zhang Yan appeared in front of everyone with 100 Black Mountain soldiers. To deal with this group of people, there is no need for Guan Hai, who is already at level 2. Similarly, releasing thousands of Black Mountain soldiers at once is too shocking. The shock brought by the appearance of these 100 Black Mountain soldiers was definitely beyond the imagination of these high school freshmen. Fuck, Brother Zhang is awesome. Zhu Gang clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. The other people around were even more restless. This is unscientific. How can Zhang Ye's family have so much money? I heard that Zhang Ye's father is a swordsmith and has a shop in the city center. What? This guy is a rich second generation? Can't you tell from his loser look? I'm so envious. I've decided. Next, I'm going to follow the adventure team directly into the alien space to hunt. You? They're hunting you. At this moment, the smile on Zhou Kale's face froze when the 100 Black Mountain soldiers appeared. Seeing a hint of retreat in Zhou Kale's eyes, Zhang Yi quickly spoke. What? Are you planning to turn down your revenge battle right at the start, and then live your whole life in my shadow? After these words were spoken, Zhou Kale stopped in his tracks. Seeing that it was effective, Zhang Yi quickly seized the opportunity to continue fanning the flames. You have to know that once fear arises, it will accompany you for the rest of your life. If you take a step back today, you will take 2 steps back tomorrow. Once the door to cowardice is opened, it will never be stopped. Who said I was going to retreat? Provoking others won't work on me. Zhang Yi, you underestimated me. Now I'll show you my strength. As he spoke, Zhou Kale waved his hand, and another 30 elf archers appeared. Oh my, the little thing actually has a backup plan. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected that there were still stocks in Zhou Kale's territory. However, Zhang Yi didn't take the small amount seriously at all. Zhang Yan, kill them. I obey your command. The elven general had now stood in front of the group of elven archers, and then waved his arm. Dozens of elven archers suddenly created a small rain of arrows. A rain of arrows fell on the Black Mountain Army. Under Zhang Yan's command, the Black Mountain Army immediately launched the Legion skill, Assault. Because of the playground, the distance between the two sides was not far. Zhang Yan saw the right opportunity and used Flying Swallow directly. In an instant, all the Black Mountain troops were like they were being accelerated, and afterimages appeared. The next moment, a rain of arrows fell, but they directly hit the afterimage and pierced into the ground. In just a blink of an eye, when the elven archers reacted, the Black Mountain Army was already on their faces. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately, Blood splattered everywhere in the elf camp, and screams continued. The Black Mountain Army is only lightly armored infantry, but their weakened defense makes them extremely agile. In a moment, the formation of the elven archers was completely disrupted. The elf general was about to attack, but the next moment, a fierce murderous intent came from the side. Clang! Zhang Yan's long sword collided with the elf's moonblade, splashing a few sparks. Zhang Yan is different from Grom. After taking a few blood essences, Zhang Yan's 4 attributes have approached the first level ceiling, and his speed option is almost able to break through to 20. In terms of speed, the elf general could not compare with Zhang Yan at all. After a few rounds, the elf began to lose track of Zhang Yan's pace. This discovery made the elven general anxious and angry. When did his speed, which he was so proud of, become inferior to others? Oh, slow, too slow. Zhang Yan took the time to shake his head, then turned around and went directly to the side of the elf general. When the elf general used all his strength to chop towards his side with the moonblade, Zhang Yan suddenly dodged and ran directly into the arms of the elf general. This change immediately caused great loss of life for the elven generals. 48. The future is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Bang! Zhang Yan moved close to the elf general and raised his knee suddenly, hitting the elf general between his legs. A huge, dull sound was heard, causing the originally pale elf to turn red in an instant. Bang! The moon blade immediately left his hand, and the elf arched his body and began to twitch. Shameless. When Zhou Kale saw this scene, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhang Yi, gritting his teeth and saying these 2 words. Huh, how naive. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Kale, who was looking grim. Who do you think you are? Who would challenge you to a nightly duel on the battlefield? Between life and death, victory is unjust. If you still hold on to such naive ideas, then I advise you not to embark on the path of becoming a lord. Zhou Kale certainly couldn't accept Zhang Yi's preaching. It's nonsense. I think you are. Kale, that's enough. But Lu Yongkong on the side interrupted him directly. Teacher Lu He. Zhou Kale wanted to say something, but was frightened by Lu Yongkong's cold eyes and dared not say anything more. Although Lu Yongkong's face looked ugly at this time, he did agree with what Zhang Yi said. At this time, Zhang Yan used the simplest method to make the opposing general lose the ability to resist, but Zhang Yan did not stop. Instead, he looked at the elf general with a cruel smile on his face. The next moment, Zhang Yan's hands flashed with cold light, and within a few breaths, the elf general's body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and blood spilled onto the ground like free money. At this moment, the Black Mountain Army under his command had completed the division and encirclement of the elven archers. Zhang Yi looked at the scene on the field and nodded. Zhang Yan is worthy of being a famous bandit leader in history. He is ruthless in his attacks and hits the opponent's vital points directly. Kale, admit defeat and cut your losses in time. Although Zhou Kale was unwilling, he also understood that if he continued to insist, the losses would only increase again and the outcome would not change much. I give up. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he could only raise his hands and surrender at this moment. Shoo! The moment Zhou Kale raised his hands in surrender, the people around him booed. The several East Lake High School Lord students behind him all lowered their heads silently at this time. It's so embarrassing. He walked in so arrogantly, but now there are only 2 people on the opposite side, and all his strongest forces have failed. It really proves the old saying that the higher you fly, the harder you fall. At this time, Lu Yongkong was walking in front with a cold expression on his face, followed by the anxious members of Donghu High School. Go back and talk to your principal. Come back next time when you're done practicing. Lin Wenbin stood at the school gate and shouted rudely. After hearing Lin Wenbin's words, Lu Yongkong began to walk faster unconsciously. Teacher Lin, what do you think Donghu High School wants from challenging us? There's no stake, and if they lose, their reputation will be ruined. Looking at the receding figures of Donghu High School, Zhang Yi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing Zhang Yi's question, the other students in the Lord class were also confused. They really couldn't think of any benefit from East Lake High School doing this. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also damaged the relationship with other schools. What was the purpose? But Lin Wenbin just smiled disdainfully. Why? Every year, the resources allocated by the Wuyuan City Education Department to all colleges and universities are unequal. They are completely tilted according to the level of the students in each college. East Lake High School has been at the bottom of the rankings for several years in a row, and every year it receives the least resources. If they don't change, East Lake High School will only get weaker and weaker. Teacher Lin, where does our Nanshire High School rank among Wuyuan High School? Zhu Gang leaned over and asked a question. There are a total of 6 colleges and universities in Wuyuan City. The top-ranked one is undoubtedly Wuyuan High School, which has always maintained the top spot in Wuyuan. Next is Donghu High School, and then our Nanshi High School. Since Donghu High School has successfully challenged Xingji High School and Wentao High School, it's highly likely that their ranking will no longer be at the bottom this year, and the resources they receive from the Education Bureau will also increase. Lin Wenbin patiently explained the questions raised by the students. Then, Teacher Lin, if we challenge Donghu and Wuyuan High School and succeed, will the resources allocated to us by the Education Bureau this year also increase? After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi expressed what everyone was thinking. Lin Wenbin was stunned, then burst into laughter. It's great that you have this ambition, but even if you succeed in a direct challenge, it will only affect the ratings of the Higher Education Bureau's leaders for the major universities. The real factor that determines the allocation of resources in the second year is the official 6th school joint entrance examination in 2 months. If you come now, you will only alert them and expose your strength in advance. It's not worth it. We in Nanshi are not Donghu High School. We urgently need a few victories to boost our morale, so we don't need to do such stupid things. Joint examination of 6 schools. Everyone once again learned a new piece of knowledge. That's right, the 6th school joint exam. In 2 months, the first-year high school students from Wuyuan City's 6 universities will take the exam together. Your final results will affect the resources the Education Bureau provides you over the next 2 years. So for the next 2 months, I've already discussed with the school that we will not continue your individual training. Instead, we will take you to another time and space to hone your skills and maximize your strength. As he spoke, Lin Wenbin glanced at everyone. Honestly, with the current strength of you, except for Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang, I see the rest of you as no different from ordinary people. You can't even be considered a lord. Lin Wenbin's tone of voice was so cold that the other students couldn't help but lower their heads after feeling his gaze. You will also know that only true life and death combat can bring true growth to you and your subjects. If you want to train a general, you must go through the great terror of life and death to quickly unleash their potential. Hearing Lin Wenbin's words, everyone's heart moved, and then they looked at Zhu Gang, who was standing with his head held high, and their fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. If that idiot can do it, why can't we? Everyone thought unwillingly. At this time, everyone from Donghu High School was sitting on the departing bus. The atmosphere in the bus was solemn and no one spoke. Seeing this, Lu Yongkong had no choice but to clap his hands to wake everyone up. Well, it's just a failure. I admit that I underestimated Nanshi High School, but we're not without a chance. The 6th school joint exam in 2 months will be our chance to turn defeat into victory. The school has already booked an alternate time and space for a while, and you should train well there. The outcome is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. It's up to you to redeem yourself from today's shame. 49. The end of the world? Does anyone still believe this? After all, they're still young people. After hearing what Lu Yongkong said, the originally dull atmosphere in the car was immediately swept away, and everyone became morale boosted in an instant. But among the crowd, He Miaoyan still seemed indifferent. As the daughter of a wealthy group, He Miaoyan had seen all sorts of scenes. She had watched her father use this kind of motivating trick every day since she was 5 or 6 years old, and she had long been immune to it. At this moment, she glanced at Zhou Kale beside her calmly, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face. I originally thought Zhou Kale would be a big shot, but I didn't expect him to be such a loser. I don't even know where his corpse went. He didn't even come to look for me. After living with the Yin corpse for a day, He Miaoyan's thoughts changed. For some reason, the cold-blooded, gloomy and dark temperament of the Yin corpse had deeply penetrated He Miaoyan's heart. Now she would always unconsciously compare the Yin corpse with Zhou Kale beside her. Compared with the sinister villain like Yin Shi, Zhou Kale seems so naive and weak at this time. No, this loser can't possibly deal with Nanshi High School, let alone beat Zhang Yi. When He Miaoyan thought of Zhang Yi's mean face, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. In the evening, He Miaoyan returned to the villa angrily and slammed the door shut. The housekeeper and servants in the villa all understood their young lady's temper and pretended not to see it. As soon as I closed the door, I turned around and saw a strange figure in my room. He Miaoyan was about to exclaim, but the next moment, the entire room was shrouded in a strange magic circle. It's me. The figure slowly walked into the light, and a strange man in police uniform appeared in front of He Miaoyan. Are you an inferi? Although she had never seen the man in front of her before, there was an aura about him that made He Miaoyan feel familiar. That aura was exactly the person that He Miaoyan was obsessed with. He Miaoyan said her name accurately, which made the Yin corpse who wanted to explain stunned for a moment, and then looked at He Miaoyan meaningfully. He has now completely taken over this body, but the girl in front of him can still recognize him. I seem to have underestimated this girl who I thought was stupid. Seeing the man in front of her nod, He Miaoyan pretended to be calm and raised her proud head. You still remembered to come back. I thought you were dead out there. Even your appearance has changed. So what difficulties have you encountered? The Een corpse completely ignored the graceful figure of He Miaoyan in front of him and slowly sat down. I need a little help from you to help me complete the mission given by Father God. I can help you, but what will I get? Have you heard of the Chosen Society? The Inferi suddenly asked. He Miaoyan shook her head in confusion. At this moment, the corpse suddenly revealed a disdainful smile. It seems the Yin Nation officials are very wary of the Father God and have completely blocked the news. It's simple. This world is about to be destroyed, and the gods are about to descend upon the main world. Puff. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, He Miaoyan actually laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? There was a hint of doubt on the face of the Een corpse. At this moment, He Miaoyan could no longer hold back. Ha! Come on, uncle, what era did you dig out of the dirt? It's the end of the world. This bluffing news is outdated. What about the gods descending? Which god? Have I ever seen him? Faced with He Miaoyan's naked ridicule, the Een corpse did not react at all, but directly took out a purple-black book from its territory. As soon as the book was opened, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended upon the entire room. If the Een corpse had not set up an isolation array in the room in advance, the entire villa would have attracted the attention of everyone in Wuyuan City. The pressure was filled with bloodthirstiness and killing. The unspeakable negative energy directly hit He Miaoyan's heart, making her mind go blank in an instant, and then she couldn't help but kneel down. Bang! The Een corpse closed the strange book, and the previous pressure disappeared as if it had never appeared. Hee, how's it going? Have you sensed the Father's presence? He Miaoyan didn't say anything immediately. Her face was pale, and her whole body looked like she had just been pulled out of the water. This power. At this moment, He Miaoyan's eyes were full of disbelief. The feeling just now was as if a pair of eyes were staring at her, without a trace of emotion at all. It was the feeling of a creature at the top of the food chain looking down at the creatures below. Humph, to tell you the truth, this book only contains a trace of the Father's aura. The Father's power is simply beyond the imagination of an ant like you. I am just a drop in the ocean among the Father's countless lambs. At this moment, the corpse's eyes were fanatical and there was an indescribable admiration on his face. How about joining my chosen society? Under the guidance of the Father God, you will gain endless power. When the Father God descends into the main world, you and I will be able to obtain eternal life under the Father God's protection. Power, eternal life. At this moment, a trace of confusion appeared in He Miaoyan's eyes, and then it was followed by the same piety and fanaticism as the corpse. Humph, things change over time. Don't look down on the young and poor. At this time, Luo Mingcheng was standing in his room with his fists clenched and a ferocious look on his face. When he thought of the intimacy between He Miaoyan and Zhou Kale today, he felt an indescribable pain and anger in his heart. Not to mention, Zhou Kale didn't even look at him the whole time, as if he was just an insignificant passerby. Even if Zhou Kale laughed at him, the most insulting way was to ignore him. I swear, I stood like an ant in the past, but from now on I will make you remember me forever. And He Miaoyan, from the moment you chose Zhou Kale, you are no longer my goddess. Everything between us is over. One day, I will make you regret your choice today. At this time, Luo Mingcheng's eyes were red and veins were bulging on his forehead. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Who is it? It's so late. Luo Mingcheng had just finished complaining when his eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. The mobile phone page only shows Miaoyan, favorite. Hey, Miaoyan, why aren't you asleep yet so late? Luo Mingcheng's tone was filled with infinite tenderness. Huh? Go out now. No, I'm fine. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. As soon as he hung up the phone, Luo Mingcheng put on his coat and rushed out of the room like crazy. After a while, I returned to the room, fixed my hair in front of the bathroom mirror, and sprayed some perfume. 50. Gift from God the Father. On the quiet riverside, a man and a woman looked at each other. The woman's face was expressionless while the man's face was full of sincerity and there was an elusive joy on his face. Miaoyan, it's windy here, don't catch a cold. As he spoke, Luo Mingcheng took off his coat and draped it over He Miaoyan's shoulders affectionately. If you catch a cold, I'll be sorry. But He Miaoyan stared at Luo Mingcheng with complicated eyes. She never understood why this big and strong man in front of her would do such a thing without any dignity. Doesn't he know that this kind of servility will not only fail to win his favor, but will make him feel disgusted inside? But when she thought of the task assigned to her by the Yin corpse, Miaoyan suppressed her inner nausea. Luo Mingqing, do you want to become stronger? Luo Mingqing's hand that was putting clothes on Miaoyan stopped immediately. What? Miaoyan immediately threw off Luo Mingqing's clothes and took a step away. I'm telling you clearly, Miaoyan, will marry a truly powerful man in the future. Miaoyan, I will try my best, just wait for me. Zhou Kale, Zhang Yi, and Zhu Gang have all trained their own first-level generals. They've already begun to show their potential. What about you? You're just a loser now. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be a loser now and in the future. How can you expect me to wait like this? Why should I wait? At this time, the wind by the river was very cold, but Luo Mingqing's heart was even colder. You're right. I'm trash. I'm not worthy of you. Luo Mingqing was hunched over at this time, his face full of decadence, frustration, and lack of confidence. Seeing Luo Mingqing like this, Miaoyan's mouth corners unconsciously began to rise slightly. Seeing that the time was almost right, Miaoyan took out a crystal skull. As soon as the skull appeared, a cold aura emanated. This is... Luo Mingqing noticed it immediately. Do you want to become stronger and surpass Zhang Yi, Zhou Kale, and the others? Luo Mingqing nodded vigorously. Take it and place it in your territory. If you want to become a strong person in a short period of time, this is the shortcut. Luo Mingqing took the skull blankly. Once you defeat Zhang Yi and the others, you will be worthy of me. After saying that, Miaoyan's hand gently scratched Luo Mingqing's chin. The cold touch instantly made Luo Mingqing's eyes emit a dazzling light. Okay, I will definitely become stronger. Miaoyan, wait for me. The encouragement from the goddess made Luo Mingqing forget his last name all of a sudden. He took the skull from Miaoyan's hand, and the smoothness he felt during the process made Luo Mingqing's heart flutter. He threw the skull into his territory without even looking at it. Well, it's getting late, and you should go back. Seeing Luo Mingqing put the skull directly into the territory, Miaoyan's mouth curled up slightly. Luo Mingqing wanted to say something else. Cough, cough, cough. Miaoyan still started coughing lightly. Luo Mingqing's face showed worry. Miaoyan, the wind is too strong. You should go back quickly. Looking at Miaoyan's receding figure, Luo Mingqing felt warm in his heart. I misunderstood her. Miaoyan still has me in her heart. Miaoyan walked halfway when she suddenly threw Luo Mingqing's coat to the ground, then stomped on it a few times and kicked it into the river. Luo Mingqing returned home happily, closed the doors and windows, and went straight into the territory. But the next moment, he was stunned by the scene before him. I saw that the territory had changed drastically at this time. The sky was dark and a large amount of cold demonic energy filled the entire territory. The dozens of people originally living in the territory had also undergone tremendous changes at this time. His eyes were bloodshot, veins on his body were bulging, and a layer of black scales was faintly emerging on the surface. At the same time, these dozen or so subjects actually started fighting each other. What's going on? The current situation was completely beyond Luo Mingqing's imagination. He had no idea why such a change had occurred in his territory. But the next moment, a dark beam of light hit Luo Mingqing's forehead directly. At this time, Luo Mingqing was holding his head and screaming in pain. A black skull was faintly appearing on his forehead. Luo Mingqing felt as if a lot of things were stuffed into his brain all of a sudden, and the huge flow of information almost made his head burst. The whole process lasted about half an hour, and the expression on Luo Mingqing's face slowly returned to calm. At this time, the dozens of subjects under his command had already decided the outcome, and in the end, only the strongest one among them survived. At this time, the leader had changed a lot. His body was covered with dark scales, his body had grown twice as big, and 2 sharp canine teeth had grown in his mouth. Roar! The leader roared excitedly towards the sky, and at the same time, a cold aura emanated from his body, and he had surprisingly reached the standard of a first-level creature. At the same time, the first-level creature waved at the pile of incomplete corpses on the ground. A puff of black smoke was released from the creature's hand and went straight into the pile of corpses. A moment later, the corpses that had collapsed to the ground began to tremble all over, and the next moment they all opened their eyes. Seeing his subjects slowly crawling up and being resurrected, Luo Mingqing was not afraid. Instead, he saw a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is this the power of death? It's truly astonishing. At the same time, Luo Mingqing lowered his head and looked at his hands. After clenching them tightly, he felt unprecedented strength. Is this the mighty power of Father God? This power is truly intoxicating. At this moment, a trace of piety appeared on Luo Mingqing's face, just like the corpse. But it's not enough. The power of the Death Authority in my hands is still too little. If I want to control the entire Death Authority, I must become one of the 7 knights under the command of Father God. A hint of ambition actually appeared in Luo Mingqing's eyes. Because just now, a whispering voice appeared in his mind, saying that if he wanted to gain power, he had to keep pleasing the Father. But how can we please God the Father? The faces of Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang, and the joint entrance examination of 6 schools 2 months later flashed through Luo Mingqing's mind. Sacrifice all the talented young men in Wuyuan City to Father God. He will probably be very satisfied. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on Luo Mingqing's face. I really am a genius. Zhang Yi, Zhu Gang, for my future, I have to trouble you to die. At this time, Zhang Yi was happily packing his luggage at home. 51. This time we are serious. Zhang Yi and others will spend the next month and a half in a different time and space, so daily necessities must be prepared. Zhang Yi had no psychological burden at all for the upcoming experience in a different time and space. At this time, he had a 2nd-level General Guan Hai and a 1st-level General Zhang Yin in his territory. His soldiers include 5 1st-level Iron Wolf Guards, thousands of Black Mountain soldiers, and a wolf that can be used as a dog. At this time, with Zhang Ye's strength, he is among the top among all the Lord students of the same class in the entire Wuyuan City. In this Black Iron level alien time and space, there will be no danger unless you seek death. For Zhang Yi, this was actually a rewarding journey. The next morning, Zhang Yi came to the classroom. At this time, all the students in the Lord class had arrived. Everyone was talking loudly with smiles in their eyes. As long as they are not trained, they can do whatever they want. Besides, when they go to a different time and space, everyone can do whatever they want and the teacher has no control over it. Brother Yi. Seeing Zhang Yi coming, Zhu Gang hurried over. Brother Yi has arrived in the alien space. Let's act together. Zhu Gang. Do you understand why Teacher Lin wants us to go to another time and space for a month and a half? Zhang Ye's sudden seriousness startled Zhu Gang. Purpose? What purpose? Isn't it for us to enter the trial and continuously strengthen ourselves? But Zhang Yi shook his head at this time. That's just one of the purposes. This mission is specifically for those students who haven't yet trained to become 1st-level generals. You are now an official 1st-level lord. As a lord, you will encounter countless beasts and natives from different time and space. Who can you rely on? You can only rely on yourself and trust only your soldiers. And why did Teacher Lin ask us to travel to this alternate time and space for such a long time? Was it just to help us improve our skills in preparation for the 6th school joint entrance exam? No. Our future opponents will not be these students in the ivory tower, but the vicious natives of other worlds and the insidious and cunning foreign lords. What you need now is to learn how to survive on your own and with the help of your fellow soldiers when you are isolated and helpless. Zhang Ye's passionate speech not only made Zhu Gang feel ashamed of what he had just said, but also made the whole class suddenly silent, with everyone's face showing a thoughtful expression. I finally fooled this guy. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. I have so many secrets now, and I'm so powerful. If I bring in another burden, won't it reduce my gains? At this moment, Zhang Yi caught a glimpse of Lin Wenbin standing next to him. Lin Wenbin looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. He never expected that his squad leader was not only incredibly talented, but also had such mature and steady thoughts. It seems that I have good vision. When Lin Wenbin arrived, the class suddenly fell silent. Lin Wenbin glanced at the entire class and found that no one was late. Then he led everyone out of the classroom and headed to the playground downstairs. There were still 2 fully armed buses, and people began to get on slowly. As the squad leader, Zhang Yi was the first to board the vehicle and sat in the middle window seat. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Luo Mingqing slowly walking onto another bus. No wonder Zhang Yi always felt that something was missing just now. It turned out that it was Luo Mingqing's foul mouth that always contradicted him. Luo Mingqing today felt completely different from his usual self. Not only was he taciturn, but his entire temperament also became much gloomier. Strange. Could it be that this guy's personality has changed drastically because of love turning into hate? Zhang Yi thought for a long time. Until Luo Mingqing got on the bus, Zhang Yi shook his head. Love is indeed harmful garbage. The 2 buses continued to move towards the suburbs outside Wuyuan City. After passing through dense high-rise buildings, everyone once again came to the desolate wilderness. In the wilderness outside the city, many creatures from different time and space escaped and lived here. Because the wilderness is so large, it is difficult for the official team of Yin State to take care of it. Therefore, for many civilians, The wilderness is still a very dangerous place, and if you are not careful, you will encounter creatures from other worlds. Of course, Zhang Yi and others don't take these creatures seriously at all. Creatures that can escape from different time and space and have not been hunted down by the Yin state officials are generally very weak. There will not be such powerful creatures that come to the main world to destroy the city. The bus traveled for nearly a day until the sun was about to set, and a huge military base finally appeared in front of everyone. The entire military base is filled with a large number of arrow tower outposts. Zhang Yi even observed a large number of inscriptions flashing on those outposts. It is obvious that these arrow towers and outposts are not as simple as they seem. They must be supported by some unnatural power. This base is obviously a level higher than the last base in another time and space. While everyone was still looking around, a jeep came in front of them, and a middle-aged man with a majestic air got out of the car. "You must be Teacher Lin, right? Your principal has mentioned you to me." "Colonel Li, thank you for your help this time." Lin Wenbin exchanged pleasantries with Colonel Li opposite him for a while. Colonel Li looked at the group of Lord class members in front of him, who still looked a little immature, and a hint of hesitation began to appear in his eyes. "Teacher Lin, we've only just reached 75% of our exploration of this alien space. Isn't it too risky to let these little guys in now?" But Ling Wenbin just shook his head. They have grown up, and it's time for them to understand the cruelty of the outside world. It's time for the young eagles to learn to soar. "I understand that, but shouldn't we proceed step by step? If something goes wrong all of a sudden..." Colonel Li seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Wenbin the next moment. "Colonel Li, I know what you are going to say. If anything goes wrong in this operation, I will be fully responsible. I am confident in this. Besides, they should understand their responsibilities as lords." Looking at Lin Wenbin's eyes, Colonel Li did not continue to refute, but sighed deeply. "Okay then, contact me if you have any questions." Looking at Colonel Li's departing back, Lin Wenbin then turned to look at the group of students behind him. "Now that we're here, I should give you a brief introduction to the basics of this alternate time and space." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This operation is completely different from your last one. If the last one was just a spring outing, then this one is a real test. 52. Start with Big Spider. This alien dimension ahead only began to form last year. As of now, the military has explored less than 75% of it. But rest assured, everyone, the strongest native within is a level 4 creature and has already been killed by the military. But I can't guarantee whether there are still level 2 or 3 creatures. As he spoke, Lin Wenbin showed a dangerous expression to everyone. The students couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. "Teacher, isn't this too dangerous?" A female classmate said in a trembling voice. The other students in the Lord class also looked at Lin Wenbin with the same eyes. But who would have thought that Lin Wenbin's face was full of indifference at this moment? "Oh, it's too dangerous. What should you do? Hide in your mother's arms and say you're scared." Lin Wenbin's harsh words made all the students look unhappy. Lin Wenbin glanced at everyone. The country spends vast amounts of resources every year. Is it just out of kindness to train a bunch of useless people like you? What do you think a lord is? Is it just to satisfy your idiotic vanity? Now I give you a chance. You have 2 choices. One is to go in obediently, and the other is to give up your lordship. Today you can go back safely and continue to be a parasite to your parents. As soon as Lin Wenbin finished speaking, the surroundings became eerily quiet. After a while, 2 people finally couldn't stand it anymore and raised their hands to signal to leave. Lin Wenbin didn't say anything but recorded the names of the 2. The rest of the people chose to enter the different space. After all, there were so many benefits to being a lord that they took a little danger for granted. After all, you have to pay for what you get, which is fair. Seeing that everyone else had decided to join, Lin Wenbin nodded. "Very good. In the future you will definitely be extremely glad for your decision today." After that, a soldier in military uniform came over with a large cardboard box in his hands. This contains a locator. If you encounter danger, turn it on and the nearby army will rush to your rescue immediately. As he spoke, Lin Wenbin handed it to Zhang Yi, indicating that it should be distributed to everyone. At this time, the 2 students who chose to give up had their eyes wide open. "Why didn't you tell me you had this thing earlier?" The 2 students were about to walk back, but the next moment they were met with Lin Wenbin's cold eyes. They paused and stopped moving immediately. Zhang Yi and others entered the entrance to the different space, one after another. After passing through a thin film, the light in front of everyone's eyes dimmed. When everyone adapted, they found themselves in a giant cave. According to the previous introduction by Lin Wenbin and the military personnel around him, this different time and space is completely covered by rocks and soil, and there are various tunnels and caves throughout the different time and space. There live various underground creatures, and an indigenous creature called dog-headed people. Unsurprisingly, the gnolls and other magical beasts here are all good at digging, so even if you are walking in the tunnel, you may encounter underground creatures that have dug the wrong way. There are a large number of rare minerals in this different time and space, and these minerals are all good materials for making equipment. Seeing that everyone had adapted by now, Zhang Yi clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Alright, since this place is connected in all directions, let's each choose a path to move forward. Alright, good luck to everyone. After saying that, Zhang Yi directly chose a path and turned to leave. He didn't want to take this bunch of burdens on an adventure in another world. Watching Zhang Yi leave, Zhu Gang also left the next moment. The other class members were not as strong as them, so everyone formed groups and headed towards the tunnel. After Zhang Yi walked into the tunnel, he directly summoned Guan Hai and Zhang Yan, and the wolf also came out at the same time. The wolf has the skill of smell, so if there are any underground creatures ahead, it can detect them in advance. Zhang Yi stroked the wall with one hand, feeling the regular carving marks on the stone wall. This tunnel definitely couldn't have been formed naturally. It was most likely dug out by some indigenous creature. The first thing that came to Zhang Yi's mind was the dog-headed man here. The dog-headed people here are just as Zhang Yi imagined, born miners with a crazy obsession with ores. Woo-woo. At this moment, the wolf in front suddenly stopped, the hair on the back of its neck stood up, and it lowered its front legs to the ground, as if to attack. Seeing this, Guan Hai and Zhang Yan quickly picked up their weapons and acted on guard. For Zhang Yan's father also made a long sword for him. Unlike Guan Hai's ring-handled sword, Zhang Yan was good at speed, so Zhang Yi's father made him a weapon like a Tang sword. And when making the blade, black iron and wind shadow iron were added to it. This makes the long sword light and thin yet tough. Flowing wind. Huangjia top grade. Effect. 1. Swift wind. Increases the user's slashing speed by 30%. 2. Fierce wind slash. The blade of the flowing wind blade can store 3 fierce winds every day. When used, it can summon a fierce whirlwind to attack the enemy. At this moment, under everyone's vigilance, a huge figure appeared from the corner of the tunnel ahead. That figure was actually a giant spider. This spider is covered with a large number of colorful patterns, and there are 2 sharp fangs exposed outside its mouth parts. It is obvious that this thing is poisonous. At this moment, Zhang Yi stared at the giant spider, and at the same time, a thought came to his mind. Mother of blood. Level 1 organism. Strength, 16. Speed, 15. Willpower, 11. Constitution, 17. Skill. I'm so fucking lucky that I start with a giant spider with the strength of a level 1 creature. Looking at the 8 hairy legs of the big spider, Zhang Yi felt uncomfortable all over. Kill it. At a command, Guan Hai and Zhang Yan rushed out at the same time, and the wolf stayed behind to protect Zhang Yi. Guan Hai took the lead, raised the ring-handled sword in his hand, and charged forward aggressively. The Bloody Mother opened her huge mouth, and a stream of white light flew out towards Guan Hai, who was rushing in the front. Call out. The white light turned out to be a spider silk as thick as a forearm. The spider silk was not only extremely tough, but also very sticky, and it stuck directly to Guan Hai's chest. Then the Bloody Mother pulled back, and Guan Hai flew directly towards it. But Guan Hai, who was suspended in midair, did not panic, but raised the ring-handled sword in his hand with a calm expression. Bite. The ring-handled knife hit one of the 2 fangs of the Bloody Mother heavily. The enormous force directly shattered the fang. 53. Bloodbath Mother. At this time, Zhang Yan had also arrived. While the Bloody Mother was still struggling with Guan Hai, he slid and drilled directly into the belly of the big spider. The Bloody Mother's 8 thighs, as sharp as spears, suddenly became useless because they could not penetrate into her abdomen at all. Puff. Zhang Yan stabbed the Bloody Mother's soft abdomen with his long knife, and a large amount of green mucus flowed out of the Bloody Mother's abdomen. At such a critical moment, the Bloody Mother did not sit still and wait for death, but rushed directly towards Zhang Yi. From where Zhang Yi was standing, it was clear that he was the leader of the other side. Only by getting rid of him or forcing him to threaten him could he escape. Zhang Yi looked at the bloodbathed mother rushing towards him with a disdainful smile on his face. This beast is not stupid. As he spoke, Zhang Yi opened his palm towards the bloodbathed mother. Hiss. A thick bolt of lightning flew out and hit the bloodbathed mother's body. The powerful electric current directly caused the bloodbathed mother to fall into a state of stiffness. At this time, Guan Hai, who had just been left behind by the Bloody Mother, caught up and jumped directly onto her back. Then he swung the ring-handled knife and slashed wildly at the back of the Bloody Mother. This is when the advantage of insects was revealed. Even though the Bloody Mother suffered such severe injuries, she still had a reaction and tried to fight back. It was not until Zhang Yin arrived and pierced the Bloody Mother's head that the loss of the central nervous system caused the behemoth to die completely. As the bloodbath mother turned into a streak of white light and disappeared, 5 white light balls were left on the ground. A rare explosion. Zhang Yi came over excitedly and took all 5 light balls. Hard walking legs, ×2. Huang class low grade. A material that will be of great use to special people. Toxic hair follicles. Huangjia top grade. The bloodbath mother stores the deadly poison in her body. Once it enters a living organism, it will quickly dissolve it into an organic liquid for the bloodbath mother to absorb. Tough silk ball. Huangjia top grade. The spider silk created by the bloodbath mother is extremely tough and has good adhesion. Unhatched egg sac. Xian level mid-grade. It is the unhatched child of the bloody mother. After you drip blood to recognize its master, you will get a pet. Zhang Yi couldn't see what use those 2 walking legs had, so he could only use them as materials. He would go back and ask his father's sword shop what they were for. Zhang Yi doesn't know what the toxic hair follicles and tough silk balls are used for yet, but his intuition tells him that these 2 things are definitely very useful. As for the last one, unhatched egg sac, looking at the introduction, isn't this just a contract pet? But the next moment, Zhang Yi imagined a big spider lying on his shoulder and its 8 hairy legs scratching his face. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but tremble all over. That's horrible. I must be sick to have something like that as a pet. I'll just sell it on the black market when I get home. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi directly put all the things into his territory and continued to move forward. In this strange time and space, although everyone is in the tunnel, there are many mushrooms growing on the surrounding stone walls, and the surface of those mushrooms emits a faint fluorescence. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise of falling stones was heard in the quiet tunnel. In the shocked eyes of Zhang Yi and others, a group of dwarfs with dinosaur faces and black scales all over their bodies crawled out of a cave they had just dug. Kobold Miner. Strength, 9. Speed, 5. Willpower, 4. Constitution, 7. Skill, 1. Dark Vision. Ability to explore the surroundings in a dark environment. 2. Strengthen the stomach. Gnolls can digest various minerals as their own energy. It turned out that the dog-headed people were not as Zhang Yi had imagined, a group of dwarfs with dog heads on their heads, but these were dwarfs that looked like dinosaurs. Shouldn't this be called Dinosaur Man? Zhang Yi complained in his heart. The group of dog-headed people discovered Zhang Yi and others the moment they came out of the cave, and then rushed towards Zhang Yi and others with a strange roar. There were quite a lot of gnolls in that group, and there were nearly 40 or 50 of them in the first wave. Moreover, these dog-headed men actually held a large number of metal weapons in their hands. A white light suddenly flashed. In this dark environment, the sudden strong light made the dog-headed people feel uncomfortable. They covered their eyes and screamed. As the light faded, a fully armed troop of 100 heavy infantrymen appeared in front of the dog-headed man. It turned out that Zhang Yi used the infantry talisman at the first opportunity. A team of 100 people appeared again. Bang, bang, bang. The group of dog-headed men slammed heavily into the iron shields of the Bujuan army, but the Bujuan army's skill, hold on, was activated, and the group of dog-headed men felt as if they had hit a huge rock. After withstanding the first round of attacks from the gnolls, the infantry remained as solid as a rock. As the attack of the gnolls ended, the infantry opened their shields and began to kill with swords in hand. There is a layer of scales on the surface of the dog-headed people's skin to protect their skin from being scratched by the rock surface when digging holes, but this thin layer of scales cannot defend against the attack of sharp blades. Puff, puff, puff. In the darkness, a large number of dog-headed men collapsed to the ground screaming. Although the soldiers of the infantry army could not see in the dark like Zhang Yi and others, the entire tunnel was only this big, and 100 people lined up in a formation to block the tunnel completely. What's more, there are a large number of luminous dark mushrooms growing on the walls of the tunnel, which can provide a little faint light. The first wave of 40 or 50 gnolls only lasted less than 10 minutes before they completely collapsed. The gnolls at the back began to flee into the pits dug in between. With the duck already in hand, how could Zhang Yi let them escape? Without even thinking, Zhang Yi and the group of dog-headed men blocking outside the pit launched a palm thunder. Hiss! A strong light flashed, accompanied by the smell of meat, and all the dog-headed men blocking the cave entrance turned into a charred state. Although the 40 or 50 dog-headed men had weak combat power, killing them actually provided Zhang Yi with a large amount of high-quality iron ore. Iron ore, like food stone, is a type of resource stone that can be used to increase the strength of equipment for soldiers within the territory. Nowadays, the armor worn by both the Black Mountain Army and the Iron Wolf Guard in Zhang Ye's territory are all initial equipment and do not have any equipment effects. After collecting the iron ore obtained from the group of ogres, Zhang Yi brought 2 generals to the entrance of the cave that had just been dug by the ogres. Because the hole was dug in a hurry, the entire passage can barely accommodate 1 person. The interior of the passage is so deep that it is impossible to see where it leads to. 54. Kobold Tribe. However, since this group of gnolls came out of this passage, it means that there is a high probability that the opposite side is a gathering place for gnolls. Zhang Yi couldn't just give up after finally finding an indigenous community with good returns. He then ordered the Yu infantry to go in one by one, and Zhang Yi and others followed behind. This group of summoned Yu infantry will dissipate in about 40 minutes, and Zhang Yi did this to avoid wasting it. Because of the dog-headed people's height, this passage is extremely narrow. I don't know how long this group of dog-headed men have been digging. Zhang Yi felt that he had been walking for nearly 10 minutes, but still hadn't reached the end. Just when Zhang Yi was about to be unable to bear it, the Yu infantry in front finally walked out of this passage. Bang! When Zhang Yi stepped out of the passage, a cool breeze hit his face. It turned out to be a huge cave connected to an underground river, making the entire cave extremely refreshing, without the stuffiness that he had felt in the tunnel before. Finally out of that damn place. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said with a relaxed look on his face. He was almost suffering from claustrophobia in that cave before. At this time, the wolf following behind him began to move its nose wildly and kept exploring the ground. This abnormal behavior of the wolf immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Yi and others. Wankai, did you find anything? Wankai is the name Zhang Yi gave to the first wolf. Hearing Zhang Ye's call, Wankai walked to his side, gently bit his trouser leg, and pulled him in a direction. At this point, how could Zhang Yi not understand what Wankai wanted to do? Zhang Yi quickly touched Wankai's head. Quick, take us there. As soon as he finished speaking, Wankai ran straight down a tunnel. Seeing this, Zhang Yi and others hurriedly followed. After passing through a tunnel for a distance, the temperature in the distance gradually began to rise, and as the distance got closer, the intermittent sound of metal knocking could be faintly heard. This sound was extremely familiar to Zhang Yi, as he could often hear this sound in his father's sword shop. That is the sound of tempering and forging metal. Zhang Yi and others immediately slowed down their pace and approached quietly. After walking for another 3 minutes, a red light began to emerge in the dark tunnel in the distance. This is simply impossible in a dark underground place. Soon, a huge underground magma river appeared in front of Zhang Yi. On both sides of the lava, a large number of dog-headed men were using the gushing ground fire to pound the metal ore. This tribe of dog-headed people is very large and has developed its own civilization. Moreover, on the outskirts of this tribe, there are a large number of dog-headed troops armed to the teeth patrolling. Among them, there were actually a few dog-headed people riding this kind of lizard-like mount. Guanhai looked around at the tribe in front of him, his expression becoming slightly solemn. My lord, the population of this indigenous tribe is conservatively estimated to be nearly 5,000. There are at least 5 first-level creatures in the tribe, and there's even one in the center that's even stronger than mine. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. Any existence that could make Guanhai feel apprehensive must be at least a level 2 creature. Maybe it's level 3. 1 level 3, 5 level 1, plus 5,000 ordinary ogres. If they were to fight head-on, even if I could win, I would lose at least half of my fortune. The joint examination of 6 schools is coming soon. It would be disastrous if we fall too far behind in strength. You can't do business that will lose money. It seems that if I want to take over this tribe, I still need to use my wits. Looks like it's time to use a little conspiracy. The first thing that came to Zhang Ye's mind was the toxic hair follicle he had obtained before and the guanine taking off clothes that he had used up half of. Since we have to use poison, it would be most effective if we put it where these gnolls eat. Since we need water to eat, this tribe is so big that its water consumption must be astonishing. I'm afraid the only water that can meet its needs is the underground river that I just passed by. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry about this. This time, Lin Wenbin gave them a full month and a half, so he still had some patience. This wait lasted nearly 4 hours. If it weren't for the reminder on Zhang Ye's watch, he would have forgotten the time in this dim environment. Gradually, the sound of metal hammering in front gradually stopped. A group of dog-headed men walked towards Zhang Yi holding huge stone basins. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly hid far away. It seems that Zhang Yi guessed right. This group of dog-headed people were indeed preparing to go to the underground river to fetch water. Zhang Yi quickly followed behind him and hid. At this moment, another figure appeared on the other side of the dog-headed man tribe. Luo Mingqing was observing the huge tribe in front of him from the dark, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Over 5,000 dog-headed men, including 5 level 1 creatures. If I transform them all into zombies, the strength of my territory will skyrocket. Zhou Kale, Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang are waiting for me. A sinister smile appeared on Luo Mingqing's face. It's up to you now. Don't worry, my lord. Leave it to me. A figure wrapped in a black robe behind Luo Mingqing made a hoarse voice. This man was the only first-level general who survived among Luo Mingqing's dozens of subjects. Because the whole person was in a corpse state, Luo Mingqing named him Shi. At this time, a group of dog-headed hunting teams returned to the tribe in the distance, carrying several prey that looked like enlarged rats. They happened to see Luo Mingqing and the other person. Jigu times at. In an instant, the hunting team rushed towards Luo Mingqing with weapons in their hands. Deal with them. The black robe on the corpse immediately shattered, revealing the extremely strong body underneath. Soon the hunting team continued to move towards the tribe. However, at this moment, the gnolls and the hunting team all had dull eyes and their movements became clumsy. When they were close to the tribe, they were finally discovered by the group of ogre warriors who were on guard outside. Seeing the familiar faces, the patrol team let down their guard. The leading ogre warrior even ran towards the hunting team, wanting to see what goodies they had brought back. But at this moment, the members of the hunting team, who had originally had dull eyes, began to become bloodthirsty the moment the ogre warrior approached. When the leader of the ogre warriors saw the huge rats, his face was full of excitement, but he didn't realize that the hunting team had already surrounded them. 55. Small investment for big success. Then, a shrill scream was heard. The ogre warrior who had just run to the hunting team had been dismembered by the hunting team members. Now the whole hunting team was scrambling for the body of the ogre warrior with bloodthirsty looks on their faces. The other gnoll warriors immediately shouted something in fear to the hunting team. But the next moment, all the members of the hunting team raised their heads and stared at the group of dog-headed warriors in the distance, and their white eyes revealed an undisguised bloodlust and greed. Those dog-headed men had never seen such a weird thing before. Under the gaze of a group of zombies, they began to feel scared. They raised their weapons with trembling hands and tried to drive away the fear in their hearts by shouting loudly. But the zombies didn't buy it. Under the control of Shi, they rushed towards the ogre warriors. Puff, puff, puff. The brutal confrontation officially began. Although the zombies were no longer afraid of death, their combat effectiveness would not be weakened by injuries. But after all, they are just a group of transformed corpses, and their combat effectiveness has weakened by more than 50% compared to before, not to mention that they can only fight based on instinct. For a moment, he was unable to defeat those ogre warriors. Seeing this situation, Shi immediately took action. Boom. As expected of a first-class general, he knocked a fully armed ogre warrior away with one punch. The surrounding dog-headed men saw the danger posed by Shi and immediately moved towards his position. How could that group of level 0 creatures be a match for Shi? After only 2 or 3 minutes, the battle was over, and a large number of dog-headed man corpses were scattered on the ground. Then a ball of black energy filled with cold energy appeared between Shi's hands. Resurrect my soldiers. After saying that, the ball of energy was slammed to the ground by Shi. In an instant, all the corpses began to tremble, with corpse 1 as the center. The next moment, all the dog-headed corpses opened their eyes, slowly stood up, and looked towards the dog-headed tribe inside the wall. At this time, when it was time for dinner, all the dog-headed men put down their work and began to prepare food, waiting for the hunting team and the tribesmen who came to fetch water to come back. It was another peaceful day. A kobold leader looked leisurely at a kobold cub playing and fighting in the distance. But the next moment, a shrill scream accompanied by a rapid explosion sounded. Then chaos began to descend. The ogre leader didn't think much and ran directly towards the chaotic location. As one of the leaders of the tribe, it is its responsibility to protect the safety of the tribe. But when it arrived at the location, the scene before it horrified it. I saw a large number of tribesmen in front of me biting each other madly, and the next moment, the tribesmen who had originally died slowly stood up and began to join this crazy hunting game. What the hell is going on? In the horrified eyes of the dog-headed man leader, a tribesman whose intestines had already come out also stood up and rushed towards him. Oh, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. A faint voice sounded behind it, and Luo Mingqing was seen standing behind the dog-headed man leader with his corpse. The corpse had told him early on that there were 5 level 1 creatures in the entire Null tribe. But Luo Mingqing was not worried at all. After his corpse was infused with the power of the Father God, it directly approached the ceiling of the first level of combat power. In addition, Corpse 1 has the ability to resurrect corpses. As long as he seizes the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 first-level creatures on the opposite side after a sneak attack and resurrects them, he will have the confidence to wipe out the entire Null tribe. Small investment for big wins. I possess some of the power of death granted by God the Father, so this plan has a high chance of success. Even if you fail, you won't suffer any loss, but will instead gain strength. Therefore, Luo Mingqing was extremely confident about this sneak attack. But despite all his calculations, he never imagined that there would be creatures beyond the second level in this inconspicuous tribe. It was also because Shiyi's strength was too low now. He could not rely on the strength of a second-level creature like Guan Hai under Zhang Yi to detect some information about the master. Otherwise, Luo Mingqing would not dare to be so reckless. At this time, what happened here had already caused the entire Null tribe to start a commotion, and the other 4 first-level Null leaders were rushing here. Luo Mingqing knew that he could not delay any longer. Get rid of it quickly. Boom. Shi threw a straight punch at the first dog-headed man leader who came forward. Although the dog-headed man leader was shorter than Shi, he was not afraid, but also met the attack with a punch. The 2 fists collided, and a huge air wave was generated between them. Brush. The leader extended a sharp claw from his other hand and slashed towards the corpse's face. But at this time, Shi didn't even try to avoid it. Puff. The leader's sharp claws left 3 deep scars on Shiyi's face that were visible to the bone. But there was not a trace of blood flowing from Shiyi's face. Faced with the leader's doubts, Shi showed a sinister smile on his face. Boom. Kala. Taking advantage of the leader's chest being wide open, Shi used his free hand to punch it in the chest. The enormous force directly broke the leader's ribs, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Shi had no mercy at all. He walked forward and kicked the dog-headed man hard in the head. Puff. The enormous force caused the dog-headed man to lose half of his head. What are you doing? The loss of too many corpses will greatly affect our strength after resuscitation. Luo Mingqing walked forward, frowned, and cursed at the corpse. The originally unruly corpse quickly bowed its head and admitted its mistake. A ball of black gas also appeared in Luo Mingqing's hand, but there were traces of scarlet in that black gas, and it was directly shot towards the corpse on the ground. Stop them. After saying this, Luo Mingqing's eyes were fixed on the corpse on the ground. The black energy that he had just injected into the corpse was not ordinary. It contained a trace of his own original power, and that original power corresponded to the power of death. Even I don't have much authority of this level. This time, in order to occupy this tribe, I have invested a lot of money. At this moment, the dog-headed man's corpse below began to tremble, and a cold aura began to emanate from its body. A moment later, one of the dog-headed man's eyes suddenly opened, and the flesh and bone fragments scattered around seemed to be controlled and gathered towards the wound. After a moment, the broken dog's head was restored to its original state. The aura on his body actually increased a lot. At this time, the dog-headed leader not only successfully transformed into a zombie, but also his strength had improved to a certain extent. 56. Luo Mingqing's debut. After being resurrected, the dog-headed man stood up and bowed slightly to Luo Mingqing. The zombie will unconditionally obey the person who resurrects him. Luo Mingqing looked down at the dog-headed zombie in front of him with a proud look on his face. From now on, you'll be called Go-Da. Go. Kill those 4 of your former kind. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Go-Da turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Shi. At this moment, the corpse was facing the siege of 4 first-level creatures, and his body was covered with wounds. If he was not a zombie, he would have bled out by now. A dog-headed man leader was about to chop Shiyi's waist with his long axe, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow. Without thinking, he swung the axe towards the air. Puff! The long axe directly chopped into Go-Da's shoulder blade, but the next moment, Go-Da actually stared at the long axe, walked to the opposite side, and clawed the dog-headed man. Roar! The dog-headed man dropped his axe, covered his eyes, and retreated in panic. It turned out that the dog-headed man's attack directly dug out the opponent's eyeballs. As soon as Go-Da appeared, he immediately destroyed a quarter of the opponent's combat power. The situation suddenly changed, and Shi took the opportunity to kill the injured dog-headed man directly. Of course, Go-Da understood what Shi was doing. He also withstood the attacks of the other 3 dog-headed men, came to the blind dog-headed man, and directly scratched his throat. Of course, Goda paid the price of an arm for this, but not a drop of blood flowed from the wound, and there was no expression on his face, as if the hand that had just been chopped off was not his hand at all. The blind, dog-headed man fell helplessly to the ground, his body twitching continuously as the blood flowed. Luo Mingxing walked over slowly admiring the dog-headed man on the ground entering the countdown to death. Sleep, sleep. Death is not a destination, but a new beginning, As the dog-headed man finally lost his breath, Luo Mingxing, who could no longer wait, hurriedly placed another ball of energy into the dog-headed man's body. Not long after, Luo Mingxing had another first-level general named Go Air under his command. The addition of Dog 2 instantly broke the balance of the battlefield. The three fearless zombies who fought fearlessly made the three first-level dog-headed men on the opposite side twitch their eyes. In less than 3 minutes, another ogre was killed. Luo Mingxing now has another general named Go San. But Luo Mingxing did not let this Dog 3 join the battlefield immediately, but instead attacked the group of ordinary dog-headed people around him. A group of ordinary dog-headed men were no match for the first-level creatures. After being killed by Dog 3, the remaining evil energy in their bodies directly resurrected them and turned them into new zombies to join the battlefield. At this time, the entire tribe began to fall into chaos. A large number of zombies began to attack normal dog-headed men unscrupulously. The other 3 ogre leaders were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the miserable state of their fellow tribesmen, but they had no way to stop the 3 monsters. All their energy had been used up. The indigenous tribe's strength is only this good. After today, I will increase the number of zombies by 5,000. A hint of excitement appeared on Luo Mingxing's face. The existence of 5,000 zombies, Zhou Kale, Zhang Yi, Zhu Gang. This group of people will all be defeated by him. At this time, Luo Mingxing had fallen into fantasy time. But the next moment, roar! A burst of angry roars came from the center of the tribe, and the next moment, a chilling pressure spread across the entire Knoll tribe. At this moment, Luo Mingxing's expression froze. He is not a fool. Feeling this pressure, how could he not understand what is going on? Fuck, this isn't scientific. Luo Mingxing immediately started cursing, wondering how such a high-level creature could exist among a group of dog-headed men that were not even half his height. At this time, Luo Mingxing said nothing and directly collected all the zombies around him back to his territory. He also collected Corpse 1 and the other 3 dog-headed zombies. But at this time, the owner of that pressure had already locked his eyes on Luo Mingxing. The next moment, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly flashed through Luo Mingxing's mind. Without thinking, Luo Mingxing immediately gave up the idea of taking back the 3 dog-headed men and rolled to the side. Boom. The next moment, a huge deep pit exploded on the ground where he had just stood. A strong figure immediately appeared in front of Luo Mingxing. The figure was a head taller than Luo Mingxing, with massive muscles and hideous scales on his body, making it impossible to associate him with a dog-headed man. At this moment, Luo Mingxing had a thought. Kobold Chieftain. Level 3 creatures. After reading this short message, his expression changed drastically. Stop it for me. After hearing this, the 3 first-level Knoll zombies immediately rushed towards the Knoll chieftain. At this time, Luo Mingxing controlled all the dog-headed zombies and made them surround the remaining living dog-headed men. After giving these orders, Luo Mingxing left without hesitation. The ogre chief looked at his 3 former subordinates, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. But the next moment, seeing the 3 men attacking him without hesitation, the eyes of the ogre chieftain became sinister. How could 3 level 1 creatures possibly be a match for a level 3 ogre chieftain? In less than 2 minutes, the 3 first-level dog-headed zombies were torn to pieces by the chief. Just as the chief was about to go and hunt down the sinister murderer, the screams of his fellow tribesmen below immediately stopped him in his tracks. After weighing the pros and cons, the chief gave up on hunting down Luo Mingxing and instead went straight for the zombies below. Damn, it almost happened. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Luo Mingxing in the distance looked behind him with a gloomy face. After feeling the large number of zombies remaining in the dog-headed man tribe die, he finally let go of his worry. There's more than one indigenous stronghold in this alien time and space. Just wait for my powerful return. After saying this, Luo Mingxing walked away without looking back. At this time, after some operations by Zhang Yan, all the venom in the highly toxic follicles was finally put into the stone basin carried by the dog-headed man. Having succeeded in his evil plan, Zhang Yi excitedly headed towards the Knoll tribe. He wanted to see the power of the Bloody Mother's venom. But the next moment, Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Fuck, Someone got there first. At this time, in the distant Knoll tribe, thick smoke was billowing, and the buildings inside were in ruins. At the same time, there was a lot of blood and Knoll limbs remaining on the ground. The surviving dog-headed men were shouting the names of their loved ones. This scene looks like someone has robbed the place. 57. No matter how bad life is, you still have to eat. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt that there were only 2 level 1 creatures left in the entire tribe, and there were only 2,000 of the 5,000 dog-headed men left at most. Suddenly Zhang Yi seemed to think of something, and then turned to look at Guanhai. Guanhai, feel around. Is that guy you noticed inside still there? What Zhang Yi was talking about was the 3rd level chief. Guanhai closed his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness then expanded and extended towards the distant tribe. After a moment, he opened his eyes. My lord, that guy is still here, but his emotions are fluctuating wildly. He's probably angry. Zhang Yi understood this point. After all, when other people's tribes became like this, no one could remain calm. Similarly, because the other party was in a period of intense emotional fluctuations, he did not notice Guanhai's inquiries at all. Zhang Yi watched the water-fetching team enter the tribe, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter how sad you are, you still have to eat. Let's wait. Half an hour later, just as Zhang Yi had guessed, a scent of meat wafted from the tribe. Man is iron and food is steel. No matter how unhappy life is, you still have to eat, right? But life soon gave those dog-headed men another slap in the face. 5 or 6 minutes later, screams and the sound of broken clay pots were suddenly heard from the tribe. It's done. Zhang Yi showed a look of joy, and then summoned Guanhai, Zhang Yan, the 1,000 Black Mountain soldiers, and the 5 Iron Wolf Guards. Zhang Yan, the Black Mountain Army, and the Iron Wolf Guard are all under your command. Guanhai, charge into the enemy camp, and, regardless of anything else, tie that guy down first. Here. The next moment, Zhang Yan drew out the Lufeng knife. Follow me and kill. In an instant, thousands of people rushed towards the Knoll tribe like a tidal wave. There were still some alert Knoll warriors in the Knoll tribe who had not eaten yet. At this time, the Knolls hurriedly stood on the wall, trying to stop the attack of Zhang Ye's troops. But Guanhai did not give them this opportunity. He rushed out with a ring-handled knife in his hand and slammed the wall hard. Boom. His tremendous force pushed a big hole in the wall, and Guanhai rushed in immediately. Suddenly, shrill screams were heard from inside. Behind him, the Iron Wolf Guards and the Black Mountain Army rushed in through the big hole. The Knoll tribe was easily attacked. Zhang Yi also followed the Black Mountain Army in, but the moment he passed through the wall, the scene that came into his eyes still surprised him. The highly toxic hair follicle was indeed the bloodbath mother's best weapon for eating. After drinking the water mixed with it, the dog-headed men were immediately dissolved from the stomach, and their entire bodies were decomposed into a pool of blood. At this time, inside the wall, one could see piles of blood and even some undissolved organs in the blood, such as the palm of a dog-headed man and half a dog's head. The Montenegrin army rushed in and encountered little counterattack. The only 2 remaining first-level dog-headed men were being besieged by 5 Iron Wolf Guards. The Iron Wolf Guards also possessed the strength of a first-level creature, and with 5 of them, they also had the advantage in numbers. The 2 ogre leaders had been completely suppressed at this point. Zhang Yi was not worried about these 2 places. What worried him most was the chief on the opposite side. At this time, Guanhai and Zhang Yan were working together to fight against the enemy chief. Although they had the advantage in numbers, it was obvious to outsiders that Guanhai and Zhang Yan were being suppressed. The gap between level 3 creatures and level 2 creatures cannot be narrowed so easily, even if one more level 1 creature is added. Boom. The ogre chief threw a straight punch, which Guanhai blocked with his ring-handled knife, but the huge force still made Guanhai take 5 steps back. Zhang Yan immediately used the effect of Lufeng's sword, Fierce Wind Slash, behind him. A tornado then formed and swept towards the Knoll chief. Roar! The ogre chief didn't care at all, but went straight forward to meet the attack with his body. The strong wind outside the tornado kept cutting every inch of the chief's skin like a sharp blade, but the black scales on the dog-headed chief's body gave him a strong defense. At this time, sparks were flying all over the chief's body, but it was not hurt at all. Seeing this, Guanhai's eyes became fierce and he rushed in with them. The chief who was caught in the tornado had his eyes closed at this time. His scales could easily withstand the sharp wind like a knife, but his eyes could not. At this moment, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged into the chief's heart. Without thinking, the chief immediately dodged to the side. Clang! A heavy ring-handled knife slashed down and hit the chief's left shoulder heavily. If the chief had not reacted quickly, the blow would have hit his neck. At the moment of hitting the left shoulder, a white light flashed on the ring-handled knife, and the cut-off effect was immediately activated. But the scales on the chief's body were not vegetarians and actually resisted the effect of the ring-handled knife. At that time, the huge force directly shattered most of the scales on the chest. Despite the sudden attack, the chief did not panic, but instead tried to pull out the murderer's heart. Guan Hai reacted quickly and put away his sword and retreated the moment he hit the chief. In that fierce wind, Guan Hai didn't have the confidence to hold on for too long. Not long after, the tornado wore off, revealing the Knoll chieftain inside. This fierce wind slash did not have much impact on it, but most of its chest was shattered by Guan Hai's ring-handled sword, which weakened its defense and caused the fierce wind to grind the remaining scales into pieces. In other words, the chief's chest has lost its defense. Roar. After a deafening roar, the chief disappeared immediately. Careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a straight punch hit Zhang Yin in the abdomen. Boom. There was no doubt that Zhang Yin was blown away. The Knoll chieftain was very experienced and immediately targeted Zhang Yin, the weaker of the two. Puff. Zhang Yin fell heavily to the ground and immediately spat out blood. Zhang Yi directly took out the Yimu Ling Pei that he had never used before. Yiwood Spirit Pendant. Effect. 1. The wearer's spellcasting effect plus 10%, with spells plus 30%. 2. 5 spells per day, healing green light. A ray of green light directly enveloped Zhang Yan. The painful expression on Zhang Yan's face immediately became relieved. The healing green light was surprisingly effective. After a moment, the green light disappeared and Zhang Yan had recovered as before. At this time, the Black Mountain Army had wiped out all the remaining ogres in the entire tribe, and the 2 ogre leaders with the strength of first-level creatures had also died under the siege of 5 Iron Wolf guards. At this time, everyone surrounded the Knoll chief. The chief also realized that something was wrong, just as it pushed Guan Hai back and tried to escape. Sizzle. A bolt of lightning struck in front of the chief, hitting the ground and creating a deep crater. 58. Kobolds are actually dragons. Why do you still want to escape? The ogre chief looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Yi, wearing khaki armor, slowly walking towards him. This is an honorable duel. How could you abandon your honor as a hero and choose to run away like a coward? There was a hint of contempt in Zhang Ye's eyes. At this time, Guan Hai and Zhang Yin also rushed over, staring at the chief from the left and right. The ogre chief looked around, a trace of sadness in his eyes, and then he looked at Zhang Yi with a fierce look. Brush. The chief ignored the threats from Guan Hai and Zhang Yin and rushed straight towards Zhang Yi. But the next moment, a dazzling light flashed in front of Zhang Yi, and a Yu infantry of 100 people appeared. Boom. The incident happened suddenly, and the chief had no time to react, and he ran straight into the formation of the Yu infantry. The strength of the third-level creature was so great that even the Yu infantry's hold-on skill was unable to stop it, and a large hole was directly opened in the formation of 100 people. After the Knoll chief was surrounded by the Yu infantry, his expression became crazy, and he swept his fists at several Yu infantry beside him. Boom. The 5 Yu infantrymen were immediately knocked into the air. How can you cheat? How can you cheat? Zhang Yi angrily cursed at the ogre chief. But the next moment, boom, boom, boom. After 3 dull thuds, the Yu infantry in the center fell to the ground. The ogre chief immediately rushed towards Zhang Yi, but was stopped by Guan Hai. Fuck. Zhang Yi hurriedly retreated to the rear, and at the same time used the Yu infantry talisman for the last time. The military talisman turned into light and dissipated in the air. At the same time, 100-man Yu infantry appeared and surrounded the ogre chief. Seeing that the encirclement was getting thicker, the ogre chief had no choice but to give up chasing Zhang Yi and concentrate on dealing with the joint attack of Guan Hai and Zhang Yin. Bang! Guan Hai was kicked in the chest by the chief, and the kick was blocked in time by the blade of the ring-handled sword, but the huge force still made Guan Hai step back 3 steps. Although they were jointly besieged, the strength of the third-level creatures could not be easily defeated. Trouble. Zhang Yi frowned. The strength of the third-level creature was far beyond his expectations. Because of his race, the chief did not have any powerful skills. It was obvious that even among the third-level creatures, it should only be at the bottom. But the chief was able to suppress the combined forces of Guan Hai and Zhang Yin with just his physical strength. It seems that even if we can finally kill it, we will have to pay a heavy price. Puff. At this moment, the Knoll chieftain vomited blood, and his aura began to decline rapidly. Huh? What happened? Why did it wilt all of a sudden? Just when Zhang Yi was puzzled, he noticed that among the blood that the chief vomited on the ground, there was actually some organ tissue that looked like minced meat. This discovery made Zhang Yi smile with a hint of success. Ha ha ha, I was wondering, how could it not have eaten just now? It turns out it held out until now for the poison to take effect. When the Knoll Chief's men began to die in large numbers, he realized that there was something wrong with the food he had just eaten. As long as it is given some time, with the powerful physique and strength of a third-level creature, forcing the poison out will not be a problem. But Guan Hai and Zhang Yin moved too quickly and didn't give it any time at all. After a period of intense fighting, the dissolution of the venom in the stomach was accelerated. At this time, the entire stomach had been dissolved and the venom spread to the limbs of the ogre chief. Kill it while it's sick. How could Guan Hai and Zhang Yin miss such a good opportunity? So they immediately went forward to meet it. The chief had no choice but to go ahead. In the end, the chief was spitting blood while dealing with the joint siege of the two. In the end, blood began to flow from the chief's eyes, nose, and ears, and the venom came out directly from the chief's body. Boom. After struggling for half an hour, the ogre chief finally gave up unwillingly. The moment he touched the ground, blood-red liquid began to flow out of the pores of the ogre chief's body. It was obvious that the poison had dissolved all the organs in its body. Tisk, TSK, 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 it's truly tragic. Warrior, your courage and perseverance have earned my approval. Zhang Yi walked to the side of the ogre chief and said with a hypocritical look on his face. Then the Knoll chieftain turned into a flash of white light, leaving behind 5 balls of light. Zhang Yi silently picked up all the light balls. At the moment the ogre chief died, the energy tank above the Huantian altar in Zhang Ye's territory skyrocketed, directly filling the remaining 1/3. Without Zhang Ye's instruction, Guan Hai and Zhang Yin directly commanded the Black Mountain Army and the Iron Wolf Guard to begin the sweep. At this time, the wolves under the Iron Wolf Guard began to be used as search dogs by everyone, and all the dog-headed men hiding in the dark were pulled out. In just 2 hours, a group of surviving dog-headed men were brought in front of Zhang Yi. My lord, what should we do with these survivors? An Iron Wolf Guard stood in front of Zhang Yi and asked respectfully. Zhang Yi looked over and saw that most of the survivors were dog-headed cubs and a small number of wounded soldiers. There are no old ogres in it. It is a tribal gathering place in the barbaric era, and there is no soil for old ogres to survive. A group of dog-headed cubs looked at Zhang Yi tremblingly. Here, Zhang Yi also found several female dog-headed people. Dog-headed lowly. But looking at the appearance of those female dog-headed cubs. Forget it, it's all dark. Zhang Yi waved his hand and ordered his soldiers to release them. There are only a bunch of cubs, and I have only been here for a month and a half. I have gained enough, and there is no need to kill them again. Because the Knoll tribe had previously built a wall, it should be assumed to be a city. Guan Hai activated his demanding food skill, and among the spoils he harvested, in addition to a large amount of ore, there were actually a lot of food stones. God knows how an indigenous tribe could have so much food stored. At this time, Zhang Yi began to look at the 5 light balls in his hand. Earth Dragon Blood. Xuanjia lower grade. Effect. After taking it, the user's physical strength will be enhanced to a certain extent, and the affinity for earth energy will increase. Dragon Scales. Xuanjia lower grade. The scale armor is made of the scales from the Knoll chief's body. Knolls are born with a faint trace of dragon blood. After the chief broke through to the 3rd level of creatures, his blood was strengthened to a certain extent. Effect. 1. Weak Dragon Power. Reduces the attack power of enemies weaker than you by 5%. 2. Favor of the Earth. Increases the power of the wearer's Earth attribute skills by 10%. 59. Son of the Earth. Grainstone. Xian level mid-grade. Effect. Obtain a large amount of food and grass in the territory. Refinement Mine. Effect. A place where ore can be smelted into finished metals, producing 10 pieces of 100 forged steel per day, enough for 10 people to equip. Earth Core Fire. Earth grade mid-grade. A strange flame that takes tens of thousands of years to form deep in the Earth's core was obtained by the Knoll chief, providing the Knoll tribe with energy to refine ore and forge weapons for more than 10 years. Effect. 1. Refining ore has a 30% chance of improving its quality. 2. When crafting weapons, the success rate is increased by 50%. As expected, the 3rd level biological elite native who is worthy of being the leader of the clan, the harvest after killing him is rich. It's worth it that I used up an entire infantry talisman. It's worth it. Zhang Yi smiled happily. The Earth Dragon Essence Blood and Sub-Dragon Scale Armor were very suitable for Guan Hai, so Zhang Yi directly gave them to him. General, thank you, my lord. No need. I gave all my troops to Zhang Yan. This is my compensation to you. Although the people under his command will obey the lord unconditionally and will be loyal forever unless something unexpected happens. Zhang Yi still likes to treat them equally. As a lord, you should reward your subordinates according to their contributions and never let them down. Not surprisingly, Guan Hai burst into tears of gratitude, and Zhang Yin had no complaints either. The scales on the dog-headed chief's body were pitch black, but when they were made into armor, the armor woven from the scales turned out to be khaki representing the earth, which matched the color of the yellow turban very well. Earth Dragon's essence and blood was directly swallowed into Guan Hai's stomach. Soon, a heavy feeling belonging to the earth and a faint dragon might were released directly from Guan Hai. Without thinking too much, Guan Hai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to digest. Seeing Guan Hai's appearance, Zhang Yi tactfully spread out everyone and put them on guard around to prevent anything from disturbing Guan Hai. Looking at the slowly rising aura of Guan Hai, Zhang Yi understood that it would probably take a very long time to completely absorb the Earth Dragon blood essence. At this moment, Zhang Yi's mind moved, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived at the territory and chose a suitable location to place the refining mine. Boom! A towering mountain rises directly from the ground, and at the foot of the mountain, a huge mine also appears. There were a few faint flames in the mine, accompanied by a heat wave. There was no one in the entire mine, and no one knew how the 100 forged steel could be produced. Just as Zhang Yi was puzzled, a huge metal ingot suddenly floated out of the mine at the entrance, and then slowly landed at the entrance. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi was shocked. What's this? Haunted mines. And this metal ingot is a bit too big. When he read the introduction before, he still had some doubts in his mind. How could this one metal ingot be used to forge equipment for 10 soldiers? Wouldn't it be enough for everyone to have a long sword and a spear? Now I finally understand. This metal ingot is bigger than a coffin. But at this time, Zhang Yi could only watch the metal ingots. He now had no buildings or professional craftsmen to build weapons. What? Go buy it. No kidding. How much the hell is this going to cost? I heard there's a black market in Wuyuan City last time. I think I should go check it out when I get back and see if I can find some good blacksmiths or construction stuff. I have a lot of stuff I want to sell too. At this time, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered the other two things he had obtained from the ogre chief. Needless to say, Zhang Yi put the mid-grade Xian level food and grass stone, together with all the food and grass stones he had seized before. At this time, the food, fodder and stones in Zhang Yi's territory had piled up into a small mound. With this amount of storage, he could afford to support 10 times more soldiers and horses. Right now, there is only the earth core fire. Zhang Yi really didn't know what this thing was for a moment. Absorbed directly like in cultivation novels? Stop joking. Didn't you see that the ogre chief was already a level 3 creature, and he just used it as firewood? I only have one life and a bright future ahead of me, so I dare not seek death. Besides, the main method I practiced in the Taiping Yaoshu was thunder magic. If this thing was thunder and lightning, I might really want to try it, but forget about this kind of strange fire. Got it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zhang Yi's mind, and he came up with a bold plan. Then he walked into the mine. I don't know if the mine is connected to the center of the earth. It is not only stuffy inside, but the further you go in, the more intense the heat waves become. Soon, Zhang Yi reached the end of the mine. In front of me was a huge, deep pit, the bottom of which was filled with magma and flames. The heat wave in the cave had previously surged out from this deep pit. Obviously, this is the core area of this mine. A ball of crimson flame appeared in Zhang Yi's hand. That flame was the earth core flame he got from the chief. Come, let me warm you up. After saying that, Zhang Yi directly threw the earth core fire into the deep pit. Boom. Earth core fire entered the deep pit and immediately caused a huge reaction. The surging heat wave directly rose to a higher level. At the same time, the magma in the deep pit also rose rapidly, almost overflowing the deep pit. Zhang Yi was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat and almost died in the lava. Seeing that the mine gradually stabilized, Zhang Yi finally felt relieved. He wanted to know the effect of combining earth core fire with refined mine, but he had to wait until all the finished products came out the next day to find out. At this moment, Zhang Yi's mind suddenly moved, as if something was touched. Without thinking, Zhang Yi left the territory and returned to the main world. At this time, Guan Hai had already absorbed all the Earth Dragon Essence blood. His body was now a whole circle larger than before, and he even had a faint dragon aura on his body. Even without taking any action, just standing there gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. Guan Hai. Strength, level 2 creature. Strength, 26. Speed, 21. Willpower, 22. Constitution, 24. Skill, 1. Plunder, Each time you defeat an enemy, you will gain 50% more from plunder. 2. Demand for food. For every enemy city you capture, the income from food and stone will increase by 100%. 3. Son of the Earth. When Guan Hai stands on the ground, his strength increases by 40%, his defense increases by 50%, his wound healing speed increases by 70%, and he can also manipulate soil and rocks to attack. Just as Zhang Yi had guessed before, this group of dog-headed people actually possessed a trace of the Earth Dragon's bloodline. After absorbing the Earth Dragon's essence blood, Guan Hai's strength and physique were greatly improved. At the same time, his original, Earth Marquis, skill also changed and became Son of the Earth. There is no doubt that in the future, as long as Guan Hai stands on the ground, he can fight against the third-level creatures head-on instead of passively taking the beating like today. 60. Everything is ready except the east wind. It seems that there are more opportunities in the advanced space. Zhang Yi was filled with emotion. He felt that it was the right decision to come to the different time and space this time. Not only did he gain a lot, but even his generals had improved to a certain extent. Fuck, I almost forgot. Zhang Yi suddenly slapped his head, told Guan Hai and the others to be on guard, and then went straight into the territory. At this moment, above the Huangtian altar, the energy slot was releasing dazzling golden light. Killing a level 3 creature will fill the energy bar directly with a certain amount of surplus. Zhang Yi looked at the Huangtian altar, and then his mind moved. The golden energy in the entire energy tank was suddenly emptied. The next moment, another 1/3 of the energy was replenished. Obviously, that 1/3 is the surplus of the third-level creature. That kobold chief is really a good man. As Zhang Yi spoke, a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire altar. As the golden light dissipated, an object gradually emerged above the altar. Zhang Yi felt disappointed, because it was obvious that the thing was not a military general. A drawing appeared on the altar. Yellow Turban Armor Forging Guide. Effect. It records in detail the basic steps and precautions for creating the Yellow Turban Armor set. Well, we have the raw materials and the blueprints. Now everything is ready except for a blacksmith shop. It seems that I have to look for the blacksmith shop building when I go back this time. I hope that this journey to another time and space can earn me back the money to buy the blacksmith shop. Zhang Yi took a look at the drawing. But the next moment it was folded up, and there were densely packed line markings and a large number of professional terms inside. It was difficult for non-professional blacksmiths to understand it. Of course, my father can definitely understand it, but that is military armor, and I can't tie my father into the territory and make armor for myself day and night. That will bring punishment from God. After leaving the territory and returning to the main world, Zhang Yi directly led Guan Hai and Zhang Yin to other tunnels. Now that I have a goal, I can't waste time. Time is money. Puff, puff, puff. A green figure flashed by, and then a strong dog-headed man covered his neck and fell to the ground twitching. Nearly dozens of dog-headed men had fallen to the ground around them. This is an ordinary small gnoll camp, and the strongest one inside is just a gnoll chieftain with the strength of a first-level creature. Under Grand's sharp knife, he had no power to fight back at all. The rest of the gnolls were also directly defeated under the attack of a group of orc infantry. Zhu Gang rubbed his hands excitedly and came to the dog-headed man leader. At this time, Zhu Gang's strength has greatly improved compared to before. The reason for this is thanks to the apology from the previous leader teacher of Donghu High School, which gave Zhu Gang enough money to buy stronger orc infantry. After upgrading his weapons, Zhu Gang's strength is much greater than before, otherwise he would not have directly attacked the dog-headed man camp. A cloud of black smoke filled the air, and a large number of zombies struggled to stand up from a dilapidated camp. Luo Mingqing looked at this scene with excitement, and his team grew stronger again. Chen Xiao, Zhang Linghua and several other classmates are working together to besiege a few lone ogre-headed men. Although their strength is still very weak, it is obvious that after a few days of setbacks, they have begun to get rid of their childishness and learned how to survive. Zhang Yi once again destroyed a dog-headed man camp. Now he doesn't care about the gnoll camp of this strength at all. After taking a glance at the meager harvest and casually throwing it into the territory, Zhang Yi led everyone directly to the next tunnel. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing the impact of the large ogre tribe, the harvest from this small camp would not interest him at all. At this rate, when will I ever be able to save enough money to buy a blacksmith shop? Zhang Yi kept complaining in his heart. Woo-woo. At this time, the wolf that had been acting as a hunting dog in the front seemed to smell something and became excited. Its forelegs kept digging the ground, and it let out bursts of low growls from its mouth. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. The look on the wolf's face showed that he had discovered something extraordinary. God bless you. Everything I wish for will come true. Zhang Yi didn't care about his inner joy. Wang Kai, what did you find? Let us there quickly. Call out. When Wang Kai heard this, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the tunnel ahead. Zhang Yi and others did not dare to delay. Guan Hai simply picked up Zhang Yi and ran away. Wang Kai ran at full speed and soon arrived at a fork in the road. 3 tunnels appeared in front of him. After carefully smelling all 3 tunnels, Wang Kai decisively chose the one in the middle. Not long after Zhang Yi and others left, Zhu Gang walked out of the tunnel on the right. As soon as he walked out of the tunnel, the 3 forks in the road ahead were clearly beyond his imagination. After making a decision, he took out a wooden stick from his arms. I'll go wherever it falls, go. Bang! The small wooden stick fell steadily into the tunnel that Zhang Yi had come from before. It's fate. Zhu Gang put away the small wooden stick and walked towards the tunnel where Zhang Yi came from. But halfway through he turned around and walked towards the tunnel in the middle. Zhu Gang, never depend on God's will when I act. My fate is in my own hands. At this time, Wang Kai was still running madly towards the depths of the tunnel, and Zhang Yi and others followed closely. But at this time Zhang Yi discovered a strange scene. That is, there was not a single indigenous person found along the way. Even though there was an indigenous tribal camp passing by, Zhang Yi and others did not encounter any obstruction when passing through, and it seemed that there was no one inside. What treasure is it that requires the entire tribe to fight for? The more this happened, the stronger Zhang Yi's anticipation became. Soon, Zhang Yi smelled a sweet scent at the tip of his nose. After just a slight sniff, Zhang Yi felt that the blood in his body seemed to be stimulated and began to boil. After realizing the seriousness of the gap problem, Zhang Yi hurriedly held his breath and at the same time circulated the spiritual energy cultivated in Taiping Yaoshu to form a thin film outside his body to isolate the breath. The same was true for Guan Hai and Zhang Yan, but Wang Kai did not have this ability. After inhaling a large amount of mysterious gas, he became extremely excited as if he had taken an aphrodisiac, with all his hair standing on end and his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Yi saw that things were not going well, so he grabbed Wang Kai by the scruff of the neck and threw him into his territory. Now that they have arrived here, everyone can find the source by following the scent, and there is no need for Wang Kai to lead the way. At this time, as we continued to go deeper, we could faintly hear bursts of noisy sounds coming from the front, mixed with the screams of different creatures. 61. Dragon Earthworm and Earth Core Fruit. A loud dragon roar came from deep in the tunnel, and the powerful sound waves directly made Zhang Yi's eardrum hurt. Holy crap, there's a dragon. At this moment, Zhang Yi stopped immediately and began to hesitate. The abundant blood and qi of the dragon species contain enormous energy, which is comparable to a miraculous elixir in the main world. But correspondingly, the strength of dragon creatures is absolutely terrifying, with long lifespans, strong bodies, and terrifying power. The sound coming from the front definitely belonged to a dragon creature, and Zhang Yi was very envious of the dragon creature. But at the same time, Zhang Yi also has some self-knowledge. With the strength of the 2 or 3 kittens under his command, can he really hunt dragons? At most, they can have an extra snack. Just when Zhang Yi was preparing to evacuate, boom, an even more violent roar came from deep within the tunnel, followed by a shrill dragon roar. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi paused immediately. That dragon seems to be injured. It has an opponent. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi slapped himself. Before life and money, I actually hesitated. After saying that, he ran towards the depths of the tunnel without looking back. Along the way, the fighting between the 2 sides became more intense, and the shock waves caused by the energy collision made the entire tunnel tremble abnormally. If the fighting continued, Zhang Yi suspected that the entire tunnel would collapse. As the distance got closer, the screams of a large number of dog-headed men were heard from the front. Zhang Yi began to slow down his pace gradually, and slowly moved forward with Guan Hai and Zhang Yan. At the end of the tunnel is an extremely large underground cave. In the center of the cave is a huge deep pit, with magma bubbling out of the pit. The temperature in the entire cave was unusually high, but in such a harsh place. In the underground magma, a strip-like creature covered with yellow-brown scales actually lived there. The creature lived easily in the magma, and at the same time, an indescribable pressure filled its body. Fuck, is this a dragon seed? The first time Zhang Yi saw that thing, he started complaining in his heart. The thing in front of me looked like an earthworm magnified countless times, except that it had an extra layer of scales. If it weren't for the dragon aura that kept emanating from it, proving its identity as a dragon, Zhang Yi would never have associated it with a creature like a dragon. Dragon earthworm. Level 3 creatures. The offspring of an earth dragon and a giant earthworm. Due to the difference in strength, Zhang Yi could only see some basic information. How horny must his father be to have sex with an earthworm? Outside the deep pit, a large number of dog-headed men gathered, holding spear-like weapons and throwing them at it continuously. The scales on the dragon earthworm's body were not just for show. A large number of spears were thrown at it, but after coming into contact with the scales, they could only splash out a few sparks and then slid powerlessly into the magma. The dragon earthworm opened its mouth wide, and a stream of lava gushed out directly from its mouth, sweeping away all the dog-headed people around it. A moment later, a lot of screams were heard. These were the screams that Zhang Yi had heard before. After this group of gnolls died, a new group of gnolls jumped out from several other tunnel entrances in the distance, one after another. What's the use of that? Zhang Yi was confused. Apart from being turned into barbecued meat, these dog-headed men could not cause any harm to the dragon earthworm. What was the purpose of these dog-headed men doing this? Zhang Yi's doubt was soon answered. Among the group of dog-headed men, a large group of dog-headed men suddenly jumped out, holding a spear with a faint scarlet glow in their hands. Call out. The spear turned into a stream of light and flew straight towards the body of the dragon earthworm. Puff! The hard scales were easily pierced by the spear as if they were paper. Only then did Zhang Yi notice that under the dragon earthworm's chrysanthemum-like mouthparts, there were actually 3 identical spears inserted. It was unknown what material the spear was made of, but after it entered the dragon earthworm's body, it caused the dragon earthworm to scream in pain. During the struggle, the dragon earthworm spewed out another stream of magma, killing all the dog-headed men around it, including the dog-headed man who had just attacked the dragon earthworm. How could the dragon earthworm let it go after causing such great harm to itself? At this time, the area around the deep pit had been piled up into a hill by the magma ejection of the dragon earthworm, but the number of dog-headed men still did not decrease. Zhang Yi was in no mood to empathize with those dog-headed men. As for the death of those dog-headed men, Zhang Yi, who was standing by, could also absorb the energy after their death. Because of the dragon earthworm's efficient killing efficiency, the energy tank above the Huantian altar can continue to rise. The gnolls changed into 6 groups again, and carried out 3 sneak attacks similar to the previous ones. 2 of them were successful, and 1 was successful because the dragon earthworm reacted in time and fired a lava flow at the opponent. At this time, the dragon earthworm, which was hit by 5 spears, was no longer as powerful as before, and even its roar was no longer as loud as before. It is obvious that this dragon earthworm is about to reach the end of its life. But at this moment, Zhang Yi's doubts grew deeper and deeper. The dragon earthworm could obviously leave the pit and go away directly. So why did it have to stay here and defend it? Did she give birth? But this speculation was rejected by Zhang Yi as soon as it appeared. This dragon earthworm was full of vigor before and didn't look weak after giving birth. Don't people need to observe confinement after childbirth? Just as Zhang Yi hesitated, a scarlet spear attacked. Long Qiu dodged fiercely, revealing the scene behind him. I saw a small tree growing on the stone wall of the deep pit. But this is not important. What is important is that there are 5 green and red fruits growing on the branches of the tree. It was obvious that the fruit was not yet fully ripe. Earth fire fruit, immature. A strange plant that grows underground, producing fruit by continuously absorbing the power from the magma in the Earth's core. After the mature Earth core flame fruit is consumed, it will greatly increase the user's strength and increase the user's affinity for fire attributes. No wonder the dragon earthworm was reluctant to leave. It turned out that it wanted to wait until the fruit was ripe so that it could devour it. But unexpectedly, at the last moment, a group of dog-headed men discovered their tracks, which led to the current situation. The dragon earthworm in the magma obviously had the advantage of terrain, but the greed of the dog-headed people in front of it for the earth core flame fruit obviously exceeded the dragon earthworm's expectations. Although it has killed more than 10,000 gnolls at this time, more gnolls are still pouring in. Just when the dragon earthworm began to consider whether to retreat, a sweet scent once again filled the entire cave. 62. You wouldn't believe it, there are still people. For a moment, the familiar feeling of blood rushing came again. Zhang Yi and others hurriedly held their breath again, and the barrier in front of them rose again. At this time, the dog-headed man in the cave went crazy again. The fear that was originally caused by the dragons might disappeared without a trace. The same thing happened to the dragon earthworm opposite. It had originally thought of retreating, but at this moment, it found that it was able to do it again. The group of dog-headed ants in front of it were nothing more than that. At this time, Both sides were already engaged in a frenzied fight and did not notice anything unusual in the cave. But Zhang Yi and others who were bystanders were already observing in this cave. I can't believe there are people who want to rob others like me. The strange fragrance drifted far away and gradually affected the dog-headed people in the tunnel. There was a lot of noise in the tunnel, and a large number of dog-headed men with red eyes came out and rushed towards the dragon earthworm. At this time, the dragon earthworm was no longer confined to the magma, but crawled out of the deep pit and swam towards the tunnels. At this moment, the earth core flame fruit, which had been tightly protected by the dragon earthworm, was now directly exposed to Zhang Yi and others. Zhang Yi resisted the urge to rush out and continued to hide quietly in a corner where the light could not reach. Since there is a jackal, the other party will definitely not let go of this opportunity easily. Since you can't find it yourself, just wait for others to come out on their own initiative. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yi was thinking, an ordinary stone on the stone wall of the deep pit began to move slowly. That wasn't a stone, it was actually a person in disguise. Fuck. It's dark under the lamp. Zhang Yi was so surprised by the brother's amazing moves that he almost jumped up. No wonder I scanned the entire cave countless times, but couldn't find the mastermind behind this. So that's it. I never thought that someone would be so bold as to hide directly behind the dragon earthworm. I don't know how this brother could endure such high temperatures and avoid the detection of the dragon earthworms. At this time, the brother was slowly approaching the 5 earth core flame fruits. Even from such a distance, Zhang Yi could see the joy on the other person's face. Zhang Yin, wait until that guy succeeds and comes out. Guan Hai and I will distract him, and you can take action. Zhang Yin nodded confidently, just when Zhang Yi and others were sharpening their knives to kill the pigs and sheep. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the dog-headed man's tunnel. Boom! A figure slammed heavily onto the stone wall. Zhang Yi looked closely and saw that it was the dragon earthworm that had just entered the tunnel. The dragon earthworm is worthy of being one of the dragon species. Even though it was hit and embedded in the stone wall, it still did not suffer much damage. After walking out of the stone wall, he shook his head vigorously and then stared straight at the tunnel entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps were heard, and a terrifying creature walked out of the tunnel. The creature's scales exploded all over its body, and the bulging flesh on its body made Zhang Yi worry that it would explode at the next moment. As the creature walked out of the tunnel, a dragon's might was released from its body. That guy is also a dragon. A hint of the dog-headed man's appearance could be vaguely seen on the dragon. Zhang Yi, who had already stood up, quickly squatted down again. The brother on the stone wall who was about to succeed was now in an awkward situation. The things are right in front of you, at your fingertips. But in this situation, as long as I stretch out my hand, the 2 terrifying things on the opposite side will definitely discover it at the first moment. By then, he would definitely be torn apart by those 2 dragon species. At this time, he could only hide again. Zhang Yi stared intently at the newly emerged dragon, and at the same time, a thought came to his mind. Kobold Chieftain, bloodline revealed. Level 3 creatures. The subdragon creatures born from earth dragons and dog-headed men have had their earth dragon bloodline extremely weak after years of reproduction, but after many generations of reproduction, there are always some alien species born. Wow, another skewer. This earth dragon is not a picky eater. As for the taste of earth dragon, Zhang Yi could only applaud and say it was awesome. It seems that this scene is still a family ethics drama. The aura of the ogre chief in front of him seemed to be even greater than that of the dragon earthworm. Roar! The ogre chieftain disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the dragon earthworm's location. The dragon earthworm's chrysanthemum-like mouthparts surged, and a stream of magma spurted out directly. The ogre chieftain didn't even try to dodge and went straight to the dragon earthworm against the lava flow and gave it a heavy blow below its mouthparts. Puff! The enormous force directly enlarged the wounds of the spears that were originally inserted into the dragon earthworm's body, and the fists of the ogre chief also went directly into the dragon earthworm's body through the wounds. Wow! A large amount of ochre-colored liquid gushed out of the dragon earthworm's body and directly sprayed the ogre chief's face. The dragon earthworm was not completely powerless to fight back. The next moment, its chrysanthemum-like mouthparts directly wrapped up the ogre chief. Boom. The moment the ogre chief was bitten, a stream of magma gushed out. The ogre chief was immediately shot out like a rocket, and then also embedded heavily into the stone wall. Similarly, as a dragon, this external attack is no big deal to him. A moment later, the 2 dragons started fighting again. At this time, Zhang Yi had already turned his attention back to the brother on the opposite stone wall. After such a period of consumption, the 5 fruits are about to mature, and the green part of the whole fruit will soon be covered by red. At this time, the two dragons were busy fighting and had no time to care about anything else. At this moment, his courage returned to his body. Looking at the two dragons behind him that were still fighting fiercely, the brother seemed to feel that it was still not safe enough. He took out a box from his arms, gritted his teeth, and opened the box. For a moment, Zhang Yi smelled that familiar sweet scent again. It was you who did this. The smell once again filled the entire cave. After the two dragon species smelled it, their eyes began to turn blood red unconsciously. The fight between the two sides became more intense. Seeing that the time was ripe, the brother proudly reached out for the 5 earth core flame fruits. He easily picked up the 5 earth core flame fruits, put them into the box, and crawled out of the pit. The thing is already in hand. Once the two dragon species find out, it will be too late to run away. Okay, let's do it. Zhang Yi was about to stand up when Guan Hai pressed down on his shoulders. My lord, don't worry, there's a reversal. As Guan Hai looked over, he saw a black shadow suddenly jump out from a shadowy corner opposite. The black shadow's target was actually the wooden box in the brother's hand. Fuck. 63. Zhu Gang is the one who can find the bargain. Things were going so smoothly before that this brother even forgot to put the box in the territory. A black shadow suddenly appeared and snatched the wooden box away before the brother could react. Fuck, who the hell are you? The brother pointed angrily at the black shadow that intercepted him halfway. Zhang Yi took a closer look. Wow, it's an old acquaintance. Luo Mingqing still has the skill. The black shadow that just appeared was Luo Mingqing. At this moment, he looked at the wooden box with a proud look on his face, and then shook it. Brother, thank you for helping me get it up. Fuck, don't. The brother hadn't finished speaking, but Luo Mingqing had already opened the wooden box. Then a wisp of fragrance wafted out, which was the unique fragrance of the earth core flame fruit after it matured. For a moment, the dragon earthworm and the dog-headed chief in the distance stopped moving. The next moment, he slowly turned his head and stared at the two men. When they found out that the thing they had fought so hard for was actually in the hands of two ants, they could no longer conceal their murderous intent. Fuck, you lunatic. That brother is about to collapse now. It's fine if you just rob them, but why did you lure those two things over here? Brother, just bear with me for a while and hold those two guys back for a while. I'll be leaving first. But, as he spoke, Luo Mingqing took out 5 fruits and summoned a group of dog-headed zombies to surround the brothers opposite. After succeeding, Luo Mingqing turned around and ran away. At this time, Zhang Ye's face became surprised, because the direction Luo Mingqing was running was actually the tunnel behind him. When Luo Mingqing ran halfway, he threw the box containing the earth core flame fruit towards the brother. The brother's face changed immediately, and he understood the young man's plan the next moment. The remaining aura of the earth core flame fruit in the wooden box will make the two dragon species believe that the 5 earth core flame fruits are still on them. Let yourself sacrifice your life to buy him time? Absolutely impossible. The brother's eyes turned fierce, and the next moment, he directly summoned his general, an extremely tall man. Juehu, throw me over there. As he spoke, the poor brother was wearing a set of light armor and holding a scimitar. That's right, he decided to do it himself. He had traversed so many different time and space in Wuyuan City, but when had he ever suffered such a loss? How could it be more satisfying to let his subordinates take revenge than to do it himself? A military general named Juehu, beside him faithfully carried out his orders. He grabbed the brother and threw him directly towards Luo Mingqing. This move was obviously unexpected by Luo Mingqing. In his terrified eyes, a black shadow grew bigger and bigger. Luo Mingqing quickly dodged to the side. Boom. The moment the brother landed beside him, he twisted his waist and swept his thigh across. A size 42 soul went directly on Luo Mingqing's size 43 face. The brother kicked Luo Mingqing into the air with hatred, then did a 360-degree spin and flew backwards, hitting the stone wall heavily. The 5 earth core flame fruits in his hand flew out before he could put them into the territory. 2 of them rolled into the tunnel, and 3 of them actually fell directly in front of Zhang Yi. How can this be so embarrassing? Happiness came so suddenly that Zhang Yi was at a loss. Roar. The 2 dragons in the distance had given up on killing all the dog-headed zombies at this moment. After discovering the empty box, they furiously attacked Luo Mingqing and the others. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to stretch out his hand and put the 3 earth core flame fruits directly into his territory. At the same time, he also put Guan Hai, Zhang Yin and others into the territory, and then hid behind a large rock on the side. Goodbye. Luo Mingqing, whose face was swollen, did not dare to delay and ran towards the tunnel using all 4 limbs. He had seen 2 earth core flame fruits fall into the tunnel before. Now he could run back and pick them up to recover some of the loss. The brother wanted to take the opportunity to pick up the 3 earth core flame fruits that had fallen nearby. But the next moment, the brother's eyes were wide open. Fuck, that guy's hands are so fast. Just when he was about to chase them, 2 dragons came charging towards him. Damn it. That brother dodged and avoided the lava flow from the dragon earthworm. Wow, this place is so damn hot. Zhu Gang and Grom were walking in the tunnel, and the stuffy air inside made Zhu Gang cry out that he couldn't stand it. My lord, your will is so weak. Grom looked helplessly at Zhu Gang, who was soaked in sweat. It's so hot. God, please save me. Snap. Bulyalu. 2 bright red fruits rolled directly to his feet. Zhu Gang's face was full of joy. Grom's face was filled with shock. Thank God, you are such a good man. After saying that, Zhu Gang picked up the 2 fruits directly, and at the same time, he thought about it and read the introduction of the 2 fruits. A moment later. What? This thing has fire properties, so it gets hotter the more you eat it. Grom, here you go. As he spoke, Zhu Gang threw 2 earth core flame fruits directly to Grom and walked forward without looking back. Roar. Hold head high. The next moment, a deafening sound came from deep in the tunnel. Zhu Gang, who had just raised his thigh, stopped immediately. Grom's face was also solemn. My lord, the 2 forces ahead are very powerful. I'm not sure. Zhu Gang certainly understood what Grom meant. That means you can't win. Although Zhu Gang was dumb, he was not stupid. When he heard what Grom said, he immediately retreated to the rear without looking back. Not long after Zhu Gang left, Luo Mingqing crawled in a disheveled state. Where did you go? You're clearly right here. That's impossible. It should be right here. Luo Mingqing searched every corner of the tunnel with a puzzled look on his face, not leaving out any stone. After searching for a long time, he had flattened the entire ground, but the 2 earth core flame fruits still did not appear in front of him. I planned everything, but in the end, I gained nothing. Could it be that I, Luo Mingqing, am truly destined to be envied by heaven? At this moment, Luo Mingqing's face was full of despair. Zhang Yi looked melancholy at this moment. 2 level 3 dragon species were fighting in the tunnel, causing great chaos. Although that poor brother looked ordinary, he was actually at the level of a 3rd level lord. The general under his command, named Juahu, was able to face the joint attack of 2 dragon species and still hold his own. But it was a hardship for Zhang Yi. The fire at the city gate affected everyone involved. The aftermath of the battle between the 3 level 3 creatures continued to impact the surroundings. At this time, he had already changed several hiding places. If both sides had not focused their attention on each other, Zhang Yi would have been discovered by them long ago. 64. Is this a bargain I can come across? With the 3 level 3 creatures holding back, the entire cave finally reached its limit and began to collapse. Looking at the rocks constantly falling from the top of the cave, the poor brother now had the idea of retreating. But he wanted to leave, but the 2 dragon species didn't want to let him go easily, especially the dragon earthworm. What he had been planning for decades was about to be achieved, but was destroyed by this ant in front of him. Could he, Long Xiao, let this person go? The Knoll chieftain was also not very intelligent. Seeing that the dragon earthworm was not leaving, he did not leave either. At this time, the trembling of the cave became more violent, and large rocks on the top began to fall frequently. The poor brother no longer hesitated and took out a token from his pocket. Then a white light flashed, and a well-equipped army appeared, charging towards the 2 dragon species without hesitation. The unfortunate brother had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death duel with the 2 dragon species. After summoning the army, he directly withdrew his general Juahu, and then ran towards the tunnel closest to him without looking back. Those troops were similar to the infantry talisman Zhang Yi had obtained at the beginning. They were time-limited summons, so he didn't feel sad if they died. The 2 dragon species wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by the army. The 2 dragons easily slaughtered the entire army. When they looked up, the little ant had already disappeared. At this point, the cave officially collapsed. Boom. A large amount of rocks fell. Zhang Yi was full of worry at this time. When he saw that guy running away, he also wanted to leave, but he was a step too late. The cave collapsed directly at this time. Helplessly, at the last moment, the tiger head golden armor on his body directly emerged, and at the same time, the armor's built-in skill, golden bell cover, was used. A golden eggshell wrapped him directly. Just as I finished all this, everything went dark before my eyes. The entire cave collapsed, and Zhang Yi and the 2 dragons were directly crushed inside. I don't know how long it took. When everything calmed down, Zhang Yi looked at the dark scene in front of him with a look of horror on his face. Fortunately, the golden bell cover was able to resist the attacks of level 3 creatures, which barely saved his life. But at this time, how to escape became a big problem. At this time, he was under the protection of the Golden Bell. Although he was fine, he was pressed down by huge rocks and soil and could not get out. Zhang Yi directly summoned Guan Hai out, and the two big men pressed tightly together in the small space formed by the Golden Bell. When their eyes met, the atmosphere was a little tense. Guan Hai also seemed to see that something was wrong. "My lord, don't panic, just look at me." After saying that, Guan Hai closed his eyes tightly, and the soil around him began to slowly recede. Guan Hai's latest skill, Son of the Earth, can control soil and rocks. Zhang Yi originally thought this effect was useless, but now it actually released a huge effect. After Guan Hai's unremitting efforts, Zhang Yi escaped from the predicament in just half an hour. Fortunately, the cave was only formed because of the collapse of the innermost layer of rocks and soil caused by external forces. Therefore, although Zhang Yi and others were buried, there was still a lot of space outside after they were freed from the layer of soil pressing on them. Zhang Yi walked out of the mud and took a deep breath. The air outside was still sweet. He had just been buried in the mud, and he had the illusion of being buried alive. The crowded and dark atmosphere made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this claustrophobia? Zhang Yi thought with relief. "My lord, look." Guan Hai called out to Zhang Yi loudly, with a barely perceptible hint of surprise in his tone. Zhang Yi ran over, and the next moment, the same surprise as Guan Hai appeared on his face. In front of the huge rock in front of them, they saw a familiar strip of object tightly pressed under the rock. What's wrong with today? Could it really be my lucky day? At this moment, Longqiu was like Sun Wukong who was pressed under the Five Elements mountain. The difference was that Sun Wukong was alive, but if nothing unexpected happened, it would die soon. At this time, the dragon earthworm collapsed to the ground with its whole body powerless, and the huge rock on its body pressed it down tightly. The chrysanthemum-like mouthparts were facing them, but at this moment not even a drop of lava could be sprayed out. Seeing this miserable state, Zhang Yi showed a disdainful smile on his face. "Oh, you can't do it anymore. You didn't spray much before, but now you've squeezed it dry. Young people all know to be moderate." Then he looked at Guan Hai and made a downward motion. "I leave it to you, while it's hot." "I understand." After saying this, Guan Hai drew out the ring-handled sword. The dragon earthworm was worthy of being a dragon species. Although it only had half a breath left, Guan Hai still chopped it for a long time before killing it. Guan Hai, who was covered in yellowish, unknown mucus, wiped his face and watched the former third-level creature turn into white light and disappear. Perhaps just to take advantage of someone's misfortune, Longqiu only left 2 light balls for Zhang Yi. Earth Dragon Blood. Qian level mid-grade. Effect. After taking it, the user's physical strength will be greatly enhanced, and the affinity for earth energy will increase. Perhaps because of the higher concentration of Earth Dragon Blood in the dragon earthworm's body, this Earth Dragon Essence Blood is much larger than the one that was exploded by the tribal ogre chief before, and the level is also higher. Without saying anything, Zhang Yi gave it to Guan Hai. Dragon Earthworm Leather Armor. Qian level mid-grade. Leather armor made from the tough skin of dragon earthworms. Effect. 1. Shuttle. Users can quickly shuttle underground without fear of any obstacles. 2. Super strong elasticity. When the user is hit by a close-range weapon, 30% of the damage will be rebound to the opponent. This leather armor seemed to be prepared for Lao Lu, who was good at sneak attacks. Without saying anything, Zhang Yi summoned Zhang Yin and threw the leather armor to him. After dealing with the dragon earthworm, Zhang Yi began to look for another unlucky guy, the ogre chief. But Zhang Yi summoned out thousands of soldiers, searched for a while, and finally found the figure of the dog-headed chief in a corner. Unfortunately, it was not as lucky as the dragon earthworm. It was pressed tightly by a large amount of soil and rocks, and eventually suffocated to death in the corner. If a creature from another time and space is not killed by a creature from the outside world, its body will be preserved. So with everyone's combined efforts, Zhang Yi obtained a mutilated corpse. That's right, it was broken. The dog-headed man's intestines were crushed and burst. When they were pulled out, a trail of blood was left on the ground. Zhang Yi took a look at it, then unluckily asked his men to throw it away. To Zhang Yi, the dead third-level creatures were worse than garbage. Wait a minute, the kobold chieftain is dead. Doesn't that mean his tribe is severely weakened? Thinking of this, the light that had just dimmed in the corners of Zhang Ye's eyes shone again. 65. Another use of the Taoist Priest of Peace. The 2 third-level creatures, the dragon earthworm and the Knoll Chief, provided enormous energy to the Huangtian altar, filling up the energy tank directly. According to the information from the Huangtian altar, Zhang Yi now has 2 chances to draw a lottery. Zhang Yi couldn't hide his excitement. He asked Guan Hai to continue clearing a tunnel while he hurried into the territory. As soon as he entered the territory, the Huangtian altar was shining with a faint light, like a charming girl, constantly tempting Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not serious and went straight to the point. As the thought moved, a dazzling golden light began to shine above the Huangtian altar. As the light gradually dimmed, the rough outlines of the objects above the altar became apparent. Zhang Yi looked at it intently, but the next moment he could not hide his disappointment. From the rough outline, it could be seen that the thing was definitely not in the shape of a human. Did my luck run out before? Just as Zhang Yi was puzzled, the light completely dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the thing above. It turned out to be an ancient book. Could it be that I got a secret manual of martial arts? That's not bad. If you can, then learn it. If not, then sell it for money. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yi immediately stepped forward and took it. The content recorded in the book was not what Zhang Yi had thought it was. 100 solutions to talismans? Is there really such a thing? Zhang Yi's eyes widened immediately. You know, according to what Zhang Yi knows, in the entire main world, no force has the stable means to manufacture things like talismans. Nowadays, in the entire Yin country, some of the talismans were obtained from other dimensions. The book, 100 Solutions to Talismans, in front of Zhang Yi, is of great value. But the next moment, Zhang Yi was in trouble. He was currently majoring in Taiping Yaoshu. If he was asked to switch to this, he would probably have to start all over again. Besides, according to his understanding, drawing talismans is a delicate job, but Zhang Yi is the man who aims to be the strongest lord in the main world. How could he give up his ideals for a little bit of talismans? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Zhang Yi's mind, and the next moment he remembered the person he had forgotten before. As Zhang Yi's mind moved, a moment later, the gate of Taiping Taoist Temple opened, and a Taiping Taoist priest walked in slowly. This Taoist priest of Taiping was the first Taoist priest that Zhang Yi got after he acquired the Taiping Taoist Temple. Because it was discovered that the Taoist priest Taiping was not good at fighting on the battlefield, Zhang Yi classified him as a logistical support staff and kept him forgotten in a corner. He was only asked to make a certain amount of yellow turban talisman water every day. Zhang Yi directly handed him the 100 solutions to talismans. Try it and see if you can learn it. The Taoist priest Taiping took it calmly, but the next moment the indifference on his face disappeared and his eyes became hot. Wonderful. This little talisman actually has such great power. How about it? Can you learn it? Zhang Yi looked at the Taoist priest eagerly. But at this time, Taoist Taiping did not answer immediately. Instead, he flipped through the book, 100 Solutions to Talismans, with an intoxicated look on his face, and kept muttering something. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yi understood something and did not disturb them. Instead, he continued to look at the Huangtian altar. He still had another chance to summon and draw a lottery. As the light on the altar grew brighter, a figure suddenly appeared on the altar. General Zhoutsong pays homage to my lord. A deafening sound rang out, and an unnaturally burly man appeared on the altar. Zhoutsong. Secondary organisms. Strength, 27. Speed, 24. Willpower, 29. Physical fitness, 29. Skill. Thick armor. Increases defense by plus 150% for 10 minutes. Iron Will. After activating the skill, no matter how hard the blow is, you can always keep a breath. Xiaoqiang Body. Wound healing speed plus 50%. What the hell? It's called a surprise. This is what I call a surprise. Not only has a general who is quite famous in the 3 kingdoms arrived, but judging from his attributes, he is also an absolute MT character. Look at this exaggerated physique and cockroach-like skills. It's like they exist solely to drain others to death. Fuck, finally a solid dish. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with tears. He came to his senses and quickly helped him up. My general is truly like a tiger with wings. On the other side, the Taoist priest Taiping took out a pile of yellow paper and cinnabar after flipping through it for a while, and started making it directly. Boom. But it was obvious that the first time it failed as expected. The yellow paper collapsed and turned into a ball of fire when the rune was halfway drawn. But the Taoist priest didn't look depressed at all. Instead, he was like a mad scientist, excitedly preparing for the next production. After countless failures, finally, what appeared in front of Zhang Yi was a brand new talisman that was shining with a faint golden light. Golden Armor Talisman. Effect. After use, a golden armor will form outside the user's body, which can resist one attack from a level 2 creature. The effect of this talisman is average and only useful against low-level lords, but its cost is low. Zhang Yi immediately thought of the upcoming joint entrance exam for 6 schools, and a hint of smugness from a profiteer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Besides this spell, do you know any others? My lord, I only know this one right now, but as my understanding of the 100 solutions to talismans deepens, I will continue to learn how to make other talismans. The Taoist priest of Taiping thought for a moment and said with confidence. Zhang Yi nodded. It seemed that he had underestimated the importance of the Taiping Taoist soldiers. Let's put it this way. From now on, all the Taoist priests of the Taiping sect will be under your jurisdiction. Next, you should also have a name. Your name should be Zhang Fu. When Taoist Taiping heard this, he was overjoyed and bowed down quickly. I, Zhang Fu, thank my lord for bestowing me with this name. Zhang Fu is not stupid. The lord's surname is Zhang, so the name Zhang Fu is the lord's family name. This is treating me as a member of the family. Ignoring Zhang Fu's joy, Zhang Yi came to the gate of Taiping Taoist Temple and directly spent 500 energy to train 5 new Taiping Taoist priests. Put them all under Zhang Fu's command. The next job of this group of people, in addition to constantly studying 100 solutions to talismans every day, is to make golden armor talismans every day to supply the territory. The joint entrance examination of 6 schools is about to begin, and those students should be in urgent need of something that can increase their strength in the short term. Zhang Yi has already given the first batch of leaks to the students of the 3 Lord classes of Nanshire High School. That's right, the joint entrance examination of 6 schools tests the comprehensive strength of the entire school, not just Zhang Yi and his class of first-year high school leaders. This also includes the second and third year of high school. Things like the Golden Armor Talisman are also hot-selling in those 2 classes. 66. Caring is fake, showing off is real. Boom. As a simple city wall collapsed, the ashes dispersed, revealing a strong figure. Then a large number of troops rushed up from both sides of the figure and slaughtered the large number of gnolls inside. Zhou Tsang was indeed a being with higher strength than Guan Hai. Coupled with his terrifying physique, he transformed into a human steamroller, destroying cities and strongholds along the way, and had a smooth journey. This ogre tribe is the tribe where the ogre chieftain who had previously fought against the dragon earthworm was from. Judging from its size, this tribe should be considered one of the largest tribes in the surrounding area, but after the battle with the dragon earthworm, the strong men in the tribe suffered heavy casualties, and even the chief was killed. Therefore, the tribe in front of them had already become weak inside and strong on the outside. Without any effort, the entire large ogre tribe was directly defeated by the generals under Zhang Yi. At this time, screams were heard throughout the tribe. In just 3 hours, there was no longer a single gnoll left in the entire tribe. My lord, Guan Hai stepped forward and respectfully presented all the light balls he had captured. Looking at the ball of light in front of him that looked like a small hill, Zhang Yi entered into the painful and happy process of opening the blind box for more than an hour. As underground mining experts, the gnolls occupy the vast majority of all the light balls with various minerals, including a small amount of rare minerals. If Dad were here, he would probably go crazy. As a swordsmith, his greed for all kinds of rare minerals is endless. Coupled with Guan Hai's skills, food and stone became Zhang Yi's second largest gain. Wait, this is... Suddenly, Zhang Yi opened something unusual from a ball of light. Energy Stone. Huang Class Low Grade. Effect. Contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy is increased by 1,000. Zhang Yi had obtained 3 energy stones from a beautiful lady named Ding Lan. Since that day, he had searched the entire Taoduo Mall, but could not find any trace of them. It seems that the energy stone is firmly controlled by an invisible hand. Zhang Yi could only learn from a few fragments that this kind of material was basically only sold in physical stores. Not only was it expensive, but more importantly, one had to use an ID card to purchase it in quantity. Recently, all physical stores in Wuyuan City have received notices prohibiting the sale of the products, and any discovery will be treated as treason. In such a panic, no boss dared to take the risk. But now what did Zhang Yi see? The thing I have been thinking about is right in my hands. Then, Zhang Yi dismantled the light ball in front of him at an even faster speed. An hour later, Zhang Yi had 10 lower-grade yellow energy stones in his hand. The chance of obtaining energy stones is so low. But Zhang Yi was still very satisfied. 5 low-grade yellow energy stones gave Zhang Yi's territory an extra 10,000 energy points for no reason. Without saying anything, Zhang Yi used them all and then entered the territory. Spend 5,000 energy points to train 5 Iron Wolf guards, and the remaining 5,000 energy points plus the accumulated daily energy of 1,200, 20 days have passed. First, he spent 500 energy points to train 5 Taiping Taoist priests again, increasing the scale of Zhang Fu's talisman assembly line. All remaining energy points are used to produce yellow turbans starving people. Soon, as the food supply dropped at a visibly rapid rate, Zhang Yi added another 570 yellow turban followers to his ranks. All of them were handed over to Zhang Yin to be trained into the Black Mountain Army. With this, the strength of Zhang Ye's subordinates expanded again. While there's still time, hurry up and harvest another wave. With Zhou joining and the increase in his soldiers, Zhang Ye's ambitions began to grow. A month passed in a flash. After a short period of rapid growth in strength, Zhang Yi gradually began to calm down and was no longer as reckless as before. His decision was correct. Along the way, Zhang Yi encountered many powerful dog-headed tribes, some of whom were so powerful that even Guan Hai and Zhou felt they could not defeat them. Faced with this powerful enemy, Zhang Yi could only hide away in shame. But when encountering those weaker tribes, Zhang Yi would stand up again, command his 3 generals to directly defeat them and wipe out their entire tribe. After a month, countless ogre tribes were destroyed. At this time, a large amount of ores were piled up like mountains in Zhang Ye's territory. Many precious ores were collected separately by Zhang Yi, preparing to take them home to his father. At this time, as the weakest among the 3 generals in terms of combat power, Zhang Yin also received more resources from Zhang Yi. At this time, Zhang Yan's detailed combat power has become Zhang Yan. Strength, level 2 creature. Strength, 20. Speed, 22. Willpower, 17. Physical fitness, 21. Skill, 1. No bridle. Can directly steal the opponent's enhanced status and apply it to one's own side. 2. Flying Swallow. Speed plus 100% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 day. 3. Black Mountain Bandit Chief. Can train Black Mountain troops among the yellow turban believers in his territory. At the same time, the morale of the Black Mountain troops led by Zhang Yin will be increased by 30%. Although its combat power is still at the bottom, it has at least reached the threshold of a second-level creature. It's almost time to go back. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Zhang Yi has already walked a long distance towards the different time and space. This place is very far away from the entrance and exit of the different space. If Zhang Yi did not carry a special path-counting instrument with him, the winding tunnel would have cost him half his life. Now, there are only a few days left before the 1.5 months stipulated by Lin Wenbin. If we don't leave early, we may not even be able to take the bus. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately gathered everyone together and walked back the way they came. Following the meter, Zhang Yi soon arrived at the original cave. Coincidentally, Zhang Yi had just walked out of the tunnel and the cave. Brother Yi. A familiar voice sounded, and Zhu Gang was already in the cave. Why did you stay here instead of just going out? It's still early anyway. I just wanted to see if you could come back safely. If you haven't come out by the time, I can always go back and look for you. Zhu Gang looked at Zhang Yi sincerely. But what emerged in Zhang Ye's heart at this moment was not emotion, but deep suspicion. Can this guy be so kind? As a close friend for several years, Zhang Yi knows Zhu Gang's character very well. At this time, another figure appeared from the tunnel on the side. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw that it was Luo Mingqing. Hey, isn't this the Lixbittle Chung? You must have gained a lot in there. Unlike me who only wiped out a dozen kobold tribes and found a few energy stones. As Zhu Gang spoke pretentiously, he summoned a troop of 100 orc infantrymen. An expression of as expected appeared on Zhang Ye's face. 67. Do you have evidence? What care about your own safety? What bonds of friendship? They're all fake. The only real thing is showing off to people you hate and making them feel unhappy. Sure enough, when Luo Mingqing saw the orc army under Zhu Gang, his face looked as uncomfortable as if he had accidentally eaten shit. Ever since Luo Mingqing stole the peach from his poor brother during the battle with Long Qiu and the Knoll Chief, the two of them have been at odds with each other. Although Luo Mingqing didn't get the Earth Core Flame Fruit, in the end, the poor brother opposite him was like a mad dog, biting him tightly. No matter where you run, the other party can always find you. No matter what method Luo Mingqing used, he couldn't get rid of the other party. The other party seemed to know that he was a student of Nanshire High School and did not kill him directly. But people won't just let it go like that. They can't do it to you openly, but they won't have too many ways to disgust you. As long as Luo Mingqing discovered a stronghold of the Knoll tribe and was about to launch an attack on it, the next moment, that brother would appear and destroy the Knoll tribe with lightning speed. The other party is a lord with a third-level general. How can I possibly rob him? As if to show off to Luo Mingqing, every time they left, the other side would set the entire tribe on fire. This indirectly thwarted Luo Mingqing's wish to revive the zombies. Luo Mingqing was so angry. For the next month, Luo Mingqing ran around in the tunnel, But because of that brother, he didn't get much benefit at all. Just as he walked out of the tunnel, Zhu Gang attacked him head-on, and Luo Mingqing almost couldn't catch his breath. Reason made him suppress the anger in his heart. Ignoring Zhu Gang's clumsy show-off, Luo Mingqing walked past him with a cold face. As they passed by, Luo Mingqing couldn't help but speak. A general with poor command of the troops won't help. If I remember correctly, your general has only just broken through to level 1. After saying that, Luo Mingqing sneered and walked straight towards the exit. No, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. As he spoke, Zhu Gang summoned Grom directly. Boom. A fiery red figure appeared, accompanied by a sudden rise in the temperature of the entire cave. Fuck, this is Grom. Wasn't he green before? Why is he red now? Several students who had just arrived saw this scene as soon as they walked out of the tunnel. Even Zhang Yi opened his mouth wide. It's not their fault. It's just that Grom has changed so much compared to before. At this time, Grom's whole body was red, and there seemed to be a layer of magma flowing on his body's surface, and sparks appeared from time to time between his eyes. He was still holding the huge machete, but this time, the blade was covered with a layer of blood-red flames. The aura released from Grom at this time already had the power of a second-level general. Gongzi, what's wrong with you, the general? Zhang Yi widened his eyes. The changes in Grom at this moment were beyond his imagination. You have to know that Grom made his debut a month and a half ago. At that time, it had just broken through the threshold of the first-level creature. It has not been long since then, and now it has reached the level of the second-level creature. Unless there was some adventure, Zhang Yi would never believe it. Fuck, he's almost catching up with me. Facing Zhang Yi's question, Zhu Gang revealed the secret of Grom's advancement without hesitation. What a coincidence. I was walking in a tunnel that day. I don't know which tunnel it was, but I just remember it was extremely hot and stuffy, and I was sweating profusely. It seemed as if God heard my plea and threw 2 fruits at my feet. I picked them up and looked. I felt like it was useless, so I gave it to Grom. It ate both of them and then started spewing fire all over its body. It almost scared me to death. I've been lying down for over half a month, and now I'm like this when I wake up. Don't even think about how my strength is increasing rapidly. I've become a level 2 creature without even realizing it. Everyone around was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Looking at Zhu Gang's smug face, they almost bit their back teeth off. Damn it, this idiot can do it. Why not me? As they thought about this, everyone clenched their fists unconsciously. But Zhang Yi noticed that fire was about to burst out of Luo Mingqing's eyes. Zhu Gang had already said so. How could he not know what was going on? He had put in so much effort, but in the end he had helped this fool. He was also disgusted by that stubborn guy for a whole month, which resulted in his strength not growing properly. I'm just confused. How could such a big fruit just disappear like that? As he thought about it, Luo Mingqing could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Zhu Gang, give me back the Earth Core Flame Fruit. As he spoke, he punched Zhu Gang. Bang! Luo Mingqing's fist was intercepted by Grom halfway. No one expected Luo Mingqing's sudden attack. Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to play. Zhu Gang Duo came behind Grom and cursed in surprise. Fuck you. I went through so much trouble to get that fruit, and now you, a villain, are the only ones picking it. At this time, Luo Mingqing's eyes were already red. What do you mean by yours? Do you have any evidence? Why are you just saying that? If you call it by its name now, will it respond? You ate all the shit, where's the evidence? If you don't have it, then don't bother with this nonsense. I think you're just looking for trouble. Looking at Zhu Gang's desperate look, Luo Mingqing's inner anger completely devoured his reason. Zhu Gang, today it's either me or you. It's either you or me. As he spoke, a black light flashed on Luo Mingqing's body, and a scimitar emitting a cold light appeared in his hand. But Luo Mingqing hadn't made a move yet. The next moment, clang! A cold light flashed beside him, and the scimitar flew out of his hand and fell to the side. At this time, Guanhai appeared beside the two of them without anyone noticing. Luo Mingqing turned around and saw Zhang Yi looking at him with a cold face. Luo Mingqing, what are you doing? You actually pulled a knife on your classmates. Me? You dare to draw your sword on your classmates now? Will you stab your comrades in the back when you go to the battlefield in the future? What are you talking about? Luo Mingqiang, I never thought that for 2 wild fruits, you would disregard the friendship between classmates. Zhang Ye's words immediately changed the way the other students looked at Luo Mingqing. They didn't care what the truth was. They only saw that Luo Mingqing actually drew his knife and tried to chop Zhu Gang. 68. Use power to suppress others. Luo Mingqing felt the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, and his heart suddenly turned cold. He wanted to summon his own generals to fight Zhang Yi, But when he saw Guan Hai holding a ring-handled sword and a murderous look on his face, his emotions gradually calmed down. He was not stupid. The aura of Guan Hai was not right. It was far beyond the level of a first-level general. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took a closer look and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Wow, I originally thought that Zhu Gang was a very powerful guy, but I didn't expect that Zhang Yi behind him was even more of a scheming bastard. Guan Hai has now reached the strength of a second-level general. Moreover, compared with Grom, Guan Hai's aura is more stable. It is obvious that he was promoted earlier than Grom, but it has been hidden by Zhang Yi. Luo Mingxiang, I don't care what grudges you have with Zhu Gang, but we are still in another time and space. I hope you can be more understanding. Seeing that Luo Mingxiang had been frightened by the aura released by Guan Hai and the situation began to be under control, Zhang Yi slowly walked forward with a righteous look on his face. He has to pretend, but he is actually feeling weak inside. Zhu Gang took 2 Earth Core Flame Fruits, but he actually took 3 in total. Hearing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed across Luo Mingxiang's face. Oh, you Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang are in the same boat, so of course you will speak up for him. Zhang Yi was of course not going to take it anymore after Luo Mingxiang said that. If he didn't fight back, where would his prestige as a squad leader be? Luo Mingxiang, I didn't want to say this, but as a lord, why are you so childish? You can't prove that this thing is yours. Even if it really is yours, so what? You didn't keep it, and it was snatched away by someone else. You can either use your strength to snatch it back, or if you don't have the strength, then just stay put and wait for the right time. But look at yourself now, like a loser who was robbed of his lollipop, and was crying and begging to give it back to me. If you are this kind of giant baby, then I advise you not to join this lord class. It is good for you and for us. Zhang Ye's words made all the students around him agree. After all, they didn't want someone who acted impulsively without considering the consequences to hold them back. Luo Mingxiang was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were red. At this time, more and more students returned to the cave. Everyone came and listened to the students around them telling what they had heard. Soon, everyone was looking at him with a teasing look. Being watched by everyone, Luo Mingxiang was speechless. You just wait. After leaving behind a harsh remark, Luo Mingxiang broke through the crowd's encirclement and walked towards the exit, leaving behind only a round of boos from the crowd. After leaving this strange time and space, Lin Wenbin was already standing at the entrance waiting for everyone, and the 2 buses had also been waiting for a long time. You're all back? Great, get in the car and let's go back. After saying that, he turned around and walked onto a bus. It seemed that he had no interest in knowing what everyone was experiencing inside. Everyone stayed in the different time and space for 1.5 months, and now there are only 15 days left before the joint entrance examination of 6 schools. After a perfunctory mobilization, Lin Wenbin distributed the subsidies for the Lord class for the next 2 months. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yi took away 2 mid-grade yellow-level grain stones and 2 mid-grade yellow-level fertile land stones. But only Zhang Yi knew that only the fertile farmland stone was useful to his territory. As for the food and grass stone, had he ever lacked this thing? Perhaps considering that everyone had just returned from another time and space, and in order to let everyone adjust their mentality, Lin Wenbin gave everyone a rare 5-day holiday. Holidays are a time of happiness. As soon as the school bell rings, everyone rushes out of the school gate. And Zhang Yi was also in the crowd at this time. Now that I'm back, I can go check out that black market Sister Yang Mei mentioned last time. The black market here is not the lawless place as Zhang Yi had imagined before. There is no such place in the territory of Yin State today. The black market, also known as the ghost market, is a kind of stall that opens only at midnight. All the stall owners gather together to form the prototype of the ghost market. The ghost market also has its own special rules. As the saying goes, one does not ask where a hero comes from, and one does not ask where things come from. Many things in the ghost market are not allowed to be seen in public. Since both parties are doing the buying and selling, they tacitly agree not to pursue the matter. As for the existence of the entire ghost market, why hasn't the government taken any other action? It can only be said that in addition to the huge amount of taxes paid by the ghost market, there is another reason. The ghost market sells many things that even the authorities want, but the government cannot get those things openly. Those things are generally banned by neighboring countries. Since it opens at 12 o'clock, Zhang Yi simply didn't go back and came to the backyard of his father's, Zhang's knife shop. At this time, my father was wearing a leather bag and swinging a sledgehammer to hit a piece of iron. Zhang Yi noticed that when his father was forging this piece of iron, every strike of the hammer would leave a faint rune inside the iron. This might be the swordsmith's secret. Zhang Yi thought so. At this time, the old man was shirtless, and his whole body was covered with sweat as he swung the sledgehammer. A muscular upper body, a mature face polished by time, and sweat full of male hormones. This is simply the most delicious prey in the young woman's heart. No wonder my parents' relationship has been so stable over the years. At this time, the father finally noticed his son, who suddenly appeared beside him and quickly stopped what he was doing. "Hey son, you're back. Your mom has been talking about it for over a month." As he spoke, Dad put down the sledgehammer and took off the leather bag on his chest. "Just got back, Dad. I brought you a gift." As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out the box of precious ore he had prepared from the territory. "This is..." The next moment, Father Zhang Ye's eyes widened. The unique luster of the precious minerals gathered together, giving Father Zhang Yi a huge visual impact. "This is black gold stone. This is cold iron. Oh my god, there's also dry gold stone. What a sin. This preservation method is so bad." Dad looked at the many ores in the box with a look of wastefulness. Zhang Yi could do nothing about his father's resentment. He was not a swordsmith, so why should he care about it? At the same time, he formally introduced Zhou Tsang to his father. Seeing that his son had not been seen for more than a month, and that he had gained another general under his command, he felt happy, but also heartbroken. Looking at Zhou Tsang's burly body that looked like a monster, Zhang Ye's father was speechless. Wow, how much material does this take? The sky gradually darkened. At the same time, Zhang Yi put on a disguise and went out. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, Yang Mei told Zhang Yi that he must wear a mask when entering the ghost market. 69. The little girl is still too young. According to what Yang Mei had told him, Zhang Yi came to an abandoned building complex somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Dim environment, dilapidated buildings. It would be a shame if we didn't make a horror movie here. Zhang Yi looked around and felt a little creepy. Soon, Zhang Yi arrived at the door of an abandoned hospital. Then, according to Yang Mei's instructions, he walked to the abandoned morgue in the basement and opened the door of a refrigerator. Huh! A gust of cold wind suddenly appeared in the morgue. If Yang Mei hadn't told him before, Zhang Yi would have started screaming at this moment. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the opened freezer, like a channel to another time and space. Zhang Yi jumped in without thinking. The moment it entered, the freezer returned to its place, and everything returned to normal. That ghost market was surprisingly located somewhere in another time and space. No wonder there was no clue at all in the entire Wuyuan city. After crossing that ripple, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When Zhang Yi came to his senses, he had arrived at a gloomy valley. The surrounding dark green mist looked extremely strange under the dim, full moon. No wonder it's called the ghost market. This place is so fucking weird. Although the environment seemed strange, the moment Zhang Yi entered the valley, he found that the environment inside was completely different from the atmosphere outside. Not only was there none of the gloomy atmosphere outside, but it was actually very lively. A lot of shouting and quarreling immediately entered his ears. "It's your first time, little brother." Just as Zhang Yi was staring at all this in a daze, a slightly obscene voice came from the side. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw a middleman with a mercenary face looking at him with a smile. There is no need to think about this kind of person. He must have seen my unusual behavior and thought I was a newcomer who wanted to make a fortune. Zhang Yi ignored him and just walked away. Hey, I haven't finished yet, you." The man looked at Zhang Ye's receding back with a gloomy face. The dazzling array of stalls lined up on both sides of the road dazzled Zhang Yi. The types of items included here are extremely complete. Basically, everything that Zhang Yi can see on the internet is here, and a small part of them are explicitly exported by neighboring countries, but these people can actually get them. Come and take a look. The Inca Obsidian Infantry, a powerful troop for conquering cities and territories. Don't miss it if you pass by. Dragon and tiger pills. They're still warm, freshly brought out from Xianying City's alternate dimension. Dad ate them and Mom's scared. Come and take a look. The Elephant Trunk Infantry, a magical unit of African soldiers, nicknamed the Inexhaustible Pile Driver. Ladies and gentlemen, come and have a look if you need any. It is undeniable that the things displayed by some stall owners are very attractive to certain groups of people. For example, the Elephant Infantry in Africa is not an orc unit, but a black unit. The reason why it is called Elephant Trunk is because the black infantry produced are all donkeys, with big penises and good sex skills, and are deeply loved by the resentful women in the boudoir. So as soon as the stall owner started selling, many female lords wearing masks gathered in front of his stall. One by one, they made bids for this type of military building, and the price quickly became sky-high. Women's desire to buy is endless, and this stall owner soon attracted the envious eyes of his peers. Similarly, the man who sold dragon and tiger pills also attracted the attention of male lords. But it is too early for Zhang Yi to use this thing now. so these external objects cannot attract him at all, and he has not forgotten the purpose of his coming here. After searching for a while, he finally found the target of this trip in a corner. Underground furnace. Effect. After use, you can obtain the building, earth fire furnace. Underground furnace. A huge furnace connected to the underground fire, which can use the extremely high temperature of the underground fire to thoroughly forge metals and train professional blacksmiths. The stall owner was a woman wearing southern ethnic minority clothing. In such a noisy environment, she looked calm. Whatever the customer wants, the price is negotiable. The woman glanced at Zhang Yi, and her expression didn't change much. Zhang Yi didn't intend to argue with the other party and went straight to the point. How much is this earth core furnace? This thing. The woman looked lazily at the earth core furnace that Zhang Yi pointed at. This item can only be exchanged, not sold. Zhang Yi was not surprised by this answer. After all, many things cannot be measured by money, and most of the time, people exchange goods for other things. So what are you going to change, boss? Spiritual medicine, spiritual materials, anything is fine. I don't have anything in particular I want. Although the woman's expression remained unchanged when she spoke, Zhang Yi could somehow hear a strong sense of confidence in her tone. Confidence in one's own assets. Zhang Yi didn't think much about it, and took out the or seized from the ogre tribe from his territory. The woman couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Don't bring out this kind of stuff. I don't want any garbage. Oh my God, I was looked down upon by a woman. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi took out his trump card for this trip, unhatched egg sac, which can be used to obtain a spider pet. Seeing this slightly disgusting thing, the woman's originally unchanged face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to have something like this. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. We can exchange, but my ground core furnace is worth more than yours, so you have to add a little more. After hearing this, Zhang Yi put away the unhatched egg sac without saying a word and turned away. This made the woman dumbfounded. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Hey, wait. Come back, change. Zhang Yi turned around when he heard that, but at this moment, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi left the stall with satisfaction, leaving behind the woman with a resentful look on her face. Humph, you want to fight me? Do you think I wasted all those years shopping with my mom? As he spoke, Zhang Yi proudly shook a bamboo tube in his hand. Macrophagus goo. Huangjia top grade. Effect. After opening, a macrophagic insect will appear. As time goes by, the flesh and blood of the creature parasitized by the macrophagic insect will be quickly devoured. The flesh and blood devoured by it will be stored in the body of the macrophagic insect and then fed back to itself. Note, the macrophagus goo can only be used once before it dies. The stall owner is probably a Sanmiao person from Jianghan City. Jianghan City is located in one of the southernmost parts of Yin country. The climate there is warm and humid, which is very suitable for the growth of a large number of insect creatures. So there exists a very special lord there, also known as the Goo Lord. 70. Runesmith. The Goo Master is similar to a lord, and the people under the Goo Master are a large number of Goo insects. The different poisonous insects under the Goo Master also have various functions, and what the Goo Master usually does is to provide the poisonous insects with food for survival and go out to find new insects to cultivate new poisonous insects. Obviously, when Zhang Yi took out the egg sac, the stall owner's eyes suddenly lit up. Who is Zhang Yi? He must have run a street stall with his mother for many years. His ability to please people and bargain down prices is not to be underestimated. The woman probably came from a wealthy family and was experiencing life for the first time. After Zhang Yi understood her psychology, it would not be easy to deal with her. In the end, after a verbal battle, the woman was completely defeated and even lost a macrophagic goo. After strolling around for a while, Zhang Yi came to a shop and sold some of his excess food and stones to the shop. Consumables like food and grass stones among lords have no trouble selling them. Of course, due to the huge output, the price of grain stone in the market is also extremely transparent. Due to the official operation of Yin State, the price of grain stone is kept very low. But fortunately, the cost of Zhang Ye's food, fodder and stones is almost zero, so he will still make a profit no matter how low the cost is. Since the initial goal has been achieved, Zhang Yi no longer lingers, but heads directly towards the exit of the ghost market. After passing through a layer of ripples, Zhang Yi found that he was not back in the abandoned hospital, but in a squat toilet in a public toilet. Although the location was awkward, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire the actions of the person in charge of the ghost market. The phone is checked immediately after leaving the location, which avoids being followed and attacked, and makes full preparations to ensure the safety of customers. In this regard, the ghost market's approach has won the favor of some people. After returning home, Zhang Yi went straight into the territory. First, place the earth fire furnace next to the refining mine. As white light flashed, a huge steel castle rose from the ground. In the center of the castle, flames rose from a huge steel chimney. Underground furnace. Effect. Harness the energy of the earth's fire to forge weapons. 1. Can train ordinary blacksmiths, energy points, 100/person. 2. Can train rune blacksmith, energy points, 1000/person. This is just an ordinary blacksmith. The price is within Zhang Yi's expectations. But what is this runesmith? Wow. The price of a rune blacksmith is the same as that of an iron wolf guard, and the iron wolf guard is the standard of a first-level creature. Zhang Yi really wanted to train one to see what this rune blacksmith with 1000 energy points was. At this time, after 25 days of energy accumulation, his territory already had 2000 points. After some thought, Zhang Yi decided to train a rune blacksmith and 10 ordinary blacksmiths. Soon, all the energy points accumulated over the past 25 days were cleared, and 11 shirtless men wearing leather bags appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Meet the Lord. 11 strong men bowed to Zhang Yi in unison. Zhang Yi kept watching these blacksmiths and kept comparing them with his father in his mind. After a comparison, Zhang Yi had to admit that in terms of body size alone, his father seemed to be more intimidating than the 10 people in front of him. No, it should be said that it is not just the body shape, but more importantly the temperament. His father stood in front of him, with an aura as calm as the earth and as explosive as fire. Compared with his father, these people in front of him are more like robots, rigid and dull. The rune blacksmith was different from the 10 ordinary blacksmiths. He was actually a little thin, but his eyes were more confident than the other 10 blacksmiths. You're a runesmith, what can you do? Zhang Yi slowly walked up to the rune blacksmith and asked with a puzzled look on his face. My lord, I can incorporate runes into weapons when forging them, giving them various effects. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately remembered the scene when his father was training in the backyard. It seemed that every time the hammer fell, a rune would faintly appear and be cast on the metal embryo. Could it be that my father's blacksmithing skill is rune blacksmithing? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately asked the rune blacksmith to start work. Next to it is the refining mine, which is filled with steel ingots produced during this period. After Zhang Yi threw the earth core fire into it, the entire refining mine underwent tremendous changes. Refined mine, earth core fire blessing. Effect. 1. A place where ore can be smelted into finished metal, producing 20 pieces of 100 forged steel per day, enough to equip 200 people. 2. There is a 30% chance that the quality of the 100 forged steel produced daily will be upgraded to 1000 forged steel. With the blessing of earth core fire, the entire refining mine not only doubles its daily output, but also produces more advanced 1000 forged steel. Zhang Yi brought 11 blacksmiths to choose from. The 11 blacksmiths kept stroking the 100 forged steel placed in front of them, nodding and communicating with each other. It can be seen that they are extremely satisfied with the quality of the 100 forged steel produced by the refined mine. The rune blacksmith had now arrived in front of the small amount of 1000 forged steel. The texture of the 1000 forged steel in front of him was denser than that of the 100 forged steel next to it. When the rune blacksmith saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he kept stroking his mouth and exclaiming in amazement. After learning from Zhang Yi that the 1000 forged steel in front of him was due to the earth core fire, a look of wastefulness appeared on his face again. My lord, that earth core flame is a sharp tool for forging divine weapons. It's more efficient than earth fire, and the weapons forged from it will have miraculous effects. Leaving it here is truly a waste. After saying this, the rune blacksmith kept shaking his head. But Zhang Yi obviously didn't take this matter to heart. Don't worry. The earth core flame can also continue to grow. When the time is right, I will split a portion from the refining mine and place it in your earth core furnace. Then he handed the yellow turban armor forging drawings he had obtained earlier to the 11 of them and asked them to choose a piece of 100 forged steel to forge it. Soon the earth fire furnace began its first work. As the blacksmiths opened the gates connecting to the underground fire, in an instant, suffocating heat came over them and flames shot up into the sky. The forging of the yellow turban armor would not be completed in a short time. Seeing that they had already started working, Zhang Yi turned around and went to the center of the territory and found Guan Hai and the others. At this time, Zhang Yi still had 4 Gunkuan fruits, 3 earth core flame fruits, and 15 blood essences in his hand. The most important thing was that he also had a mid-grade Xian level, earth dragon essence blood. 71. Take good care of yourself. Since there are so many supplements, It's time to nourish my subordinates. Zhang Yan is the only commander among the 3 generals under his command, and his Black Mountain army is also the largest army in his territory. But Zhang Yan's strength is still the lowest. He has just stepped into the threshold of the 2nd-level creature and is now almost unable to keep up with the pace of the territory's growth. So Zhang Yi first handed the 5 blood essences to Zhang Yan. As for the Earth Core Flame Fruit, just like the previous Gunkuan fruit, Zhang Yan politely declined it. Zhang Yan took the 5 blood crystals and walked into the blood-quenching pool. After such a long period of accumulation, a layer of blood essence about 2 to 3 centimeters thick has formed on the surface of the blood-quenching pool. After Zhang Yan walked in, he sat cross-legged, put a piece of blood essence into his mouth, and began to absorb it. As Zhang Yan breathed, the surrounding essence and blood began to flow towards Zhang Yan as if attracted by something. Zhang Yi then handed the mid-grade Xian-level, Earth Dragon Essence blood, to Guan Hai, who was standing beside him. The blood essence of the mid-grade Xian-level Earth Dragon is light yellow in color. Under the influence of mysterious power, the blood essence is wrapped into a fist-sized ball. Maybe it was because of its high level. When Zhang Yi took out this ball of essence and blood, he seemed to be able to feel a faint dragon power. Guan Hai took it without saying a word and also took away 3 Jin Kuan fruits and found a place to absorb them alone. Next it was Zhou turn. In fact, Earth Dragon Blood Essence should be the most suitable for Zhou to use. With his almost cheating skills, if he adds the blessing of Earth Dragon Blood Essence, I am afraid that the thickness of his blood will skyrocket. But unfortunately, the Earth Dragon Essence blood, obtained before, had already been given to Guan Hai for use. Therefore, in order to continue to strengthen Guan Hai's ability, he had no choice but to hand over the Earth Dragon Blood Essence to him. Then there are only 3 Earth Core Flame Fruits, and the last 15 blood essences left. Zhang Yi didn't think much about it and handed it all to Zhou. I wonder if these things can help Zhou break through the shackles of a 2nd-level creature and successfully enter the 3rd-level creature. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou, who was sitting in the corner, with full anticipation. People with strong constitutions also appear to be much more heroic in their way of swallowing. Zhou grabbed a handful of blood essence and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Without waiting for it to be swallowed, he also put the rest of the blood essence into his mouth. The next moment, a surge of energy was released from Zhou body, and the surrounding air became distorted and slightly bloody. All the veins on Zhou body bulged, and white steam came out of his pores like chimneys. This should be fine. Zhang Yi was a little nervous at this time. An hour later, Zhou internal energy reached a certain level and began to gradually stabilize. But at this moment, Zhou opened his mouth wide and swallowed 3 Earth Core Flame fruits directly into his stomach. The powerful bite force directly crushed the 3 fruits, and the whole process took less than 3 seconds. The next moment, Zhou whole body began to turn red rapidly, and at the same time, his whole body began to release a large amount of heat. Zhang Yi stood in front of Zhou, and a wave of heat hit him in the face. Feeling the rising temperature in the air, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he began to worry about Zhou current condition. But Zhang Yi's worries soon turned out to be unnecessary. This abnormal phenomenon only lasted for a moment, and then the temperature began to drop. It is obvious that Zhou has begun to adapt and gradually take control. Boom. The first one to break the deadlock was Guan Hai. After taking the mid-grade Xian-grade Earth Dragon Essence blood, his aura became even more compelling. Zhang Yi even vaguely felt a spiritual pressure similar to that of a dragon. At this time, Guan Hai's eyes had turned golden, and Zhang Yi could even see a thin layer of scales on the exposed parts of his arms and neck. Fuck, it's turned into a little dragon man. Zhang Yi stared at Guan Hai intently, and at the same time, a thought came to his mind. Guan Hai. Strength, level 2 creature. Strength, 28. Speed, 24. Willpower, 23. Constitution, 27. Skill, 1. Plunder. Each time you defeat an enemy, you will gain 50% more from plunder. 2. Food. For every enemy city you capture, the amount of food and grass stones you earn will increase by 100. 3. Dragon creatures. When Guan Hai stands on the ground, he receives bonuses from the dragon's bloodline, with strength plus 50%, defense plus 60%, wound healing speed plus 80%, and he can also manipulate soil and rocks to attack. 4. Transform into a dragon. After use, Guan Hai enters the form of a dragon man, with all attributes plus 100%, lasting for 1 minute. After the time is up, he will enter a weak state for 1 day. Unfortunately, Although it has begun to touch the ceiling of the third-level creature, it is still one step away from the finishing touch, but the skills have been strengthened to a certain extent. Especially the dragon transformation skill. Although the introduction is simple, the effect is extremely amazing. All attributes are doubled, plus the bonus of dragon creatures. Although the duration is short and the side effects are large, this skill can be regarded as invincible. The strange fragrance on Guan Hai's body lasted for nearly 15 minutes before he gradually began to master and become familiar with his own body. Boom. On the other side, Zhang Yan had also opened his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yan's aura surged under the dual blessing of Blood Essence and Blood-Quenching Pool. Zhang Yan. Strength, Level 2 creature. Strength, 24. Speed, 26. Willpower, 21. Constitution, 25. Skill, 1. No Bridle. Can directly steal the opponent's enhanced status and apply it to one's own side. 2. Flying Swallow. Speed plus 100% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 day. 3. Black Mountain Bandit Chief. Can train Black Mountain troops among the Yellow Turban believers in his territory. At the same time, the morale of the Black Mountain troops led by Zhang Yan will be increased by 30%. Although Zhang Yan was still the last among the three at this time, he had already entered the middle level of the second-level creatures, and his most important thing was to train the Black Mountain Army. Zhang Yi was not very looking forward to going into battle to kill the enemy and taking the head of a general among thousands of soldiers. In Zhang Ye's mind, Zhang Yan is still a commander rather than a fierce general. Guan Hai and Zhang Yan had both woken up from their training, but Zhou Tsang still had his eyes closed. But Zhang Yi vaguely felt that Zhou Tsang's originally steady breath had begun to stir slowly, as if it would erupt like a volcano in the next moment. Zhang Yi is very much looking forward to seeing how much Zhou Tsang can improve. But the waiting time was far beyond Zhang Ye's expectations. It was already dawn outside, but Zhou Tsang still had his eyes closed. Zhang Yi, unable to wait any longer, gave up the idea of watching and left the territory directly back to the main world. It was probably 7 o'clock outside at this time. Zhang Ye's mother was already busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Zhang Yi pushed open the door and came to the living room. At this time, his father had just sat on the chair and was preparing to feed his mother. 72. Dad skills. When Zhang Ye's father saw him walk out, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. In his heart, his son is as lazy as a pig. He is thankful that he is not late for school. During holidays, he always sleeps until the sun is shining on his butt. At this time, he not only got up, but also looked haggard. Son, were you dumped in a relationship? Looking at his father's concerned expression, Zhang Yi was full of questions. What? Didn't you have a sleepless night after being dumped? Otherwise, why are you up so early? Before Zhang Yi could speak, his father patted Zhang Ye's shoulder with an expression of someone who had experienced this. What's the big deal? That person is just a passerby in your life. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged woman is just as hard to find. Dad, let me tell you, there are so many women in this world. How can a member of the Zhang family be tied down by one woman? There are so many beautiful women out there. If this one doesn't work, try another one. If that doesn't work, find a few more. The people of our Zhang family are very capable and powerful. I can handle this little bit of pressure. I just realized it too late. I was too naive when I was young. When I met your mother, I was deceived. At this time, Zhang Ye's eyes gradually became terrified. At this moment, the father, who was lamenting about his life, suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. The original body stopped immediately. The next moment, his originally melancholy and slightly regretful expression had turned into a look of happiness. The most fortunate thing in my life was meeting your mother on campus. Back then, your mother was beautiful and gentle, like a breeze that touched my heart. Dad showed amazing acting skills at this moment, and Zhang Yi saw with his own eyes that Mom had transformed from her murderous look to the look of a young girl in love. A tragedy was easily resolved by my own father. Dad, do you know Rinsmith? Zhang Yi asked incoherently while chewing a fried dough stick. When Dad heard this, he paused holding the soy milk in his hands and looked at Zhang Yi seriously. How did you know about this? Because I do. A moment later, Father Zhang Yi held a golden helmet in his hand and looked at it carefully. After a whole night of forging, the rune blacksmith finally completed the helmet part of the yellow turban armor. The helmet in Father Zhang Ye's hand is the masterpiece of the rune blacksmith. After watching for nearly half an hour, Dad finally put down the helmet, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. This helmet was indeed forged with the power of runes, but the craftsmanship was very crude. It was likely made by an inexperienced blacksmith. The forging technique is one-sided, and it feels like it was forged entirely according to the instructions in the book. It's rigid and inflexible. After saying that, Dad shook his head. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and summoned the rune blacksmith directly. My lord. As soon as the rune blacksmith appeared, he bowed respectfully to Zhang Yi. No thanks, this is Master Zhang. He's very disdainful of your forging techniques. As he spoke, Zhang Yi pointed at his father standing beside him. Oh, this is here to mess things up. The rune blacksmith raised his eyebrows and then looked coldly at Father Zhang Yi. The father was also stunned by his son's move. But when he saw the provocative look of the rune blacksmith, Dad's eyes changed. Competitors are enemies, that's all. The rune blacksmith first bowed to Zhang Yi's father. Master, do you have any advice for the helmet I forged? Although the words were spoken politely, any discerning person could hear the dissatisfaction in the tone. After hearing this, Zhang Yi's father couldn't help but laugh. Since you're not convinced, let's compete. Good. Soon, Zhang Yi and others arrived at the backyard of Zhang's sword shop. The boss wanted to compete with someone, so all the staff in the shop surrounded the backyard. At this time, Father Zhang Yi and the rune blacksmith each had a set of forging equipment in front of them. The competition item this time is still helmets. Is that okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his men from each side was responsible for blowing air and starting the fire. Without any further ado, the two men swung their sledgehammers and began hammering the piece of forged steel in front of them. Both of them were burly men, and they swung their weapons with great force, sending sparks flying everywhere. The scene looked extremely spectacular. But Zhang Yi soon discovered the abnormality between the two. Every time the rune blacksmith hammered the 100 forged steel in front of him, a rune would be hammered into the metal ingot with each blow, and the rune would remain on the surface of the metal ingot for a long time. But although runes fell with every hammering from my father, the runes left on the surface of the metal ingot were not very obvious. Isn't my own father capable? After observing for a while, Zhang Yi finally understood that the reason why his father's rune was not as bright as the one on the opposite side was because the rune had been hammered directly into the deeper part of the steel ingot by his father. But his rune blacksmith could only leave runes on the surface of the steel ingot. From this perspective, it seems that my father's technical level is even higher. Forging is a long-term physical job. Just when Zhang Yi was about to fall asleep, a tremor from his soul suddenly woke him up. Zhang Yi came to his senses and immediately understood that the vibration just now came from his own territory. Then he ignored the competition in front of him and went straight into the territory. At this time, Zhou Tsang, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, had woken up. The amazing aura emanating from his body made Zhang Yi feel extremely pressured. Zhou Tsang, level 3 creatures. Strength, 33. Speed, 29. Willpower, 31. Constitution, 35. Skill, 1. Thick armor. Defense increased by plus 150%. Lasts for 10 minutes. 2. Iron Will. After activating the skill, no matter how big the blow is, you can always keep a breath. 3. Xiaoqiang Body. Wound healing speed plus 50%. 4. Burning Fire. You can summon a flame attached to the weapon, and the high temperature will continue to burn the opponent. Zhou Tsang did not disappoint Zhang Yi's expectations and successfully joined the ranks of level 3 creatures. Thanks to those tonic things, he was able to directly transition to the mid-level of level 3. With that exaggerated physique, ordinary early-stage level 3 creatures could not cause any harm to him at all, and because of the Earth Core Flame Fruit, he gained an additional fire skill, which greatly enhanced his output capacity. Hee, another trump card. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. Soon, half a day passed and both sides had finished making the helmets. 2 golden helmets were placed in front of everyone, and on the surface they seemed to be no different. But except for Zhang Yi, everyone around was an insider in the industry, and they spotted the problem at first sight. The rune blacksmith's face was solemn, and he also understood the gap between the two sides. You see, Zhang Yi's father folded his arms and looked at the other side with an arrogant look on his face. Although your crafted equipment is also rune-encrusted, the runes are all on the surface. Such equipment will easily be worn away in a long battle, and it can be easily destroyed by the enemy, which would be fatal on the battlefield. Bang! To everyone's surprise, the rune blacksmith knelt down on both knees and banged his head on the ground in front of Zhang Yi's father. Teach me, sir. After this set of actions, everyone was stunned. Dad looked at Zhang Yi. Dad, why don't you just let him stay? Anyway, I only have one rune blacksmith now, and the output cannot be increased. In the near future, I will definitely only vigorously develop the number of ordinary blacksmiths. This rune blacksmith follows his father to learn more advanced techniques, and will be able to manage the entire Rune blacksmith team in the future. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, his father nodded and agreed to let him stay with him. You don't have a name yet, so just call yourself Zhang Pu. Pu Zhang thanks my lord for the name. After leaving the backyard, Zhang Yi went straight into the territory. At this time, in the Taiping Taoist temple, Zhang Fu and 10 Taiping Taoist priests were drawing the golden armor talisman. And a thick pile of money has accumulated in the corner of the table. Zhang Yi did not disturb them, but put it away quietly and left. 73. Give you a great opportunity. After leaving the territory and returning to the main world, Zhang Yi immediately contacted Zhu Gang. As his best friend, shouldn't he be the first to think of when there's something good happening? The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Just as Zhang Yi expected, the first voice from the other end was that of someone who was still asleep. Who is it? Gongzi, hurry up and get up. I'm going to give you a great opportunity. An hour later, Zhu Gang looked at the 10 golden armor talismans in his hand with surprise. Brother Yi, no Master Zhang, from now on you are my grandfather. Accept my respects. Zhu Gang was a bachelor, so he immediately prepared to perform the ritual of 8 kneelings and 9 kowtows to Zhang Yi. But he was stopped by Zhang Yi the next moment. That's enough. That's too much. Are you trying to shorten my life? Zhang Yi pulled Zhu Gang up with a gloomy look on his face. Master Zhang, you gave me this golden armor talisman. What are you going to do with it? The 6th school joint exam is coming up soon, and this thing is more important to you. You should take it back. You gave it all to me. What do you use it for? As he spoke, Zhu Gang was about to stuff the 10 golden armor talismans in his hand into Zhang Yi's arms, but the next moment, his jaw dropped unconsciously. Zhang Yi took out a thick stack of yellow paper from his arms, which was engraved with the inscription of Golden Armor Talisman. Take it. My wealth is beyond your imagination. On this day, all the members of the Nanshire High School Lord class who were staying at home received cordial greetings from their class monitor over the phone. At night, Zhang Yi looked at the long string of numbers on his mobile banking card with a smug smile on his face. At the same time, there is also a series of friend requests in the mobile phone address book. Following Zhang Yi's suggestion, the classmates in his class must have friends in other schools. As his personal connections spread, Zhang Yi's tentacles also extended to other schools. Why not do business? But for the sake of his own school's performance, the golden armor talismans Zhang Yi sold to members of other schools were very different not only in quantity, but also in price. It was a day off today, so Zhang Yi transformed himself into a courier and delivered the golden armor talisman door to door to every member of the Lord class who needed it. After the money and goods were settled, a fat boy from Xingji High School bid farewell to Zhang Yi in tears. After Zhang Yi's back disappeared into the distance, the little fat man looked at the 4 golden armor talismans in his hand with joy on his face. Originally, Zhang Yi planned to limit the purchase of 2 tickets per person from other schools, but unfortunately, the other party gave too many. The fat guy was obviously a wealthy man. As could be seen from the delivery address he asked Zhang Yi to deliver the goods to, which was a high-end villa area in Wuyuan City. Great. With this, we're sure to win the joint entrance exam for the 6 schools. In just one day, all of Zhang Yi's golden armor talismans were sold out. There are so many rich people in Wuyuan. Looking at the ever-increasing amount of deposits on his mobile phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. After selling all the golden armor talismans in his hand and deducting the cost, although there was not much cost, Zhang Yi now has a savings of over 400,000. After getting the money, Zhang Yi directly opened the Taotuo online mall and started searching for what he needed. After some research, Zhang Yi actually found something interesting. Farmhouse courtyard architectural drawings. Effect: after use, a farmhouse can be built in the territory. Farmhouse courtyard. 1. Daily energy plus 50. 2. The location where farmers are produced. The Lord can use energy to produce farmers, 20/each. It has the same effect as the farmhouse in the territory, but the daily energy increase is higher than that of the farmhouse. The seller is a single seller, and the price is $350,000. This kind of good thing is rare, so Zhang Yi bought it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the 400,000 yuan that Zhang Yi had just earned turned into 50,000 yuan. This seller was probably very close to Wuyuan, and the express delivery arrived in just 2 days. There was a special confidentiality rune on the express delivery. After entering the agreed secret method, the package opened, revealing a small sculpture inside. Zhang Yi entered the territory and selected a location for it next to the farmhouse. As a white light flashed, a farmhouse courtyard appeared in Zhang Yi's territory. At the same time, the daily territory energy increased by 130. Time flies. After only 1 week of classes, 15 days have passed. Today is the day of the joint examination of 6 schools. The location of the 6th-school joint entrance examination was set at a place nearly 100 kilometers away from Wuyuan City, where there was a large black iron-level alien space. The Wuyuan City in that alien space has been developed. All the indigenous creatures that can easily kill students have been killed. At the same time, the entire alien space is filled with monitoring arrays. There are special government personnel stationed there to prevent all accidents from happening. It is obvious that this different time and space has been set up by the education community of Wuyuan City as a place specifically for assessment. This time, Nanshire High School chartered 6 buses and drove towards the destination in a mighty manner. After all, this time it's not just Zhang Yi and his group of freshmen, but also the sophomores and juniors who will take part in the joint entrance examination of 6 schools. Zhang Yi and others got on the bus and found that there was a thin paper booklet on each seat, which was densely covered with the rules of this joint examination. Although the competition locations for the 3 grades are all in the same different time and space, the assessment standards are completely different. The content of the first-year high school assessment is to destroy a force called the Elk Principality somewhere in a different time and space. The second year of high school is to destroy a force called the Kingdom of Tan somewhere in another time and space. The assessment criteria for senior high school students are much simpler. There is only one rule: survive to the end. No matter what method you use, as long as you survive among the 6 senior high school students, your scores will be ranked according to the order of survival. In this joint examination of 6 schools, the competition locations of the second and first-year high schools are not adjacent, but the third-year high school students are located throughout the map. The rule is that senior students are not allowed to take the initiative to attack junior students, but junior students can take the initiative to attack senior students. Once attacked, senior students can also fight back. Let's ignore the other 2 grades for now. In the first year of high school, if you capture a castle in the Elk Duchy, you will get plus 50 points. If you capture the royal city of the Elk Duchy, you will get plus 1,000 points. There are no points for defeating students from the same school, but plus 10 points for defeating students from other schools. Note: defeat the senior students from other schools to get plus 1,000 points. The thoughts of the school's top management can be seen from the points they scored when they beat students from other schools. They hope that the students from the 6 schools can fight directly when they meet, so that they can more intuitively perceive the strengths and weaknesses of the students. The content of the senior high school competition further proves this point. It not only tests the individual strength of the senior high school students, but also tests the cohesion of the entire school. When seeing senior students from other schools, can the junior students give up their own grades and go to consume the strength of the opposing senior students to create opportunities for their own seniors? In other words, are the senior students from the same school willing to spend a large sum of money to hire their junior classmates to deplete the strength of the senior students on the other side? 74. A greeting gift from a senior. Before the bus started, 3 senior students suddenly got on the bus where Zhang Yi and his friends were. After the 3 men came up, they glanced at Lin Wenbin. After seeing Lin Wenbin nod silently, they breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at all the younger students in the car. It was such a coincidence that Zhang Yi had seen these 3 people before. They were the 3 who had competed with a senior high school student in the Black Tiger Village and let Zhang Yi take advantage of them. Zhang Yi vaguely remembered that the senior sister's name seemed to be Tu Yutian. Hello everyone. I'm your senior from the 3rd year of high school. My name is Wang Tianrui. Let's make this short. I hope all my juniors can do me a favor. If you find any high school seniors from other schools in that alien space, please give them some trouble. Seeing the look of disdain on the faces of his junior and senior classmates in front of him, Wang Tianrui was not angry. After all, they had expected this kind of scene. Of course, we're not asking you to help us seniors for nothing. As long as you can successfully cause a senior student on the opposing team to suffer losses, our senior class will give you a certain amount of compensation from the class fees. Of course, you can rest assured about this compensation. You will definitely not suffer any loss. Trust the financial resources of the seniors. When he said this, a hint of confidence flashed in Wang Tianrui's eyes. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. If they were asked to help for free, everyone would just say goodbye, but if they were paid, that would be a different story. Then senior, what if we help you deal with the seniors on the opposite side? Wang Tianrui and the other 2 looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Zhu Gang raising his hands excitedly. Solve? What the hell are you thinking? You must have been drunk so early in the morning. Although the 3 of them were disdainful in their hearts, they could not let those younger students down since they needed their help. So Wang Tianrui smiled. This junior is very ambitious. But I have to remind everyone that the person on the other side is a senior student after all. He became a lord 2 years earlier than you, so there is still a gap. Of course, if any of you juniors succeed, our senior class monitor will reward that hero with a surprise, and the school will also have a big reward. Hearing what Wang Tianrui said, everyone quickly turned to look at Lin Wenbin. Lin Wenbin just nodded, as if he admitted it. With Lin Wenbin's guarantee, everyone finally believed it. Seeing the eyes of his junior classmates in the car begin to light up, Wang Tianrui turned around and glanced at Zhuang Wanjie. Zhuang Wanjie understood and took out a stack of red envelopes from his bag. It's our first meeting, so a small gift is not enough to show respect. After saying that, he began to distribute them to everyone one by one. Wow, such a good thing. Everyone's eyes gradually turned friendly towards Wang Tianrui and the other two. After the three got off the bus, Zhang Yi discovered that several senior high school students also got off several other buses. It seemed that they had the same purpose as Wang Tianrui and the other two. Not only the first-year students, but also the second-year students were not spared and offered high prices. Brother Yi, these high school landowners are really cool. Zhu Gang opened the red envelope with excitement, and inside were 500 yuan bills. Wow, what a generous gift. They gave such a big gift before helping anyone. It seems that this joint examination of 6 schools is very important to these senior high school students. Zhang Yi also opened the red envelope, and there was 500 yuan inside, just like Zhu Gang. Lin Wenbin stood up at this time and looked at everyone. That was just what the school leaders tacitly agreed to. I can't comment on it, but I will just say this. You should have seen the strength of the seniors. If you encounter seniors from other schools, you should carefully consider the pros and cons. Don't be blinded by this small reward. You must recognize your own strengths. Of course, if the time is right, we should take action. Especially Zhang Yi, Zhu Gang, and the other lords with military commanders. It will be beneficial for you to perform well this time. After Lin Wenbin finished speaking, he turned around and sat down. His words immediately poured cold water on everyone. Yes, I was so excited that I forgot that after all, the third year of high school is 2 years higher than me and others. If nothing else, it means I have at least 2 years more development than me and others. And what about me and others? Although everyone's strength has increased after the last 1.5-month journey through time and space. In addition to Zhang Yi and Zhu Gang, 3 more students successfully trained to become first-level generals. Luo Mingqing was among them. But most of those senior students are level 2 generals, and the top few in the class are level 3 generals. With the strength of us, we probably won't be able to make any waves if we rush forward. We can't even consume the other party's strength. We are simply serving as food. It seems that the reward for the senior high school students is not easy to get. Only the 5 of Zhang Yi have some hope. However, even though I didn't do anything, it's still a good thing to pick up 500 yuan for free. The senior students in the 3rd year of high school are really nice people. Thinking of this, everyone felt much better. The bus then sped away out of the city. The joint entrance exam of 6 schools gathered all the Lord students in Wuyuan City. This time, the government also sent a large number of police officers to see them off. There is also an entire Yin State Army stationed at a stronghold outside the different time and space. At this moment, in a luxury car, a pair of cold eyes stared intently at the departing bus and the large number of police cars escorting it. The show is about to begin. The bus drove at full speed for 3 hours to cover a distance of 100 kilometers, and finally brought the sleepy crowd to a huge military stronghold. Before, when Lin Wenbin led everyone to take out the different time and space, the same operation happened, so everyone was not surprised. Led by 3 teachers, 3 grades of Nanshire High School entered the stronghold. Soon, 5 other schools also arrived. Zhang Yi and others rushed outside to watch the excitement. After all, the competition was about to start, and it would be good to get familiar with the opponents in advance. The paper book I had before coming here recorded in detail the difficult characters in the first-year high school Lord class of each school. After getting off the car, Zhang Yi had already memorized the appearances of those troublesome targets firmly in his mind. The funny thing is, the leaders of Nanshire High School bought the information from some unknown channel, and even Zhou Kale from Donghu High School was on the list. But according to the information, Luo Mingqing at this time already has a 2nd-level biological general, and his strength has increased even more than before. It seems that Donghu High School has invested heavily this time to escape the fate of being at the bottom of the table. Luo Mingqing's strength increased so quickly that the first thing Zhang Yi thought of was that Donghu High School was directly using all means to greatly enhance the strength of its freshmen in order to escape the fate of being at the bottom of the class. But with Zhang Yi's current strength, these guys really don't make him take it seriously. Among these 5 schools, There are only two people that he really cares about. The first one is Wuyuan High School, the class monitor of the first grade, Jiang Junyao, and Donghu High School, the class monitor of the first grade, Zhang Honghu. Among these two people, Zhang Honghu also has a general with the strength of a third-level creature. 75. Start betting. Although the other Jiang Junyao does not have a third-level general, his father is the deputy mayor of Wuyuan City. There is no need to explain the ingredients. Zhang Yi understands them all. The other Zhang Honghu also has a prominent background. Although he is not very powerful, his family is the richest in Wuyuan. Of course, his family can throw a lot of money at him. That's probably how Zhang Yi became that third-level general. Wow, a son of an official and a spender. This shouldn't be too challenging. As he spoke, Zhang Yi put down the document in his hand, his face filled with confidence. Teacher Lin even advised me to stand out when the time comes, although I don't know why the low-key Teacher Lin wanted me and others to do this. But listen to advice and eat your fill. Since Teacher Lin said so, he must have his reasons. Gongzi, you have to act cool when you get in there. Zhang Yi turned around and put his hand directly on Zhu Gang's shoulder. At this time, Zhu Gang was struggling to deal with a braised pig's trotter. When he heard Zhang Yi's words, he immediately raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi with a confused expression. Brother Yi, why? Listen to me. When have I ever lied to you? Oh, soon, with the last student from Wuyuan High School arriving, all the students from the Lord class of the 6 schools were present. At this time, all the students were led by their teachers to a huge playground. At the top, the principals of the 6 high schools, the military chief of the base, the Wuyuan City Education Department. A group of leaders had already taken their seats. What followed was the part that gave Zhang Yi the most headache. The leaders' speeches were long and boring, causing the students below to shake their heads and feel drowsy. After an unknown amount of time, the leaders above finally finished their eloquent speeches, and the people below applauded. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, everyone was led to 3 huge space-time gates. The space-time gate on the far left of Grade 1. Once you enter it, everyone will be randomly teleported. Be careful, students. A man in military uniform warned from the front. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped into the space-time gate, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in a dense jungle. At this time, a huge screen has been raised on the playground, and the figures of all the students in the different time and space have been reflected on it. Principal Li heard that your Nanshur High School has 2 promising students this year. The person who spoke was the principal of Donghu High School, Ji Yongxin. Hearing this, several other principals and senior leaders looked at the 2 men expectantly. Donghu High School has been particularly high-profile recently because it has obtained several good talents this year. It has successfully defeated the freshmen of Xingji and Wentao High Schools. But in the end, they were completely wiped out at Nanshur High School, and it was said that they were beaten so badly that they had no power to fight back. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and everyone in the education sector in Wuyuan City knew about it. The principal of Donghu High School said this at this time, and it seemed that he was not convinced. There's something interesting to watch. At this time, everyone around already had the urge to take out the melon seeds. Facing the question from Ji Yongxin, the principal of Donghu High School, Principal Li simply smiled faintly. Ha ha, Principal Ji, your class at Eastlake High School has finally made it big. However, strength can't be changed overnight. Eastlake High School still has a long way to go if it wants to change its fate of being at the bottom of the table. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Yongxin's face changed suddenly. Oh, it seems like Principal Li is extremely confident in his students. How about a gamble? After hearing this, Principal Li frowned and looked at Ji Yongxin with a puzzled look. Before the joint entrance exam for 6 schools, Donghu High School invested a lot of resources in all the students in the Lord class. This was no secret. For other schools, Donghu High School's move is just a last-ditch struggle. But looking at Ji Yongxin's appearance now, it seems that he has some trump card. I wonder how Principal Ji plans to gamble. It's simple. Just bet on half of the funding allocated by the Education Bureau this year. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present frowned, especially the people from the Education Bureau, whose expressions became even uglier. Ji Yongxin, who do you think you are? You can't touch the funds given by the Education Bureau. An official from the Education Bureau started cursing mercilessly. At this moment, Ji Yongxin's face changed, and he immediately realized what a stupid thing he had done. No, you misunderstood. I meant to bet on the salary subsidies that the Education Bureau will issue to principals this year. I might have said it too quickly just now, so everyone misunderstood. Sorry. Ji Yongxin's mind worked very quickly, and he turned the situation around in no time. Principal Li felt disdainful. You are really desperate. You even dare to use the funds given by the Education Bureau. But when faced with the bet that Ji Yongshin mentioned, he was in trouble again. Don't gamble. You'll embarrass yourself in front of so many leaders. Let's bet. Looking at Ji Yongshin's expression, he seems to be confident and seems to have some trump card. Just as Principal Lee was hesitating, he caught a glimpse of Lin Wenbin beside him and nodded to him. Now, Principal Lee gained confidence. Since Principal Ji is so interested, I'll join in on the fun. What's the bet? Seeing his opponent taking the bait, Ji Yongshin showed a smug smile on his face and then pointed to the screen where the first-year high school students were located. Let's bet on which student will have the last laugh. Principal Lee nodded, but then took out a white crystal the size of a fist. I've made a bet, but it's too small. If you want to bet, make it bigger. This low-grade Xian level, energy stone, will go to the final winner. Seeing Principal Lee's expression, Ji Yongshin also took out a porcelain bottle. In that case, here's a lower-grade Xian level, dragon blood pill, for the winner. Wow, this is quite interesting. Add me to Wuyuan High School, and I also have a low-grade Xian level, energy stone. Seeing the fate of Wuyuan High School, the principal of Donghu High School was certainly not willing to be outdone and also took out a low-grade Xian level, energy stone. At Donghu High School. At this time, 4 out of the 6 high schools joined the battlefield, while the others, Xingji and Wentao, remained silent. The quality of students from these 2 schools this year was not good, yet they were picked by Donghu High School. At this time, the principals of these 2 schools had bitter smiles on their faces, but they were furious in their hearts. When we get back, we must throw them into another time and space and give them a good training. This is the consensus of the 2 principals. At this time, inside the base, a man in police uniform was walking slowly inside the base. They were responsible for escorting the students, and now that they had reached their destination, they would soon be returning. At this time, all the police were resting in the base, so the guard did not find it strange. The policeman walked to a position close to the playground and looked at the group of leaders above who were excitedly placing bets, with a hint of sneer on his face. 76.is This also a princess? Swish. A dazzling lightning snake was released from Zhang Ye's palm and directly hit a soldier holding a spear on the opposite side. The powerful electric current plus the huge attack force directly caused the opponent to fall down stiffly. Zhang Yi, with his hands free, immediately summoned Zhang Yan. Kill all the opponents. I obey your command. Then a large number of Black Mountain troops appeared behind Zhang Yan and charged towards the opposite side. It can be said that Zhang Yi was unlucky. He had just entered the different time and space when he turned around and found that a student had entered his sight. And that person was actually wearing the uniform of Donghu High School. There was no doubt that the 2 sides started fighting directly. Unexpectedly, the man was holding a crossbow in his hand. After seeing Zhang Yi, he raised his hand and shot an arrow without thinking. By the time Zhang Yi hurriedly dodged him, the man had already summoned a team of spearmen to kill him. Fortunately, Zhang Yi possessed the magical skill of Palm Thunder, which bought him some breathing time. The moment Zhang Yan appeared, the lord opposite almost popped his eyes out. Fuck, you have a general. At this moment, he was regretting his decision to the core. He was just an ordinary student in Donghu High School, although he already knew that he could only go through the motions in this joint examination of 6 schools. But it is really hard to accept that you hit a wall as soon as you enter the field. But it was wishful thinking for the other party to think that he could be eliminated so easily. Thinking of this, the student on the opposite side also summoned all the remaining spearmen in the territory. With Zhang Yan's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with a group of guys who are not even level 1 creatures. So Zhang Yan rarely acted as a brave general who was the bravest among the 3 armies. He led the Black Mountain Army to directly break through the defense line of the spearmen, came in front of the Lord Student, and chopped him off with the Lufeng knife in his hand. Ah! The Lord Student screamed and turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. At this time, outside, the Lord Student was touching his whole body with a look of shock on his face. After discovering that there was no damage, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment he saw his teacher's gloomy face. At the same time, he glanced at the scene and saw that he seemed to be the only one on the field, and his heart sank. I'm not asking you to perform well, but I didn't expect you to be the first to be eliminated. Then the teacher looked at him with a look of disappointment, but just as he finished speaking, 2 more white lights flashed, revealing 2 other Lord students. The clothes those 2 people were wearing were actually from Donghu High School. At this time, the teacher covered his chest with his hands, with a look of emotion. This is such a shame. I've never encountered anything like this in all my years as a teacher. You truly are the worst class I've ever taught. After easily defeating a Lord student, Zhang Yi walked forward. After passing through the entire jungle, a towering castle appeared in front of Zhang Yi. It was obvious that this was one of the castles of the so-called Elk Duchy. Capturing it would earn 50 points. But looking at the castle in front of him, Zhang Yi immediately gave up the idea of a strong attack. Are you kidding me? I only have so few people at my disposal. If one of them dies, I will be heartbroken for a long time. Why would I still force an attack? We have to find a way to sneak in. Just when Zhang Yi was struggling, a cavalry unit emerged from the castle gate. The leader of this cavalry unit was a handsome young man. After rushing out of the castle, the troops rushed towards the south in a hurry. Hey, it's you. Zhang Yi then summoned a wolf to follow behind the cavalry. The cavalry unit quickly entered the jungle along a dirt road. The wolf has the skill, smell, which can easily track the movements of the cavalry, so Zhang Yi kept a long distance from them to prevent them from noticing. The cavalry walked for a long distance and finally crossed the entire jungle, but still did not stop. After following for a distance, Zhang Yi finally understood their purpose. At this time, the entire cavalry unit escorted this gorgeously decorated carriage. The young man in the lead was riding on a white horse, following the carriage, smiling and talking to the people inside. Look at the decorations on this carriage, and that young man's servile demeanor. Could it be some princess inside? Zhang Yi couldn't help but touch his chin. Victor was extremely excited at this moment. He never thought that the princess of the Elk Duchy would condescend to come to the territory of their Ron family. You know, their Ron family is located at the very border of the Elk Duchy, and has always been regarded as country bumpkins by the nobles within the duchy. If I could please the princess during this time. The next moment, Victor shook his head and broke this fantasy. How could the princess marry his family? But if he could spend a night with the princess, then Victor would be lucky. You know, the princess is a famous beauty in the Elk Duchy. Thinking of the princess's agonizing figure he had seen before, Victor felt like a giant dragon rising from his lower abdomen. But the next moment, a bright flash interrupted Victor's fantasy. Swish! Zhang Ye's palm thunder hit Victor's chest directly, knocking him off his horse. Who? While many knights were still in shock, Zhang Yin rushed out with the Iron Wolf Guards. Those knights were fully armored, and the Montenegrin army was only light infantry at that time. If they wanted to kill those knights, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. But the Iron Wolf Guards are different. They are human tanks wearing heavy armor. As the wolves under their crotch howled, the knights' horses began to panic as if they were facing a great enemy. This sudden encounter caused the knights' formation to be in chaos. The knights could not even stabilize their bodies, let alone charge towards Zhang Yin and his men. The Iron Wolf Guards would not miss this good opportunity. At Zhang Yin's command, a group of Iron Wolf Guards rushed forward. The Iron Wolf Guards are first-level creatures, so it's not too easy for them to deal with these knights. After only half an hour, the entire knight army was wiped out, without even a single survivor. At this time, everyone surrounded the gorgeous carriage. Hey, princess. Let me see what the princess looks like, Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin understood, walked forward and chopped down the carriage with his sword. Boom. The gorgeous carriage was torn into pieces by the sword energy released by Zhang Yin, revealing the princess inside. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Zhang Yin's eyes almost popped out at this time. At this moment, a strong figure appeared in front of him. The princess inside had blonde hair, a fair complexion, and a face shape full of exotic charm. But the lower body, those bulging biceps and strong calves. If he were to participate in bodybuilding, he would definitely be the champion. 77. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Help! The masculine princess screamed the moment the carriage broke. The sound entered Zhang Ye's ears directly, like a lion's roar. Zhang Yin, tell her to shut up. Bang! Zhang Yin faithfully carried out Zhang Ye's order and slapped the princess directly. The huge force made the princess fall into a daze. After a moment, the princess finally came to her senses. You actually hit me. You know I am. Bang! But I. Bang! 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 Zhang Yin was expressionless and was madly attacking the princess's big face. The rain of slaps made the princess's face swell up like a bun. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. At this time, the princess was lying on the ground, hugging Zhang Yan's thighs tightly and begging for mercy. Okay, stop it. After hearing Zhang Ye's words, Zhang Yin finally put down the hand he had just raised. Snort. He swung his foot and threw the large pendant on his leg directly away. Zhang Yi walked over slowly and looked at the large princess lying on the ground. What's your name? Kayleen. Miss Kylan, how about doing me a small favor? How could Karen dare to disagree? So she nodded frantically. Black Swan Castle was originally a military fortress at the southernmost tip of the Elk Duchy. There were a full 100 knights and nearly 500 guards stationed inside. The person in charge of this force is Earl Baker of the Elk Duchy. Similarly, Earl Baker is a staunch royalist, so the royal family of the Elk Duchy is confident in letting him control such a force. At this time, the Elk Principality was in turmoil because of the sudden death of the king. The three princes within the royal family began to make their disputes public. As Earl Baker is the ruler of Black Swan Castle, he has such an elite force at his disposal, and the three princes will certainly not let him go. Princess Karen came as an ambassador to win over Earl Baker to join the group. As the eldest prince's younger sister, Princess Karen certainly hopes that Earl Baker will join the eldest prince's camp. Of course, Karen knew in her heart that if she wanted others to join, it would be impossible without some sacrifice, so she was afraid that the breakthrough point would be Victor, the son of Earl Baker. The aesthetic of men in the Elk Principality has always been to be strong and muscular. As a strong Barbie, Karen has become the most beautiful woman in the entire Elk Principality with absolute advantage. Sure enough, when Victor saw Karen, his eyes widened. Facing Karen's gentle questioning, Victor seemed to have taken a love drug and told everything he knew. If nothing unexpected happens, this diplomatic mission is basically a done deal. Catherine thought so. But unfortunately, I met Zhang Yi. 10 Iron Wolf guards rushed out fiercely from the middle. The terrifying giant wolf roared, causing the knight's horse to fall into chaos. Originally in Catherine's mind, the brave knight was easily defeated, and the thick armor was as fragile as paper. Along the way, through Catherine's narration, Zhang Yi finally gained some understanding of the situation in the Elk Duchy. The Elk Duchy was like the ancient Europe in Zhang Yi's mind, with knights, castles, and a bunch of messy nobles. At this time, the king of the Elk Duchy died suddenly, and the three princes who had the right of inheritance were at odds with each other. Earl Baker of Black Swan Castle became the target of a three-way competition. Damn, 100 or so knights and 500 guards have become the target of three parties' fight. How powerful is the Elk Duchy? Zhang Yi was complaining in his heart. But to be honest, he had also seen these knights, and their equipment was already luxurious for ordinary people. You have to know that the Montenegrin troops under his command are still light infantry. Looks like we need to increase the number of blacksmiths. We need to stockpile all our energy points every day to train them. Production is the first fighting force. Zhang Yi was certainly aware of this. The size of the blacksmiths would determine the combat effectiveness of his own troops in the future. Now, there are only 5 blacksmiths in his territory. It is simply wishful thinking to want to replace all the soldiers in the territory with yellow turban armor. While Zhang Yi was thinking, Black Swan Castle was already in sight. At this time, the Black Mountain Army had already changed into knight armor according to Zhang Yi's order. They were all covered in iron armor, and all of them were on foot, with scars and blood all over their armor. Pretending to flee, the guards of Black Swan Castle soon discovered them and sounded the alarm. Who is it? Facing the questioning of the castle guards, Catherine stood up. How dare you? I'm Princess Catherine. We've been attacked, and Victor is trapped to protect us. Go and rescue him. As soon as these words were spoken, the guards above the castle were shocked and hurriedly opened the castle gate and invited Catherine and the others in. Catherine is the favorite daughter of the Grand Duke of Elk. If she encounters an accident in Black Swan Castle, everyone will definitely die. In this way, Zhang Yi and others entered the castle without any accident. Afterwards, Earl Baker, who received the news, hurried over. At this time, Catherine showed strong acting skills that were inconsistent with her character, and she fooled Earl Baker while crying. Afterwards, Earl Baker, who was confused, ordered his men to settle Catherine down, and then led most of the troops from Black Swan Castle to the place Catherine said to rescue Victor. As the army left, only a dozen knights and less than 100 guards were left in the entire Black Swan Castle, and the entire castle seemed much emptier. My lord, it's high. At this time in the lounge, Zhang Yan, who had transformed into a wounded soldier, spoke to Zhang Yi, who was also hiding in the iron can, with admiration in his eyes. Originally, Earl Baker wanted to let these wounded soldiers serve as guides, but only after Catherine pleaded with him did he let them come to the lounge. At this time, Earl Baker, who was eager to save his son, did not pay too much attention to them. He took his people and hurried out. At this moment, Zhang Yi, who was originally in the iron can, suddenly opened his eyes. The time has come, act now. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a ripple appeared in the space beside him. Guan Hai and Zhou Tsang appeared, and at the same time, hundreds of Black Mountain soldiers filled the entire lounge. Zhang Yan, Zhou Tsang will be responsible for clearing out all resistance forces in the entire castle. Guan Hai, follow me to the warehouse. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Tsang and Zhang Yan rushed out of the lounge with a large number of Black Mountain Army, and 10 Iron Wolf guards. The sudden appearance of the enemy caused chaos within the entire Black Swan Castle. The remaining defensive forces were no match for Zhou Tsang and his men. With Zhou Tsang acting as the vanguard, everyone quickly took control of the entire Black Swan Castle. The knights and guards inside were killed, and a large number of servants had their hands tied and were locked in the cellar. At this time, 2 Taoist priests of the Taiping sect appeared and walked into the cellar. 78. The Count's Secret. What is the most important location in a medieval castle? That is, of course, the secret room on the highest floor of the castle, and what is contained inside is definitely the treasure of the nobility. Zhang Yi brought Guan Hai directly to Earl Baker's room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a very standard European classical decoration. Zhang Yi knew at the first moment that there must be a secret room here that only Earl Baker knew about. I definitely won't be able to discover it in a short time, but Zhang Yi believes. The way to success is simple. Then Wang Kai was summoned out. As expected of a wolf that cost Zhang Yi 500 energy points to train, it understood its master's thoughts without Zhang Ye's explanation, and then it began to search the entire room with its wolf nose. Soon it stopped on a carpet. Heh, the old-fashioned way of hiding something. Zhang Yi then signaled to Guan Hai beside him. Guan Hai understood and directly drew out the ring-handled sword from his waist and slashed at the stall. Boom. The huge sword energy released by Guan Hai hit the carpet accurately. The dust cleared, revealing a dark cave entrance. A stone staircase led down into the darkness below. Zhang Yi was about to go in, but was stopped by Guan Hai. My lord, be careful. Let Guan Hai go first. Guan Hai faithfully performed his duties as a subordinate, holding a ring-handled knife and entering first, with Zhang Yi following closely behind. The entrance to the cave was very dark, but fortunately there were many torches on the walls for lighting, and Zhang Yi would light them whenever he passed by. No one knew how many precious things Earl Baker had hidden in here. As Zhang Yi walked along, he felt that he had already entered the bottom, but the stone stairs still had no end. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind from the front, but Guan Hai reacted quickly and blocked it all with his ring-handled sword. Soon after, there were falling rocks, flying arrows, and depressions on the road. A bunch of traps came one after another, but they were all blocked by Guan Hai and Zhang Ye's tiger head golden armor. It has to be said that these simple traps are no longer a concern for Zhang Yi now. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi finally saw a huge rock appearing below, lying across the air. There is still bottomless darkness beneath this huge rock, but its surface is very smooth, which seems to have been deliberately carved by someone. The boulder is extremely large, as big as 3 or 4 of the Earl of Baker's bedrooms. A huge sarcophagus was placed in the center of the boulder. When Zhang Yi approached it, he could feel a chill from the sarcophagus. Not far from the sarcophagus, there is a huge table with a large number of scrolls placed randomly on it. At the edge of the boulder, 5 large iron cages were built, and the railings above were engraved with many dense runes. Among the 5 cages, only one contained a group of creatures whose appearance could not be clearly seen. The creature huddled in the corner of its cage. Guan Hai walked over in advance, and after finding that there was no danger, he signaled Zhang Yi to come down. Zhang Yi came to the cage and looked straight at the black figure. Mutated civilians. Strength, level 0 creature. An ordinary civilian contaminated by the blood of the Baylor. The powerful destructive power of the Baylor's blood has destroyed the body of this poor civilian, and this poor man is about to die. Strength, 9. Speed, 8. Willpower, 1. Constitution, 0.5. Zhang Yi looked at the pitiful physical attributes of the creature in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head. Perhaps it was because of the overbearing properties of the Baylor's blood that the body of the civilian in front of him was about to collapse. The dying civilians were nothing to him, so he turned his attention to the sarcophagus. No one knew what was placed in the huge sarcophagus. From time to time, a trace of cold air came out, causing the temperature of the entire boulder to drop suddenly. Zhang Yi walked to the table and picked up one of the parchments at random. Zhang Yi didn't recognize any of the words written on it, but he took out his cell phone. This alien space and time has been developed by Wuyuan City for so many years, and the official writing system of the indigenous people here has long been recorded. Just place a photo, and the phone will automatically translate it. After looking at the translation on his phone for a while, Zhang Yi finally realized that what was inside were actually experimental records. The purpose of the experiment was to use something called Baylor's blood to transplant into the human body in an attempt to cultivate a completely new type of blood. And on that piece of parchment, there were records of a large number of failed cases. The experiments were conducted entirely on living people, so where did the failed subjects go? Obviously, there are several sturdy iron cages on this huge rock, which verify a possibility. Those are the failed products from before, probably thrown away by Earl Baker. The purpose of his doing this was probably to transplant the Baylor demon's bloodline into himself in order to gain super longevity and powerful strength. Wow, I can actually see a biological experiment base in such a backward place. Looking at the densely packed experimental records on the parchment, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that our Earl Baker also knows that this experiment is not tolerated by the outside world, so he dare not recruit alchemists in a high-profile manner, and can only explore it slowly on his own. Since this is Earl Baker's laboratory, it is clear what is inside the sarcophagus in the middle. Following Zhang Yi's signal, Guanhai walked forward and heavily lifted the lid of the sarcophagus. The moment the lid was opened, a large amount of cold air rushed into the sky. Zhang Yi jumped onto the top of the sarcophagus and looked inside. There was a terrifying figure lying inside. Wrapped in the ice, there is actually a Baylor demon inside. At this time, the Baylor was firmly trapped by a large number of chains, and those chains also had a large number of inscriptions engraved on them, which could seal the Baylor tightly. But at this time, the Baylor was not in a good condition. Baylor. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 17. Speed, 15. Willpower, 14. Constitution, 9. Skills, slightly. Just as Zhang Yi guessed, there was actually a Baylor demon with the strength of a first-level creature sealed inside. I don't know how Earl Baker captured it alive. The Baylor lives in magma, and the surrounding ice makes it extremely weak. Judging from the situation, it won't be long before it breaks off. Tisk, TSK, it's really pitiful. Get rid of it. Zhang Yi turned around and said to Guanhai. Guanhai silently raised the ring-handled knife in his hand. A moment later, a ball of light appeared directly in Zhang Yi's hand. Perhaps because this Baylor demon was already on the verge of death, the only loot Zhang Yi obtained was a ball of light. Without thinking, he opened it and found a crystal test tube inside, with a tube of hot blood in it. No way are you so lucky. 79. Queen Training Program. Middle Demon Blood. Xuanjia Lower Grade. Effect. After taking it, there is a certain chance that you will have the blood of the Baylor demon in your body. Note, there will be irreversible effects after taking it. Think twice. Zhang Yi just took a look at it and put it away. Are you kidding? The devil's bloodline will definitely change one's race after taking it. Zhang Yi doesn't want to be a traitor. Besides, this Baylor looks really ugly and doesn't conform to Zhang Yi's aesthetic taste. If he had the blood of a fallen angel, he might have hesitated. Now that the most important thing has been obtained, this place has no appeal to Zhang Yi at all. After having Guanhai kill the experimental subject in the cage, he walked straight up. At this time, Black Swan Castle was completely controlled by Zhou Tsang and Zhang Yan. Sitting in Earl Baker's study, Zhang Yi began to think about his future plans. Since the school requires the team to conquer the entire Elk Principality, Zhang Yi must keep moving forward for the sake of his grades. At this time, the three kings of the Elk Duchy were fighting for supremacy, which gave Zhang Yi and other Lord students a good opportunity. But after all, they are not natives of the Elk Duchy, and rashly occupying large tracts of territory may arouse the hatred of the local natives. In ancient times, people had to have a legitimate reason for launching a war, so they had to find a reasonable excuse. Suddenly, the image of a Barbie doll appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Catherine was at least a member of the royal family and one of the legitimate royal heirs. It was only because she was the eldest prince's younger sister that people subconsciously ignored her. But now, she has people and she is famous. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. After Earl Baker arrived at the location designated by Catherine, he immediately found the bodies of Victor and many knights on the ground. At this time, many wild beasts had gathered around their corpses and were constantly gnawing at them. This scene made Earl Baker and others furious. After killing all the beasts, Earl Baker came to Victor's body tremblingly. Count Beck had a son in his old age, but Victor was his only legitimate son. His death made him burst into tears. Carrying Victor's body, Count Baker returned to Black Swan Castle. At this time, the sky was almost dark, and the people, shrouded in sadness, did not notice anything unusual about the castle and immediately entered the castle. Boom. The castle gate was shut heavily. The loud noise immediately woke everyone up. Old Talk, what are you doing with the gate? But Old Talk did not come out to answer. Only then did Baker notice something strange in the castle. A faint smell of blood filled the air, making everyone feel depressed. At this time, Catherine slowly walked forward. Princess Catherine, if you are sure you want to do this, you must be aware of the consequences. Earl Baker stared at Catherine. Catherine smiled bitterly in her heart. Does she have any choice now? Count Baker, I hope you won't be so ungrateful. Hearing Catherine's words, Earl Baker slowly drew out his sword. The next moment, Zhou Tsang, Guan Hai, and Zhang Yin came up from behind Catherine. 2 level 2s and 1 level 3. The momentum of the 3 people slowly unfolded, causing Earl Baker's face to change. Half an hour later, the square inside the castle was filled with blood. Earl Baker finally died at the hands of Zhou Tsang, who cut him in half with his guandao. Catherine stood there straight, her face pale. Zhang Yi slowly walked up to Catherine and patted her sturdy shoulders. Very good, Princess Catherine. I am very satisfied with your performance. But Catherine just pushed Zhang Yi's outstretched hand away with all her might, and then looked at him coldly. What on earth do you want to do? Do you know what it means to go against my elk principality? Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Princess Catherine, it seems you don't understand your current situation. Zhang Yi pointed forward at the densely packed corpses. Look, can you turn back? I'm not afraid to tell you. I just let a few servants run away. Next, the news that you led the army to capture Black Swan Castle will be delivered to the 3 princes. Tell me, what will they think of you? Will your brother still recognize you as his sister? At this time, Catherine's face was pale. You have no choice now. Either cooperate with us and capture the entire Elk Principality. You will become the first queen of the Elk Principality. Or you will become a stepping stone for the 3 princes and have your head chopped off by them. You make your own choice as to what to do. After saying that, Zhang Yi looked at Catherine quietly. At this time, Catherine began to tremble all over. As a girl, she had never experienced such a thing before. But even so, Catherine still maintained her royal dignity and did not squat down in pain like the little girl. Even if I become queen, I will only be your puppet. Then you can rest assured. I'm only here on a mission. I'll leave once the mission is completed. After that, you will still be the king of the Elk Principality. When Zhang Yi said this, Catherine's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Your Elk Principality is nothing to me. The next day, Princess Catherine, the favorite daughter of the former king of the Elk Principality, issued a declaration to the entire Elk Principality that she, Catherine, would compete for the throne with her 3 brothers. But this declaration did not cause much waves. Although Catherine was also the legitimate heir to the throne, her strength was simply vulnerable compared to the 3 princes, and no one took this matter seriously at all. But at this moment, the eldest prince was furious and raging in the study. Crash! The eldest prince with a ferocious face threw all the decorations on the table to the ground. Catherine, you really are my good sister. You hide your true self so well. Why is the eldest prince so angry? Even though Princess Catherine has Black Swan Castle as her stronghold, she is still the weakest among the 3 of you. She poses no threat to us at all. An old minister beside the eldest prince stepped forward and advised. That's true, but Black Swan Castle is located at the rear of my territory, and the garrison there is small. I'm afraid. Then Catherine can't stay, the old minister said with a sinister look on his face. After a moment, the eldest prince nodded heavily. Boom. As a gate collapsed, a large number of creatures with wolf heads and human bodies rushed into the castle, waving long swords. A moment later, a castle was officially occupied by this group of werewolves. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large number of arrows flew out from the dense forest and accurately hit the guards in the castle. Those arrows seemed to have eyes, and all of them hit the weakest connections between the armor. 80. Once you're on a pirate ship, do you still want to get off? In just 1 hour, no one showed up in the entire castle. A moment later, a large number of elves walked out of the dense forest and easily occupied the entire castle. The same scene appeared in various castles of the Elk Duchy. At this time, a large number of mysterious forces appeared around the Elk Duchy, and the fortresses of the small lords around the Elk Duchy fell one after another. A large number of letters asking for help began to reach the 3 princes like heavy snow. Bang! The second prince slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. Green Forest Castle, Blackstone Castle, Wind Shadow Castle. In just 2 days, 7 castles have lost contact. What's going on? An old minister came out from beside the second prince. Your Majesty, as far as I know, this mysterious force is not only targeting us, but also the eldest prince and the 3rd prince. When the second prince heard that his 2 brothers were in trouble, a gloating look appeared on his face. Those 2 bastards are the same. That's good. At this time, although the border was in danger, the army ordered by the eldest prince to attack Catherine still set off. This army is the elite of the eldest prince, consisting of a total of 500 knights and 2,000 well-equipped ordinary guards. The leader is the famous general of the Elk Duchy, the 3rd-level knight Commander Cromwell. With such an army, According to the eldest prince, this operation will definitely be foolproof. At this time, in the territory belonging to Black Swan Castle, Catherine was using her own power to expand her army. Thanks to Catherine's beauty that was famous throughout the principality and the generous reward, commoners flocked to respond to the call, including a few wild knights. Catherine maintained her royal dignity and received them calmly. In one day, a total of 2,000 civilians and 100 wild knights were gathered. This result made Catherine extremely excited. It was the first time she knew that her reputation had become so great. Faced with Catherine's excitement, Zhang Yi remained relatively calm. In his eyes, those civilians who had never experienced the baptism of blood were not even cannon fodder. Not to mention the group of wild knights. Some of them didn't even have armor on them. They stood together, chattering, with no discipline at all. Zhang Yi felt that they were at most a group of bandits. With just these few people, you still want to defeat 3 princes and become the queen? It's just wishful thinking. After all, there is still a kind of clear innocence. Zhang Yi didn't have any hope for this poor and useless army. Everything still depends on our own army, and these people are just cannon fodder to deceive others. Report, Queen, a large army has been spotted heading our way. A soldier ran over in panic. Did you see clearly which family these people are from? Looking at the crest on the flag, it should be Cromwell, the 3rd-level knight commander under the command of the great prince. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire castle fell silent. Everyone originally just wanted to take advantage, but they didn't expect that a war would break out before they could get any advantage. This was a bit beyond their expectations. And the opponent he was fighting against was Cromwell, the 3rd-level knight commander of the Elk Duchy. Cromwell was no joke. Most of the people grew up listening to his legend, and Cromwell possessed the strength of level 3. Among the people present, the strongest was only level 1. We are here to take advantage, not to lose our lives. The atmosphere in the entire castle was suddenly extremely depressing. Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. The one who spoke was a wild knight. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to run outside. Yes. I remembered that soup was still cooking at home when I left. Oh, my grandma is about to give birth. I have to go back early. With the first one taking the lead, others started to find all kinds of bizarre reasons. At this moment, Catherine's face turned pale, and she could not believe what she saw. Boom. The wild knight who spoke first had just arrived at the gate, and the next moment he flew backwards and then crashed heavily to the ground. Poof. After landing, the wild knight only had time to spit out a mouthful of blood before he died. The other wild knights paused in their steps and looked straight out the door. I saw a man with an exaggerated figure slowly walking in. Zhou Tsang glanced coldly at the wild knights around him. Those who were swept by his glance became silent and lowered their heads involuntarily. When the aura of the 3rd-level creature on Zhou Tsang was released, everyone felt as if they were facing a prehistoric giant beast. Who else said they wanted to leave just now? Zhang Yi walked slowly forward and came in front of everyone. Isn't your grandma about to give birth? The wild knight who had just spoken showed an ugly smile on his face. I just remembered that my grandma has been dead for more than 10 years. I just drank too much. Zhang Yi did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he glanced at everyone. We have a very free environment here. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. On the contrary, we will take the initiative to see you off. If anyone else wants to leave, just say so. The crowd did not say anything, but cursed in their hearts. I'm offering to send you off. Where? To hell. Seeing that others were so aware of the current situation, Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems you made a wise decision. Believe me, you will be glad you made the decision today. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they had already boarded the pirate ship and it was too late to regret now. Cromwell arrived a little faster than everyone expected. Catherine had just gathered the motley crowd when the eldest prince's army appeared in their sight. Catherine's face didn't look good when she saw everyone trembling before the battle even started. How is it? What are the chances of winning this time? Zhang Yi carefully observed the movements of the army in the distance. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, there's no problem. Catherine finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zhang Yi say this. Cromwell on the opposite side was also observing Catherine's army in front. Seeing that group of rabble, Cromwell shook his head speechlessly. Fighting against this bunch of losers is simply an insult to myself. I don't know what's wrong with Catherine. Wouldn't it be better for her to be a princess peacefully? Why did she have to stand out and seek death? Thinking of this, Cromwell rode his white horse and slowly walked to the front. Princess Catherine, where are you? Catherine looked at Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Catherine understood and rode out on horseback as well. Mr. Cromwell, long time no see. 81. The Death of Cromwell. Cromwell looked at Catherine with complicated eyes, and after a moment he slowly said, Princess Catherine, if you ask them to surrender now, I promise you that I will definitely plead for you in front of the Grand Prince and spare your life. Catherine walked forward and nodded slightly to Cromwell. It was obvious that she also had great respect for the old knight commander. Sir Cromwell, you don't have to persuade me. As my father's daughter, I also have the right to inherit the kingdom. You cannot deny this. Cromwell didn't say anything, just nodded, then pulled the reins and returned to the team. Since words can't solve the problem, the only thing left to use is fists. Chant. Cromwell drew the crossed sword from his waist and pointed it forward. Silver Knights, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the 500 knights at the front rode their horses and began to trot forward. All troops attack. Catherine knew that with her 100 uncoordinated wild knights, they could never be a match for Cromwell's Silver Knights. So she simply ordered the army she had just assembled to launch a full-scale attack. Anyway, we don't seek to defeat the enemy, we just need to stop the Silver Knights for a while. Although the wild knights and the civilians who had just been summoned were afraid, they had no choice but to go forward. Boom. The knights of both sides collided fiercely. A mob is a mob. The moment the 1,100-man team came into contact with the 500 knights, all the people in the front fell down. The group of wild knights did not live up to Zhang Ye's high expectations. They were completely vulnerable and fell off their horses in the face of the attack from the Silver Knights. Fortunately, each of the wild knights at the front received a golden armor talisman. The eggshell defense shield formed by the golden armor talisman effectively protected them from being killed in one blow. At this time, the remaining 1,000 civilians rushed up with weapons in hand. When Zhang Yi recruited that group of civilians, he had no intention of training them properly. He simply gave each of them a wooden shield and a weapon. Fortunately, among these weapons, armor-piercing axes account for the majority. The timely arrival of the civilian army prevented the wild knights from being defeated in one blow. In the first round of contact with the wild knights, thanks to those golden armor talismans, the Silver Knights inevitably slowed down their speed. Now they seemed to be trapped in a swamp and could not increase their speed at all. Cromwell frowned. If a knight lost his speed on the battlefield, it would be very fatal. Then he waved his hand, and the 2,000 infantrymen behind him advanced forward in neat steps. At this time, Cromwell only left 500 guards. A loud wolf howl was heard. The noisy sounds on the battlefield could not cover up the melodious howl of a wolf. After hearing this, Cromwell frowned involuntarily. For some reason, he suddenly felt a palpitation that he had never felt before. Sir, look. The guard beside him suddenly pointed to his side with a look of horror. I saw a black line beginning to appear in the distance. Zhou Tsang led 10 Iron Wolf guards as the vanguard, and Zhang Yin led more than 1,500 Black Mountain soldiers as the rear guard. This force crashed heavily into Cromwell's rear formation. The array of Cromwell's 500 personal soldiers was easily torn apart by 10 Iron Wolf guards. Boom. The guandao in Zhou Tsang's hand and the crossed sword collided fiercely. Cromwell was old after all. Facing Zhou Tsang's powerful attack, he even retreated 5 steps instead of his horse before he could stop. Cromwell's face became very ugly at this time. The development of things seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that this battle would be effortless. I didn't expect that Catherine had a strong man under her command who was as strong as me, and the other party was younger. At this time, Cromwell held the sword in both hands. His expression became extremely serious, and he began to take it seriously. Who are you? Zhou Tsang. Zhou Tsang didn't say much. In his eyes, the old man in front of him was already dead. No need to talk too much to the dead. Feeling the contempt in Zhou Tsang's eyes, Cromwell was furious. Humph. Young man, you don't know your place. Seeing that Zhou Tsang was not riding a horse, Cromwell also dismounted in accordance with chivalrous virtues. Die, old man. The next moment, a flame suddenly emerged from the guandao in Zhou Tsang's hand and wrapped it tightly. Clang. Zhou Tsang's slash was still blocked by the crossed sword, but the scorching flames on the guandao made Cromwell unable to open his eyes for a moment. Bang. Cromwell was just distracted, and Zhou Tsang raised his foot and kicked him in the chest. The enormous force made him fly backwards and then fall heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Zhou Tsang swung his guandao and slashed at Cromwell on the ground. At the critical moment, Cromwell ignored the dignity of a knight and rolled to his side. Boom. Zhou Tsang used all his strength this time, and in an instant, mud and rocks flew everywhere, directly cutting a deep hole in the ground. Cromwell scrambled to his feet, but Zhou Tsang's Guandao was already slashing towards his waist. At this time, on the front battlefield, the motley crowd recruited by Catherine was on the verge of collapse. How could this group of bandits and poor people possibly be a match for the regular elite troops of the Elk Principality? At the critical moment, Guan Hai rushed out with a ring-handled knife in his hand. As a second-level creature, Guan Hai, as soon as he appeared, he directly split a knight of the Silver Knights on the opposite side into two halves from head to toe, including the man and the horse. That wild appearance immediately stunned both sides on the battlefield. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guan Hai took over the command of this motley crowd and launched a counterattack against the regular army on the opposite side. Guan Hai was worthy of being a local commander back then. He was also good at commanding troops. With the morale inspired by his bravery, he was able to turn the tide of the battle for a while. On the other side, under the command of Zhang Yan, the Black Mountain Army and the Iron Wolf Guards had killed all 500 of Cromwell's personal guards, and then surrounded the location where Zhou Tsang and Cromwell were fighting. Cromwell's situation became increasingly difficult under Zhou Tsang's aggressive offensive. Finally, after several rounds, he was killed by Zhou Tsang. When Zhou Tsang arrived at the main battlefield holding Cromwell's head, the regular army collapsed immediately. Some people surrendered on the spot, while others took the opportunity to flee in all directions. Only a small number of knights from the Silver Knights began to launch a desperate counterattack against Zhou Tsang. But how could they possibly be a match for Zhou Tsang, a level 3 creature? A moment later, Zhou Tsang was covered in blood, with a bunch of knights lying around him. 82. Affiliate Program. The army sent by the eldest prince was easily wiped out. His eldest brother's right-hand man, the third-level knight Commander Cromwell, fell. The victory was so magical that Catherine couldn't believe it for a moment. At this time, Zhang Yin drove a group of captives to Zhang Yi. "My lord, what should we do with these people? Should we?" Zhang Yin raised his hand and made a beheading gesture. Zhang Yi did not answer, but looked at Catherine. "They are from your Elk Duchy. You will be the queen of the Elk Duchy in the future. The fate of these people is in your hands." After saying that, he took Zhang Yin away without waiting for Catherine to speak. The battle was over and Guan Hai and others were cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, 400 members of the Grand Prince's Silver Knights were killed and 100 were captured. 500 ordinary infantrymen were captured and 500 were captured. All the field knights in Catherine's conscripted army were wiped out, and 600 infantrymen were killed or wounded. Zhang Ye's Black Mountain Army suffered only 200 casualties. Although they won the battle, Catherine's side suffered heavy losses. If there were no follow-up reinforcements, she would definitely not be able to withstand the next round of attacks from the eldest prince. But Zhang Ye's worries were unnecessary. He didn't know what kind of magic Catherine had, but in just half a day, all the 100 captured Silver Knights and 500 infantrymen agreed to join Catherine's team. With this addition and subtraction, Catherine's strength actually increased instead of decreased. Those veterans were much stronger than the previous civilians and wild knights. Now that he had some free time, Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards the territory closest to Black Swan Castle. At the same time, the situation in the Elk Duchy became increasingly worse. The offensive from other lord students continued to advance, causing the territories of the three princes to continue to shrink. Faced with this situation, the three princes had to secretly unite. "What? You're inviting me to a joint meeting to fight the invaders together?" Catherine looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. But Zhang Yi just raised his hand and waved the letter in his hand. "Yes, this is your eldest brother's handwritten letter." Catherine's face was a little flustered at this moment. "So, are we going then?" Catherine was still a little scared when she had to go and face her three brothers alone. "What are you afraid of? Don't forget that you are the future queen of the Elk Principality." An expression of disappointment appeared on Zhang Ye's face. But there was still a hint of fear in Catherine's eyes. "If we do this, Big Brother will definitely hate me to death. What if he sees me and wants me dead at all costs?" Zhang Yi didn't say anything, but pulled Zhou Tsang and others over and patted Zhou Tsang's bulging chest muscles. "Are you still scared now?" Feeling the three astonishing auras around her, Catherine somehow felt a rare calmness in her heart. "Remember, from now on we are all just your subordinates. If you need anything, just listen to my eyes." Catherine looked at Zhang Yi, then nodded heavily. In the evening, Catherine took Zhang Yi and others into a secret room. As Catherine activated it, 3 floating light screens suddenly appeared in front of them. The figures that appeared on the light screen were the 3 princes of the Elk Principality. The 3 people who were once enemies now have to join hands. Among the 3 people, the man in the center stared at Catherine with indignation. "Catherine, my dear sister, you really surprise me." By this time, Catherine had already adjusted her mentality in advance. Facing the eldest prince's murderous questioning, she was able to remain calm. Brother, I am also one of the heirs to the throne, and I want to sit on this seat too. Unlike the eldest prince who was angry, the other two princes looked as if they were watching a joke. Among the three of them, the eldest prince was the strongest. Seeing the fire in the eldest prince's backyard, the two of them were very happy. At the same time, the two people looked at Catherine with kind eyes. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. All right. We're here today to discuss how to deal with the mysterious intruder, not for this little thing. The second prince hurriedly tried to persuade him hypocritically. That's right, we'll talk about this later. Those invaders are the top priority. The third prince also interjected. After hearing what his two rivals said, the eldest prince had no choice but to give up. From what I know, those invaders are not a single group. My scouts have observed that they are fighting among themselves. Those people are very strange. They might be the outsiders mentioned in the book. This time they entered here, our elk principality has become their target. According to intelligence, it's not just us. The kingdom of Stan, which is farther away from us, seems to have also been invaded by these outsiders. Moreover, the outsiders there are even more powerful. A large number of lords in the kingdom of Stan have already fallen. The three princes talked to each other and soon found out the basic situation of Zhang Yi and others. They even knew a lot about Gao Er's battle situation. Even Zhang Yi didn't know this. At this time, after the information was exchanged, a bad fact was already in front of several people. At this time, the three princes all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They understood that if they did not take action at this time, their elk duchy would really cease to exist. Everyone, we can't waste time on internal affairs, otherwise those outsiders will reap the benefits. The eldest prince was the first to express the idea of peace, and the other two princes also nodded. At this time, they tacitly looked towards Catherine. Following Zhang Yi's suggestion, Catherine immediately joined this fragile alliance. Then the four of them divided their battle zones according to the location of their territories. Catherine was the weakest, so under the deliberate care of the second and third princes, she was only responsible for clearing the defense line south of Black Swan Castle. According to intelligence, there are only 3 Lord students to the south of Black Swan Castle, and their strength is average, so they will not pose much threat to Catherine. The second prince and the third prince will still need Catherine to attract the first prince's firepower in the future, so Catherine cannot be allowed to die so easily in the short term. An alliance of indigenous forces in the Elk Duchy was formed in such a quiet manner. After the meeting, the 3 parties withdrew their troops from the border and began to secretly gather troops in the rear. The group of Lord students were still unaware of this matter, and most of them were still immersed in the joy of capturing the native castle. At this time, behind the Grand Prince's territory, Green Sun Castle. Green Sun Castle was not occupied by a single Lord student. It was just that 5 Lord students from Singji High School joined forces and forcibly seized it. These 5 Lord students were very lucky. After entering the different time and space, they were assigned together. 83. Ranking. The combined strength of the troops under the command of the 5 Lords, not to mention that 2 of the students each have a first-level general. The Green Sun Castle is not like the Black Swan Castle that Zhang Yi encountered, which has a Count-level noble in charge. The strongest person in the entire Green Sun Castle is a baron with the strength of a first-level creature. 2-1, the baron was easily killed, and the 5 students immediately divided up Green Sun Castle. At this time, after looting Green Sun Castle, the 5 students from Singji High School began to set their sights on several other castles nearby. But unfortunately, when they were about to set off, the second prince's army came to attack. Nearly 5,000 infantrymen and 800 knights swept towards the lost castle in a mighty force. At this moment, the 5 students were completely terrified. The same scene happened to the other 2 princes. The 3 most powerful violent groups in the Elk Principality began to take action. The huge gap made these students unable to hold on. The group of students closest to the scene were the first to suffer a setback. They were beaten badly by the 3 princes, and the castle they had just occupied was lost. At this time, outside of different time and space, the school leaders all saw the miserable situation of the first-year high school students. Seeing that this group of people were still scattered and defeated, the leaders present all shook their heads. It seems that these high-level Lord students are still too naive. Even at this time, they still haven't thought of uniting. In contrast, the performance of the second-year Lord students on the other side made everyone nod their heads slightly. At least in the face of danger, they were able to put aside their factional prejudices and unite to fight the enemy together. At least they can distinguish between compatriots and foreigners. Teachers, you guys need to educate these freshmen when you go back. The director of the Education Bureau looked at the 6 school teachers helplessly. The teachers nodded in agreement. These freshmen have only just awakened their Lord talents. It's to be expected that they might be immature. The principal of Wintao High School explained slowly. The principal of Donghu High School quickly nodded and explained. Yeah, those guys are still young, with high expectations but low skills. Only after a few more setbacks will they understand the importance of cooperation. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After all, they had just awakened not long ago, and the envy and praise from the people around them were just as arrogant as before, and they had not yet fully understood themselves. There's nothing we can do about it. We've all been through this, and we can all understand it. Principal Liu, it seems like the students from your Wuyuan High School performed the best. An official from the Education Bureau exclaimed in admiration. The Principal Liu he was referring to was the principal of Wuyuan High School, Liu Xiangrong. At this time, in the rankings, from grade 1 to grade 3, students from Wuyuan High School occupied the majority, especially among the first-year students. 1. Jiang Junyao, Wuyuan High School. 2. Zhang Honghu, Donghu High School. 3. Zhou Kale, Donghu High School. 4. Jian Junjia, Wuyuan High School. 5. Ko Nanrong, Wuyuan High School. 6. Zhong Yuanhang, Wuyuan High School. 7. Zhang Yi, Nanshi High School. 8. Zhu Gang, Nanshi High School. 9. Shi Xiangming, Donghu High School. 10. He Miaoyan, Donghu High School. Among the top 10, Wuyuan High School occupied the majority, but the number of people from Donghu High School on the list surpassed Donghu High School, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Principal Ji, your school is planning to make a splash this time. No. Ji Yongxin spoke politely, but there was a look of pride on his face that was hard to conceal. Hey, this little guy is interesting. A voice drew everyone's attention back. The speaker was a deputy director of the Education Bureau. Everyone followed his gaze and saw in the corner of the screen a scene of Zhang Yi and Catherine going to attack other lords. At this time, she had the help of Zhang Yi and the halo of Catherine, the princess of the Elk Duchy. At this time, Catherine had 2,000 infantrymen and 300 knights under her command. Moreover, with the help of the surrendered soldiers from the eldest prince, Catherine's army finally got rid of the label of a mob. At this time, the assembled army was marching towards its destination in a mighty manner. The target can only be confirmed to be a Lord student, but Zhang Yi has no idea which high school he is from. If he is a classmate, then he can only blame his bad luck. Seeing that other students were struggling under the siege of the official forces of the Elk Principality, but Zhang Yi was doing well under the guise of Catherine, the gap between them widened immediately. Wow, what a talent. Principal Li, what's this young man's name? The director of the Education Bureau turned to look at Principal Li of Nanshi High School. Zhang Yi is considered a celebrity in Nanshi High School, and Principal Li certainly knows his name. Director, his name is Zhang Yi, and he's the monitor of our Nanshi High School's first grade class. At such a young age, you already know how to make a coat out of a tiger's skin. That's not easy. The director praised Zhang Yi generously. Principal Li's face was also like a blooming chrysanthemum. This time, Zhang Yi really made the principal of Nanshi High School proud. Ji Yongxin looked unhappy. The students of Nanshi High School performed so well, which was a slap in the face of Donghu High School. At this time, Zhang Yejing led the indigenous army to the Lord Student's residence. The Lord Student seemed to be of average strength. He did not succeed in capturing any castle, but only occupied a mining site. Faced with the indigenous army brought by Zhang Yi, the Lord Student fled away without thinking. Looking at the Donghu High School uniform the other person was wearing, Zhang Yi showed a sinister expression on his face. Since you're not one of us, then you're just unlucky. The student from Donghu High School did not escape this disaster and was directly eliminated by Zhang Yan. 10 points are obtained. Adding the 60 points he obtained at the beginning, Zhang Yi now has 70 points. 3 days later, 2 other Lord students also suffered at the hands of Zhang Yi. One of them was from Wintao High School, and the other was from Wuyuan High School. Fortunately, Zhang Yi did not meet his classmates, so the tragedy of fellow students killing each other was avoided. The elimination of the 3 Lord students greatly increased Catherine's territory. Similarly, with Catherine's identity, she was able to recruit a lot of troops. Things were developing well here, but something went wrong with the second prince. At this time, in a valley, a brutal siege was going on. A group of infantrymen and knights wearing armor of the Elk Duchy were surrounded in the center, their bodies covered in blood. Countless soldiers rushed towards them from all directions. Among the remaining soldiers who participated in the siege were minotaurs, werewolves, elves, and humans. 84, the second prince who failed. These soldiers are of different races, but at this moment they are able to work together. At this time, The soldiers of the Elk Duchy were obviously at a disadvantage and were surrounded. The generals of the Elk Duchy were 2 level 3 knights, but they were now entangled by 1 level 3 and 2 level 2 generals of the other side. Although it seemed that the Elk Duchy had the advantage in terms of high-end combat power, the condition of the 2 third-level knights did not look so good. Black air occasionally emerged from their faces, as if they had been poisoned. Because of this, the combat effectiveness of the 2 knights could only be maintained at 50% of the original, and they were suppressed by the opponent's 1 level 3 and 2 level 2 generals. Wow, Luo Mingqing, your poison is quite effective. After this victory, I'll give you 10% of the spoils. At the top of the valley, several students wearing uniforms of different schools were standing high up, looking down at the battlefield. A few days ago, the 3 princes joined forces to launch an attack, which indeed caused a lot of suffering to the first-year high school students at the beginning. But these students were just young, not stupid. When they came to their senses, they immediately thought of joining forces. Then Zhang Junyao from Wuyuan High School and Zhang Honghu from Donghu High School took the lead in extending invitations to nearby students. One of these 2 people is the son of an official, and the other is the second generation of a rich man. The 2 were quite famous in Wuyuan City Middle School. At their call, a group of students who had suffered losses and were unable to swallow their anger responded immediately. And so, a hastily formed alliance began. After discussion among everyone, they decided to divide and attack first and find a weak target to attack. Among the 3 princes of the Elk Duchy, the eldest prince is the most powerful and has the largest military force, so it is unrealistic to attack him first. The territory where the 3rd prince is located is covered with hills and has the most rugged terrain. Everyone is unfamiliar with the terrain, and if they go there rashly, they will easily be ambushed. After much thought, the 2nd prince is the easiest to deal with. So amidst everyone's discussions, a conspiracy against the 2nd prince was born. The 2nd prince has 2 third-level knights under his command. Among everyone, only Zhang Honghu has a 3rd-level general under his command, and Zhang Junyao has 2 2nd-level generals. It might be a bit unrealistic to want to deal with the other side's 2 3rd-level knights. At this moment, the appearance of a person solved the problem. Luo Mingqing appeared with a bottle of black liquid in his hand and told everyone that as long as they could find a way to make the 2 third-level knights take it, everything could be easily solved. The status of the 2 third-level knights at this time also verified that what Luo Mingqing said was true. Facing everyone's praise, Luo Mingqing just nodded modestly. No one noticed that a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth at this moment. What? The 2nd prince was defeated and disappeared. When Catherine received the battle report, she was shocked by what was recorded in it. Although the 2nd prince was not as strong as his elder brother, the eldest prince, he was not weak either. Why did he suddenly get defeated and disappear? And it wasn't just an ordinary defeat, it was almost the annihilation of the entire army. At this time, in the conference room, on the screen, the solemnity on the faces of the eldest prince and the 3rd prince could no longer be concealed. They felt that things seemed to have gone beyond their expectations. My people were near the battlefield at the time. They said they saw the bodies of the 2nd brother and the 2 knight commanders. The eldest prince slowly told the unfortunate news. It seems that the mysterious invaders are much stronger than we expected. Now 1/3 of the territory of the Elk Principality has fallen. After saying this, the eldest prince looked deeply at Catherine and the 3rd prince. Catherine, 3rd brother, we must respond, otherwise the Elk Duchy may cease to exist. After the eldest prince finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Catherine was about to agree, but Zhang Yi on the opposite side stopped her with a look. After a long time, the 3rd prince finally spoke with difficulty. Okay, I agree, but I have a condition. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces cannot be handed over to you. The eldest prince's face was full of indifference at this time. If you don't give it to me, how can I give it to you? Don't forget, if you don't trust me, I won't trust you either. It's easy, leave it to Catherine. Catherine, who was acting as a small transparent person at the side, was suddenly surprised. What? Me? The 3rd prince nodded. That's right, Catherine. The eldest prince, and I simply cannot cooperate wholeheartedly. I don't feel safe handing my army over to him. But Catherine, you are the weakest among us. You also betrayed your brother. The conflict between you and the eldest prince is equally irreconcilable. We can only rest assured if we leave it to you. Catherine did not agree immediately, but looked at her brother, the eldest prince. But after pondering for a moment, the eldest prince also nodded. Catherine, there's no need to hide. The fact that you were able to deal with Cromwell proves that you're definitely not as simple as we thought. We don't want to know your hidden cards. This matter is settled. Catherine was about to speak when she saw Zhang Yi signaling her to agree. After taking a deep breath, her eyes became firm. Okay, I promise. When will the army arrive? After the meeting, Zhang Yi returned to his bedroom and began to ponder. Before, the two princes were far away from Catherine, and they didn't know Catherine's true situation, so everything was easy to fool them. Once the two sides meet, Zhang Yi and others will be exposed. After all, the only ones who are truly powerful under Catherine are Zhang Yi and others, and Zhang Yi looks completely different from them. After all, this is a world with a Western fantasy background, and these people look like Europeans and Americans. Zhang Yi and others, who are of the Oriental race, are incompatible with them. The previous killing of Cromwell made the two princes believe that Catherine had a mysterious master under her command. After the three armies reunite, the two of them will definitely look for the true identity of that master. This matter cannot be concealed. At this point, Zhang Yi must train a master under Catherine that will satisfy the opponent. But there was a bunch of useless people under Catherine's command, and none of them were useful. After racking his brains for a long time, Zhang Yi decided to let Catherine choose for herself. What? You have a way to make a person's strength soar. Catherine stared at Zhang Yi with shining eyes. Looking at that muscular body, Zhang Yi didn't even want to look at her. Yes, there is only one. Pick your own candidate. Not caring about the perfunctory tone in Zhang Yi's voice, Catherine stared at Zhang Yi shyly. Why are you doing this worthless thing? If you have something to say, just say it. What do you think of this candidate? What do you think of me? After listening, Zhang Yi looked Catherine up and down. This strong physique seemed to be very suitable. Okay, but you have to be aware of the consequences. As he spoke, Zhang Yi handed over the bottle of middle-level demon blood. 85. Catherine Bogan. As soon as Catherine took the test tube containing middle-level demon blood, she felt a burning heat emanating from it, accompanied by an undisguised malice. There was a hint of hesitation in Catherine's eyes. Well, do you know what you're going to pay? If you're afraid, you'd better just be a vase. Zhang Yi's cold words made Catherine stunned, and the next moment the hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. I know my own strength. If I want to control the entire Elk Principality in the future, relying on others is futile. I can only rely on myself. After saying that, Catherine pulled out the stopper of the test tube, tilted her head back, and swallowed the middle-level demon blood into her mouth. Wow, it's rare that you still have such an idea. I underestimated you. Zhang Yi shook his head. The next moment, a burst of heat accompanied by wisps of black air was released from Catherine's body. Zhang Yi has done everything she should do, and the rest depends on herself. He went out and summoned 2 Black Mountain soldiers to guard outside the door and not let anyone in. After doing all this, Zhang Yi walked straight outside. At this time, outside Black Swan Castle, a large number of newly recruited soldiers were intensively training. With the elimination of 3 Lord students, Catherine's territory expanded again. Similarly, as the territory expands, more people can be recruited. With the blessing of Princess Catherine's halo, the recruitment process went very smoothly. Zhang Yi had plenty of food and fodder, enough to keep him full. In addition, by fighting for the princess, you might even win her heart. There are too many civilians and wild knights who have this in mind. In just 3 days, Catherine had recruited 2,000 civilians and 200 wild knights. Together with the original troops, there were now 300 knights and 3,000 infantrymen in Black Swan Castle. As for equipment, the wild knights came with their own ancestral armor and weapons, while the infantrymen's weapons were all captured in previous battles. With a patchwork of pieces, a motley crowd was born again. During this period, under the training of a group of veterans, this motley crowd finally learned how to deploy troops and obey orders. Of course, Zhang Yi's requirements for them were not high. After all, in Zhang Yi's mind, these guys were just cannon fodder. The Lord still relies on the soldiers in his own territory, and these natives can only be used temporarily. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Catherine took the middle-level demon blood. The departure time scheduled with the 2 princes is tomorrow, and it would be a lie for Zhang Yi to say that he is not in a hurry. Now he was relying on Princess Catherine to stay in the Elk Duchy. If anything happened to her, all his plans would be ruined. Damn it! Why did I agree to let her take it herself? Zhang Yi began to regret his previous decision. But it seems a little too late now. The middle demon blood has already entered Catherine's stomach anyway. Amitba, please don't let anything happen to you. It seemed as if Zhang Yi's prayer was heard. Boom. The door of the conference room where Catherine was suddenly exploded, and a hot breath spread out from it. This sudden situation attracted the attention of many people. Zhou Tsang, Guan Hai and Zhang Yan came to Zhang Yi's side at the first time. Several people stared at the blown-open door. A moment later, a majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. Catherine. Strength, level 2 creature. Strength, 28. Speed, 25. Willpower, 20. Constitution, 27. Skill, Blood Warlock. Catherine, who has the blood of the Baylor demon, is proficient in using various fire magics. Demonic physique. Catherine's body is greatly enhanced, and wound healing speed is increased by 35%. Extremely evil will. Catherine will be attacked by the devil's will, and as time goes by, she will gradually transform into a pure devil. Looking at Catherine's current appearance, Zhang Yi couldn't bear to look at it. If Catherine was a strong Barbie before, then now, with the blessing of the Baylor bloodline, the strong Barbie has turned into the demon Bagong. The body was 2 times thicker than before, and the originally angular muscles had now become rounded. At the same time, a layer of red stratum corneum appears on the surface of the skin. At this moment, Catherine exuded a faint sense of oppression. In Zhang Ye's eyes, if Catherine was just a bigger vase before, now she has established her own standards in this different time and space. With the strength of a second-level creature, plus the fire magic that comes from her own body, in this Western fantasy low magic space and time, ordinary third-level knights probably can't do anything to her. If the two princes saw it, they would probably believe that Cromwell was killed by Catherine using fire magic. How does it feel? Catherine clenched her hands, feeling the surging power within her body. A hint of intoxication emerged on her face. Is this the joy that powerful strength brings? It's truly intoxicating. Zhang Yi showed a strange smile on his face. Don't be too happy too soon. You have to pay for what you get. I hope you can maintain this mentality when the time comes. The side effect of the Baylor bloodline is that the user's personality will gradually change towards that of a demon. The speed of this process is related to the user's will. The higher the will, the slower the process will become. But Zhang Yi saw that Catherine's will attribute was not very high, and she was obsessed with her own power. Zhang Yi believes that this process is not too late. Now that Catherine has come out, everyone gathered and headed towards their destination. The gathering place agreed upon with the two princes was Tamakin Town, a small town at the junction of the territories of the eldest prince and the second prince. The town of Tamakin got its name from its abundant gold sands, and it was originally a place that both sides had to fight for. The mountain roads there were rugged, so it had not been occupied by the group of Lord students in a short period of time. When Catherine and others arrived at Tamakin Town, the armies of the eldest prince and the third prince had already arrived. When the two saw Catherine now, there was a hint of understanding in their eyes. They originally guessed that Catherine's current situation was due to the help of a mysterious person, but they never expected that the mysterious person was Catherine herself. I received news earlier that Earl Baker of Black Swan Castle was secretly performing an evil ritual, and it seems that Catherine finally succeeded. The eldest prince thought with jealousy. The eldest prince had long known that Count Baker was trying to use an evil ritual to achieve immortality. But Earl Baker was not the only one who did this kind of thing. And Earl Baker was not the only one who did this kind of thing in the Principality of Elk. The corruption and degeneration in the aristocratic circle was unimaginable, but how many people succeeded? The eldest prince didn't take it seriously at first. But now, he actually had some ideas in his mind and made up his mind to recruit a few alchemists after returning. 86. Being a fisherman is not bad. At this time, the largest official force of the Elk Principality was gathered in this remote town. Together with the army brought by Catherine, there were a total of more than 15,000 infantry and 3,000 knights. Among them, there are 6 masters with the strength of third-level creatures. 4 of them belong to the Great Prince. After seeing the basic situation of this coalition, Zhang Yi finally understood why the second prince wanted to join forces with the third prince. This gap is not a small one. With such a terrifying coalition, Zhang Yi is full of anticipation for the next meeting with a group of Lord students. At this time, the morale of the opposing team was greatly boosted after the last great victory, and then many students rushed towards this alliance. At this time, most of the first-year high school students have gathered in the alliance. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When there are more people, everyone's thoughts become more active. The original alliance was formed by Jiang Junyao from Wuyuan High School and Zhang Honghu from Donghu High School. But as the alliance continued to grow, the two people's little tricks began to emerge. Jiang Junyao is the son of an official, and the other students in the alliance have always looked up to him. Zhang Honghu is the strongest, has the support of his family, and has a group of followers under him. The relationship between the two sides began to become delicate. The alliance that had just grown stronger now had cracks. When the war was about to break out, an unexpected event directly interrupted the original plans of both sides. Boom. Suddenly, A huge noise erupted from the distant valley, accompanied by flames and shouts of killing. Such a big commotion immediately attracted the attention of both sides. What is that? Catherine looked at the valley in the distance with a serious expression. Zhang Yi did not answer immediately, as he had never seen such a scene before. My lord, there are high-level creatures fighting in the distance. Zhou Tsang walked up to Zhang Yi, his eyes full of solemnity. The creatures that even Zhou Tsang found difficult to deal with were at least level 3 or above. Moreover, the shouting and screaming coming from a distance gave Zhang Yi some guesses in his mind. I'm going to go out for a while. Gather your troops and listen to my signal. After giving instructions to Catherine, Zhang Yi took Zhou Tsang and others and ran towards their destination. At this time, the opposite side also had the same reaction. Jiang Junyao, Zhang Honghu, and other students who were confident in their own abilities all ran towards the valley. At this time, in the valley, 5 burly figures were fighting fiercely in midair, and a large group of soldiers were fighting hard below. Jing Guanyuan was encountered by the 2 of us brothers, and you still want to escape safely? The speakers were a pair of twins wearing Donghu High School uniforms, while their opponents were wearing Wu Yuan High School uniforms. It was obvious that this was a showdown between senior high school students. In the air was a 4th-level general named Jing Guanyuan, facing 4 3rd-level generals from the 2 brothers of the Peng family. Although the general under Jing Guanyuan was the strongest, the 4 generals under the 2 brothers of the Peng family cooperated very well. There seemed to be some kind of formation between the 4 of them, and they were able to suppress the 4th-level general. The same situation was with the soldiers under them. The number of soldiers under the command of the 2 Peng brothers was 4 times that of Jing Guanyuan. At this moment, Jing Guanyuan's expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Peng Zhua, Peng Yu, I'm unlucky to have run into you too. Name your price. But the 2 twins opposite showed a sinister smile on their faces. Brother, I'm sorry, someone from your school has offered us a price to take care of you. That's right, don't blame us. We took money from others to help them get rid of disasters. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending them. At this time, Jing Guanyuan's face turned very ugly. I'll pay double what the other party offers. It's too late. We have professional ethics. Just when Jing Guanyuan was feeling anxious, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Jiang Junyao, who had just arrived. At this moment, the Wu Yuan High School uniform on Jiang Junyao became so familiar in his eyes. Junior, I'm Jing Guanyuan, a senior in high school. Help me stop these 2 people. I'll reward you handsomely after you succeed. How much strength can a freshman in high school have? Jing Guanyuan is really desperate now. He will take whatever he can get. The 2 brothers of the Peng family were about to laugh when they saw a large group of Lord students rushing up from behind Jiang Junyao. Although they are both in their 3rd year of high school, they can't withstand the human wave tactics of so many freshmen. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of both of them. But the next moment, they both saw Zhang Honghu surrounded by people in the crowd. The Donghu High School uniform on Zhang Honghu was so dazzling at this moment. Zhang Xueti, help us stop those people from Wu Yuan High School. After that, we owe you a favor. Zhang Honghu comes from a wealthy family and was very generous when he was in Donghu High School. Everyone in Donghu High School knew him. When Zhang Honghu heard the 2 Peng brothers say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. When it comes to money, Zhang Honghu might be dismissive, but favors are different. The 2 brothers of the Peng family are also well known in Donghu High School. The 2 brothers have the same territory attributes and cooperate well with each other. They are rare masters among the school's Lord students. There are many benefits to gaining favor from both of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Honghu's eyes began to become dangerous when he looked at Jiang Junyao. Jiang Junyao also felt Zhang Honghu's burning gaze. Brother Zhang, you have to think carefully. But Zhang Honghu seemed to have made up his mind long ago. Facing Jiang Junyao's persuasion, he just showed a sneer on his face. Brother Jiang, there's nothing I can do. After all, the 2 Peng brothers are from my Donghu High School. I can't just stand by and watch them die. As they were talking, the subordinates of both sides were already on the verge of a fight. At this time, Zhang Yi was eating melon in the grass in the distance. The severity of the incident was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that before he even started fighting with them, they would start to fall into chaos among themselves. Wow, it looks like I'm destined to be the fisherman today. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out a stool from his territory and sat in the grass to watch the show. Jiang Junyao and Zhang Honghu finally started fighting, and their subordinates also started a fight. Wu Yuan High School and Donghu High School were fighting, and the students from the other 4 high schools were very sober and watched from the sidelines. Among that group of people, Zhang Yi also saw Zhu Gang and other classmates from Nanchur High School. Zhang Yi also saw Luo Mingcheng, He Miaoyan, and other people who had a conflict with him, but for some reason, Luo Mingqing actually stayed next to Zhang Honghu. Judging from his position, he seemed to have a good status in Zhang Honghu's camp. At this time, Zhu Gang was like Zhang Yi. He brought out a stool and held a piece of watermelon in his hand. He started to judge with the classmates around him while eating. With the 4 high schools in this state, the students of Weiyuan and Donghu were so angry. Isn't it obvious that you want to watch a show? The next moment, people from both sides began to quote prices to the students from the 4 high schools. After all, money can move people's hearts. When the price starts to rise to a certain level, some people around start to be tempted. Gradually, some people began to join the battlefield. The intensity of the battle was further increased. 87. Challenge the limits. Greed blinds the mind. Zhang Yi sat in the distance and shook his head helplessly. For a little bit of profit, these people even forgot the purpose of coming here. After this great battle, this group of people were definitely badly damaged. If an indigenous army discovered them at this time, they would all be killed here. Really? What does their life or death have to do with me? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi hurriedly took out a pen and paper from his arms, wrote something, and then summoned Wang Kai over. Give this paper to Catherine, the woman who looks like Bagong. Be good and run. Wang Kai picked up the piece of paper and ran quickly to the back. Only then did Zhang Yi have the mind to continue watching the farce in the distance. What made him happy was that Zhu Gang, who always did things without thinking, was sitting on the stool at this time, contrary to his usual behavior, but the watermelon in his hand turned into a handful of melon seeds. No matter what price the 2 parties offer, Zhu Gang remains firmly in his seat. The 2 groups did think about dragging Zhu Gang into the water, but after looking at the burly figure covered in red behind Zhu Gang, they gave up the idea after thinking for a moment. As the second person in the Lord class of Nanshur High School besides the class monitor Zhang Yi, Zhu Gang's information is definitely in the intelligence manual of students from the other 5 colleges and universities. Without complete certainty, everyone had no confidence in taking action against him, and they also had concerns. If we take action first and force Zhu Gang to the opposite camp, we will be in trouble. My lord, are we really not going to leave? Grom looked at the battlefield below, his heart already eager to try. The orcs' desire for battle is ingrained in their bones. But Zhu Gang acted out of character at this moment. Grom, I have a concern. My lord, is there any concern that cannot be resolved with fists? I wonder what Brother Yi would do if he were here. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Gang's originally furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. Based on my understanding of Brother Yi, he will definitely sit back and wait for the other party to raise the price. What is this called? That's right, a seller's market. It's a seller's market now. Don't be impatient. Let's raise the appearance fee. The main characters always appear last. At this time, Catherine in the rear had gathered the entire army after receiving Zhang Ye's order and began to slowly advance towards the distant valley. On Zhang Ye's side, after a period of confrontation, both sides were surprised to find that the guys on the opposite side had the same golden armor talisman as themselves, and more than one person had it. Then, a strange scene appeared. A group of generals with golden eggshells on their heads rushed to the front. Neither side could hurt each other. The group of people seemed to be playing bumper cars. Among them, Nanshur High School has the highest proportion of students who own golden armor talismans, and basically everyone has 2 or 3 on hand. After a period of confrontation, the 2 brothers of the Peng family were the first to lose their patience. The eldest brother Peng Zhui took out a gorgeous crossbow from his arms and aimed it at the 4th-level general under Jin Guangyuan. When Jin Guangyuan saw Peng Zhui take out the crossbow, his expression changed drastically. Soul-devouring crossbow. How could you possibly have such a thing? Peng Zhui's mouth corners rose slightly, and then he pulled the trigger. Call out. A black light suddenly flashed and flew quickly towards the 4th-level general. Careful. Before Jin Guangyuan could finish his words, the black light had already hit the abdomen of the 4th-level general. Puff. The huge force of the arrow caused the 4th-level general to fall rapidly downwards, leaving a string of blood beads along the way. The 4 third-level generals on the opposite side took the opportunity to fly forward. With such a good opportunity, they must get rid of the 4th-level general. But at this time, because of their anxiety, the distance between the 4 third-level generals unknowingly widened. The 4th-level general who fell to the ground and was dying suddenly opened his eyes. Brush. A sword energy that shattered the void suddenly flew out from the ground. Caught off guard, 2 of the 4 third-level generals were immediately split in 2. The 4-man formation was immediately broken, and the 4th-level general who had fallen to the ground flew into the sky and appeared behind the remaining 2 third-level generals in the blink of an eye. Take my sword. Before the 2 could react, a cold light came towards them. Puff. The head of one of the third-level generals was immediately separated from his body, and blood splattered from his neck. After killing 3 enemy generals, the 4th-level general under Jin Guangyuan did not go to chase the last 3rd-level general, but turned the sword, and in an instant a sharp sword light flew directly towards the 2 brothers of the Peng family. Fuck! The 2 brothers of the Peng family really didn't expect this situation. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The sword light was directly approaching them, and the 2 brothers of the Peng family turned into 2 white lights and disappeared. This also means that the 2 brothers of the Peng family are directly eliminated. Puff! After the crisis was resolved, the 4th-level general suddenly vomited blood, and then his whole body quickly weakened. The next moment, he actually fell directly from midair. General Xiaochuan. After seeing this scene, Jin Guangyuan's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the place where the general fell. At this time, the general named Xiaochuan had collapsed to the ground with a deathly look on his face. My lord, Xiaochuan may not be able to accompany. Before he finished speaking, Xiaochuan paused for a moment, then turned into white light and disappeared in the air. There was a hint of sadness in Jin Guangyuan's eyes. Once the lord reaches a certain level, there will be no shortage of resurrection items. But Xiaochuan was hit by the soul-devouring crossbow, and his soul was completely destroyed, making it impossible for him to be resurrected. In other words, once he died, he would be dead forever. At this time, Zhang Honghu and others began to look at Jin Guangyuan with dangerous eyes. At this time, on Gao Yi's side, because Zhang Honghu's family was rich, his offer was far higher than Jiang Junyao. With the power of money, the number of students joining Zhang Honghu far exceeds that of Jiang Junyao. At this time, after a period of fighting, Zhang Honghu's camp had gained the upper hand and completely suppressed Jiang Junyao's camp. Zhang Honghu, who now had his hands free, had a dangerous thought in his mind when facing Jin Guangyuan, whose strength had been greatly weakened. You have to know that in a large occasion like the joint entrance examination of 6 schools, there are definitely leaders from all parties watching outside. If you defeat a strong senior high school student right under their noses, it will be very difficult. Not to mention the entire Weiyuan High School, even in the entire Weiyuan city, it would be extremely explosive news. Dad, just wait a few days to hear about your eldest son's heroic deeds. At this time, Zhang Honghu turned around and gestured to the lackeys beside him, and Luo Mingxing was also among them. As lackeys, everyone immediately understood Zhang Honghu's idea. This is an attempt to challenge the limits. But the opponent was a senior high school student, and everyone started to worry again. Jin Guangyuan is not an ordinary senior high school student. Among the entire senior class of Weiyuan High School, his ability can be ranked in the top 3. Even though he is now much weaker, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak the other party is, they are not something that a bunch of weaklings like them can deal with. 88. Going to war. As if sensing everyone's doubts, Zhang Honghu held up 3 fingers. I will compensate you 3 times for your losses. As soon as these words were spoken, the hesitation in everyone's eyes was replaced by determination. Don't worry, big brother. Leave this to us. Just wait for the right moment and finish him off. After saying that, a group of people rushed towards Jin Guangyuan. Humph. You've become so capable that you even dare to take advantage of me. At this time, Jin Guangyuan had just lost a 4th-level general and was heartbroken. This group of people rushing over gave him a channel to vent his anger. As Jin Guangyuan thought about it, a large number of troops were summoned out from the territory. Although his strongest general has died, he still has backup generals. In an instant, 1 level 3 and 2 level 2 generals appeared beside him. At the same time, a golden light appeared on Jin Guangyuan's body. When the light dissipated, he was covered with a set of golden armor. Kill them. 3 generals and a group of soldiers went to meet them. Jin Guangyuan stared at Zhang Honghu intently. Although the rules state that senior year students have to take the initiative against freshmen, as long as freshmen take action first, senior year students can fight back. Zhang Honghu was very clear about this, so he just promised his men huge profits to do it, but he himself watched coldly. Seeing that Zhang Honghu was determined to watch the show, Jin Guangyuan was angry but helpless, and immediately vented his anger on the group of people. Boom. A long spear hit the ground hard, and the huge impact force directly knocked the surrounding soldiers away. Then Jin Guangyuan turned his wrist and swept to the side. A 1st-level general who wanted to sneak attack him flew out with blood spitting out of his mouth. Zhang Honghu couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw Jin Guangyuan being so brutal. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky that he didn't do it himself, otherwise he would have suffered a lot today. On the other side, Jiang Junyao saw Jin Guangyuan's current situation and had no intention of going forward to support him. Instead, He stood aside and did nothing. He thought clearly that Jin Guanyuan's strength was greatly damaged now. It would take a long time to train a 4th-level general, and the resources consumed would be enormous. Jin Guanyuan is now in his 3rd year of high school. In other words, even before the college entrance examination, he may not be able to recover to his original state. Such a person has lost his usefulness to Jiang Junyao. It is not worthwhile to lose one's strength for such a person. Moreover, at this time, he and others are just watching from the sidelines, and Zhang Honghu and others will definitely suffer heavy losses if they want to deal with Jin Guanyuan. At that time, he will be able to take advantage of the situation. Now, the first thing he had to consider was to find a way to drag those people watching the show nearby into the water. Thinking of this, Jiang Junyao secretly glanced at Zhu Gang, who was sitting there eating melon seeds. At this time, Catherine had brought her army to the outside of the valley and hid there, and informed Zhang Yi of the news through Wang Kai. After receiving the news, Zhang Ye's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. The fun is about to begin. The battle below was still fierce. What no one expected was that Jin Guanyuan's combat ability was so outstanding that ordinary 2nd-level generals were no match for him. Everyone watched helplessly as one of their 2nd-level generals was shot directly in the heart by him. Next, everyone was nervous when facing Jin Guanyuan, fearing that the enemy's firepower would be concentrated on themselves. On the other side, Jiang Junyao and others began to deliberately approach the position of the spectators. How could anyone be fooled by such an obvious trick? Seeing Jiang Junyao and the others approaching, Zhu Gang picked up a stool and retreated. Seeing this, the others also retreated to the rear. It made Jiang Junyao very angry. At this time, only half of Zhang Honghu's brothers were left by Jin Guanyuan, and he was not unscathed either. Of the 2 2nd-level generals, one died and the other was seriously injured. The only remaining 3rd-level general was also covered in blood. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a long horn sounded from outside the valley, drawing everyone's attention back. The next moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and in the distance, a group of fully armored knights rushed towards the crowd. The number of knights was surprisingly large, and people couldn't see the end of them at a glance. Fuck, those natives from the Elk Principality. What's going on? How did they know we were here? We have a traitor among us. As many knights rushed into the valley. As the saying goes, if there are more than 1,000 people, they will cover the sky. If there are more than 10,000 people, they will be boundless and without a shore. In the eyes of many Lord students, the more than 15,000 infantrymen simply filled the mountains and plains and blocked out the sky. The visual effect is absolutely amazing. The warhorse was moving at a very fast speed and crashed directly into the crowd of people fighting. The huge impact force brought by the warhorse directly tore a big hole in it. The 15,000 infantrymen who followed quickly joined in and expanded the results of the battle. At this time, Zhang Yi and others came to a high place and remotely controlled the entire battlefield. 6 3rd-level knights from the 1st prince and the 3rd prince were also sent out. Jin Guanyuan reacted the fastest. Stop fighting. Quickly form a formation to stop those knights. Jin Guanyuan understood that if he didn't find a way to slow down the speed of the knights, it wouldn't take long for the other side to break through his formation. Everyone present was a lord, so how could they not understand the dangers of heavy cavalry? Just as Jin Guanyuan finished speaking, other lords had already begun to command their soldiers and formed a battle formation. After the opponent suffered heavy casualties, the knight's speed began to slowly decrease. But the large number of infantrymen that followed further compressed the space for everyone. Zhu Gang and others were a little distance away from the battlefield because they had been eating melons on the side. After the coalition forces of the Elk Principality rushed out, they just managed to hide away. That's the indigenous army. Should we go down and help them? That's right. Even if our brother is staring at the wall, we can't just stand by and watch him die. But there are too many natives here. There are at least 3,000 knights. If we charge in with so few people, I'm afraid we won't even make a splash. Everyone started arguing with each other. Zhu Gang wanted to summon his orc warriors to join the battlefield right away, but the next moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a giant wolf appearing in the enemy camp in the distance. Wait, isn't this brother Ye's Wang Kai? Zhang Yi had once shown off Wang Kai to him in private, and Zhu Gang still remembers its majestic and domineering appearance. After looking carefully for a long time, Zhu Gang confirmed that it was indeed Wang Kai. Since Wang Kai is on the opposite side, does that mean Zhang Yi is inside? Moreover, Wang Kai appeared in front of the enemy so openly, but the enemy turned a blind eye to it. This can only mean a possibility suddenly flashed through Zhu Gang's mind. No way, brother Yi is so awesome. 89. Chasing. The crowd of onlookers were about to rush down and join the battlefield, but were stopped by Zhu Gang. Brother Gang, what's wrong? A student from Wintao High School asked with a puzzled look. Zhu Gang's strength is also among the best among the first-year high school students. After getting along with them for a period of time, he also gained a group of younger brothers. At this time, facing the younger brother's question, Zhu Gang just shook his head. Something's not right. You'll know once you see it. Don't be impatient. On the other side, Zhang Honghu had given up on besieging Jing Guanyuan and instead quickly recalled his generals to stop the knights. Jing Guanyuan, Jiang Juniao, and other capable students did the same and summoned their own generals. The advance of the Knights of the Elk Duchy was slowed down, and coupled with the desperate obstruction of the soldiers under the command of the students, knights were constantly pulled off their horses and then surrounded and killed. With the addition of many generals, the coalition offensive of the Elk Duchy was curbed and casualties gradually increased. Just when everyone thought they had gained a firm foothold and were preparing to counterattack, puff! A pig-headed man with the strength of a second-level creature suddenly had his body separated. The pig-headed warrior was a Lord student from Donghu High School. The pig-headed warrior had strong attack power and high defense, and was usually very famous among the people. His sudden death immediately caught everyone's attention. The one who just killed him was a knight without a helmet. The knight's face was weathered, and there were traces of blood on the crossed sword in his hand. But the aura he exudes is impossible to underestimate. That is the aura that only a third-level creature can have. He's the opposing commander. Kill him. Just as everyone was about to rush forward, attempting to surround and kill him with human wave tactics, the next moment, 5 armored warriors jumped out from behind the old knight. The aura released by those 5 people was actually no different from that of the old knight. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield became extremely quiet. Kill all of these enemies of the duchy and avenge the second prince and the fallen duchy warriors. A loud voice came from behind, and then Catherine appeared. Catherine appeared with the halo of a princess, boosting the morale of all the Elk Duchy warriors present. For the princess, for glory, revenge. With the 6 powerful warriors with the strength of third-level creatures, the group of Lord students could no longer resist as before. Many people began to flee to the rear while the situation was still unclear. With someone taking the lead, the scale of the rout became larger and larger. Jing Guanyuan and others were unwilling to accept this, but faced with this situation, they were powerless and could only follow the crowd and run away. Zhang Yi stared at the direction where Jing Guanyuan and others left. Among all the people, only the senior student in the 3rd year of high school is the most valuable, and Zhang Yi cannot let him go. Then, he handed the place over to Catherine, and Zhang Yi asked her to select 3 third-level knights to follow him to pursue Jing Guanyuan. At this time, Zhang Yi was wearing an ordinary set of knight armor. Outsiders always thought that Zhang Yi was just a personal guard beside Catherine and didn't think much about it. A moment later, Zhang Yi and 3 level 3 knights chased in the direction of Jing Guanyuan. Although Jing Guanyuan and others had already escaped from Zhang Yi's sight at this time, with Wang Kai tracking them, Zhang Yi was not afraid of not finding them. Because Jing Guanyuan's strength far exceeded that of the first-year high school students, he gradually distanced himself from the others during the escape process. After running for a while and making sure that no one would catch up with him, Jing Guanyuan stopped. At this time, his face looked very ugly. He was really unlucky in this joint examination of 6 schools. Not only did his trusted and beloved general, the 4th-level General Xiao Chuan, die completely, but more than half of his soldiers were also lost. After calming down, he began to review this action. It is obvious that they encountered the Peng Jia brothers during the process and were being hunted. There must be someone behind all this. The 2 brothers of the Peng family also said at the beginning that it was his own people who offered to deal with him. At this time, they are already in their 3rd year of high school and are about to take the college entrance examination. It is obvious that someone is deliberately trying to ruin their future by paying a large sum of money to hire someone to deal with them. That 4th-level general was trained by me since the 1st year of high school. It took me 2 years and consumed a huge amount of resources. It is simply impossible to train one from scratch. Bang! Jing Guanyuan punched the ground hard. No matter who you are, don't let me find you, otherwise. How about otherwise? A strange voice suddenly came from behind him, startling Jing Guanyuan, and he quickly turned around. I saw a knight riding on the back of a giant wolf, staring at Jing Guanyuan intently. At the same time, the giant wolf was sticking out its long tongue and panting. By the way, you run really fast. Look how tired my Wang Kai is. Oh, Jing Guanyuan looked at the knight with a hint of amusement on his face. I never thought that there would be a master like you among this bunch of natives. But you don't think I can let you guys do whatever you want just because I've suffered heavy losses. As he spoke, 2 generals, one level 3 and one level 2, appeared behind Jin Guangyuan. Similarly, Jin Guang flashed with golden light, and the previous set of armor was already on his body. You guys haven't been here before, so I'm afraid you haven't seen my strength yet. There's nothing I can do about it. You're just unlucky. Promise me, you won't do this again next time. Faced with Jin Guangyuan's threat, the knight did not speak. The next moment, the bushes behind the knight shook, and then 2 level 3 knights walked out. The warhorses of these 2 knights were not as fast as Wan's size. Seeing Zhang Ye's receding back, the 2 knights were decisive. They abandoned their warhorses and relied on their physical bodies to accelerate with all their strength and finally caught up. At this moment, the aura of the 3rd level creatures was released from the 2 knights, and Jin Guangyuan's slightly smug smile froze instantly. Fuck, you're showing off. Brush. Jin Guangyuan recalled the 2 generals beside him into his territory. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran straight into the distance. If the opponent's 2 3rd-level creatures fight against him, even if he wins, he will suffer heavy losses. Now, in his hands, only the 3rd-level general can break through to the 4th level in the shortest time. If something happens to him, my college entrance examination will be really over. After thinking for a moment, Jin Guangyuan decided that it would be best to leave. Sir, the other party has already run away. Why chase after him? A 3rd-level knight asked in a muffled voice. Chase him, don't let him get away. Looking at Jin Guang's back as he walked away, Zhang Yu was not in a hurry. With Wan-Sai's nose, he could catch this guy back even if he escaped to the ends of the earth. Oh, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. 90. The wrong soul. Jin Guangyuan fled at a very fast speed, but Zhang Yi, riding on Wan Kai and bringing 2 3rd-level knights, was always able to accurately track his position. At this time, the faces of the principals and leaders of the Education Bureau outside were extremely interesting. Of course, the scene that happened inside did not escape their eyes. The 2 principals of Weiyuan High School and Donghu High School looked very unhappy, but the principals of the other 4 high schools, especially Nanshire High School, had smiles on their faces. It is obvious that the final winner of this Battle of the Elk Duchy has been basically determined. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Zhang Yi from Nanshire High School. At this time, Nanshire High School has an absolute advantage, especially Zhang Yi, who, by relying on the power of local natives, directly eliminates the 2 biggest competitors. This kind of gameplay doesn't feel like that of a novice who has just entered the Overlord realm, but rather like that of a veteran who has been immersed in a different time and space for many years. Principal Li, congratulations. Your school has found a genius. Principal Li saw that the person who had just spoken was actually the director of the Education Bureau, and he quickly waved his hand. It was just luck. This kid has a good brain. Not only is he well-versed in strategies, but he also has a very accurate grasp of the battle situation. Let's include him in the quota this time. After the director finished speaking, he ignored the shocked looks around him and turned to look at the assistant beside him. Write down this kid's name. Principal Li, who had reacted, was overjoyed, and even Lin Wenbin, who was standing beside him, had a complicated look in his eyes. After the people around realized what was happening, they all sent their congratulations to Principal Li with envy on their faces. Although Ji Yongxin from Donghu High School was upset, he still expressed his congratulations. What's going on? Why is the surveillance screen black? A cry of surprise was heard, and everyone turned their heads, only to see that all the screens above the playground had turned black. The director of the Education Bureau frowned and looked to his side. Hurry up and contact the person responsible in the alternate time and space and ask what's going on. The assistant beside him quickly took out his cell phone, but the tone on the other end was busy. At this time, in the different space, the sound of mobile phone ringing filled the entire cave, but the owner of the phone was already lying in a pool of blood. The processor responsible for monitoring the entire space-time has now turned into a pile of fragments. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor near the huge space gate. This abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of many guards. The next moment, a black smoke spread out, and a moment later, the area near the space gate was shrouded in black fog. Suddenly, a skull with goat horns appeared on the originally dark screen. How is it? Leaders of Weiyuan City, are you satisfied with this gift from the Chosen One? Hearing the words, Chosen One, the director frowned. The Chosen One? It seems we haven't been killing enough of you reptiles lately. You even dare to target us. Look here, is this the place for you? My dear director, since we are here, it means we have been prepared long ago. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Han, and I'm a soldier under the command of the Death Messenger. Hearing this, the principal of Wintao High School looked puzzled. Ghost, isn't your leader here an infernal corpse? Why is he out of commission? That loser spent a lot of money to hire me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be meeting you all here. Humph. Since you're here, then don't leave. Don't worry, don't worry. All the Lord students in Wuyuan City are in this alien space. Now let's play a little game. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes changed. Think carefully, you wronged soul. If you attack students from Yin country's colleges and universities, you will be hunted down relentlessly by the Yin country officials. At this moment, the sheephorn skull actually walked out slowly from the screen. The wronged soul walked out of the screen, wearing a huge black robe. His face could not be seen inside the hood. There were only 2 balls of blue ghost fire in the dark hood. You, Yin Nation, have been hunting down our chosen society for so many years. Do we think we'd be afraid of you? Court death. Ji Yongxin, the principal of Donghu High School, was the first to take action. Suddenly, 3 generals appeared in front of him and rushed towards the wronged souls. The other 5 principals did the same, summoning their own generals and attacking the wronged souls at the same time. Snort. With a light snort, a huge skeleton suddenly appeared behind the wronged soul and blocked all attacks. TSK. How naive. Inferi, what are you waiting for? The police officer in the distance suddenly revealed a strange smile, and then crushed a crystal on the spot. The next moment, the temperature in the entire base dropped strangely by several degrees, followed by gusts of cold wind. A large number of soul creatures suddenly emerged from the black fog surrounding the space-time gate in the playground. The nearby alert troops reacted quickly and directly summoned soldiers from their own territory to fight with them, trying to stop the group of soul creatures. Shadow of Death. I didn't expect you guys would resort to something like this. Looks like you've invested a ton of money in this operation. The director of the Education Bureau was knowledgeable and knew what had just happened immediately, but at the same time his expression became extremely ugly. The game has just begun. At this time, the skeleton behind the wronged soul finally took shape. It was a skull with goat horns. The skull had no lower body, but had a pair of bone wings on its back. The moment the skull was formed, an indescribable aura was suddenly released. All the generals felt an indescribable pressure at the same time. Everyone was a level 4 or 5 creature, and they understood it immediately. Level 6 creature. The principal of Donghu High School uttered these words with difficulty. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present changed their expressions. Old Su, are you sure? Ha ha ha. Principal Su has good taste. I wonder if you are satisfied with my gift. Everyone was surprisingly quiet. At this moment, Lin Wenbin walked out slowly. He's just a deformed child who barely reached the 6th level. His aura is enough to intimidate people. As he was speaking, the 5th level general who had been shown to Zhang Yi and others before appeared. At the same time, another general with the same aura appeared beside him. Colonel Lin of the Suppression Army, I didn't expect you to be still alive. You suffered a blow from the Father God. We all thought you were dead a long time ago. Unexpectedly, Major Lin, you hid yourself so well. Even though his original identity was revealed, Lin Wenbin remained calm. The Lin from back then is dead. Now there's only one, Lin Wenbin, a university teacher. Everyone, the other party is just a paper tiger. Let's work together to kill him. 91. Dramatic changes in the alien space. At this time, many leaders were present, and they did not feel uncomfortable at all with Lin Wenbin's commanding tone. Instead, they accepted it calmly. After all, everyone present vaguely knew Lin Wenbin's story. As 2 level 5 generals under Lin Wenbin charged forward, they were easily repelled by the sheep-headed skull. Seeing that the existence that even Father God had a headache with back then could now be easily resisted by him, the wronged soul laughed triumphantly within his robe. Look, is this still our once invincible Major Lin? After not seeing him for so many years, he has become so frail. It's really disappointing. The next moment, the attacks from the generals under their command also came. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous energy bombardments arrived first, and the huge energy impact directly submerged the sheep-headed skull. At this time, huge changes also occurred in the different space. The Lord students in the different space were surprised to find that black mist began to rise on the ground around them. The black fog spread very quickly, and soon the surroundings were covered by the black fog. At first, no one took it seriously, but by the time they reacted, everything in front of them was already dark, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. What's going on? Who turned off the lights? Everyone, gather together quickly and be careful of sneak attacks. Many Lord students hurriedly gathered together at this time, and at the same time, the strong students stood on the periphery to take on the responsibility of protection. Zhang Yi also encountered this problem at this time. As he was chasing, black fog suddenly rose in front of him, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. The cold wind blew away Jin Guangyuan's breath in the air, and Wang Sai's nose was no longer useful. At this time, Zhang Yi began to feel depressed. Not only did he lose Jin Guangyuan, he didn't even know where he was. The surroundings were dark. The black fog was extremely strange and even had the effect of interfering with spiritual consciousness. In the darkness, Zhang Yi even forgot where he came. Even the 2 third-level knights who had followed him before didn't know where they had gone. If my guess was correct, they should have lost him like Zhang Yi. My lord, something's strange around here. I'm afraid something strange might happen. Guan Hai appeared beside Zhang Yi, holding a ring-handled knife and observing his surroundings vigilantly. It's no use staying where you are. Let's retreat. There must be some sinister tricks waiting ahead. We shouldn't fall for them. After saying that, Zhang Ye's whole body flashed with golden light, and the tiger head golden armor appeared directly on his body. Then he patted Wang Sai's butt, turned around, and ran directly behind him. Not long after Zhang Yi left, there was a sound of breaking wind, and several ugly creatures that looked like human-shaped bats suddenly fell from the place where Zhang Yi had been standing. Sensing Zhang Ye's remaining aura, a look of confusion appeared on that ugly face. At this time, Zhu Gang, Catherine and others also encountered trouble on the spot. Suddenly, a large number of ugly monsters jumped out of the black fog and began to attack them frantically. The individual strength of those monsters is just average, not that troublesome. If everyone joins together and deploys a formation, they can be easily dealt with. But the monsters are too numerous. The number of monsters in the black fog seemed endless, rushing towards the crowd madly. Hurry, hurry, there's a valley over there. Let's go defend it. Otherwise we'll definitely be worn down. These words immediately woke everyone up. There is only one exit in that valley, so everyone only needs to defend one direction, which will definitely be much less pressure than defending in all directions now. After figuring this out, everyone began to move slowly towards the valley. Catherine saw the group of Lord's students moving away at this time, and also ordered her soldiers to follow them. With the help of Catherine's army, everyone's pressure was immediately reduced a lot. At this moment, everyone must be crazy to want to attack Catherine. With 4 third-level knights as the vanguard, everyone quickly broke through the monster's blockade and entered the valley. At this time, everyone split into 2 groups. One group defended the valley entrance and blocked the monsters, while the other group entered the valley and cleared out the remaining monsters. The situation finally stabilized, and everyone was in a mood to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Gang, look at the timing, should we give that to? A student walked up to Zhu Gang and made a throat-wiping gesture to Catherine in the distance. But the response he got was just a big fight. Bang. You're fucking stupid. Do you think the tens of thousands of troops under her command are fake? Besides, look at the situation. They're our comrades now. At this time, Zhu Gang was very clear that Catherine and the indigenous army in the distance definitely belonged to Zhang Ye's people. Zhang Ye's people are Zhu Gang's people. In other words, we are all brothers. When she arrived in the valley, Catherine clearly felt the strange looks in the eyes of those people when they looked at her, some of which were malicious. But Catherine was not afraid of it at all. At this time, Zhang Yi, who had been running all the way, finally ran into trouble. Before his eyes, a group of huge black spiders blocked his way. Web Weaver. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 15. Speed, 12. Willpower, 14. Constitution, 17. Skill, Tough Spider Silk. The spider silk launched can easily bind large creatures. Paralysis Toxin. The web-weaving monster's spider silk contains a special paralysis toxin that can enter the human body through the skin. Oh my god, what does this spider eat to grow so big? While looking at the web-weaving monster in the distance, Zhang Yi did not notice the thin spider silk under his feet. He stepped on the spider silk without knowing it. Call. The web-weaving monster in the distance suddenly raised its head and looked straight at Zhang Yi. Fuck damn it. The next moment, Guan Hai and Zhou Tsang appeared in front of Zhang Yi. A web-weaving monster opened its mouth and a spider silk as thick as an arm spurted out immediately, but Guan Hai's mind moved, and a piece of stone party member flew out in front of him. Bang! The spider silk immediately collided with the stone, and gravel flew everywhere, but the spider silk was also blocked. Boom! The Guandao in Zhou Tsang's hand ignited a ball of hot flame, and then a blade energy with flames attached instantly came out from Zhou Tsang's hand, and then hit a web weaver. In an instant, the flames engulfed the web-weaving monster. It seems that no matter what it is called, it cannot change the reality that spiders are afraid of fire. They were just a group of first-level creatures, and under the joint attack of Guan Hai and Zhou Tsang, they were quickly turned into a pile of broken limbs. The The collected light balls did not yield any results except providing Zhang Yi with a pile of biological materials. Boom. There was a loud roar in the forest 5 kilometers away, followed by a glimmer of fire. After seeing this, Zhang Yi ran towards the direction of the sound without thinking. The 5-kilometer distance was quickly reached by Wang Kai at full speed. The 2 third-level knights who had been lost before were now being attacked by a group of soul creatures. Because those soul creatures are made up of energy shadows, ordinary physical attacks are completely ineffective against them. 92. Ecstasy Crystal. At this time, in order to deal with them, the 2 knights could only summon the fighting spirit in their bodies and attach it to the crossed sword. However, there were surprisingly many soul creatures emerging around them. After a long battle, the fighting spirit in the 2 knights' bodies began to gradually weaken. Zhang Yi hid in the bushes nearby and had no intention of going to rescue. According to Zhang Yi's original plan, he had to find a way to deal with the 2 third-level knights who came out with him outside, so now he didn't need to do it himself. Just when the 2 knights' fighting spirit was about to run out. A strong cold wind blew by, and a sense of deadly danger flashed through the 2 men's minds. Without thinking, they dodged to the side. What these 2 people did was right. As soon as they left the place where they were standing, they saw a cold light suddenly flashing where they had stood before. The 2 looked behind them in horror, only to see that a man in a black robe had been floating behind them without them noticing. The man in black robe was holding a huge sickle, and his black robe was tattered, as if he had worn it for hundreds of years. Inside the black hood, a skull with blue, ghostly fire appeared in front of everyone. This image is the same as the Grim Reaper that Zhang Yi saw in the TV series. Necromancer. Strength, level 4 creature. When Zhang Yi saw this message, he cursed in his heart. It would be fine if it didn't come out, but this time it came out, and it was a surprise. Who can stand it? Now he had no choice but to help. If these 2 knights died, he would have to face the attack of a level 4 creature alone. At this moment, the 2 knights felt a chill in their hearts after feeling the breath released by the undead in front of them. Even if the 2 of them joined forces in their prime, they would not dare to say that they could escape unscathed, let alone now that both of their fighting spirits were exhausted. The 2 looked at each other and saw a hint of despair in each other's eyes. But the next moment, an arc of flame suddenly flew out from the bushes nearby. Boom. The flames hit the undead's body. The flames brought a burning sensation, causing the negative energy in the undead's body to react violently with it. The undead began to scream uncontrollably. The next moment, Zhou Tsang and Guan Hai rushed out from the bushes at the same time and killed the undead. The sudden happiness instantly filled the hearts of the 2 knights. Thank you for saving us, 2 warriors. After saying that, 2 knights rushed forward, brandishing crossed swords. Perhaps it was because the undead was too famous, that as soon as it appeared, other soul creatures disappeared instantly, which really helped Zhang Yi and others a lot. You know, when everyone is fighting against a level 4 creature with all their strength, if there are a bunch of soul creatures around to interfere, the situation will probably be particularly unfavorable for them. Because the undead are also spiritual creatures, ordinary physical damage has basically no effect on them. People can only concentrate their internal energy on weapons to cause damage to them. With the 4 third-level creatures joining forces to fight, the undead could not end the battle in a short time. At this time, Zhang Yi, with his hands free, began to think about the origin of this undead. When Zhang Yi first encountered the black fog, he just suspected that he had entered some secret place. But after running backwards for such a long time, he still couldn't escape the range of the black fog. At this time, Zhang Yi had begun to wonder whether something big had happened in the entire alien space. You should know that this strange space has been developed by the Weyuan city government for many years, and the original secrets inside have been recorded by the government. But he had never heard of anything like this before him. So many soul creatures, and that strange black fog were definitely not products of another space. While the undead was fighting with Zhou Tsang and others, Zhang Yi summoned Zhang Yin and 10 Iron Wolf Guards and began to explore the surroundings. Perhaps because of the undead, all the soul creatures in the entire surrounding space have now fled. This gave Zhang Yi more time and energy to explore. According to the routine of the online game before the time travel, since there is a small boss like the undead here, there must be a treasure here that it is guarding. Wang Kai lay on the ground with his nose twitching constantly. Suddenly, Wang Kai raised his head, grabbed Zhang Yi's trouser leg with excitement, and pulled it forward. Wang Kai looked as if he saw a little bitch. You don't have to guess to know that he must have smelt something. Without thinking, Zhang Yi turned over and rode on the wolf's back. Wang Kai, take us there. Wang Kai kicked his legs and ran away, with Zhang Yin following closely behind him. Passing through the bushes in front of us, the black fog ahead became thicker and the temperature seemed to become even colder. If ordinary civilians came here, the parts exposed to the air would probably have been frostbitten by now. Wang Kai took Zhang Yi and ran forward for a distance. Suddenly, a huge dark green crystal appeared in front of them, floating in the air. Soul crystal? The crystals formed after the death of many creatures can automatically produce soul creatures. Maihan. Wow, this huge crystal in front of me is actually a military building. Just as Zhang Yi was surprised, a trickle of emerald green liquid began to flow out from the bottom of the dark green crystal. Snap! After the liquid landed on the ground, it began to struggle, and then a faint shadow was officially formed. This thing is the newly formed Soul Bewitching Spirit. The power of the newly generated Bewitching Spirit was not very stable yet. After a moment, its aura finally stabilized, and at the same time, its eyes filled with murderous intent began to explore the surroundings. Just when its breath had stabilized, a few drops of green liquid flowed out. Zhang Yi was not so foolish as to wait for the enemy to grow in number, and quickly ordered Zhang Yin and 5 Iron Wolf Guards to attack. The bewitching soul was directly torn into pieces, and the bewitching soul that had just flowed down and had not yet formed was destroyed together with it. But the next moment, liquid began to drip from under the crystal again. At this point, Zhang Yi was puzzled. At this rate of production, the area should have been filled with ecstasy creatures by now. Why couldn't he see even a single one? My lord. Zhang Yin respectfully brought up the light ball that was supposed to kill the enchantress. Zhang Yi looked at the 2 light balls in Zhang Yan's hands with confusion. Just now, everyone killed 2 bewitching spirits. A ball of light burst out from each end. Guan Hai is not around, so the drop rate is so stable? Opening these 2 balls of light together revealed 2 identical objects. Soul Crystal, times 2. Yellow grade mid-grade. Effect. It contains the essence of a soul creature's energy. After taking it, the soul power will be improved to a certain extent. Looking at the 2 soul power crystals in his hand and thinking of the 4th level undead beside him, Zhang Yi finally understood why there was no soul bewitching around. 93. Guan Hai transformed into a dragon. I'm afraid that the undead are guarding this bewitching crystal and using it as a production point for soul power crystals. If nothing unexpected happens, the emerald green liquid flowing out from the bottom of the crystal will be of great benefit to the undead. Now that we've discovered a military building in the wild, why should we let it go? Destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin and 5 Iron Wolf Guards launched an attack on the bewitching crystal. In an instant, the sound of glass breaking spread throughout the mountains, and the dark green crystal began to be covered with fine cracks. Of course, the movement of the bewitching crystal could not be hidden from the undead fighting in the distance. Feeling the sound of the crystal shattering, the undead immediately gave up the 4 opponents in front of him and turned to kill Zhang Yi. But how could Zhou Tsang and the others let the undead have their way? Guan Hai raised his arm and pointed forward at the undead. Boom. A stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking the undead's way. Guan Hai's move made the 2 knights behind him drop their jaws. I didn't expect this warrior to be a great wizard. The undead raised the sickle in his hand, and 2 cold lights flashed in an instant, and a gap was easily cut into the stone wall. But just because of this delay, Zhou Tsang had already come to kill him. The demon took a blow from someone. In an instant, an arc of flame was released by Zhou Tsang. The undead, who had suffered from this kind of fire before, instinctively dodged to the side. This time, the flaming blade did not hit the undead. But Guan Hai, who was following closely behind, had already rushed up. At this time, Guan Hai's whole body had begun to undergo tremendous changes, and his 2 eyes had turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. A layer of scales appeared on the neck, and 2 lumps of flesh appeared on the forehead, as if something was about to break out of the body. At this time, Guan Hai saw that the undead was about to attack Zhang Yi. At the critical moment, he decisively used the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, Guan Hai's aura suddenly rose, accompanied by waves of indescribable pressure. That was the dragon power generated by Guan Hai's dragon species after he turned into a dragon. Under the influence of the dragon's might, the undead couldn't help but become a little slow. With the dual blessing of the 2 skills, dragon creature, and transformation into a dragon, Guan Hai's aura has almost reached the peak of a 4th level creature at this time, and he is only 1 step away from entering the level of a 5th level creature. At this time, the undead finally began to face the human in front of him. At this time, Guan Hai just swung a knife lightly at the undead, and a dragon head phantom composed of knife energy flew directly towards the undead. Boom. The undead tried to block it with his sickle, but after a loud bang, the sickle was immediately broken into 2 pieces. At this time, Guan Hai flashed forward and came in front of the undead, then punched the undead's head. It was clearly just a pair of bare fists, but when Guan Hai used them, they seemed to have infinite power. Click! A crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. Then the two knights were horrified to see that the undead's head, which was attached by ghost fire, was actually smashed to pieces by Guan Hai's punch. The effect of soul creatures being immune to general physical attacks was completely ineffective against Guan Hai. As Guan Hai released his internal force, the undead's head exploded directly, becoming deader than dead. Seeing the undead dissipate in midair, leaving behind 3 balls of light, the two knights felt relieved at the same time. The two men came to Guan Hai one after another. "Thank you, warrior, for your help. Eugene, well, One of the knights hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he came to his senses, he saw Guan Hai's strong arm had pierced his chest. Another knight happened to be standing behind him. This sudden scene splattered blood all over his face, and he stood there in a daze. But Guan Hai didn't care what he thought. Before he could pull out the hand that was stuck in the chest of the knight in front of him, he turned his other arm and chopped down the knight's head with the ring-handled knife. Puff! The knight was cut in half, along with his armor. The two knights also provided Zhang Yi with 4 light balls. Bang! On the other side, Zhang Yin and 10 iron wolf guards finally smashed the bewitching crystal. The scattered crystal fragments brought up 3 balls of light. Soon, 10 light balls were arrayed directly in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands and opened them one by one. As expected of something left behind by a high-level creature, there are so many treasures revealed. Among the 7 light balls, 4 items appeared that Zhang Yi thought were very precious. Knight Training Manual. Effect: give it to your generals to use so that they can train knights. Silver Cross Swordsmanship. Effect: it records a set of basic skills of the Silver Knights, and after using it, you can obtain the skill, Silver Cross / Note: knights are available. Soul Crystal. Xuanjia Top Grade. Effect: soul power will be greatly enhanced after use. Dead Soul Crystal. Effect: shatter the crystal, and the power contained inside will launch indiscriminate attacks within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the crystal. Note: level 6 creatures are immune. The first 2 have certain usage requirements, and Zhang Yi has no intention of training knights. But these 2 items can be sold. Both things are designed for the special type of soldiers called knights, and I believe many people will be interested in them. The last 2 items were obtained from the undead. Zhang Yi had no place to use this soul crystal at the moment, but its quality of the top-grade Xian grade would surely fetch a good price. The last one, Zhang Yi, who saw the effect, couldn't help but feel horrified, and hurriedly put it gently into the territory. Wow, this thing is just an alien version of the C4 bomb. Level 6 creatures are immune. In other words, the effect will be produced on creatures below level 6. When the time comes when he has no other choice, Zhang Yi will give them a surprise. 7 light balls have been opened, and only 3 light balls from the bewitching crystal are left. Zhang Yi is looking forward to what will come out of this type of military building, so he put it at the end. The first ball of light opened, revealing a fist-sized crystal inside. Soul Summoning. Effect: after use, you can summon 300 souls under your control to fight for you, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Use times 3. Wow, another soldier summoner, a must-have artifact for being used as cannon fodder and sent to death. I put it away decisively. Ecstasy Crystal Miniature. Effect: after use, you can build a miniature enchantment crystal. Soul Crystal Micro automatically produces 10 souls per day. A military building, but the military type it produces is really too shabby, so I'll have to find a way to sell it when the time comes. The last ball of light was opened, and as the white light dissipated, a crystal that was familiar to Zhang Yi was revealed. 94. I named it Blood Rage. Energy Stone. Xuanjia Lower Grade. Effect: contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy is increased by 10,000. It turned out to be the same quality, Energy Stone, that he had snatched from Ding Lan. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant light at that moment. Since we have encountered this type of military building here, does it mean that there are also buildings in other places? Since we have obtained Energy Stone in this military building, does it mean that other buildings have it as well? Then I will post it soon. Who did this? I really have to thank him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi mounted Wang Kai and continued forward. At this time, the outside world. The wronged soul faced the joint siege of everyone, but he still sat on the Dai Tai, and the generals under his command had no way to deal with this sheep-headed skull. Especially Lin Wenbin's 2 level 5 generals, who were now covered in wounds under the intense attack of the sheep-headed skull. If they had not been supported by other generals around them, they would have died at the hands of the sheep-headed skull by now. TSK. Is this still the once arrogant Colonel Lin I remembered? Look at your current strength. I really feel sorry for you. Colonel Lin, now you're barely surviving in this small city. Do you still remember your companions who tragically died protecting you? They're all waiting for you down there. This is what happens when you go against the father. The wronged spirit mocked Lin Wenbin to the utmost, but Lin Wenbin's performance disappointed it. Lin Wenbin's face remained calm, as if he was not affected at all. Seeing that Lin Wenbin still didn't react, the ghost immediately revealed his trump card. Your companions were really good to you. We captured one of them alive, but he refused to tell us where you were. In the end, I skinned him alive. I watched him lie on the ground like a puddle of mud, wailing for 3 days and 3 nights before he died. What was his name? Oh, I remember now. Lei Hu. I didn't call him wrong, did I? When he heard the word Lei Hu, Lin Wenbin's originally calm face suddenly changed. Lei Hu, you really deserve to die. At this moment, Lin Wenbin's eyes were filled with naked murderous intent as he looked at the wronged soul. Yes, that's right. That's the expression he should have. It seems like that man called Lei Hu has a special relationship with you. He never revealed your whereabouts until his death. Seeing Lin Wenbin's change, the ghost fire in the hood of the wronged soul burned even more vigorously. Causing the other person to feel great pain and regret is the best catalyst for making him happy. At this time, others had also noticed Lin Wenbin's change. Principal Li of Nanshire High School's eyes changed. Lao Lin, stay calm and don't listen to him. But it was obviously too late. Lin Wenbin's body began to release traces of blood and energy, which gathered towards his head. Although the black demon god deliberately left a trace of his aura in my body in an attempt to corrupt me, I have spent all these years hiding my identity and searching for any possible way to suppress this aura. What a pity. The black demon god is indeed an existence that even the Yin nation's high-ranking officials fear. For so many years, not only has he failed to eliminate the trace of energy in my body, but he has forced it to grow stronger within me. How can a foolish mortal understand the existence of the Father God? Receiving the Father God's favor is your supreme honor. Why would you resist this gift from the Father God? Wouldn't it be nice to abandon the shackles of mortal flesh and become an immortal being like us? As he spoke, the wronged soul opened his bony arms, his tone full of respect and adoration for the evil demon god. Oh, immortality? Have you seen what a horrible state you've become? So what if you have eternal life? You are now just a puppet controlled by Hanya. Your every move is controlled by Hanya. How is that different from being a slave? Shut up. How can you arbitrarily speculate on the greatness of God the Father? You damned heretic, die. At this time, the angry wronged soul directly controlled the sheep-headed skull behind him and rushed towards Lin Wenbin. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they hurriedly ordered their generals to kill the sheep-headed skull. But from the black fog, a large number of soul creatures rushed out and constantly blocked the advance routes of many generals. After a period of development, those soul creatures were no longer as simple as the first and second level ones before. There were even soul creatures comparable to the level of 5th level generals. At this time, more and more blood-colored aura came out of Lin Wenbin's body. When the blood beads on his head gathered to a certain extent, they actually split directly into many red silk threads that wrapped Lin Wenbin completely. When the sheep-headed skull was about to approach, Lin Wenbin was already wearing a set of blood-red armor. At the same time, Lin Wenbin's temperament also changed drastically. The calm eyes were replaced by a layer of madness and bloodthirstiness. The originally gentle, taciturn, and handsome guy turned into a bloodthirsty fighting maniac. Looking at the sheep-headed skull approaching him, Lin Wenbin actually took the initiative to meet it. While running, a halberd made of blood-red energy formed in his hand. Boom. The halberd struck directly on the chest of the sheep-headed skull. The immense force caused the sheep-headed skull, a level 6 creature, to retreat 5 meters. Just because Black Evil left a trace of his aura in my body, he thinks he can defeat me? How naive. Thanks to him, I haven't gained nothing from all these years of resistance. From that aura, I interpreted a trace of authority and combined it with my own, creating a power that belongs only to me. I named it Blood Rage. Congratulations, you will be the first to experience Blood Rage. Wow, you're so arrogant. You even dare to say you can interpret the power of the Father God. Who do you think you are? Faced with the questioning of the wronged soul, Lin Wenbin did not explain, but retracted the halberd and stepped back slightly. The next moment, Brush disappeared directly on the spot. The moment Lin Wenbin disappeared, the wronged soul suddenly felt a shudder from its soul. Without thinking, the wronged soul retreated directly to the rear, but it was too late. The next moment, Lin Wenbin appeared directly beside the wronged soul and brought down the halberd on its head. The wronged soul was in great sorrow at this moment and tried his best to hide. But the halberd still fell, brushing past its head. Click! A broken skeleton arm fell down with a torn piece of black robe. As the robe was torn, the body of the wronged soul hidden inside the robe was exposed to everyone. What was inside was not just a skeleton as everyone had imagined, but a large amount of rotten and moldy meat and internal organs that were already oozing with pus. 95. Lin Wenbin shows off his power. The moment the black robe was torn, a large amount of dirty blood and maggots fell out. This scene made everyone frown. Ha ha, look at this. Your father God has given you eternal life, but you look like this now. Have you seen yourself? Don't you find it disgusting? You are just a slave trapped in a rotting body. Lin Wenbin said, staring at the wronged soul with mocking eyes. Ah, die. At this moment, the wronged soul suddenly went crazy, and its emotional changes caused the sheep-headed skull to undergo tremendous changes. 2 blood-red flames suddenly ignited in the 2 empty eye sockets. At this moment, a certain general broke through numerous obstacles and rushed over to kill him. Brush. The sheep-headed skull disappeared from its original spot immediately and appeared directly behind the general the next moment. Puff. The sheep-headed skull grabbed the 5th-level general with one hand and took him away on the spot. After dealing with the guy who was in the way, the sheep-headed skull rushed directly towards Lin Wenbin, extending 3 bone blades at the same time. Brush. The 3 bone blades carried a fierce, murderous intent, but they only hit the air. The moment they approached Lin Wenbin also disappeared. The sheep-headed skull passed through Lin Wenbin's shadow and came directly to the wronged soul. The wronged soul also floated into the chest cavity of the sheep-headed skull. The next moment, puff! The whole body of the wronged soul exploded directly, and a large amount of rotten flesh and blood scattered around. The rotten and blackened flesh seemed to have life at this moment, wrapping around every bone in the sheep-headed skull's body. In just a moment, a layer of flesh and blood grew on the surface of the skull, which was originally just a skeleton. At this time, the flesh and blood are still multiplying. In just a moment, the originally bare sheep-headed skull had turned into a demon with blood-red muscles. However, at this time, there were still only 2 balls of ghost fire in the demon's eye sockets. Gulu. The muscles in the demon's chest surged, and then a face that was almost half rotten appeared on the demon's chest. None of you can leave today. After merging with the wronged soul, the demon's momentum increased rapidly and basically reached the peak of level 6. The expressions of everyone present changed immediately. This guy is weird. Use all the tricks he has. Everyone here is a prominent figure in Wuyuan City and naturally possesses a large number of secret treasures. Hearing someone say this, everyone stopped hesitating and hurriedly took out their own cards from their pockets. A large amount of powerful energy attacks flew towards the demon that had merged with the wronged soul. Among them, Lu Xiangrong from Wuyuan High School directly took out a broken giant horn. The moment the giant horn appeared, a layer of blood appeared on its surface. A moment later, a blood tiger with wings appeared in front of Lu Xiangrong. Roar! As the double-winged blood tiger roared, a sinister aura emanated from it. That aura had surprisingly reached the level of a 6th-level creature. Damn, old Lu never thought you had such a treasure. Principal Su of Donghu High School said in surprise. Humph, I was once a frontline soldier in Yen country, so of course I need this kind of trump card. Otherwise, how could I have retired alive? As he spoke, the energy attacks landed directly on the demon, but were blocked by the black defensive shield in front of the demon. Boom. Before the wronged soul could sneer, the next moment the double-winged blood tiger raised its tiger paw and slapped the light shield. The 4 sharp claws of the blood tiger were covered with a layer of blood red at some point. The moment the tiger claws touched the light shield, the originally extremely tough light shield was easily broken. If the demon hadn't reacted quickly, that claw would have hit his head directly. He almost suffered a great loss, but the devil did not let it go. He clawed at the double-winged blood tiger, and a dark claw shadow flew out. Boom. The double-winged blood tiger was immediately blown away. But the next moment, a figure stopped the double-winged blood tiger. At this time, Lin Wenbin actually dragged the double-winged blood tiger with one hand. Principal Lu, please lend me the blood tiger. After saying that, regardless of whether Lu Xiangrong agreed or not, he grabbed the double-winged blood tiger directly. At this time, there seemed to be some suction force in the palm of Lin Wenbin's hand. The winged blood tiger actually turned into a ray of blood light and merged into Lin Wenbin's body. Boom. The moment the double-winged blood tiger entered his body, Lin Wenbin underwent a drastic change. Strange patterns appeared on the exposed skin, just like the patterns on the blood tiger, and the word king vaguely appeared on the forehead. At this time, Lin Wenbin frowned, and a pair of blood wings suddenly appeared behind him. After the transformation was completed, Lin Wenbin's aura rose again. Humph, just a last-ditch effort. The face of the wronged ghost on the devil's chest was full of disdain. After becoming familiar with the surging power in his body, Lin Wenbin opened his hand, and the blood-red halberd appeared in his hand again. Whether it's a last-ditch struggle or not, you'll know if you try it. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red halberd in Lin Wenbin's hand shone brightly. Bloody Battle of the Eight Desolations. In an instant, streams of blood were released from Lin Wenbin's hands, and a blood mist filled the entire space. The blood mist contained a terrifying aura of extreme strength and masculinity, like the scorching sun. After coming into contact with the demon's body, it began to burn its flesh like sulfuric acid. Not good. A trace of fear appeared on the face of the wronged spirit, but before it could react, a blood tiger phantom formed by chi and blood suddenly appeared in the distance and pounced directly on the demon. The demon at this moment was like being swallowed by the scorching sun and turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. Who's the one struggling to survive now? Lin Wenbin was suspended in midair, looking down at the pile of charcoal with cold eyes. Afterwards, an even larger amount of blood energy was released from his body, and the blood mist formed directly enveloped the entire base. The original black fog disappeared immediately after touching the blood fog, just like white snow meeting the scorching sun. With Lin Wenbin's help, all the soul creatures in the entire base were wiped out. After everything was resolved, all the abnormalities in Lin Wenbin's body disappeared, and then he slowly landed. But as soon as he touched the ground, Lin Wenbin's whole body staggered. Before he was about to fall, a pair of big hands held him firmly. Lin Wenbin looked up and saw that Principal Li had come to his side without him noticing. Are you okay? It's okay, just a little tired. Lu Xiangrong was holding a man in police uniform. Bang! Throw it hard on the ground. This guy was trying to escape just now, but I caught him red-handed. Can you guess who he is? Although the face of the man in police uniform in front of them was unfamiliar to everyone, the subtle aura around him was very familiar to everyone. This guy is an inferi? 96. Clear the map. Ha ha ha, it's this guy? The unlucky Yang Xiangming failed to catch this guy twice, but he never thought he would fall into our hands in the end. Thinking of Yang Xiangming, who had been promoted to a higher-level city some time ago, and the expression on his face when he saw the news that the Yin corpse had been captured, Lu Xiangrong felt secretly happy. But at this time, the other principals and leaders had no time to pay attention to this. After the military in the base took control of the base, they began to restore the monitoring system in the alien space. At the same time, a large number of troops began to march towards the alien space. Everyone has not forgotten that all the Lord students in Wuyuan City exist in this strange space. If anything happens to those students, the jobs of everyone here will be in jeopardy. In a different space. At this time in the valley, many students took turns to fight. Although the group of soul creatures still failed to break through the blockade, looking at the many students in the valley and the scattered soldiers under their command, it can be known that they have reached their limit. Even Catherine, who was standing by, only had 1/10 of her army left. Your Highness, looking at the situation, I'm afraid we can't hold on for much longer. Tell me the truth, where is Brother Yi now? Zhu Gang asked Catherine sincerely. At this time, Zhu Gang, like Catherine, was in tattered clothes and had many bruises on his body. Soul creatures mainly attack people's souls, so people killed by soul creatures will not have bloody wounds all over their bodies, but their souls have been completely shattered. The bruises on their bodies were the result of being hit by soul creatures and the invasion of negative energy they brought. At this time, Catherine had fought hard with everyone and had long since abandoned her previous prejudices. But after hearing Zhu Gang's words, Catherine just shook her head bitterly. I don't know where he went at the time, but given the current situation, I'm afraid you should prepare for the worst. Although Catherine did not say it explicitly, the entire space and time was shrouded in a layer of black fog, and those soul creatures attacked like an overwhelming force. Catherine didn't think that Zhang Yi was still alive. At this moment, Zhang Yi, whom the two people were talking about, was staring at another giant blue crystal in front of him with excitement. Ever since he broke the first bewitching crystal and obtained a lower-grade Xian level energy stone last time, Zhang Yi has become crazy obsessed with this kind of military building that can explode such treasures. But at this time, only a few days had passed since the black fog appeared, and there were not many military buildings similar to the bewitching crystal. After touring all the nearby lands, Zhang Yi never found the place where the treasure was hidden. Just when Zhang Yi was about to fall into despair, hard work paid off. Zhang Yi finally met a different soul creature in this black fog. At this moment, the biggest difference between the crystal floating in the air in front of you and the previous, bewitching crystal, is the color. Bewitching crystal is a dark green color that gives people a feeling of the underworld, but the crystal in front of you is dark blue. Moreover, the soul creature generated by the liquid dripping from the bottom of this crystal is no longer a bewitching soul, but a soul creature called a ghost. Ghost crystal. The crystals formed after the death of many creatures can automatically produce soul creatures, ghosts. The ghost in front of him was a faint blue human-shaped shadow, but without a lower body. What was strange was that the ghost was actually holding a weapon. In just 1 minute, more than a dozen ghosts appeared under the crystal, but the weapons in their hands were varied, including swords, spears, halberds, and even flails. Fortunately, the weapons in the ghost's hands did not include long-range equipment such as bows and crossbows. Zhang Yi looked around and did not find any undead guards like last time. But although there are no such powerful guards, there are instead densely packed ghosts. As soon as these ghosts are born, they wander around, but a few will stay behind. Zhang Yi estimated that there were at least 5,000 of them present, and the crystal was still being produced. After observing for a long time, Zhang Yi still couldn't find a breakthrough and wanted to give up, but the ghost crystal in front of him was like a beautiful woman who was ready to come, making it impossible for him to move away. Since we can't outsmart them, let's just flip the table. Zhang Yi's eyes turned fierce, and he took a pitch-black crystal ball in his hand. Zhang Yi has been carefully keeping the dead soul crystal he got last time in his territory. This alien version of C4 explosives makes Zhang Yi dare not be careless. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of this rare opportunity to get rid of this hot potato. The killing range of dead soul crystal is 5 kilometers in radius, so it is no problem to cover those ghosts in the distance. Zhang Yi only had to consider one thing, which was to throw the dead soul crystal as far as possible to prevent himself from being accidentally injured. Regarding this problem, Zhang Yi's choice was to summon Zhoutang. Zhoutang's strength is the strongest among the 3 generals, so it is definitely right to let him throw. Zhoutang, our lives are both in your hands. Are you sure? Don't worry, my lord. I'll take care of this trivial matter. Zhoutang took the dead soul crystal in one hand and slapped his chest with the other hand, making a deafening sound. Zhang Yi immediately felt relieved. Zhoutang closed one eye and then pulled his arm back. Call out. The dead soul crystal then flew out of his hand and turned into a black dot in the sky. Under Zhang Yi's expectant gaze, the dead soul crystal slowly fell down. Zhoutang threw it very accurately, and the dead soul crystal fell just above the ghost crystal. Bang! The pitch-black crystal ball hit the top of the ghost crystal and shattered immediately. The sudden crisp sound attracted the attention of all the ghosts around. The next moment, boom! A pitch-black cover was formed, and then the cover grew larger and larger, instantly covering all the ghosts present. Zhang Yi and others did not see what happened inside the cover, but they only heard the ghost's shrill screams before it died. After a moment, the cover gradually dissipated in the air, revealing the scene inside. The originally densely packed ghosts had disappeared without a trace, and the ground was littered with remaining light balls. Get rich, get rich. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned all the Black Mountain soldiers to help him pick up all the light balls. At this moment, in the entire space, only the ghost crystal still existed. At that time, it was at the very center of the attack range of the dead soul crystal, so it was not affected. 97. Netherworld Mysterious Staff. At this time, the ghost crystal was still producing ghosts. In order to avoid any further complications, Zhang Yi directly summoned Zhoutang and Guanhai and began to work together to attack the huge crystal. The next moment, the sound of shattering glass filled the entire space. In less than 5 minutes, the huge crystal turned into rubble. Zhang Yi got the 4 light balls as he wished. Soul Withering. Xuanjia Top Grade. Effect. After use, the power contained in it will launch indiscriminate attacks within a radius of 5 kilometers, centered on death and decay. Note, it has miraculous effects on soul creatures, and level 6 creatures are immune. Energy Stone. Xuanjia Lower Grade. Effect. Contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy is increased by 10,000. Ghost Summoning. Effect. After use, you can summon 300 ghosts under your control to fight for you, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Use times 3. Netherworld Mysterious Staff. Lower Grade. Effect. 1. Passage to the Netherworld. The user's perception of the underground netherworld will become clearer and the effects of all netherworld-related spells will be increased by 30%. 2. Chiming. The soul creature will have an irresistible liking for the user and will not immediately regard the user as an enemy. 3. Summoning souls. The user can summon the remaining souls within a radius of 5 kilometers through the netherworld mysterious staff to fight for you. The effect lasts for 3 minutes, and the next use will be 24 hours later. The moment he opened the last ball of light, Zhang Ye's eyes shone with dazzling light. Wow, Earth-grade quality. I never thought a broken crystal could be so rich. Zhang Yi accepted this mysterious staff of the underworld with a smile. Are you kidding? The 3 people under my command are military generals, not mages. It would be a waste to give them such high-end goods. The moment Zhang Yi got the mysterious staff of the netherworld, he felt a coolness in his mind, and then he vaguely felt that there was a mysterious existence underground. Needless to say, that thing is definitely the underworld. Although he hadn't practiced any netherworld magic, wasn't the essential techniques of Taiping and Earth Escape recorded in them the magic of exorcising spirits and sending generals? It's just that Zhang Yi was weak at the beginning, and he was worried that practicing this kind of ghost magic would be bad for his health. If a masculine young man is attacked by ghost energy and his kidneys are damaged, he won't even have time to cry. But at this time, Zhang Yi had made some progress in practicing Tiandun, and his strength was no longer as weak as before, and he also had the netherworld mysterious staff by his side. I should take a good look at Earth Escape after I get back. Looking at the mysterious staff of the underworld in his hand, Zhang Yi felt that the surroundings gave him an extremely comfortable feeling at this moment, just like taking a walk on a warm spring night. Even the biting cold wind at this moment made him feel like a gentle breeze. At this time, because of the 2 energy stones, Zhang Ye's storage of energy points in the territory has increased by 20,000. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi used all 20,000 energy points to train 20 Iron Wolf guards. At this time, the number of Iron Wolf guards under Zhang Yi had reached 30, equivalent to 30 first-level generals. Because of the effect of the netherworld staff in his hand, enlightenment, the ordinary soul creatures around him would not immediately list Zhang Yi as an enemy. As long as Zhang Yi does not take the initiative to attack, those soul creatures will not include him in the attack list. In their simple thinking, they will only think that Zhang Yi is of the same kind. In this way, Zhang Ye's path forward was unobstructed. Along the way, Zhang Yi saw many indigenous creatures from the different time and space being besieged and killed by the group of soul creatures. It can be predicted that it will not be long before this land will become the world of spiritual creatures. The more soul creatures gather, the faster the negative energy around them will increase, eventually forming an area that is only suitable for the life of soul creatures. Zhang Yi had no way to prevent this result. The current scene was far beyond his understanding. Suddenly, faint shouts and cries of killing were heard in the distance, as if a large number of creatures were fighting. Zhang Yi calculated that after so many days of advancement, based on the distance, it seemed that the valley ahead was the same one as before. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi ran away without hesitation. At this time, at the entrance of the valley, there were many soldiers lying densely packed. Their bodies were stiff, their faces were pale and bloodless, as if they were frozen. Soldiers killed by natives from another time and space will not turn into white light and disappear in the air, but their bodies will remain on the ground. At this time, the entrance of the valley was filled with corpses. The crowd piled up the corpses into a wall to hinder the attack of the soul creatures. However, a large number of soul creatures were attracted to the black fog, and at this time, the soldiers under the command of many Lord students had almost been lost. Zhang Yi glanced around, and his face turned very ugly. At this time, he was standing on the opposite mountain, so he could see clearly that the number of soldiers at the entrance of the valley was very small. It seems that in the past few days, all the soldiers in the territory have been exhausted. At this time, Zhang Yi saw Zhu Gang and Catherine in the crowd. The two were in a very miserable state at this time. Only a few dozen knights were left in Catherine's army. Among them, there were only 2 of the 4 third-level knights left. As for the large number of infantry, they had been completely lost. And there was only one general beside Zhu Gang, Grom. At this time, Zhu Gang also held a huge sword and went into battle himself. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, this group of people would probably have died today. Zhang Yi did not act impulsively at this time, but observed carefully. Outside the valley, countless soul creatures gathered densely. Zhang Yi had never seen soul creatures of this density anywhere else. This seemed very strange. Outside the valley, the concentration of black fog was much higher than in other places, especially in 3 areas where the black fog was almost condensing into black holes. The black fog is actually the manifestation of the gathering of negative energy. The more soul creatures gather, the greater the concentration of black fog around them. This pattern was discovered by Zhang Yi before. If this is the case, then these three areas are probably the fundamental reason why soul creatures gather outside the valley. Zhang Yi walked directly and confidently towards the three areas below. With the existence of the mysterious staff of the netherworld, the surrounding soul creatures did not feel anything unusual at all. In this way, Zhang Yi easily touched one of the three areas. As he slowly got closer, the scene before him confirmed what Zhang Yi had thought. There was actually a huge floating crystal there. Moreover, the volume of that crystal was actually larger than the two ones Zhang Yi had encountered before. This is not the most important thing. Under the two crystals, Zhang Yi actually saw three unexpected people. 98. Stop it, stop fighting. At this time, under that huge crystal, Luo Mingcheng, Zhou Kale, and He Miaoyan stood in a triangle. Luo Mingcheng glared at Zhou Kale, He Miaoyan looked annoyed, and Zhou Kale looked sarcastic. Needless to say, Zhang Yi probably knew something. Why the hell do I keep running into these three guys everywhere? Zhang Yi had a gloomy face, but when he thought about it, he found something was wrong. Why are these three guys here? Could this change in time and space be related to these three guys? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi slowly gathered his breath and began to move slowly towards the three people. At this time, Luo Mingcheng stared at Zhou Kale with anger, like an enraged bull. Miaoyan, why is he here? Originally, Luo Mingcheng, Zhou Kale, and He Miaoyan were each stationed in an area and did not disturb each other. But after a long time, Luo Mingcheng started to make some plans in his mind. At this time, black fog covered all the surrounding areas. There was no one else around to disturb him, and his goddess was right beside him. The current environment is simply a godsend. After hesitating for a long time, and seeing that it was only a matter of time before the valley fell, Luo Mingcheng walked directly into the black fog and came to the area where He Miaoyan was stationed. But the scene that came into his eyes made him so angry that his blood boiled and his hair stood on end. I saw that the person I hated the most, Zhou Kale, also appeared here at this time. Thus, the confrontation was formally formed. Hearing Luo Mingcheng's question, He Miaoyan's eyes flashed with impatience. Luo Mingcheng, why are you here instead of guarding your area? That's right, Miaoyan. I've already told you that there's no need to drag this kind of loser into this. You're just too kind. When Zhou Kale saw what He Miaoyan said at this time, he did not forget to add fuel to the fire. You can even call someone Miaoyan? Luo Mingcheng couldn't accept it after hearing how Zhou Kale addressed He Miaoyan. At this time, Zhou Kale did not take Luo Mingcheng's threat seriously at all. Instead, he looked at him provocatively. His action made Luo Mingcheng's face look even more ferocious. Neither of them noticed that when Zhou Kale called He Miaoyan's name, He Miaoyan's eyes showed a hint of disgust. I think you, this gigolo, are really looking for death. As he spoke, a long sword appeared in Luo Mingcheng's hand. Oh, you, a piece of trash, actually dare to attack me? At this time, Zhou Kale also had a spear in his hand. Murderous intent suddenly arose between the two of them, and the atmosphere was filled with gunpowder in an instant. Clang! Luo Mingcheng took the first step, but Zhou Kale reacted quickly and directly blocked his attack. Among the three, only He Miaoyan still retained some rationality and knew the purpose of this trip. Stop it! Stop it! Don't fight anymore. But at this point, the atmosphere had reached this point. If they stopped hastily, both of them would lose face. What's more, both of them wanted to kill each other at this time. So how could they listen? So, as soon as Zhang Yi got close, he began to enjoy an extraordinary fight. Luo Mingcheng and Zhou Kale were fighting back and forth, while He Miaoyan was shouting weakly on the side. If it wasn't an inappropriate time, Zhang Yi would have wanted to move a stool. In the end, Zhou Kale still had the advantage of long weapons. Bang! Zhou Kale swept across and hit Luo Mingcheng directly in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Humph! Trash is trash. All I can do is sit there helplessly in rage. Zhou Kale put away his gun and stood up, looking at Luo Mingcheng lying on the ground with contempt. Puff! Being humiliated by his love rival in front of his goddess, the overwhelming shame and anger made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale. Okay, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our purpose? Did Father God grant you and me power just to cause you to fight among yourselves? He Miaoyan on the side frowned and asked angrily. Miaoyan, the Father God's power is so great. How could he bestow such a piece of trash upon this kind of person? Letting this piece of trash walk in the world is simply an insult to the Father God's great name. Zhou Kale finished speaking and turned to look down at Luo Mingcheng on the ground. For a loser like this who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and still tries to eat swan flesh. It's a waste of food to keep him in this world. It's better to send him off with my own hands and start a new life. Humph. Jokael, don't be so complacent. Things change over time. Don't look down on the poor young. If it weren't for Miao Yan's financial support, would you be where you are today? You look like you're really going to die. In the distance, Zhang Yi silently raised his mobile phone and turned on the camera. What a surprise. But I'm sorry, Zhu Gang and the others can't hold on any longer. Putting away his phone, Zhang Yi walked out openly and without any disguise. Okay, you guys are a bunch of rapists. The sudden appearance of Zhang Yi and others startled the three people present. Zhang Yi, you're not dead yet. When they saw the face of the person who came clearly, the three of them were even more surprised. Zhang Yi had not appeared before, and the three of them thought he had died outside. They didn't expect that he was not only alive, but also appeared in front of them. Oh no, Miaoyan, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Luo Mingqing immediately pulled Miaoyan behind him. Why are you running away, you piece of shit? He's alone, and even with the three of us joining forces, can't we kill him? As he spoke, Zhou Kale waved his hand, and three generals appeared beside him, followed by hundreds of soldiers. Miaoyan felt that it made sense, and then the general in front of her also appeared. The rich woman is extraordinary. In addition to having 5 generals, the number of soldiers she has is 3 or 4 times more than Zhou Kale. The same is true for Luo Mingqing, but his strength is the weakest among the 3. Zhou Kale looked at Miaoyan in surprise. He didn't expect that Miaoyan's growth rate was far beyond his expectations. The 3 of them slowly approached Zhang Yi in a semi-encirclement posture. Humph, Zhang Yi, it would be better if you were smart enough to pretend you knew nothing. Why did you have to come here and seek death? Zhang Yi did not say anything, but directly summoned Guan Hai and others, as well as 30 Iron Wolf guards. 30 level 1 creatures appeared at the same time, and at that moment, an indescribable terrifying pressure immediately enveloped everyone. The 3 men were not fools. The moment the Iron Wolf Guard appeared, their faces turned pale. This is impossible. Zhou Kale's face was full of disbelief. Luo Mingqing hated Zhou Kale so much in his heart. He wished he had listened to him earlier. Brother Yi, get rid of them. Miaoyan still wanted to try to persuade Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi didn't give her any hope at all. 3 generals and 30 Iron Wolf guards instantly pounced. The battle went very smoothly. In less than half an hour, all the soldiers under Miaoyan and others were wiped out. Under the Iron Wolf Guard's overwhelming attack, those ordinary soldiers were like lambs to be slaughtered. 99, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. There was no way that those generals could be a match for Zhou Tsang, a level 3 creature. Soon, all the soldiers under the command of the 3 opponents were killed. During this period, the 3 of them had also thought about killing Zhang Yi himself. But Zhang Yi was wearing magical clothes and had the power of Palm Thunder to boost his strength. Before the 3 of them could rush to Zhang Yi, they were struck by lightning and paralyzed halfway. Zhang Yi, you know the strength of my family. If you kill me, my father will definitely track you down to the end. The He family will not let you go. Miaoyan and the other 2 were grabbed by the Iron Wolf guards and forced to kneel on the ground. After hearing Miaoyan's words, the other 2 seemed to be assisted by God. That's right, Zhang Yi, you need to stay calm. Killing a classmate is a crime. You'll get nothing if you kill us, but if you just let us go and pretend you know nothing, we'll guarantee you a price you'll be satisfied with. You reminded me. After saying that, Zhang Yi took out the soul summoning, and with a thought, a group of 300 souls appeared around Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yi's indifferent eyes, the 300 bewitching souls instantly overwhelmed Miaoyan and the other 2. After dealing with these 3 traitors, the 30 Iron Wolf guards began to attack the crystal floating in the air. Zhang Yi asked Zhou Tsang to take him and jumped directly to the valley entrance. At this time, Taniguchi, Zhu Gang had no idea how many soul creatures he had chopped into pieces. After awakening the talent of the Beast Lord, Zhu Gang also learned how to use the power of qi and blood, guiding the qi and blood in his body to wrap the long sword in his hand. The masculine power of qi and blood has a powerful killing power on soul creatures, which makes Zhu Gang and his beast tribe the main force in the battle. However, the power of qi and blood is limited. Even the strong physique of the beastmen cannot last too long. Generally, when the qi and blood are exhausted, the whole person will become weak and become a lamb to be slaughtered. So at the end of the battle, Zhu Gang was left with only Grom by his side, and the rest of the orc infantry had all been killed. Well, bang. Zhu Gang turned his head and saw that Catherine's face was pale and her body was stiff, and she had fallen down. After a long period of exhaustion, she, a warlock of Baylor blood, finally came to the end of her life. At the same time, 3 more Lord students beside him fell down in the same way. At this time, the energy and blood in Zhu Gang's body were also burned out. An indescribable fatigue surged like a tide, instantly submerging his entire body. Am I going to die too? At this moment, Zhu Gang caught a glimpse of the bodies of soldiers piled densely on the ground. This scene is surprisingly tragic. It seems like dying this way isn't bad. But just as this thought flashed through Zhu Gang's mind, the next moment, boom, Zhou Tsang and Zhang Yi slammed heavily in front of Zhu Gang. The huge impact force caused the mud and sand on the ground to splash and directly covered Zhu Gang's face. Brother Yi, I am so grateful that I can see you one last time before I die. I have no regrets in this life. Bang! Zhang Yi slapped Zhu Gang without hesitation. It's too early to talk about this now. After saying that, Zhang Yi took out the soul withering that he had obtained before, then turned around and handed it to Zhou Tsang. Zhou Tsang certainly understood what Zhang Yi meant, so he turned around and threw it hard forward. Soul withering falls directly into the distant soul creature group in a parabolic trajectory. The next moment, a complex pattern spread out, covering all soul creatures within a radius of 5 kilometers. The next moment, a large number of skinny, dark hands stretched out from the ground, grabbed all the soul creatures above, and then dragged them underground. No matter how these soul creatures struggle and wail, they cannot change their fate of falling into the ground. The incident happened in an instant, and by the time everyone reacted, only the last remnants of the densely packed soul creatures around them remained. These remaining soul creatures were quickly strangled by everyone. Without the gathering of soul creatures, the surrounding black fog dissipated in large quantities, and the valley, which had been dim and dark, suddenly became much clearer. We won. Fuck, I survived, haha. Damn it. I almost thought my career as a lord was over. After escaping death, everyone began to cry for joy. Zhu Gang hugged Zhang Yi tightly, looking at Zhang Yi as if he were looking at a god. Master Yi cast a spell to save me from danger. I, Zhu Gang, have no way to repay you, so I can only... Bang! Zhang Yi gave Zhu Gang another shove with an expressionless face. At this time, Guan Hai brought 30 Iron Wolf guards to break the crystal and returned to Zhang Yi. My lord, Guan Haigong respectfully presented the 4 light balls to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi accepted it silently. He had thought about taking the opportunity to break the crystals in the other 2 areas, but at that time, Taniguchi Zhu Gang and the others were already in danger. He could only give up with great reluctance. At this time, the war was over, and Zhang Yi began to think about those 2 areas again. But at this moment, Zhou Tsang's face changed, and he flashed in front of Zhang Yi. My lord, be careful. Puff. Before Zhang Yi could react, a stream of blood splattered directly on his face. The next moment, Zhou Tsang slowly fell down. There was a bowl-sized wound on Zhou Tsang's chest, and an arrow as thick as an arm was stuck in the center of the wound. The sudden scene made the people around speechless. The black fog that had just dissipated suddenly came back again. Humph, there's actually a fish that slipped through the net here. Those 3 losers can't even handle such a small matter. A cold snort came from the black fog. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in the East Lake High School uniform slowly walking out of the black fog with a strong man holding a huge bow. And behind them were soul creatures that stretched as far as the eye could see. Bai Jing. It's Senior Bai Jing from the 3rd year of high school. Some students from Donghu High School immediately recognized the identity of the man in front of them. Senior, why are you attacking us? A student from Donghu High School immediately stood up to question, but was pulled back by his companions the next moment. We are not fools. It is obvious from the current situation that Bai Jing is wrong. Sure enough, Bai Jing heard everyone's questioning and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Why? Of course, I'm offering you as a sacrifice to the Father. Don't blame me. It's your honor to sacrifice your lives for the Father. These words instantly made everyone fall from the clouds into the abyss. What's Bai Jing's strength? Zhu Gang quietly asked a student from Donghu High School next to him. But the student's face turned pale at this time. Bai Jing is the top student in our senior year at Donghu High School. It's said that he has 2 level 4 generals under his command, plus an unknown number of level 3 and 2 generals. We're finished. At this time, Zhang Yi took out the Yimu Ling Pei and used all 5 green light treatments today. As Zhou Tsang was enveloped by the healing green light, filled with life energy, his breath gradually stabilized. Zhang Yi directly took it back into his territory. At this moment, Bai Jing in the sky noticed that the big man who was hit by the fatal blow from his general was not dead. 100, the warlords. Originally, that arrow was meant for Zhang Yi, but was intercepted by Zhou Tsang midway. Zhou Tsang's skill, iron will, allowed him to survive no matter how fatal the injury was. Fortunately, it was Zhou Tsang. If the other two had come to block it, they would have turned into white light. At this time, the guy with a bull-sized scar on his chest and bleeding profusely was still alive. With the treatment of the first-year high school student, his injury was actually stabilized. Bai Jing couldn't help but feel surprised. Looking at this student, Bai Jing also recognized him. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the generals under this student threw something to destroy all the soul creatures around. Even he was frightened by the power of that thing. Bai Jing looked Zhang Yi up and down. Nanshi High School has truly been full of hidden talents these past few years. First there was Tu Yuqian, and now there's you. Can you tell me what the thing you used to destroy those soul creatures was called? The opponent was much stronger than himself, and the strongest man under his command was already disabled. At this time, Zhang Yi became extremely obedient. Replying to Senior, it's called Soul Withering, and has a killing range of 5 kilometers. It's effective against creatures below level 6. When speaking, Zhang Yi deliberately emphasized the word level 6. Sure enough, Bai Jing frowned when he heard this. The power of Soul Withering really scared him. Oh, that means you have nothing left, right? Right, this thing is so powerful, how could I possibly have a second one? Zhang Yi said truthfully. But Zhang Yi's words made Bai Jing unsure again. The guy opposite was too calm, and it seemed that he had some unknown trump card. The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and both sides were afraid of both ends. Finally, Zhang Yi couldn't help but speak. Senior, I wonder what benefits your father god gave you that would allow you to risk your life and betray Yin Nation. Senior, I'm just asking out of curiosity. What price can your so-called god offer to get you, a favored child of heaven, to willingly serve him? If it's suitable, we might even be colleagues in the future. The people behind him nodded hurriedly. After Zhang Yi's explanation, the murderous intent on Bai Jing's face eased, and then a flash of memory flashed in his eyes. When your father abandoned your mother when you were young and never returned, your mother worked herself to death raising you. Your sister was teased at school as an unwanted child, and your entire family lived under the ridicule and contempt of everyone around them, and all you wanted was to give your family a good life. Stop your mother from working every day, and stop your sister from being bullied. Right now, someone in the void has responded to your request and is allowing you to awaken your lordship talent. All he asks is that you regularly sacrifice a batch of flesh and blood. As long as you satisfy him, you will receive unimaginable benefits. Not long after, you successfully awakened in the awakening ceremony, and your strength increased rapidly. Your mother no longer had to work 18 hours a day, and your sister also attended an aristocratic school. If it were you, what would you choose? Bai Jing's eyes were filled with supreme piety and fanatical faith. Zhang Yi was very familiar with that look. The yellow turban believers in his territory gave him that look every time they saw him. It was a loyalty that surpassed everything. There is no doubt that the Bai Jing in front of him is definitely a fanatical follower of the so-called Father God. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's heart sank. The man in front of him would never let him and others go. In his eyes, God's will was above everything else, including his own life. There should be many people like you among our group of participating students, right? Hurrah! That's right. How could those bloated officials in Wuyuan City possibly notice us low-level people? I'm not the only Father God believer who entered this alien space this time. Others are still hunting down your seniors. When the other students heard this, their faces turned pale. After all this time, this isn't an assessment venue at all. It's simply a devil's den. Well, thanks to this junior for reminding me today. I'm giving you a chance to choose. As he spoke, Bai Jing took out a pile of pitch-black tokens and threw them in front of him. Each of you take one piece and use it in your own territory. Fight for the Father God in the future. Otherwise, you will become a bloody sacrifice to the Father God today. After saying that, Bai Jing looked at everyone around him with murderous intent on his face. Suddenly, he turned and stared at Zhang Yi. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. Father God needs this kind of intelligent and gifted servant right now. Come up and start. As he spoke, Bai Jing stretched out a hand, and a token appeared in his palm. This token is different from the ordinary ones Bai Jing threw out before. There is a blood-red circle on the edge of the black token. It can be seen that Bai Jing was very satisfied with Zhang Yi, so he took out something that was exactly the same as the other garbage. At this time, everyone around turned their eyes to Zhang Yi. Feeling the gazes from all around him, Zhang Yi's scalp went numb. Damn it, this is asking me to prove my loyalty. Brother Yi, the situation is stronger than us. Why don't we raise the banner and rebel? Bang. Zhang Yi gave Zhu Gang another challenge without changing his expression. Rebel? Are you kidding? You, a cult, want to confront a state apparatus. Fanatics like Bai Jing are not mentally normal, but Zhang Yi is not stupid. If I had listened to him and used the token, I might not die now, but I would still die when the Yin army arrived. Not only will I die, but my parents will probably not have an easy time either. Just as Zhang Yi hesitated, Bai Jing's eyes revealed a hint of impatience. What? Are you disrespecting the father? At this moment, a murderous intent spread towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately shuddered. No, Senior Bai Jing, you keep calling me Father God. I don't even know who the Father God is. Before I join the group, you have to let me know about the Father God's deeds. After listening to this, the students around him also nodded frantically, with a hint of expectation and thirst for knowledge in their eyes. Between life and death, everyone's acting talents were squeezed to the extreme. Bai Jing seemed to enjoy the feeling of being watched by the people below. Facing the gazes of the crowd, a hint of pride appeaed on his face. You and I are not qualified to know the Father God's name, but the Father God's kingdom is located in the Dark Sin Abyss. He is the sole ruler of the Dark Sin Abyss. His divine power is boundless, and he is as kind to his believers as to his own children. Hearing this, Zhang Yi curled his lips helplessly. This introduction is exactly the same as that of the cult. 101 up, sister, I'm so scared. At this moment, Bai Jing seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness. He couldn't stop talking once he started. He praised the Father God he mentioned as the savior of the main world and the only true God in the world. Zhang Yi felt a surge of contempt. If your Father God was really that powerful, he would not have just stayed in the Black Sin Abyss and survived. I am afraid he would have occupied the main world and transformed it into his own kingdom of God. Everyone can brag. Only people in special circumstances like Bai Jing would believe it. When everyone heard it, they knew that this must be a cult. If people went in, they would be crippled if not dead. Half a day later, Bai Jing finally finished telling all the stories of the Father God, and then licked his dry lips. How is it? Do you have a slight understanding of the power of Father God? Everyone nodded quickly. Then take the things and use them. Junior, you go first. As he spoke, Bai Jing extended the token towards Zhang Yi again. Damn it, why is it me again? Zhang Yi cursed in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he began to move his feet with difficulty. At this time, Bai Jing seemed to see what was in Zhang Yi's mind, but he just liked watching the battle between heaven and man. People in this world are ignorant and don't know the Father's greatness. Don't worry. Once they witness that great power and the changes in themselves, they will enthusiastically accept the Father's gift. Zhang Yi walked up to Bai Jing and took a deep breath. Just now, he had already thought that even if he joined, he would only become a puppet of the evil god and would also implicate his parents. In this case, he might as well give it a try. Would you rather be a coward for your whole life and die worthlessly, or be a hero for just 1 second? Zhang Yi decided to choose the latter. Senior Bai Jing, there is something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Tell me. You created this evil god. Go to hell. After saying that, Zhang Yi raised his middle finger towards Bai Jing. Bai Jing's face showed shock at first and then anger, while the people behind him were full of admiration. Then go to hell. Bai Jing stretched out his palm and slapped Zhang Yi on the forehead. Boom. After a loud roar, Bai Jing flew out quickly and then fell heavily to the ground. Then, a large number of soldiers wearing standard armor suddenly appeared and directly charged into the group of soul creatures. Things happened so fast that everyone hadn't reacted yet. They saw a woman in military uniform standing behind Zhang Yi. Hey, little brother, you're awesome. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to curse the god of the chosen society in front of them. Zhang Yi turned his head blankly, and what came into his sight was a woman's face. Although it was a woman, there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Bang! Zhang Yi bent his knees and knelt directly in front of the woman, then hugged her slender thighs tightly. Wow, sister, why did you come just now? I almost died. After crying for a while, she buried her face deeply between her legs. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance penetrated Zhang Yi's nostrils. Smells so good, so long, such nice legs. There were only these 3 words in Zhang Yi's mind at this moment. This was a scene Xu Xiaoyu had never encountered before. For a moment, her mind went blank and she lost the ability to react. After a moment, she finally recovered. Seeing the little boy's actions, a blush immediately appeared on her cheeks, and then she quickly pulled him away. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw Zhang Yi's frightened eyes and pale face, and his heart softened immediately. Forget it, he's just a kid after all. It's normal for him to be scared when encountering such a scene for the first time. Xu Xiaoyu comforted herself in her heart. Okay, we're here, you're safe. Uh-huh. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, his eyes full of innocence. But he secretly cried out in his heart. That was close. The life or death experience he just had made Zhang Yi's legs go weak, but he himself didn't know why he did that afterwards. Fortunately, life is like a play, and it all depends on your acting skills. If Zhang Yi hadn't reacted quickly and been possessed by a spirit of acting, he would have certainly not escaped the charge of indecent assault. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, he caught a glimpse of the group of students in the distance looking at him with jaws dropped. Zhu Gang and others also gave him a thumbs up. In response, Zhang Yi could only pretend to be a lonely master and nodded slightly. At this time, a large number of people in military uniforms appeared at the entrance of the valley, followed by a large number of troops under their command. Soon, all the soul creatures brought by Bai Jing were strangled to death. Bai Jing himself was directly captured by the generals under Xu Xiaoyu and escorted here. Facing the Chosen One, Xu Xiaoyu's expression became extremely cold. Disable your limbs and take them back. Then, when he looked at Zhang Yi and his group of students, his expression softened again. Students, you are safe now. We will take you back in batches. Please maintain order. It's finally over. Wow, it would be great if Qianqian were still alive. Damn it. It turns out being a lord is so dangerous. I'll tell this old man I quit when I get home. After being reborn from the dead, everyone's reactions were different. Some were excited, some were nostalgic, and some were backing off. But Zhang Yi didn't feel too much about this. He was just missing the beautiful legs. A moment later, the soldiers with their hands free began to lead everyone to the exit of the different time and space one by one. But at this time, a special instrument was set up at the exit. Everyone lined up to pass through the instrument, and nothing seemed unusual. But the next moment, drop, drop, drop. A sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd and ran quickly into the distance. Call out. A flash of light suddenly appeared. Puff. The figure's head exploded directly. Only then did people notice a military commander holding a bow and arrow. After releasing the arrow, the general slowly retracted his longbow, as if nothing had happened. But the scene just now happened to be noticed by some people. The momentum released by that general when he drew his bow was comparable to that of General Lin Wenbin. Fuck, a level 5 creature. Zhang Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck. Is it necessary? A level 5 creature is needed to look after these high school students. Don't panic, everyone. That guy just now was a spy from the Chosen Society, trying to sneak in among you and escape. Don't panic. Following the explanation of a responsible person, everyone suddenly understood. This time, many members of the Chosen Society who were hiding among the students were accidentally exposed. The leaders of Wuyuan City are not fools. They will definitely take measures after suffering a loss once. After this accident, everything became calm. While Zhang Yi and other first-year students were lining up, students from the other 2 grades were also brought here. 102 Valhalla. But Zhang Yi noticed that the armor of the senior students who had rushed over was in tatters. Many of them had injuries of varying degrees, and most of them had sadness and fear on their faces. Among this group of people, Zhang Yi also saw Tu Yutian, but she looked very miserable now. Not only was her face covered with blood, but only half of her armor was left on her body. Peng Zhua, one of the 2 brothers of the Peng family from Donghu High School, was also among them, but Peng Yu was not there. Looking at the uncontrollable sadness on Peng Zhua's face, Zhang Yi understood what had happened. It looks like a major earthquake is about to hit Wuyuan City this time. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart. This time, at least half of the students in the first year of high school alone died on the spot, and the situation in the second and third years of high school was probably not much better. Moreover, behind them are families. How could their parents let it go so easily when their children died unexpectedly? This time, after I go back this time, I'm afraid the entire Wuyuan City will be in chaos. Sure enough, after returning to the main world, the huge playground that I had seen before was now in a mess, with deep pits everywhere caused by the aftermath of the battle. The entire base has entered a level 1 alert state, and a large number of soldiers have surrounded the entire base. The faces of the 6 principals and the leaders of the Education Bureau were covered with frost. After seeing the number of students in Zhang Ye's group, the leader's lips began to tremble slightly. It's easy to understand that such a big thing cannot be concealed. If this matter is reported and investigated by the higher authorities, the future of this group of people will be ruined. On the way back, the atmosphere was very depressing. What puzzled Zhang Yi was that he couldn't see teacher Lin Wenbin along the way, and he didn't know where he had gone. Zhang Yi would definitely not believe that something unexpected had happened to him. Lin Wenbin's strength had been revealed before. A lord with a 5th-level general was no ordinary person. When everyone returned to Nanshire High School, the principal dismissed them and casually announced a half-month holiday to allow each student to rest. With such a big thing happening, the original assessment content and rewards cannot be carried out in the short term. Zhang Yi also expressed his understanding of this. After receiving the order, everyone happily packed up their things and went home. Son, you are not hurt. Let me see you. As soon as Zhang Yi returned home, his mother rushed to him and examined him carefully. Mom, I'm fine. Why are you so nervous? After looking around, she found that there was no scar on Zhang Ye's body, and Zhang Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. What are you talking about? This matter has spread all over Wuyuan. That so-called chosen society attacked your exam location. It is said that many students died in it. You scared my mother to death. Zhang Ye's mother's face was filled with fear. All right, my son is back. Stop saying such unlucky things. Zhang Ye's father walked out slowly with 2 cups and a bottle of wine in his hands. Well, you're scared, right? Have a drink. After saying that, Dad shook the bottle in his hand. You are a person with only bad habits. Zhang Ye's safe return made the family of 3 enjoy a happy night. I have urgent news to report. All roads out of Wuyuan City are currently closed. Please do not panic. Today's news was very short. The host ended the broadcast after saying just this one sentence. But the shorter the news, the bigger the matter. This sentence has only one meaning, and that is to close the city. Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. It seems that this time, the death of half of the students directly broke the tolerance limit of the Wuyuan City leaders. In order to deal with the chosen society, the top leaders of Wuyuan City have decided to overturn the table and no longer care about the rules of the game. Hey, I'm afraid things are going to get out of hand this time. Zhang Ye's mother said with a worried look on her face. It's a mess outside right now, so I won't be opening for the next 2 days. Just stay home. Father Zhang Yi wisely chose to close the business. After dinner, Zhang Yi walked straight back to his room and entered the territory with a thought. At this time, the seriously injured Zhou Tsang was being taken care of by several Taiping Taoist priests in the territory. When Zhang Yi entered the territory, he found that the Taoists were wiping Zhou Tsang's wound with yellow turban talisman water. I have to say that Zhou Tsang deserves the title of Xiaoqiang. Despite suffering such serious injuries, thanks to the effect of Xiaoqiang body, Zhang Yi discovered that a small amount of granulation tissue had already emerged from his wound and began to repair the wound. At this time, the arrow in Zhou Tsang's chest had been pulled out by Zhang Fu. Fortunately, Taoist Taiping would make yellow turban talisman water every day. Although the healing effect of that thing was weak, it was unbearable because the quantity was large. Each Taoist priest can make 3 yellow talismans per day to create yellow turban talisman water. There are now 11 Taiping Taoist priests in Zhang Ye's territory, and 33 yellow talismans are produced every day. With the cumulative effect of the yellow talisman and the effect of Xiaoqiang body, increasing the healing speed by 50%, Zhou Tsang has left the critical period and started to recover gradually. There was a hint of color on the originally pale face. How long will it take for him to wake up? Zhang Yi asked Zhang Fu. My lord, at this rate, it will probably take General Zhou 5 more days to fully recover. 5 days. The time is not short, but it is a miracle for a person with this injury. Zhang Yi nodded. Don't stop using the talisman water these days. After giving the order, Zhang Yi came to a corner of the territory, where all the gains Zhang Yi had made in this different time and space were stored. The 4 light balls that Guan Hai and others had given to Zhang Yi were also among them. I didn't have time to open them before, but now is the perfect time to open them one by one. Valhalla. Effect. After use, a special building can be generated in the territory. Hall of Valor. Hall of Valor. The soul of the unyielding warrior returns to the earth. Effect. 1. After death, the souls of the soldiers under the Lord can return to the Hall of Heroes and transform into heroic spirits to continue fighting for you. 2. Souls encountered in the wild can also be brought into the Hall of Valor. After transformation, they will fight for you. Note, for a wild soul to be brought into the Hall of Valor, the soul must actively agree. Warhorn. Effect. After use, you can randomly summon a team of heroes from the void to fight for you, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Energy Stone. Xian level mid-grade. Effect. Contains a large amount of energy. After use, the territory energy will be increased by 50,000. Ancestral Stone. Effect. After use, you can randomly summon an ancestral spirit from the void. Sure enough, there will be a rainbow after the storm. After hovering on the edge of death, Zhang Ye's luck reached its peak. 103. Silver Moon Wolf Clan. Hall of Valor. This name sounds very advanced. The site of Hall of Valor was chosen not far from the Huangtian altar. The location was selected, and in an instant a bright light appeared, and a magnificent golden palace appeared in front of Zhang Yi. The interior space of Valhalla is extremely huge, and the overall decoration is mainly golden, giving people a sense of noble oppression. There are no heroic spirits in the hall now, so the entire hall is empty. Wulian Tianzuan, you actually gave me a feeling of oppression on my soul. When I walked into it, all the chaotic thoughts in my mind were silenced. Taoist Zhang Fu of the Taiping era also followed Zhang Yi to the Hall of Heroes at some point. My lord, practicing here will help you focus your spiritual awareness, and practicing the techniques will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Oh, if Zhang Fu hadn't said it, Zhang Yi wouldn't have noticed that as soon as he entered Valhalla, all the messy thoughts in his mind were swept away. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm, without any ripples at all. I have to say that this state of mind without distractions is very suitable for cultivation. Zhang Fu, since this place is useful to you, I will leave this Hall of Heroes to you from now on. I thank you very much, my lord. Why did Zhang Fu bow his head to express his gratitude? Zhang Yi nodded. The interior of the Hall of Heroes must have utilized space magic. The space inside was terrifying. Having a few more Taoist priests would increase its popularity. Ignoring Zhang Fu, Zhang Yi went straight to an open space somewhere in the Hall of Heroes and took out the ancestral stone. As soon as he thought about it, the ancestral stone emitted a dazzling white light. When the white light slowly dissipated, Zhang Yi saw a giant white wolf in front of him. The white wolf was as big as an elephant. San Yu Soul State. The Silver Moon Wolf clan is the guardian spirit worshipped by a tribe from another world. After the tribe was conquered, the ancestral spirit wandered into the void. Strength, level 3 creature. Strength, 36. Speed, 38. Willpower, 37. Constitution, 34. Skill. 1. Mythical creatures, products formed by many ideas. As long as the faith is not extinguished, there will be eternal life. 2. Might of the Wolf King. The long-term status of the Wolf King gives it an irresistible majesty to wolf creatures. The enemy wolf creatures have all attributes reduced by 30%. 3. Silver Moon Bloodline. San Yu can infuse divine power into ordinary wolves, causing their blood to gradually transform into Silver Moon wolves. When luck comes, sometimes it is unstoppable, and you can easily get another level 3 creature. The third level Silver Moon wolf had obviously developed intelligence. It first looked around in confusion, and then saw the little Zhang Yi in front of it. Human, are you the one who summoned me? As San Yu spoke, a powerful divine pressure came. Its idea is very clear. It intends to take the initiative and establish its own majesty. But unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. A disdainful smile appeared on Zhang Ye's lips. The next moment, Zhang Ye's entire body began to grow rapidly. Within the territory, the Lord has absolute control. The next moment, the originally extremely strong Silver Moon Wolf was like a kitten in front of Zhang Yi. Don't you understand the current situation? At this moment, Zhang Yi looked down at San Yu below with cold eyes. How dare you, a mere ant? What's going on? My power. At this moment, San Yue was just about to teach the human opposite him a lesson, but the moment the thought just arose, San Yue felt that the divine power in his body was actually directly disconnected from him. This made San Yue panic. From what he had just perceived, the human in front of him was stronger than the average person, but his strength was limited. He could not be his opponent at all. Seeing San Yue's panic-stricken face, Zhang Ye's disdain grew stronger and stronger. After all, he is just a native of another world with limited knowledge. Don't he know that the Lord is invincible within his own territory? Zhang Yi stretched out a hand towards San Yu below. Seeing the sky above him suddenly turn dark, he instinctively wanted to escape, but the next moment, San Yue found that he couldn't move at all. Zhang Yi easily pinched the back of San Yue's neck and lifted him up. Little thing, the tribe you protected has been destroyed, and those who believed in you should have died by now. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably just wander in the void, and then die because of the loss of faith and the loss of divine power, right? San Yue, who was struggling, stopped immediately when he heard this. Who are you and why do you know about me? This time, San Yue was really panicked. Zhang Yi actually knew what he was going through. The tribe he was protecting had been destroyed, and he had lost his source of faith. As time goes by, the divine power in your body will gradually dissipate, and without its source, you will be like water without a source, and death is only a matter of time. Nothing can face death calmly. Even if it is a mythical creature that has lived for who knows how long, it will still panic when it really faces death. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with San Yue's performance. Little thing, I'll give you two choices now. One is that I will exile you into the void, and then you will be buried in endless darkness and loneliness, and gradually die. Second, submit to me. From now on, as long as I live, you will be immortal. Are you serious? San Yue stared at Zhang Yi intently. That's not true. Would I lie to you? You have to believe me. There was a hint of sincerity in Zhang Ye's eyes at this moment. At this moment, Zhang Yi looked like a perverted uncle who tricked a little girl into going upstairs to see the goldfish. After a moment of silence, Song Yu greets the master. Following Deputy Song Yu's lead, an inexplicable wave emanated from the Hall of Heroes and reached Zhang Ye's mind. Zhang Ye's mind moved, and the next moment, a brilliant golden light shot down from the sky above the Hall of Heroes, completely enveloping Song Yu. The golden light dissipated, and Song Yu had also undergone tremendous changes at this time. His whole body was covered with a layer of golden light, and even in his eyes there were flashes of golden light. At this moment, after feeling himself, Song Yu's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Because in its perception, the divine power that was originally leaking out was now all blocked by the layer of golden light outside its body. At the same time, in its perception, the golden light was connected to this golden palace, and there was also a stream of energy slowly being injected into its divine body, constantly increasing its strength. Although this power was very weak, it was better than the previous state of deficit. In other words, at this moment, I have completely broken free from the constraints of faith. As long as this temple exists, I can achieve eternal life. Since Song Yu had become one of his own, Zhang Yi put it on the ground, and then his entire body returned to its original state. Song Yu, can you transform ordinary wolves into silver moon wolves? Song Yu was stunned after hearing this. Yes, but the transformation effect is still related to the wolf's physical fitness. How did you know this, my lord? 104, military expansion. How do you know? Zhang Yi curled his lips. What secrets do you want to keep in front of me? The next moment, Zhang Yi summoned Wang Kai over. What do you think of it? Wang Kai lowered his head and walked cautiously in front of Song Yue. Wang Kai didn't know why, but when facing the white wolf in front of him, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if he had seen a natural enemy. Wang Cai's body, which was originally as small as a horse's, now looked a little small when he stood in front of Song Yue. Song Yue glanced at Wang Kai below. Wang Cai's gray fur made it instinctively feel disliked. But after feeling the strong muscles hidden under Wang Cai's hair, he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. He's very strong, but his reactions are slow. He's a good laborer. Okay, since it's possible, then you can try transforming Wang Kai first. As he spoke, Zhang Yi touched Wang Cai's hair. Riding a gray wolf is not as cool as riding a white wolf. Leaving Wang Kai in the Hall of Heroes, Zhang Yi went straight to the Huangtian altar. After a fight in a different time and space, the energy accumulated in the energy tank of the Huangtian altar is enough for Zhang Yi to perform 5 summons. For some reason, Zhang Yi clearly felt that as the number of summons increased, the energy required for the next summon would increase. He had killed so many soul creatures in a different time and space, including a 4th-level undead creature, but the total was only enough for him to summon 5 times. It can be expected that the energy required to achieve summoning will continue to increase, and the frequency of summoning will continue to decrease. Who cares? Let's drink and enjoy life today. Why think so much? Zhang Yi slapped his head and thought to himself, it was a close call. He almost got fooled. With a thought, the energy tank was instantly emptied, and a bright light shone on the Huangtian altar. As the light gradually faded, the outlines of 1 person and 4 objects appeared on the altar. Resurrection Pill. High-grade Xian level. Effect. After taking it, serious physical injuries will be completely recovered. Note, it is only effective for creatures below level 4. Tempering Pavilion. Effect. After use, you can build a body tempering pavilion in the territory. Tempering Pavilion. Effect. Can transform yellow turban believers into yellow turban warriors. Dragon Rhino Formation. High-grade Xian level. After use, your generals will learn to form a dragon rhino formation. Effect. 1. Thick Armor. Increases the defense of the entire army by 45% and protects against ordinary arrows. 2. Dragon Power. All troops strength plus 30%, constitution plus 20%. 3. Dragon Rhino Dharma Image. After becoming proficient in it, the evil spirits of the soldiers under your command will condense into Dragon Rhino Dharma Image to help you in battle. As long as the Dragon Rhino is indestructible, the army formation will not be broken. Dragon Sovereign Heavy Armor Set Crafting Guide. Effect. Can be handed over to the rinsmith to forge Dragon Horse Heavy Armor. Note, Longxiong Heavy Armor is the standard armor for heavy infantry. Zhang Yi only took a quick glance at the 4 things, and then focused all his attention on the only figure. General Su Huang pays homage to my lord. A burly figure immediately knelt on one knee. Su Huang. Strength, level 3 creature. Strength, 37. Speed, 32. Willpower, 35. Constitution, 36. Skill 1. Giant Axe Killing the Sky. Every time you use the giant axe to kill an enemy creature, you will recover a certain amount of your physical strength according to the strength of the enemy. 2. Xingtian Possession. After use, Xingtian's residual soul will be activated in Su Huang's body, and his whole body will be immune to any fatal damage. At the same time, all attributes will be increased by 50%, the duration is 1 hour, and the cooling time is 24 hours. 3. When Zhou Yafu is alive, his soldiers have strict military discipline, and their morale is always constant and will not be affected by negative status. Wow. No wonder only one general appeared after 5 summons. Feelings are about exchanging quantity for quality. Su Huang was worthy of being called the contemporary Zhou Yafu by Cao Cao after he defected from the Yellow Turbans to Cao Cao. The soldiers led by him always maintain a constant morale. In other words, under his command, situations such as rout and fear of battle will never occur. Plus that super high strength and 2 skills. Su Huang is a talented general and commander. After helping Su Huang up and having a pleasant conversation, Zhang Yi handed him the Dragon Rhino formation. After sending him aside to continue studying, Zhang Yi came to the blood-quenching pool alone. At this time, after a period of accumulation, the essence and blood in the blood-quenching pool has increased to a certain extent. But Zhang Yi didn't come here for this pool of blood. Take out the mini pavilion from the body-tempering pavilion and place it next to the blood-tempering pool. After a flash of light, a complex of buildings with ancient decorations appeared in front of Zhang Yi. I don't know how effective the Yellow Turban strongman is, but based on his status among the Yellow Turbans, Zhang Yi feels that it won't be too easy. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi went directly to the dilapidated shack. Obtaining a mid-grade Xian-level energy stone directly increased the energy in Zhang Ye's territory by 50,000. His pockets were full, so he had to spend it next. Spending 4,000 energy points directly produced 400 Yellow Turban starving people. After a frantic meal, Zhang Yi obtained 400 Yellow Turban believers and brought them all to the body tempering pavilion. As the door of the tempering body pavilion closed, the shadow of a clock appeared above it. This conversion will take 4 days. There was no other way. Zhang Yi could only wait. Then Zhang Yi came directly to the earth fire furnace. Currently, there are only 5 ordinary blacksmiths and 1 rune blacksmith in the territory. After such a long time, only 10 sets of Yellow Turban armor were made. How long will it take to equip all the soldiers under his command with Yellow Turban armor? No problem. First spend 10,000 energy to train 100 ordinary blacksmiths. Rune blacksmiths can create rune armor. The rune Yellow Turban armor made by them is engraved with strong inscriptions, making the entire armor tougher than ordinary Yellow Turban armor. Zhang Ye's initial plan was to equip the Iron Wolf Guard with this high-end equipment first. But at this time, there was only Zhang Pu, the rune blacksmith, so he had to be given more help. No problem. Another 5,000 energy points were spent to train 5 rune blacksmiths, who became Zhang Pu's subordinates. Afterwards, Zhang Yi came to the Wolf Cavalry camp and spent 20,000 energy points to train 20 Iron Wolf Guards. At this point, the number of Iron Wolf Guards finally reached 50. At the same time, considering Sangyu, he spent 500 to train 5 wargs and sent them over. Since high-end combat capabilities have been enhanced, the Montenegrin army cannot favor one over the other. Once again came to the ruined shack and spent 10,000 energy points to train 1,000 Yellow Turban hungry people. After repeating the previous round of operations, Zhang Yi had 1,000 more Yellow Turban believers, and he handed them all over to Zhang Yin to train them into the Black Mountain Army. After some operations, the Xian-level mid-grade energy stone that had just been obtained was used up. 105. Black Market News. After solving the problems at hand, Zhang Yi remembered that the resurrection pill had not been delivered to Zhou Tsang yet. He then called a Yellow Turban believer over from the side, handed the resurrection pill to him, and asked him to deliver it to Zhang Fu. Time flies, and 5 days passed. All roads out of Wuyuan City are still closed, and the incident of the joint entrance examination of 6 schools has finally fermented. A large number of victims' parents and relatives began to gather at universities and government departments holding banners. Faced with the cries of the victims' families, the leaders were overwhelmed, and a large number of related videos were circulated on the internet. The evil cult of the Chosen Society finally came to the attention of ordinary people. The accidental deaths of nearly half of the Lord students in Wuyuan City cast a veil of mystery over the Chosen Society. The families of the Lord students throughout the Yin Kingdom were immediately in an uproar. They had never expected that being a lord would be so dangerous. Some parents began to object to their children studying in the Lord class. This evil trend intensified under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives. Finally, the Yin state officials stepped down and began to rectify the situation. At the same time, a large number of experts and professors began to teach about the glory and greatness of the lords, and a large number of famous lords began to speak out about their bright future and current situation as lords. This is how the bad trend was suppressed. But the matter was suppressed. However, due to such a big incident, the direct leadership of Wuyuan City was replaced from head to toe. 6 high school principals were given serious warnings and placed on probation for 3 years. In other words, unless something unexpected happens, the teaching careers of these 6 principals will be over. At this time, because of the city closure, the entire Wuyuan City was still in a state of panic. On the streets, groups of soldiers armed with weapons were stationed in various important streets. Afterwards, a large number of military generals, accompanied by a group of personnel in special uniforms, began to search every residential building door to door. From time to time, someone would be taken out tied up. Zhang Ye's family was also interrogated by military personnel, but when the inspectors heard that Zhang Yu was also a Lord student who had returned from another time and space, their tone became much more polite. 2 people in special attire behind him were holding a disc and searched Zhang Ye's house before retreating. The 2 mysterious men were wearing the same Taoist robes as the Taiping Taoist priests in Zhang Ye's territory. According to Zhang Ye's guess, they should be holding some kind of detecting tools in their hands. Such violent actions by government agencies caused a lot of criticism online, but at this time, the top leaders of Wuyuan City unexpectedly broke with their usual attitude and were extremely firm, not giving in at all. Instead, the most vicious keyboard warriors online were tracked down and detained directly. Seeing this, the keyboard warriors online were immediately wilted. Zhang Yi stayed at home for 5 days. At this time, the seriously injured Zhou Tsang had already recovered as before under the effect of the recovery pill. After this life and death battle, Zhou Tsang seemed to have a lot of insights. It can be predicted that he will gain something in a few days. Zhang Yu was already tired of staying at home all the time. Although Wuyuan City is still under lockdown, people have adapted to the situation after their initial resistance. So some shops have resumed business and the empty streets are becoming popular. At 12 o'clock midnight, Zhang Yu walked out of the house and headed towards the abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city. The abandoned hospital was still under lockdown, so Zhang Yi happened to go there to see if the black market had opened. It was still the familiar morgue. When a cabinet was opened, a familiar light appeared. Just as Zhang Yi expected, even if the city was closed, the black market would still be open. Without thinking, Zhang Yi jumped in. It was still the same gloomy valley, but there were fewer street stalls on both sides of the valley road. Come to think of it, since ancient times, city closures have dealt the greatest blow to commercial businesses. Although there were fewer stalls, it did not hinder Zhang Ye's enthusiasm for shopping. Soon, he had walked around the entire valley. After not finding what he wanted, Zhang Yi directly chose an open space and put away the things he didn't need. Night Training Manual, Silver Cross Swordsmanship, Ecstasy Crystal Miniature, Ghost Crystal Micro, Soul Crystal, Golden Armor Talisman, Yellow Turban Healing Talisman, Wolf Essence. Unknowingly, Zhang Yi had accumulated a lot of useless things in his hands. After displaying all the things, Zhang Yi sat cross-legged and began to practice Earth Escape. Ever since he obtained the mysterious staff of the Netherworld, Zhang Yi was determined to master 1 or 2 of the ghost magic spells in Earth Escape. Earth Escape records a large amount of knowledge about ghosts and the underworld, as well as a large number of spells. This means that Zhang Yi no longer has to go to great lengths to find various martial arts secrets that suit him, like other students. Although Taiping Yaoshu looks like just a book of exercises, it would be more accurate to say that it is an encyclopedia. The content of the book covers a very wide range. Zhang Yi estimated that it would take at least 10 years to master all the contents of the book. Time passed by little, and the things Zhang Yi displayed were very high-end. During the process, there were many people coming to ask the price, but most of them were not sincere in buying, but just wanted to satisfy their curiosity. This annoyed Zhang Yi so much that he finally put a large piece of paper on it and wrote, "Barter, no one is welcome." Afterwards, no matter who asked him this, as long as they didn't show the item they wanted to exchange, Zhang Yi would pretend that person didn't exist. After a long time, it finally became much quieter. How about 5 Dragon Bloodgrass in exchange for your Night Training Manual and Silver Cross Sword Technique? Suddenly, a voice with a strange tone was heard, making Zhang Yi open his eyes. All he saw before him was a handsome blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. How strange to see foreigners here. Zhang Yi was surprised. You have to know that although the situation in this world is roughly the same as that on Earth before Zhang Yi crossed over, its area has expanded 100 times. The original distance between Oroba State and Yin Country was extremely far. In addition, the danger level in the wilderness has increased sharply, resulting in the connection between Yin Country and Oroba State being basically cut off on the civilian side. At this time, seeing a Europa in a small county like Wuyuan is as rare as suddenly seeing a monkey strolling on the street. Although he was extremely surprised, based on the principle that the customer is God, Zhang Yi showed a professional smile on his face. Of course, please. As he spoke, Zhang Yi handed the Knight Training Manual and Silver Cross Swordsmanship to the handsome guy. After taking the two things and taking a quick look at them, the other party had no objection and directly took out 5 plants of dragon blood grass from his territory and handed them to Zhang Yi. Sir, please come often when you have time. Zhang Yi warmly saw the other party off. 106. It's you again, little fat sheep. Dragon's blood grass. Effect. Grind it into powder, put it in a basin, and soak the body in it to help strengthen the flesh and blood and enhance the dragon veins. Dragon blood grass. Zhang Yi had heard of this medicinal herb during his teacher's class before. It was a treasure specially used to enhance the physical strength of military commanders. According to the introduction, it is a pure waste to use it for soaking directly. Teacher Lin Wenbin mentioned several recipes in class, and adding various auxiliary materials can double the effect. Dragon blood grass. There are not many medicinal herbs like this that can strengthen the body of a warrior and purify the dragon veins. As long as something is related to the dragon, the price will definitely soar. I never thought that with just one trip to the black market, I could exchange 2 things I didn't need for 5 plants of dragon blood grass. Profit. Profit. This foreigner is really a rich man. Zhang put it away with satisfaction. Boss, how much do you want for this soul crystal? Just when Zhang Yi was distracted, business came to his door again. A melodious and ethereal voice came from in front of him, and Zhang Yi looked up. Wow, it's an acquaintance. It was that rich, silly girl who bought herself the earth fire furnace when she first came to the black market. Mo Ying also recognized that the guy in front of him was the hateful guy he met when he first came to the black market. What a coincidence. We all know each other now. Just tell me what you like, and the price is negotiable. The next moment, Zhang Ye's face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. This girl is stupid and has a lot of money. If Zhang Yi doesn't make some money from her, he will feel sorry for the ancestors of the Zhang family. Looking at Zhang Ye's flower-like smile, Mo Ying felt a little hesitant. After all, after the last transaction, she realized that she had suffered a loss when she returned, but she had already made the purchase and it was too late to regret. At this moment, seeing this annoying face again, Mo Ying's vigilance suddenly rose. This time she learned her lesson and didn't go straight to the point of buying something. Instead, she started looking around Zhang Ye's stall casually. You won't know unless you look carefully. You will be shocked when you see that most of the things on this stall are what you want. Are you one of the students participating in the joint entrance examination of 6 schools? Mo Ying is not a fool. The incident in Wuyuan City this time alarmed the entire Yin country, and what happened inside is no longer a secret. Looking at the many soul-related items on Zhang Ye's stall, combined with Zhang Ye's age, it became clear at once. But what surprised Mo Ying was that the 2 military buildings could not be obtained by killing ordinary soul creatures. At this time, because the students who came back alive sold many soul items, there were many things similar to soul crystals on the market. But Mo Ying had never seen many soul creature military buildings like the 2 in front of him. In other words, the boy in front of him was actually quite powerful. Do you want to stay here or not? No, don't stay here and affect my business. Seeing Mo Ying standing in front of her stall in a daze, Zhang Yi became furious and hurriedly urged her. There are still people who are impatient with themselves? It was the first time that Mo Ying saw a man treat her so badly. How would you like to sell the bewitching crystal and ghost crystal? Mo Ying's tone also began to become unfriendly. These 2 things are only exchanged and not sold. What do you want to change? Spiritual medicine, spiritual materials, anything is fine. I don't have anything in particular I want. Zhang Ye's expression was calm at this moment, but it made Mo Ying furious. Wasn't it him who said these words to him in the beginning? He is pretending now. This thing should be enough to buy you both. As he spoke, Mo Ying took out a palm-sized wooden box from his arms and handed it over. Anything produced by a rich woman must be of high quality. Zhang Yi took it directly and opened the wooden box. Inside was a fat white worm. Spirit-sucking insect. Low grade. Effect. Place it on the body of an enemy creature, and the soul-sucking insect can immediately extract an ability from the opponent. Afterwards, take the soul-sucking insect back and swallow it. and the swallower will gain this ability. Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown after reading it. He suddenly remembered the macrophagic goo that he had traded from Mo Ying but had not used yet. The effect is also to hurt the opponent and strengthen oneself, but the ability of soul-sucking insect seems to be stronger. Why does this rich woman in front of me always have such shady things? It's a great item, but I'm afraid it's not enough to exchange for 2 military buildings. It's true. A hint of understanding appeared on Mo Ying's face. The greedy man in front of him really wanted to bargain, but this time, Mo Ying was no longer the same Mo Ying. A low-grade Earth-grade item can't even be exchanged for 2 ordinary military buildings. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You only want one thing, don't you? After hearing this, Zhang Yi just smiled slightly. Beautiful lady, you have to think carefully. Military buildings are always expensive, let alone those of a special race like this. Buildings for spirit creatures are not easy to find. Of course, because of the chosen society, there are now many more soul items on the market in Wuyuan City. But you should have noticed that most of them are just ordinary items. There aren't many high-end items like military structures. Not to mention, it's not just people in Wuyuan City who are rushing to buy them. The scalpers in the surrounding cities are also not stupid. Many of them have been reserved in advance. Don't think I still have these 2 copies now. They might belong to someone else in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi spoke with confidence, not worried at all about scaring Mo Ying away. How could you possibly hide the desire in the other person's eyes from yourself? Mo Ying was in hesitation at this moment. She admitted that she was indeed persuaded, but if she paid the money directly now, wouldn't it seem like she had lost? Seeing the hesitation in Mo Ying's eyes, Zhang Yi decided to help her. Come and take a look at this newly released Soul Creature Arms building. The owner is selling it urgently at a discounted price. Even if you don't want to buy it, come and take a look. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted to the people around him. This sudden scene left Mo Ying at a loss. Hey, don't shout, don't shout. After hurriedly restraining Zhang Yi, Mo Ying took out another box from her waist. This, plus this, will do, Mo Ying said with eyes full of reluctance. Zhang Yi took the other box with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, there was a piece of light yellow amber inside, and in the center of the amber, there was a scorpion vaguely sealed. The scorpion was completely black, but the stinger on its tail emitted a faint blue light. Underworld Scorpion Seal. Strength, level 1 creature. Strength, 11. Speed, 15. Willpower, 17. Constitution, 19. Skill, 1. Road to Hades. The tail of the Hades scorpion is extremely poisonous and can kill creatures with a lower constitution than the Hades scorpion on the spot. Only creatures with a constitution that is more than 150% of the Hades scorpions can be immune. 2. Shadow Breath. The Hades scorpion will be invisible. 3. Instant attack. Speed plus 500%. Duration 3 seconds. 107. The origin of the chosen society. This, Underworld Scorpion, is still sealed. As long as a drop of your blood is on it, it will recognize you as its master. Mo Ying looked at this, Underworld Scorpion, and for some reason, her tone began to become complacent. This, Underworld Scorpion, is the famous work of the Hanjiangmo family and is generally not sold easily. If Mo Ying didn't already have one in her hand, and this one seemed a bit redundant, she would never have taken it out for exchange. Having gotten the advantage, Zhang Yi didn't waste any words and immediately stuffed all the bewitching crystal and ghost crystal into Mo Ying's hands. Suddenly feeling a little embarrassed, he grabbed a handful of soul crystals from the bag on the other side and stuffed them into Mo Ying's hand. Gift, little fairy, come again next time. At this moment, Zhang Ye's face was full of sincerity. The expression on the other person's face changed so quickly that Mo Ying didn't have time to react. She was about to say something, but when she looked at the things in her hands, the words that were about to come to her lips were swallowed back. It seems like I made money. After sending this silly but rich girl away, the remaining things were bought by other people one after another. The other items were not very valuable, so Zhang Yi directly took the cash. After some operations, Zhang Ye's account once again deposited more than 1 million yuan. After becoming a lord, you really will have no concept of money. No wonder everyone wants to be a lord. After packing up his stall, Zhang Yi once again passed through the space-time gate and arrived in Wuyuan City. This time I was lucky and was teleported to a location not far from my home. After returning home and opening Taododuo Mall, Zhang Yi directly purchased 50 level 2 expansion stones. With the increase in buildings and residents in Zhang Ye's territory, the original area of the territory is about to reach its limit. Level 2 expansion stone is sold at 10,000 per piece, and 50 pieces only cost 500,000. This amount of money is nothing considering Zhang Ye's current net worth. But now Wuyuan City is under lockdown and express delivery has stopped throughout the city. Zhang Yi will probably have to wait a long time if he wants to get the 50 level 2 expansion stones. The city lockdown is still going on, and Zhang Yi can only stay at home every day or practice Earth Escape in the territory and spend the rest of the time reading news. At the same time, he recognized the underworld scorpion he got from Mo Ing as his master. No one knew how the Mo family had managed to do this with the underworld scorpion. The entire scorpion was placed in amber, yet it still remained active. According to Mo Ing, Zhang Yi separated his fingers and dripped blood onto the amber. After coming into contact with blood, the amber, which was originally as hard as steel, melted quickly like snow encountering the scorching sun, and soon the Hades scorpion was exposed to the air. The moment it came into contact with the air, the Hades scorpion, which had been like a fossil, began to tremble slowly. Because Zhang Yi recognized him as its master, the newly awakened Hades scorpion was very affectionate towards Zhang Yi, lying in his palm and refusing to leave. Zhang Yi seemed very interested in this. The Hades scorpion was too weak now and could not help Zhang Yi in any way, so he would just keep it by his side as a pet. As the Wuyuan municipal government continued to announce, the origins of the Chosen Society gradually began to emerge before everyone. The Chosen Society was established not long ago, and the story began more than 20 years ago. At that time, a secret realm of unknown level appeared in Juzhou of Yen State. The Juzhou government responded quickly, immediately stationed troops in the area, and brought in hundreds of military lords. But a month later, only 7 lords walked out alive, and each of these 7 survivors had an unconcealable fear on their faces, and their minds were almost broken. After a long period of psychological treatment, everyone finally knew what happened to this group of people in this mysterious secret place. According to them, once they entered that secret place, they would be greeted by endless abyss demons. In addition to the huge number of demons, everyone encountered something even more terrifying: the demon of the abyss. The entire secret realm was actually just the place where the demon god was sealed. The demon god called himself the Black Demon Lord. Hundreds of elite military lords were killed without a single intact body in the blink of an eye by the demon lord. The 7 military personnel who left the secret realm alive disappeared overnight. A year later, an organization called the Chosen Society was established. In Yin country, wherever there was a disaster, the shadow of the Chosen Society could be found. In the videos where the members of the Chosen Society appeared several times, everyone suddenly discovered several soldiers who had disappeared before. Those 7 people have been completely demonized and corrupted, claiming to be servants of God. Codenames: death, tyranny, cunning, corruption, lust, despair, destruction. The 7 names represent the 7 powers of the Black Demon Lord. Only then did everyone realize that all this was actually the conspiracy of the Black Demon Lord. After that, the secret place would reappear in Juzhou every 2 years. Because of the Black Sin Demon Lord, that secret place was officially called the Black Sin Abyss by the Yin State. Before that, the anomalies that Zhang Yi and others encountered in the different time and space were also the Yin corpses under the command of the Chosen Ones. In order to retaliate against the entire Wuyuan City high-level officials, they deliberately used the Shadow of Death. Shadow of Death is a disposable item of top-grade Earth rank. It contains a large amount of shadow energy. After use, it can directly pollute a vein of the Earth and forcibly transform it into an environment suitable for the survival of dark creatures. The Yin Corps directly used Shadow of Death at the space-time gate, and a large amount of shadow energy immediately entered the different space-time. At the same time, in the days before, the Chosen Society had secretly seduced a large number of high school students in Wuyuan City to act as accomplices, and secretly buried a large number of soul crystals in the different time and space. After the shadow energy transformed the space-time, a large number of soul creatures directly gushed out. The Chosen Society lurked in Wuyuan City and deceived so many students. The high-level officials of Wuyuan City were completely unaware of this, which led to the accidental deaths of half of the Lord students. It would be unacceptable if the top leaders in Wuyuan did not step down. According to the news, in that large alien space, due to the influence of shadow energy, the entire alien space-time veins have been forcibly transformed. In other words, that alien space will become a space exclusively for the survival of soul creatures in the future. This also has an advantage, which is that Wuyuan City will now have a place that can stably produce soul items. But this matter still depends on how the government plans in the future, and Zhang Yi doesn't care about it. At this time, he had already entered the territory. Due to the expansion of manpower, the production of yellow turban armor doubled, and 500 Black Mountain soldiers had been equipped. There are also 5 people from the Iron Wolf Guard equipped with rune yellow turban armor. At this time, Zhang Yi had already come to Su Huang's side. Tempering Body Pavilion has already transformed 400 yellow turban believers into yellow turban strongmen. After 5 days of transformation, the original 400 yellow turban believers have undergone a major transformation. 108. The secret realm within the territory. The originally thin arms were now thicker than Zhang Ye's thighs, and the tendons and veins were intertwined on the arms and thighs. The old farmers who used to live in the mountains and fields have now become strong men with fat faces and burly backs. At this time, when Zhang Yi arrived, they were playing a wrestling game on the side. If middle-aged women outside saw this kind of exercise that exudes masculinity, they would probably be unable to walk. Yellow Turban Warrior. Strength, 9. Speed, 6. Willpower, 7. Constitution, 8. Skill, 1. Moving mountains. Yellow Turban Warriors can easily wear armor and weapons that are twice their own weight without feeling any burden. 2. Ganyu. The Yellow Turban strongmen have incredible endurance and are able to march for a long time. 3. Force Unloading. The Yellow Turban Army can transfer the impact force received from the front to the ground, making themselves immune to damage. Although the 4 attributes of the Yellow Turban Warrior were not as amazing as Zhang Yi had imagined, the 3 skills gave Zhang Yi a pleasant surprise, as if a new world had appeared after a dark period. Move mountains, chase away peaks, and relieve force. These 3 skills laid the foundation for the Yellow Turban Warriors to become excellent heavy armored soldiers. With these 3 skills, Zhang Yi could already imagine a group of Yellow Turban strongmen, wearing terrifying thick armor but still as light as a swallow, resisting the cavalry with their physical bodies. My lord. When Su Huang saw Zhang Yi, he rushed to Zhang Ye's side immediately. Zhang Yi nodded. From now on, all the Yellow Turban Warriors will be under your jurisdiction. Due to the limited production capacity of the Dragon Sur heavy armor, you will have to wait a little longer. Zhang Yi sounded apologetic as he spoke. Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army had changed into Yellow Turban armor and had pulled all the blacksmiths over, so the Yellow Turban strongmen were left with nothing but bare hands. The Yellow Turban Warriors are different from the Black Mountain Army. The Yellow Turban Warriors do not belong to a military branch, so after the transformation, they do not have their own set of armor and weapons. In other words, although the Yellow Turban Warriors had far greater potential than the Black Mountain Army, they were still just subjects rather than soldiers because they had no armor or weapons and had not received systematic training. Su Huang did not have much objection to this. The territory was just established and was still in a rapid development stage, so the current shortage of manpower was understandable. My lord, although the armaments are not yet complete, I have already begun the Dragon Rhino formation drill. The armaments are complete, and a mighty army is formed. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Su Huang was indeed an excellent commander. His thoughts were more comprehensive than Zhang Ye's. Main world. 10 days had passed since Wuyuan City was locked down. On the 10th day, the Wuyuan City government finally announced that the lockdown in Wuyuan City had been lifted, and all major traffic arteries were immediately opened. The residents of Wuyuan cheered loudly. After 10 days of lockdown, all the goods in the major supermarkets had been swept away. If the lockdown was not lifted, people would go crazy. Once all the major roads were opened, the 50 Level 2 expansion stones that Zhang Yi had purchased were delivered to Zhang Ye's doorstep in the afternoon. Under the effect of 50 Level 2 expansion stones, the area of Zhang Ye's territory has changed dramatically. The territory that originally seemed crowded is now extremely spacious. Well, that's more like it. The $500,000 wasn't wasted. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yi had never dared to even think about the figure of 500,000 before, but now he felt no emotion at all when he spent it. This may be growth. Wow, it's finally unblocked. I wonder what's become of those cultists from the Chosen Society. Zhang Yi looked at the TV news with emotion, and the next moment, he slapped himself. Fuck, I'm such a jerk. Why should I care about them? It would be best if they died. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Zhang Ye's territory. Without thinking, Zhang Yi went straight in. As soon as I entered, I saw a green ball of light appearing above the territory. Zhang Yi looked carefully and saw that there was a token in the green light. Isn't this the Bronze Order to Stop War? Zhang Yi originally got this Bronze Order to Stop War, but for a long time, this token did not respond at all. After a long time, Zhang Yi had already forgotten it. But now, this token actually made such a big noise. Is that secret realm about to open? Zhang Yi thought uncertainly. As if it could sense Zhang Ye's thoughts, the next moment, the green light fell directly and formed a green portal on the ground. The moment the portal appeared, a message came to my mind. Just as Zhang Yi guessed, the traveler could go to the secret place of Xuanwu Plain through a portal. The entrance is directly inside the territory. How refreshing! Zhang Yi muttered to himself with a look of surprise on his face. Not only that, the passage of time in this secret realm is completely different from that in the main world. No matter how long you spend in it, when you return to the main world, only a moment has passed. The opening time of the secret realm is calculated as 1 year based on the secret realm time. But you must return before the secret realm closes. Otherwise, you will be assimilated by the secret realm in endless time and become a member of the secret realm's creatures. 1 year. In the main world, it was just a moment. Zhang Yi has 1 more year of development time than others. How could he possibly miss such a good opportunity? Humph. I want to become stronger and surprise everyone. After saying that, Zhang Yi stepped in, and then the scene suddenly changed. The same scene happened in every corner of Yin country, and several Lord students made the same decision as Zhang Yi. What appeared before my eyes was an endless plain. In the distance, smoke was rising from several villages, creating a peaceful scene. Zhang Yi did not dare to be careless. After all, he was now in a secret realm, and there was definitely danger waiting for him ahead. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately summoned Wang Kai out. At this time, after being transformed by the Silver Moon Wolf King Sanyue, Wang Cai's bloodline has begun to change towards the Silver Moon Wolf. At this time, Wang Cai's originally gray fur had turned snow white, and his blue wolf eyes were indescribably noble. He turned over and rode on Wang Cai's back, then ordered Wang Kai to run away. Soon, the curling smoke from the village appeared in front of us. Zhang Yi did not go forward immediately, but walked around the village and observed it carefully. The entire village was surrounded by a circle of earthen walls, and there were actually some people dressed as villagers stationed on the walls. If there wasn't a circle of farmland outside, Zhang Yi would have suspected that he had encountered some bandit stronghold. The scene before my eyes was peaceful, not like the scene of years of war. Why was the whole village still in such a state? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it, and Zhang Yi will just drive the wolf forward. A giant wolf with white hair appeared in front of everyone, and the urgent alarms sounded throughout the village. In an instant, a large number of villagers rushed up the earth wall with weapons in hand. 109, Hujia Village. Looking at Wang Cai's majestic figure and his indescribable temperament, the people who rushed up the earth wall were frightened for a moment. Village chief, there's a person on the giant wolf's back. As a voice was heard, everyone realized that there was a young man sitting on the back of the giant wolf. Such a monster could actually willingly let someone sit on its back. The young man must be no ordinary person. As everyone was whispering, the village chief walked forward slowly. Sir, I wonder what brings you to Hujia Village. Zhang Yi carefully observed all the people on the earth wall. After some investigation, he found that the people inside were very ordinary and there was not a single creature above level 1. Seeing the old man's question, Zhang Yi slowly got off the white wolf's back and bowed to the earth wall. My dear father-in-law, I'm lost here. I wonder if I can stay here for 1 night. Of course, I won't stay here for free. Here are some small gifts for you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out a silver chain from his arms. There is no doubt that these things can be bought for $1 a bunch on Taododuo, and Zhang Yi bought a box at that time. Although I don't know what that silver thing is, it doesn't look cheap. Moreover, the clothes of the young man below do not look ordinary. You can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. After weighing the pros and cons, the village chief decisively ordered people to open the village gate and respectfully welcome Zhang Yi in. The villagers were terrified by Wang Cai's huge body, so Zhang Yi directly took him back to his territory. Zhang Yi's move shocked the surrounding villagers as if they were gods. The village chief respectfully arranged Zhang Yi in his own yard and cleaned up the master bedroom specifically to entertain Zhang Yi, the distinguished guest. Village chief, I see that this area is vast and boundless, and there are no bandits, robbers, or other strong men, nor are there any ferocious wild beasts. Why does your village still look as if it is facing a great enemy? As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yi told the village chief the doubts in his mind. When the village chief heard Zhang Yi's question, he sighed deeply. Ah, sir, you don't know. This tranquility is only temporary. It's just an appearance. Hearing what the village chief said, Zhang Yi immediately became interested. Village chief, please tell me in detail. After nearly 2 hours of detailed discussion, Zhang Yi finally had a rough understanding of the Xuanwu Plain. It turns out that the quiet and peaceful environment during the day is just an appearance. When night falls, the entire plain turns into a paradise for monsters. The monsters are very powerful. Once they find a human gathering place without defense, they will rush in and devour all the humans inside. In order to guard against monsters, all human settlements on the Xuanwu Plain will proactively build earth walls and arrange members to garrison there every day. Fortunately, the location of Hujia village may be relatively remote, and there are no powerful and ferocious monsters around. Therefore, although there are no masters in Hujia village, life is still safe and sound relying on the earth wall. At the same time, the mysterious land of Xuanwu Plain is extremely large, but there is no real country in it. Instead, there are a number of families and clans. Each family or clan radiates outward with its own clan members as the core, ruling a large area of surrounding land. Just like during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, all forces were fighting against each other. Strictly speaking, Hujia village can also be considered such a force. In the entire village, everyone has the surname Hu. The entire village has 1,000 adult men. With the village as the center, the surrounding area of 30 kilometers is all within the scope of Hujia village. If the population of Hujia village was not too small, and there was not a single expert above the first-level creature. Otherwise, Hujia village would have gone on to conquer other forces like other forces. At this time, the entire Hujia village was in a state of emergency because of the same reason. 20 kilometers away from Hujia village is another village that is comparable to Hujia village, called Tangjiazwang. Tangjiazwang was originally as powerful as Hujaikan. Although the people of the two places occasionally had conflicts, they were relatively peaceful. But recently, in Tangjiazwang, the eldest son of the owner unexpectedly advanced to become a first-level creature for some unknown reason, and was also noticed by a general of the Qin family and recruited as his subordinate. The Qin family is not ordinary. All the surrounding lands, including Hujia village and Tangjiazwang, are under the rule of the Qin family. After the young master of Tangjiazwang was promoted to a first-level creature and was recruited as a general under the Qin family, Tangjiazwang suddenly became powerful. He also changed his previous style and started to become aggressive. Hujia village is the closest to Tangjiazwang, so it will inevitably become the first target of attack. A few days ago, someone came from Tangjiazwang and specified that Hujia village should be merged into Tangjiazwang. When it comes to incorporation, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Tangjiazwang is planning to directly annex Hujia village. Then, won't the people of Hujia village be treated like slaves in Tangjiazwang? Without even thinking about it, the village chief rejected him outright. Seeing the other party's refusal, the people of Tangjiazwang suddenly changed their attitude and even issued a threat of war. But there were so many young people in Hujia village that they were no joke. They immediately became excited and beat up the man from Tangjiazwang. When they came to their senses, the man from Tangjiazwang had already received his lunchbox. Now, war is absolutely inevitable. Although the villagers were surprised, they would not let it go. In the next few days, the villagers of Hujia village entered a stage of full preparation for war. Until Zhang Yi arrived. Then, village chief, when do you think the Tang family village troops will most likely arrive? Speaking of this, the village chief looked worried. It's been 3 days since the people from Tangjiazwang came to Hujia village. Even the dumbest people in Tangjiazwang have already reacted. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably only take 1 or 2 days. Then how confident are you that you can defeat them? How much? Still winning. The village chief smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sir, please stop mocking me. In the entire Hujia village, there isn't even a single level 1 creature. All we can do now is pray that the people from Tangjiazwang will be cautious and let us go. The most we can do is get more treasures from Hujia village. The village chief saw no hope in this battle. Village chief, I have to say you are still too naive. Even if you can spend your treasure to buy peace today, what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Adding fuel to put out a fire is a way to die. Zhang Yi shook his head and said in a heavy tone. Human nature is greedy. The village chief must understand this truth, but he has no choice at this moment. Just when the village chief was frowning, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Yi's teasing smile. The next moment, the village chief was so moved that he bowed to Zhang Yi. Please, sir, save the lives of everyone in Hujia village. Looking at the village chief kneeling on the ground, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. This old man is quite capable. It's easy for me to destroy Tangjiazwang, but from now on, I want everyone in Hujia village to obey me alone. Can you do it? 110, the weakest first-level general. In this way, the next day, Zhang Yi successfully gained the loyalty of the entire Hujia village. Now that Hujia village was in his hands, Zhang Yi stopped talking nonsense and directly pulled out 4 generals and 2,000 Black Mountain soldiers. The entire Hujia village was immediately filled with activities. Zhang Yi's move stunned everyone in Hujia village. At the same time, Several Taoist priests of the Taiping sect were also summoned and began to preach the teachings of the Yellow Turbans throughout the Hujia village. With the addition of Zhang Ye's 2,000 Black Mountain troops, the strength of the entire Hujia village increased rapidly. 2 days later, the troops from Tangjiazwang finally appeared on the territory of Hujia village. Zhang Yi sat on Wang Cai's back and looked at the people from Tangjiazwang in the distance. To Zhang Ye's surprise, the number of people coming from Tangjiazwang this time was surprisingly large. In addition to the 1,000 local villagers of Tangjiazwang, there was also an armored army nearby. Such a well-equipped army immediately created a gap between them and the Tangjiazwang villagers who were dressed in a variety of clothes. Those should be the Qin family's army. Zhang Yi thought to himself. Only in this way can Tangjiazwang have the courage to covet the surrounding areas. On the opposite side, Tang Guohong's eyes were almost popping out. Because in Hujia village, where people could be bullied at will before, a well-equipped army suddenly appeared. Moreover, the number of that army far exceeded the 500 Qin family soldiers he brought with him. Since joining the Qin family, Tang Guohong quickly became a captain of the Qin family army because of his strength as a first-level general. This time, he spent a lot of money to get in touch with his superiors and brought his brothers to Tangjiazwang to help. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect an accident to happen. Whose army is this? Ji family. No, the uniform of the Ji family army is not yellow but green. The Liu family? The Liu family and the Qin family are on good terms. It's impossible for them to turn against each other just for a small village like Hujia village. The Li family? But the Li family is the farthest away from the Qin family. They can't possibly do such a thankless task. Tang Guohong's mind was working frantically, but he still couldn't figure out the origin of the army in front of him. Who are you? This place is the Qin family's territory. Do you want to make enemies with the Qin family? At this time, Tang Guohong tried to use the name of the Qin family to drive the other party away. But Zhang Yi didn't buy it. A first-level creature was not worth his attention. Then he gestured to Zhang Yin beside him. Zhang Yin immediately understood and drew out, flowing wind, pointing it forward. All troops attack. Kill. 2,000 Black Mountain soldiers headed straight towards Tangjiazwang. Damn it, where did this madman come from? Hurry up and meet the enemy. Zhang Ye's direct fighting momentum was completely beyond Tang Guohong's expectations. Don't play by the rules. He hurriedly ordered his Qin family army to meet the enemy, and Tang Guohong slapped his horse and charged towards Zhang Yin. The enemy has more people than ours. If we want to end the battle as quickly as possible, we have to kill the enemy's main general. After all, Tang Guohong had just broken through to the first level. He was arrogant and looked down upon other people. Looking at Tang Guohong, who was rushing towards him, Zhang Yin stopped the guards beside him from wanting to intercept him and slowly raised the Lu Feng in his hand. Fierce wind slash. As Zhang Yin swung the flowing wind in his hand, a tornado formed instantly and swept towards Tang Guohong. What? The speed of the tornado was beyond Tang Guohong's imagination. It had just formed in front of Zhang Yin, and the next moment it appeared directly in front of him. Puff, 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 puff. The fierce wind speed was like a sharp blade. The armor on Tang Guohong's body only lasted for a few seconds before it was directly scrapped. Then, the sound of flesh being torn was heard. After the strong wind, only a freshly made skeleton was left on the spot. A first-level general fell just like that. What? This is a level 1 creature. It's just trash. Zhang Yi had never seen such a useless first-level creature before. It was a disgrace to the first level. The whole process took only a few minutes. By the time others reacted, Tang Guohong had already turned into a skeleton. This outcome shocked the people in Tangjiazwang, and their morale plummeted to the freezing point in an instant. The morale of the 500 Qin family soldiers was also shaken, but their good training prevented them from immediately collapsing like the people from Tangjiazwang. But before they could make the next move, the Montenegrin army arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Strike start. Black Mountain Army's speed plus 30%, strength plus 20%. As soon as the contact came, the front row of the Qin family army fell down. This battle became unexpectedly easy. The moment Tang Guohong died, the outcome was already decided. The battle lasted only a dozen minutes, and the rest of the time was spent cleaning up the battlefield. At this time, the villagers of Hujia village looked at the young man riding on the back of a giant white wolf in front of them with awe. The mysterious origin and the powerful army beside them made them dare not have any other thoughts for a moment. Village head. My lord, since our village has already joined the lord's army, it would be a disgrace to me to call me the village chief. If the lord doesn't mind, you can just call me Hu Cheng. At this time, Hu Cheng bent down humbly with a respectful look on his face. Zhang Yi nodded silently, very satisfied with Hu Cheng's attitude. Well, since Hu Cheng has come to destroy the enemy, do you dare to join me in attacking Tangjiazwang from Hujia village? After hearing this, Hu Cheng's eyes turned fierce. Although he is old, he is not confused. Since we have offended Tangjiazwang across the street, we have no choice but to cut the weeds completely to avoid further trouble. As for the Qin family, he and his men had already wiped out the 500 Qin family soldiers, and there was no turning back. My lord, Tangjiazwang and my Hujia village are now at odds with each other. This time, I beg you to let my Hujia village be the vanguard. Wow. After these words were spoken, Zhang Ye's eyes changed when he looked at Hu Cheng. This old man looks so innocuous, but it turns out he has such a dark heart. After Hu Cheng said this, Zhang Yi certainly understood what he was thinking. Letting the people of Hujiao village be the vanguard, in addition to eliminating his opponents, was probably more of a token of allegiance to Zhang Yi. Of course, Zhang Yi was happy to see this happen and agreed to it immediately. In this secret place of Xuanwu Plain, various powerful forces clash with each other all year round. So the local indigenous people are all tough, and it is common for them to have weapons hidden in their homes. So Zhang Yi doesn't have to worry about the weapons problem of the villagers in Hujia village. Soon, after Hu Cheng returned to Hujia village and gave a call, another 500 villagers from Hujia village joined the team. At this time, the number of villagers in Hujia village had reached 1,500, and they had almost emptied the entire village. A group of soldiers carrying a variety of weapons walked in front of the Black Mountain Army. Those who knew understood that they were villagers from Hujia village, while those who didn't thought they were able-bodied men captured by Zhang Yi from somewhere.